He had lost his father at a young age, around the time when his bold little sister and he were maturing. His mother told him, "Son, you should become a shaman. You have the qualities of a shaman. The spirits are protecting you. If you don't walk the path of a shaman, dire wrath will one day befall you." Following that, his mother continued to force religion on him. She'd give him weird poems, paintings, and rituals. However, he had already planned out his life, so he couldn't accept any of that. And in rebellion, he focused even more on his studies. That, and around the time he was becoming his own man out in society, he died. From a traffic accident, no less. 10 years passed like that. He couldn't believe it. Was this the wrath his mother had mentioned? But what was even harder for him to believe was that he had been reborn. He had been reborn. Everything his mother had told him was true. People are unable to understand things they don't experience personally. Unfortunately, he was only able to realize it after he died. So, what is he doing now? Magic circle activation. We're starting class. Ludger is going to continue his lesson on magic circles. He is undercover as a professor at a magic academy. How did things come to this? A blizzard sweeps across the land. The Empire's capital stands tall, blanketed in snow. The bustling sounds of the train station echo through the high vaulted ceilings. The station bustles with travelers preparing to board. A conductor wishes a passenger a safe journey. The conductor greets another passenger. "Hello, may I please check your ticket?" The conductor hands back the ticket. "Thank you. Have a nice trip." Footsteps echo down the train car. A passenger walks down the aisle. The passenger pauses at cabin 403. So that'd be the third room in the fourth compartment. Cabin 403. The sound of a door sliding open echoes through the train car. The train continues its journey. An older gentleman sits in the train car, engrossed in a newspaper. The older man looks up from his paper. "Oh, nice to meet you." Ludger smiles warmly. The older man's attire is formal and elegant. The train chugs along, its engine working hard. The rhythmic clatter of the train wheels fills the air. The train speeds through a snowy landscape. Snowflakes dance in the wind as the train continues its journey. Ludger sits across from the older man, the journey continuing. He glances down at a book in his lap. The older man sits on the train, engrossed in reading a newspaper. The newspaper reports that the civil war in the Kingdom of Utah is over, ending in the victory of the princess's faction. The newspaper shows a picture of soldiers. Across from him, Ludger also reads the news of the Civil War's end. He narrows his eyes, a flicker of thought crossing his face. The older man reflects on the past. He wonders when it'd end, recalling how the prince's faction tried to gather forces. Ludger is glad the war is over. The older man speaks. "Sorry for the late introductions. My name's Ludger Kelsey." Ludger responds, "The name's Gerard. I have no last name." Ludger Kelsey observes, "You must be a noble." Ludger Kelsey says, "Yes, but one from a fallen noble family. So no need to feel nervous around me." Gerard replies, "Ah, I see." Gerard asks, "So where are you headed to, Mr. Gerard?" Ludger Kelsey responds, "I'm bound for Line de Bruno." The Exilian Empire is said to be easy to tour thanks to its advancement in magic engineering. It's the capital of the empire and a famous tourist spot. Ludger Kelsey states that he is on his way to let Helk. Ludger Kelsey reveals he has been newly appointed at the Soren Academy of the Exilian Empire. Ludger Cherish is told that even though he is young, he must be quite skilled. He waves off the compliment, saying it's nothing like that, and that he just barely passed. Well, a lot of people can't even barely pass. Ludger Kelsey states that he thinks Ludger Cherish can be proud of himself. Ludger Kelsey thinks that Ludger Cherish can be proud of himself. Ludger Cherish thanks him for his words. Ludger Kelsey says, "While on the subject of the Utah Civil War, have you heard of that rumor? The key figure that led the princess's faction to victory wasn't some greatly skilled wizard or some high knight, but a wandering mercenary called Machiavelli." Ludger Kelsey looks on. Ludger Kelsey stands calmly, his expression unreadable as he surveys the scene. His brow furrows slightly, a hint of concern flickering across his face. A sudden, violent explosion rips through the train, the force of it shaking everything. The interior is engulfed in a blinding flash of light and a deafening roar. Debris rains down as the shockwave throws everything into chaos. A pained cry echoes through the wreckage. Thrown off their feet, Ludger Kelsey and Ludger Cherish are sent sprawling across the floor of the train car. Ludger Cherish, looking at Ludger Kelsey, asks, "Do you think the engine exploded?" Ludger Kelsey replies, "That's not possible. This magically engineered train should be well protected." Ludger Kelsey's eyes widen in alarm as he realizes the true nature of the event. Ludger Cherish states, "It's an ambush. The train's being ambushed." Ludger Cherish continues, "It's probably the act of a robber after a wealthy merchant or noble." Ludger Kelsey says, "If that is indeed what's, there should be a wizard amongst them." Ludger Cherish raises a hand, his expression serious. "Please wait, just in case." The younger man peers back at him, his gaze sharp. "Let me take the lead." The train car rattles. Ludger Cherish walks down the train car aisle. "I think we're the only ones in the fourth compartment." The older Ludger asks, "The other passengers, do you think they're holding out in their cabins?" He adds, "The cabins themselves do have a protection spell on them." "That's not ideal." Ludger Kelsey's expression darkens. The outside of the train was protected by the same magic, which means the cabins are no longer safe. Ludger Cherish stands in the hallway. The explosion sounded like it happened in the third compartment, right? That's right next to us. Why do you think they haven't come here yet? Ludger Kelsey states, if I were the robbers, I'd first go after the first compartment. Ludger Cherish muses that the rich passengers would be in first class. A voice declares that this is fortunate for them. He suggests that they should use this time to escape to the back, as long as they hold out until the frontier guard arrives. Ludger Kelsey is suddenly attacked, crying out in pain. Ludger Cherish shouts for the attacker to get away. The attacker's legs are visible as they stand over Ludger Kelsey. A masked figure observes that Ludger Cherish doesn't look like he's in a good state. Ludger Cherish draws his cane sword, preparing to fight. Lightning crackles around Ludger Cherish as he prepares to use an ability. The attacker plummets backwards, a strangled cry escaping his lips. Ludger Cherish and Ludger Kelsey stand over the fallen attacker, their expressions unreadable. Ludger Kelsey asks if Ludger Cherish killed him. Ludger Cherish replies that he only paralyzed him temporarily. Mr. Ludger Kelsey warns that it's dangerous, but Ludger Cherish assures him that he's only going to lightly interrogate him. Ludger Cherish demands that the attacker tell him. Ludger Cherish stands over the attacker, his cane held firmly in his grip. The attacker is asked what his purpose is in attacking the train. The attacker chuckles. Ludger Cherish tells him that he didn't tell him to laugh. Ludger Cherish demands an answer, calling the attacker a filthy bastard. The attacker declares that filthy bastards like him all deserve to die. A man stands, a crude bomb strapped to his chest, the red glow of the detonator reflecting in his eyes. The detonator's display flashes, counting down to 0. The timer ticks down to its final seconds. Someone shouts, Mr. Ludger. Another voice screams, get out of there. The air crackles with impending doom. A blinding flash consumes everything. The shockwave rips through the surroundings. Fire and debris erupt in a cataclysmic explosion. The landscape is scarred and broken, the air thick with smoke and ash. The world is reduced to a desolate wasteland. The train car is in ruins, twisted metal and shattered glass littering the scene. Ludger Kelsey lies amidst the wreckage, groaning in pain. Coughing, Ludger Kelsey asks, Mr. Ludger, are you okay? His eyes widen in shock, the whites of his eyes showing. The air crackles with residual energy. Ludger Kelsey stands amidst the destruction, his back to the viewer. The train car is torn open, revealing the sky outside. Ludger Kelsey's expression is one of disbelief. Mr. Ludger, he mutters. His eyes dart around, searching for something. Ludger Kelsey's face is etched with worry, his hand raised to his cheek. His brow furrows, his eyes narrowed in concern. Ludger Kelsey turns away, sighing heavily. A disembodied voice echoes, declaring the speaker has spent a fortune. Ludger Cherish, clad in a formal military-style jacket, holds a torn mask in his gloved hand, a smirk playing on his lips. Ludger Cherish's teal eyes betray a hint of annoyance. Ludger Cherish wonders why incidents always seem to happen around him. Ludger Cherish admits he has no grand reason for using the alias Machiavelli. He just wanted to use the name of someone famous in his past life memory. Machiavelli was also one of the identities that Ludger Cherish had. Eventful days brought unwanted attention to someone who couldn't afford having his identity found out. But fortunately, the princess faction was extremely drunk on the news of their victory. So he took the opportunity from their lack of interest towards him to disguise his identity. They were very eventful days as Ludger Kelsey was heading to Line de Drono on a magic engineering train. But Ludger Cherish is in distress. For an incident to happen again when he's around. The train car is in disarray, the floor covered in debris. A thought bubble appears, showing the words, rest in peace, Mr. Ludger. He reflects on the unexpected accident, especially on a day like this. He wonders who would have thought that someone would detonate a bomb while being electrocuted. Ordinary robbers don't do that, a text box declares. Ludger Cherish, looking concerned, thinks about the fanatic mindset to choose to die together. He wonders if their real purpose is not money, but the train itself, before asking if the passenger is all right. The camera focuses on Ludger's torso. Someone wonders what on earth is happening. An armed robber, a text box declares. He listened intently as the train conductor spoke. They attacked us. Looks like they're targeting compartment number 1. We dash. The conductor continued, his voice laced with urgency. I was just about to evacuate the other passengers as well. Dear passenger, you should also quickly. A sudden, violent force shattered the relative safety of the train. The conductor cried out as he was struck by an unseen assailant. Arg! The conductor's face contorted in pain and shock. Pa passenger. Ludger Cherish's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing. What are you doing all of a sudden? Do you think such petty acting would work on me? Not only did the raiders appear as if they had been waiting for a train that. Ludger Cherish stood over the fallen conductor, his gaze intense. But the protection magic on this train was. To do such a thing would be pretty hard and time-consuming. Unless someone inside the train did it. Ludger Cherish's eyes narrowed, a storm of suspicion brewing within him. The conductor's face was etched with pain and confusion, sweat beading on his brow. A glint of steel flashed in the dim light, revealing a drawn sword. He grabs Ludger Kelsey, stopping him in his tracks. Stop, Ludger Cherish commands, his grip firm. Ludger Cherish questions, you move fast. Who are you guys? What are you aiming for? Holding him firmly, Ludger Cherish continues. Shutting your mouth, are we? That's fine too. A metallic click echoes through the train car. Ludger Kelsey remains silent, a question mark hanging in the air. Ludger Cherish's eyes narrow. Wait, this sound is. Don't tell me. Ludger Kelsey grunts, struggling against Ludger Cherish's hold. Another click echoes. Ludger Cherish pins Ludger Kelsey, preventing him from sending a signal. The sound of a mechanism locking into place reverberates. Ludger Cherish realizes they didn't give him time to send a signal. He stood over the fallen man, the scene a tableau of violence amidst shattered glass. One of the armed men spoke, his voice laced with disbelief. What? There's someone who's still alive. Another voice echoed the sentiment, tinged with confusion. Quite a lot. How is he alive? Ludger Cherish remained impassive, his posture betraying nothing of the battle that had just transpired. The armed men, their faces obscured by masks, leveled their weapons, one shouting, Die! Ludger Cherish's eyes narrowed, a subtle shift in his expression hinting at the power he was about to unleash. Panic began to set in amongst the armed men. The guns aren't working, one exclaimed. One of the men, his eyes wide with fear, stammered, wait, that guy. A golden light emanated from Ludger Cherish's hand, intricate gears of energy spinning into existence. The realization dawned on the armed men. Is a wizard, one shouted. Ludger Cherish, surrounded by the swirling arcane energy, prepared to unleash his power. One of the armed men, his face contorted in disbelief, exclaimed, He broke our guns using magic. A swirling vortex of blue energy crackles in the air. He channels the energy, his hand glowing with power. Ludger Cherish's eyes widen in disbelief. Cancelled. The armed men advance, weapons raised. One mutters, I didn't know there was a wizard on this train. One of the pursuers shouts, Just give up. They close in, their footsteps echoing through the train car. Another pursuer threatens, If you give up, I will give you a less painful death. One of the men observes, Quite strong, but. Another speculates, He has to be. If he's not, I would have heard rumors about him. Ludger Cherish's expression hardens, a flicker of determination in his eyes. He looks resolute. It'll still take quite a lot of time until the train passes the Arret Mountains. The supporting troops will take a while to arrive, so Ludger Cherish can't exactly rely on them. If that's the case. He jumps from the train. He jumped down. Hansen, go check. I can't see him. Like he really jumped out. Been dared. You up there? He's on the roof. Ooh, but how? Did he use flying magic? Is it even possible to follow a moving train using flying magic? Shut up and chase him. Go. A voice declares that their opponent is a wizard, and bringing too many non-wizards will only hinder them. He sprints down the train car, a weapon held firmly in his grasp. The pursuers are instructed to leave some people behind, while the rest capture compartment number 1. A rifle is leveled, ready to fire. One of the pursuers grips their weapon tightly, advancing. He continues his headlong flight. A shout rings out. He's running to the rear compartment. The group gives chase, urging each other to hurry up and catch him. His gloved hand reaches for the door handle. A sudden explosion rocks the train. The blast sends flames and debris flying. One of the pursuers realizes it's a trap, questioning how it could have been set so quickly. A figure observes, noting that compared to the wizards they've encountered in the past, he's different, terrifyingly so. The figure continues, stating that his moves are extremely practical and effective. The figure analyzes that he's more like a hunter than a wizard. The figure concludes that he is perhaps even a mercenary. A sudden realization dawns on Hansen. One of the pursuers' eyes widen in shock. Hansen curses, realizing that Ludger Cherish separated the compartment and ran away. Another pursuer realizes they should have realized it sooner. Hansen realizes that Ludger Cherish doesn't need to fight them. A blurred view down the train car hallway shows the separation. A sound effect echoes, signifying the separation. The sky above. The train tracks stretch into the distance, disappearing into a snow-covered landscape. The tracks continue, the snow deepening around them. The pursuers, faces obscured by masks and hoods, trudge through the heavy snowfall, their eyes narrowed in determination. One of the pursuers grips another's shoulder, his voice tight with resolve. We can't even give up on this train because of that guy. The pursuer's gaze hardens, his mind replaying an image. I've memorized what he looks like. The pursuer clenches his fist, a vow of vengeance escaping his lips. We will find him, and we will kill. The pursuer pauses, sensing something amiss. What? A surge of power washes over the pursuers. What's this strong mana wave? The pursuers look around, searching for the source of the energy. Where the hell's it coming from? The pursuer's eyes widen, fear creeping into his expression. Below, a figure stands amidst a swirling vortex of golden mana, the source of the powerful wave. A surge of power coalesces, forming a concentrated point of light that crackles with raw energy. Standing within a glowing circle, a figure mutters, Don't tell me this is a trap as well. The concentrated energy expands, blossoming into a blinding sphere of pure, radiant light. Streaks of energy lash outwards, tracing the path of the impending devastation. The attack slams into the ground, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that shakes the very foundations of the world. Splinters of energy erupt from the point of impact, tearing through the earth and leaving trails of destruction in their wake. A figure cries out, desperately attempting to evade the all-consuming blast. Runawa. Shielding their face, the figure braces against the searing heat and blinding light. The explosion engulfs the figure, a maelstrom of energy and destruction. A hand reaches out from the shadows, a desperate plea against the encroaching oblivion. Amidst the devastation, a figure stands, seemingly untouched by the apocalyptic blast. Ludger Cherish's gaze is steady, his expression unreadable as he surveys the aftermath. The dust settles, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood. Is it over? A voice echoes from the past, laced with disbelief. So you were able to survive. The memory shifts to a close-up of a ravaged face, one eye glowing with a malevolent red. Why? Why the hell did you kill us? Ludger Cherish's expression hardens, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. Don't you even feel sorry for us? The voice continues, dripping with resentment. That you kill, beyond my expectations. The memory intensifies, the voice now a venomous whisper. You crazy brats went beyond my expectations. The ravaged face contorts in confusion and pain. What? Ludger Cherish's eyes narrow, a cold calculation in their depths. People the ones who wanted to kill me first? The voice rises in accusation, laced with bitterness. How can you even say that? The audacity to ask for sympathy only after things turned out like this. The memory flashes to a scene of carnage, blood splattered across the walls. Front of the people that you killed? The voice reaches a crescendo of indignation. And for someone who wanted to find and kill me, who are you to condemn me now? Ludger Cherish's gaze drifts off, a hint of self-deprecation in his eyes. Of course, initially, I was going to run away. He states that the others saw his real face. A close-up reveals the intricate details of Ludger Cherish's tie. A scarred man declares that getting rid of them will bring him peace of mind, questioning who they are. Ice shards erupt from the ground. More ice shards are shown. Ludger Cherish's expression is unreadable. A foot clad in silver armor steps forward. A woman in white armor stands ready. More armored legs are shown. Ludger Cherish stands amidst the ice shards. Ludger Cherish tells someone that they must have been very anxious, but to please be at ease now. A woman and a man lie defeated on the ground. A voice booms, declaring the arrival of the cold steel knights. A figure clad in pristine white armor stands ready, a silent sentinel. 3 figures stand on the ready. They're already here, one of them exclaims. One of the figures uses flying magic. To think they'd use flying magic in such weather. Ludger casts a spell, a shimmering blue barrier forming before him. The magic crackles with energy. A figure is struck by a blast of magic. The 3 figures stand together. One of the figures gasps, "Heek!" Ludger unleashes another wave of magic. The magic slams into its target. Ludger faces off against one of the figures, who stammers, "Ah!" A piercing scream echoes through the train. Ludger reports that compartment 2 is clear. Elsewhere, another officer reports that compartment 1 is clear and that the safety of the passengers has been secured. The vice captain reports in, confirming that all the compartments have been secured. A voice booms, praising their excellent work. The order is given to escort the passengers safely to the next station. At Lethelk Station, a crowd of people awaits. Meanwhile, Ludger sits alone, gazing out the window with a contemplative expression. He stands with a concerned expression as Veronica Deville asks if he is unharmed by the terrorists. Veronica expresses her gratitude for the help from Ludger and the knights, confirming that she is okay. Ludger leans against the wall, relieved to hear that she is all right. Veronica apologizes for her late introduction. Veronica Deville formally introduces herself. Ludger seems to be thinking about something. The sound of footsteps approaches. Veronica asks what's the matter. Veronica asks if the approaching man is in command of the Order of Knights. Officer Remless introduces himself from the Lethelk. Officer Remless states that he heard about the train attack at Arret Mountains. Veronica confirms that they eliminated all the attackers, and Officer Remless appreciates the hard work the Knights have done. Ludger Cherish considers the report, something not adding up. Ludger wonders what doesn't add up, thinking the train was taken over by the terrorists too quickly. Remless muses that even with a wizard amidst their ranks, something is amiss. Veronica Deville states that they got inside the magically engineered train far too easily. Remless reveals that they suspect someone within the train might have assisted in the attack. Someone might have assisted in the attack. Veronica states that it is an excellent point. Veronica says that, of course, this is purely speculative and that they'll send people along as soon as they can properly discern the suspect's identity. He says that he understands. Veronica asks if Ludger heard that. Right, as long as he's honest, there will be no problem. Ludger states that if he's honest, there will be no problem. Ludger thinks that this is bad. He appears troubled, his expression a mask of worry as he contemplates the gravity of his situation. A ticket bearing the name Gerard floats before him, a stark reminder that there's nothing wrong with his assumed identity. The tickets were purchased through normal means. The problem, he realizes, is his face. No matter how. A dark, foreboding shadow descends. A noose hangs ominously, a grim premonition. He thinks to himself that he'll probably be hanged, or face extreme torture if he's lucky. Blood splatters across the scene, a stark reminder that there are tons of officers and knights outside, making escape impossible. Officers surround him, their faces grim and unyielding. A voice echoes, reminding him that the vice captain's personality is probably that of one ruthless against criminals. Veronica DeVille might be smiling and acting kindly towards him right now, but the moment he's found to be suspicious. A voice cuts through his thoughts, asking if he is okay. He flinches, startled by the sudden inquiry. He is handed the passenger list. Remlis explains that it took him a while to get it, and that he's just checking his identity, so there's no need to be nervous. Remlis asks if he still has his ticket and if he would mind showing it to him. Remlis looks down at the passenger list, his expression unreadable. Remlis tells Veronica that there seems to be nothing wrong with cabin 403. He notes that a man in his 20s named Ludger Kelsey and a man in his 40s are registered there. Remlis wonders where the other man is. Veronica explains that he ended up getting caught in the explosion during the attack. Veronica continues, saying that while the train was passing Arete Mountains, he unfortunately fell down a cliff. Remlis's eyes narrow, a glint of suspicion in their depths. Ludger gulps audibly, his anxiety rising. Ludger asks Remlis to wait, adding that the man shouldn't be a suspect. Remlis looks at Veronica, a skeptical expression on his face. He asks, what? Veronica explains that he was fighting the terrorists before their arrival, questioning why he would be a suspect. He wonders if Ludger has been doing something that would imply he was colluding with someone, or if he was fighting them. Remlis gasps, a sudden realization hitting him. Remlis wonders what happened. Ludger sits calmly, arms crossed, a picture of composed confidence. The chibi characters are shocked by the news that someone has been newly appointed at Soren Academy. Remlis is surprised, while Ludger remains composed. A subtle smile plays on Ludger's lips. Ludger opens a briefcase. Ludger states that, as has been said, he is the newly appointed professor. The man introduces himself. His name is Ludger Kelsey. An airship sails through the sky. Someone apologizes for the inconvenience, addressing him as Mr. Ludger. A voice replies that he managed to get there comfortably. Another voice offers to escort him to Soren Academy, but Ludger declines, stating there's no need. Ludger states that he is more uncomfortable being accompanied by them. He explains that he has somewhere he needs to visit for personal matters, and that there's no need to inconvenience themselves just for his sake. Ludger announces that he shall be taking his leave. Ludger tells Ms. Veronica that it was a short but sweet encounter. He walked through the city, the buildings towering above him. Footsteps echoed on the cobblestone streets. Ludger Kelsey thought to himself, I did it. I did it. He recalled the words, I'm sorry, Mr. Ludger, but you saved me. Ludger Kelsey mused, I'm glad this world's photography technology isn't that advanced. The narration box stated, and I are hard to tell apart from just a photo. Ludger Kelsey thought, I should be fine now that I've managed to get out of that crisis. He knew he needed to hide while he made a new identity. Mr. Ludger Kelsey? The observer remained hidden in the shadows. The observer thought, so it is you. I saw you. The observer recalled, talking with the knights earlier. Standing beside a mechanical horse-drawn carriage, Wilford introduces himself. He states that he is an employee of Soren Academy. Ludger Kelsey is approached. He is told that he is being picked up after news of the attack. Wilford expresses his relief that Ludger Kelsey is safe. Wilford urges Ludger Kelsey to get on the carriage, offering him a ride to Soren. Ludger Kelsey turns to look at Wilford. A view of the city. Other horse-drawn carriages travel down the street. Wilford stands next to the mechanical horse. A close-up of the mechanical horse's legs reveals intricate clockwork mechanisms. Ludger Kelsey sits inside the carriage. Ludger Kelsey thinks to himself that this is bad. He considers that they'd personally send someone to pick him up. A disembodied voice states that this man is no ordinary employee. Setting his bulky build aside, Wilford moves with a surprising lightness. He could sense Wilford's presence as he approached, realizing he's at least a former knight. If he tried to get out of here with some flimsy excuse, he'd suspect something's off and come after him. He decides to play it safe for now. It would actually be better, since Gerard has been declared deceased. Dragged off somewhere, he thinks. It's honestly better for him to have an ironclad identity. He should act as Ludger Kelsey for now and wait for an opportunity. Wilford announces, we've arrived, Mr. Ludger. Wilford states, this is Soren Academy. What? This is all Soren's land. This is way larger in scale than he expected. The man named Ludger Kelsey is told that he will be taken to the principal right away. Standing beside him, Wilford listens intently. Wilford offers to take Ludger's luggage. The exterior of Soren Academy looms, a majestic structure bathed in sunlight. Inside, the academy boasts a grand hall, its architecture echoing a bygone era. A long hallway stretches into the distance, promising both mystery and opportunity. Ludger Kelsey introduces himself. Wilford states that he came because he was called for. He stands before a large desk, waiting. A woman's face is shown, her expression unreadable. Elisa Willow reveals that she has been waiting for Ludger. The principal of Soren Academy, Elisa Willow, introduces herself. A figure stands in a grand room, the light streaming in through the tall windows. Principal Elisa Willow clasps her hands together, a smile gracing her lips. That's excellent news. It'd reflect poorly on our academy. Ludger Cherish listens intently. Asterisk if our newest professor was hurt. Bluntly talking about the reputation of the school. Asterisk. Ludger Cherish's expression hardens. Asterisk, she's definitely not straight in the head. More importantly, I've been sensing something strange since earlier. Asterisk. Elisa Willow leans forward, her gaze intense. Are you well? I heard that you got caught up in a terrorist attack. It wasn't much of a problem. I received the knight's help right as it was about to get dicey. Asterisk. Had Ludger ever met the professor? Is it just my imagination? Asterisk. Ludger Cherish narrows his eyes, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. Asterisk. Did she notice that I'm not who I say I am? This is the first time I'm seeing you in person, but you're quite the looker. Asterisk. Ludger Cherish thinks to himself. That doesn't seem to be the case. Elisa Willow extends a document towards him. No. When the semester starts, the students are going to be all up in arms. Elisa Willow continues. Well, first, take this. I did notify you previously, but it doesn't hurt to be thorough. The length of the contract will be 2 years. Your salary will be as written, and we will provide room and board. Ludger Cherish takes the contract. Asterisk. This must be the contract. Thank you for the compliment, even if you're just saying it to be nice. I plan on dipping as soon as possible, so it's not like it matters. Asterisk. The contract lays bare the terms. 1 month's salary is 30 imperial gold coins. In the common currency of the continent, that's 30 million denar. In USD, that would be 300,000. Principal Elisa Willow leans forward, a subtle smile playing on her lips. How is it? Ludger Cherish considers the offer, a glint in his eye. It's not bad, right? Not bad. No. This is a mega, ultra jackpot. Ludger takes a moment to calm himself. This means that the expectations for a professor of the Soren Academy are that much greater. Principal Willow watches him closely. Will he be able to properly manage himself here, where all sorts of geniuses are said to roam the halls? But his employment is already a done deal. It'll be more suspicious if he says he won't do it after coming all the way here. He has no choice but to agree. Ludger states that he has double-checked them. Let's contract as is. Principal Willow thinks to herself that she has both real-world experience, and she doesn't lack in terms of theoretical knowledge. She is quite confident she can pretend to be a decent professor. Principal Willow says all right. She looks forward to working with Professor Ludger. Ludger replies that the feeling is mutual. Principal Willow, as they shake hands. 3 weeks until classes start. Ludger Cherish sits in his new home, contemplating the time he has to prepare. He thinks to himself that they'd rent out an entire house for him, giving him plenty of time to prepare. So it's an academy professor this time. It's already been 27 years since he arrived in this world. Reborn with no abilities and only the memories of his previous life, he has to survive on his own due to how shitty his parents were. Ludger Cherish reflects that he survived by making his way through multiple close calls, and now he'd become a professor at Soren. This is basically going undercover, or more like he was forcibly made to go undercover. He sits on the ornate couch, his expression thoughtful. Well, he needed a new identity anyway. And this Ludger guy has excellent conditions for him to fake his identity. He's a fallen noble from the small kingdom of Chaoten. He's an only child, and both his parents are deceased. And the letters he's received from his acquaintances were mostly just formalities. He doesn't seem close to any of them. This means that there's basically no one who'll recognize him. There's no better fake identity. The only things left then are the contents of his lecture and information regarding Soren. Alright, let's start with assessing the terrain. Now that he thinks about it. He hasn't eaten since the train incident. I guess he'll take care of things starting tomorrow. Where did they say the restaurants were? The moon hangs high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the city. The sun rises, painting the sky with hues of blue and white. A soft light filters through the air, creating a sense of peace. Ludger Cherish sits at an outdoor cafe, a book in his hand, and a cup of coffee on the table. He appears relaxed, but his eyes betray a hint of unease. He takes a sip of tea, reviewing the documents before him. Ludger thinks to himself that he is more or less finished checking the necessary stuff, and the prep for his classes are coming along smoothly. There's only 1 week left till classes start. All that's left is to put it into practice. Ludger walks outside with a hooded figure. The hooded figure says it's about time for customers to rush in, and that he should go back and prepare for Orienta. He adds that he is glad Ludger is safe, as he was worried that something bad might have happened to him. Ludger takes another sip of tea, lost in thought. Ludger and the hooded figure sit at an outdoor cafe. Empty chairs sit on a patio. The hooded figure tells Ludger that the other members are also. Ludger, drinking his tea, is curious about the whereabouts of Mr. First Order. Ludger thinks to himself that there was something he had to check, and that they didn't come to him by mistake, but came here looking for him. A figure in a trench coat stands in the shadows. The text says, well, to be exact, they came here looking for the man named Ludger Kellecy. The hooded figure stammers that the terrorist incident was just an accident. The information that the rebels would attack was unknown, and information regarding Soren was also needed. Ludger Cherish, seated at a table, questions the hooded figure. What information wasn't sent? The hooded figure responds that they were verifying if the information sent was correct. Ludger gasps, seemingly surprised by something. Damn it, Ludger thinks, his eyes narrowed. What's going on? For now, Ludger should go along with it to not by suspicion. Did you take care of everything? The hooded figure confirms that before arriving, they assassinated all the key figures at the academy and smoked out the traitors in the organization. From what I heard, their limbs were torn apart and shoved inside their own mouths, and their bodies were then tossed to wild dogs. Don't you think that's an end fit for traitors? This is bad, Ludger thinks, his expression grim. Calm down first. The hooded figure stirs a cup of coffee. I'm sorry. He wondered what was going on, thinking he should have personally checked it before making the report. It was fine, but he wondered why he was suddenly summoned. The hooded figure explained that it had been almost half a month since Mr. First Order arrived. The figure continued, saying there was no news, so Ludger made a move on his own during these important times. The figure apologized. The hooded figure was afraid of the man called Ludger. Silence. The hooded figure stated that Ludger's suspicious outfit was seriously bothering them anyway. Ludger thought that they were overreacting to his every action, and he was sure of it. This person is afraid of the man called Ludger. Ludger guessed it was time to check, wondering how many people had gathered so far. The hooded figure stated that 31 second orders and 7 third orders had all successfully infiltrated. Also, Ludger heard that the other first orders arrived earlier and had settled in already as planned. Ludger thought it was adequate, and since he had made the check, he decided to get up. He hears the summons, a demand veiled as a question. You want me to come? Ludger's expression darkens, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. The voice continues, dripping with condescension. Someone as lowly as you is ordering me to come and go? He grits his teeth, barely containing his frustration. I simply... Ludger clenches his fist, his knuckles widening. I don't want to hear your excuses. The voice, now tinged with impatience, declares, I'll decide when we need to meet. I shall only allow meetings when called by someone equal or above me. The voice concludes, dismissive and cold. That's right. Don't annoy me with small details unless it's from that person. Ludger turns away, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the hallway. He mutters under his breath, frustration boiling over. Damn it. Ludger's thoughts race, a growing sense of unease settling in. These guys are way more dangerous than I thought. He clenches his jaw, a grim determination hardening his gaze. Did they do with the traitors? They're complete nut jobs. Ludger steels himself, resolving to take action. I need to first get out of here. Just a second. He was asked to wait. Ludger wondered what was happening and when it would be over. A voice asked how he was going to call them. Ludger stood in the distance from a seated figure. Ludger admitted that he hadn't thought that far. Scattered letters lay strewn across a table, each one hinting at a deeper conspiracy. The text reveals, a fallen aristocrat. He doesn't have any family. The scene shifts to a figure sitting on a red chaise lounge, surrounded by more letters. The text reads, someone recorded to have reached 4th rank the fastest, and a Soren professor? His eyes narrow, a flicker of anger crossing his face. Darn it, he thinks, knuckles whitening as he clenches his fist. I should have doubted it earlier. The reason why Ludger's circumstances were so ideal, it's because it was an identity that was made from the very beginning for this reason specifically. The man stands, his expression grim as he adjusts his gloves. It was because he couldn't use his original identity to infiltrate the academy. Close up on the letters. The letters that he sent and received using Ludger's identity. They were probably ciphers. He runs a hand through his hair, a sigh escaping his lips. A heavy realization settles over him. A chandelier hangs overhead, its ornate design a stark contrast to the growing unease. He looks down at the letters, a sense of dread washing over him. I can't believe the path I chose in a hurry led me to a nuclear bomb. A close-up of an open book, its pages filled with cryptic writing. The man sits back in his chair, his mind racing. Did he send and receive the ciphers using Quieden's language? I had some doubts since the sentences were arranged in an awkward manner. But the real problem is, the document reads, First Order. The instructions detail infiltrating Soren Academy as a professor and gaining the school's favor. More instructions will be sent depending on how the situation develops. Ludger Kelesi sits at his desk, a troubled expression on his face. Soren's not the only thing I have to worry about. A bead of sweat trickles down Ludger's face as he contemplates the situation. But the more I think about it, the more unbelievable it becomes. Ludger Cherish sits with his head in his hands, deep in thought. What kind of a secret society executive gets involved in a train hijack and dies? Remlis stands with a cup of coffee, a thoughtful expression on his face. He's an executive of an organization that's planted dozens of spies in Soren. A person like that. Ludger Kelesi sits at his desk, reading a document. Should have survived a train hijack. HAA, complaining to the dead, is useless. Anyway, it means that there's one more thing that should never be discovered about me. Soren Academy and secret society. Ludger Cherish's eyes narrow as he considers his options. Maybe it's better for me to contact them today. According to that girl I met today, the secret society consists of 4 orders: 0 order, 1st order, 2nd order, and 3rd order. I don't have any clue regarding the 0 order. He thinks to himself that it's already a great thing that he's able to even confirm its existence right now. The most important thing right now, he muses, is who's the other person sent by the 1st order. If he's an acquaintance of Ludger, the cloaked figure thinks, he may soon notice that he's fake. For now, he must prioritize not being caught. The most ideal scenario he has in mind right now is having Soren wipe them out for him, as Soren has mighty power if those guys move. No matter how great the secret society is, it won't be able to go against them. Ludger Kelesi sighs, just thinking of the tightrope he'll have to walk on to appease both powers. It's giving him a headache. Ludger Kelesi thinks to himself that he can't just spend it leisurely. Students whisper amongst themselves in the hallway. The classroom buzzes with anticipation. A student asks, have you heard? The theory of spell casting and understanding of element class will be entrusted to the new professor. One student comments, Professor for second grade? They must be pretty skilled, huh? Another adds, I don't think it was planned. After all, the previously appointed professor suddenly resigned. A student remarks, I mean, the professor did get pushed back by a student. Happened in front of all the students too. One student whispers, Flora? It seems like they're talking about you. Flora responds, oh my, whatever did I do to make them like that anyways? Flora thinks to herself, as a student, I just wanted to point out to the professor that their magic technique was wrong. Flora nods, thinking, that's right, but... A student says, he has a pretty fancy record. I heard he wrote a lot of papers as a military officer. Another responds, ooh, then doesn't that mean he's a great person? He's not ordinary. But you know what? The student smiles, thinking about that person. The narration reveals, he's a fallen aristocrat. The new professor's words carry a hint of challenge. Be easy to gain good grades then. The professor's feet are planted firmly on the ground as he speaks. He thinks to himself, are things really going to work out that way? How disappointing. The sound of footsteps echoes through the hall. The professor strides confidently forward, his boots clicking on the floor. The professor's gloved hand rests on the podium. Ludger Kelsi addresses the students. Pleasure to meet you all. I am the newly appointed professor, Ludger Kelsi. Ludger's piercing gaze sweeps across the room. The students murmur amongst themselves, their expressions a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Ludger continues, his back to the class. Since it's still the course correction period, I won't go straight into the lesson, but I will give you a prior notice. The professor turns back to face the class. I will be teaching you spell casting, but the way I will go about it will be different. I will be focusing on its practical applications. I will not just be teaching theory. The students listen intently as Ludger explains his teaching style. Also, this class will not be restricted to only the sophomores gathered here. The freshmen will also be able to apply to this class. Ludger raises a gloved hand, his expression firm. I understand your complaints, but I have no intention of lowering the difficulty of my class, so do not fret. He raises a hand, his expression unreadable. May we know the reason as to why you're letting the freshmen attend this class as well? A student raises her hand, her blonde hair catching the light as she leans forward, listening intently. Ludger Kelsi muses, I feel like I've seen that face somewhere before. The new professor continues, as an educator, I feel it is my responsibility to teach everyone equally, regardless of grade. Of course, I understand that my class is different from the existing standard. The student's expression hardens, her eyes narrowing slightly. It's hard for me to understand it unless you explain it more thoroughly. It's no fun if I tell you in advance. If you're curious, attend my next lesson. Ludger Kelsi's voice booms. However, let me warn all of you. The students react with surprise. Their face is a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. Just because I am a new professor. The professor's gaze intensifies, his voice laced with a hint of menace. You'll regret that mindset, for it is my job as an educator to do so. Ludger Kelsi's expression darkens, his tone becoming more severe. So please don't come to my class. He continues, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. But the fewer students I have to teach, the better. The students whisper amongst themselves, their faces etched with concern. If the second-year students have to attend a class along with first-year students, it will hurt their pride, right? Moreover, would anyone want to attend my class after I told them that it would be hard? Ludger Kelsi stands before the class, his back to the viewer, a silent challenge hanging in the air. A speech bubble asks if there are any questions, while a thought bubble wonders if it's because he's from the military. The atmosphere is no joke, one student thinks. They also wonder if it's true that he's the youngest person to have reached 4th rank. There are a lot of things that they are curious about, but they can't ask the questions, one student thinks, stifling a giggle. If there are no questions, let us end the entry ceremony here. Who would have thought that not a single one of them would ask a question? I thought that at least trivial questions about me would have popped up. Well, it's a good thing for me. But it means that the answers I had spent time preparing are now all useless. Wait, don't tell me that they're ignoring me on purpose? It's not unlikely. I should have acted in a more friendly manner. I might have even shook their pride as well. Did I put too much pressure? He stands in the hallway, a butler standing nearby. The hallway is filled with people. Ludger Kelsi wonders if his theory is actually real. A woman greets Ludger Kelsi, introducing herself as the newly appointed professor. Selena says it's a pleasure to meet Ludger. Selena states that she is also a newly appointed professor, just like Ludger Kelsi. Ludger Kelsi replies that he sees, stating that it is a pleasure to meet her as well, before asking what's the matter. Selena hesitates before asking if he has already eaten. A grand building stands tall, sunlight glinting off its pristine white facade. A voice echoes, nice to meet you. Chris Benamor chuckles, introducing himself. Marilda states that she is teaching captivation and hallucination as part of the curses and dispelling curriculum. Ludger Kelsi introduces himself as being in charge of the spell casting class, stating, nice meeting you all. A question arises. Is this a meeting for new professors to get acquainted with each other? Someone thinks that Ludger is even more handsome up close, and he thanks them. Whispers circulate that the man is Professor Chris Benamor. It's noted that he is a noble, unlike the commoners. 1 noble, 1 fallen noble, and 3 commoners are new professors. They might all have different statuses, but they're each highly skilled in their respective fields. Selena stands next to Hansen, listening intently as the woman with purple hair speaks. In other words, there's a good chance that another first order might be a part of them. They arrived earlier just makes me too uneasy. I can't even trust my own co-workers. Humph, I can't stand being here any longer. I was wondering who the new people might be, but it's just a fallen noble and some commoners. And have fun amongst yourselves, especially you. Ludger Cherish stares intently. Don't act so high and mighty when you're just a fallen noble. Don't drag. Don't pay too much attention to it, Professor Ludger. Oh my, I get that he's a noble, but how can he look down on us like that? I'm okay. Since he doesn't want to eat with us, why don't we just go without him? Ah, yes. Yes, that sounds good. For now, I should just be satisfied that I don't have to eat alone. Rumors spread about the new Professor Ludger Kelsi. He's said to be the youngest person to achieve 4th rank, and apparently, he even has experience as a military officer. It's also rumored that he contributed to the cryptid hunt and has put his name down at the Magic Tower as a freelance wizard. Is this all true? Selena thinks to herself that she can't ruin Mr. First Order's class. She realizes she needs to make as many students attend his class. Selena wonders if even a first year can take it. That does sound fascinating, she thinks, deciding to give it a shot. A polished boot strides forward, the sound echoing in the hallway. Today is the real first class. Ludger wondered how many students actually remained. Ludger Kelsi thought to himself. He gave a clear warning that his class would be a hellhole, so no one would take it of their own volition. If there are, it might be a case where they didn't have a choice. Because all the other classes were full, there will probably only be 30 students at best. Students whisper about Ludger as he passes by. The lecture hall is packed with students. Ludger is surprised by the number of students. Ludger wonders why there are so many students here. Not to mention, there are more first years. Students whisper that it must be true that he's a former military officer. Ludger feels like someone pulled strings to screw him over. Ludger realizes he might have just underestimated. Soren is a gathering of the top children in the content. Ludger runs a hand through his hair, thinking he might have instead provoked their competitive nature. The new professor turns his back to the class. Ludger sighs, deciding he has no choice. Since there are students who are here for the first time, he'll introduce himself again. Ludger Kelsi addresses the class, stating that he'll be teaching the overall spell casting process. A student raises his hand, stating that he has a question. Ludger sighs, wondering if the student means all 4 major specializations. The student continues, asking about the overall process. Ludger decides to allow it, since today is the first day. He adds that from here on out, anyone who disrupts the flow of the class will have their points deducted. The students listen intently. Ludger adds that there will also be chances for class. Ludger answers the student's question, confirming that he will be teaching all 4 specializations. The 4 specializations: release, elemental property, telekinesis, and reinforcement. A title card states that the following are the names of the specializations. A finger taps on a wooden table. Ludger's voice explains that normally, it's hard to even teach 2 specializations. Ludger, his expression thoughtful, wonders if this feels like an exaggeration to the students, considering he is a new professor. Since this is the first class, Ludger says he will show them something to pique their interest. A diagram on the chalkboard shows a swirling orange flame. The text describes it as the 3rd-tier flame elemental spell, Fluttering Flame. It uses release as the base with heating, combustion, compression, expansion, diffusion, and acceleration. Ludger explains that 7 components are synergizing to comprise the technique. Ludger states that he will show them a way to cast the spell 3 times faster. A student wonders if that is even possible. Another student thinks that maybe he's lying. Flora asks if the first student thinks he's telling the truth. One of the students says she is not sure. Another student doesn't think it's possible unless the basic structure of the spell is changed. The text explains that there are methods like scrolls where you store a spell in a medium. The text continues, stating that there is memory reverberation, but each of them has their clear limitations. A student thinks that if he brought it up with either of those in mind. A student with blue hair and yellow eyes expresses her disappointment, stating that she'll be greatly disappointed, Professor. A close-up shows the intricate details of a student's uniform, highlighting the ornate design and craftsmanship. Ludger addresses the class, observing that they look like they have lots of questions. A student named Alex Saline, a 2nd year, speaks up, asking what it means to shorten the casting speed of a spell, adding that he'll answer a few. Dahlia, a 1st-year student, asks if that means he'll be modifying the technique, stating that it'll be quicker, exactly as he said. Next, Ludger responds that he will not be, and if they mess with an already completed technique, then it'll become a different spell. Ludger explains that what he'll be showing them is a way to maintain the technique as is and only shortening the casting speed. A disembodied thought bubble wonders about the professor. Dahlia raises her hand, declaring that something is impossible. Ludger stares intently. A student raises her hand, introducing herself. I am a sophomore, Flora Lumos, she states. A voice whispers, filled with disbelief. That's impossible. The professor's expression hardens, his gaze intense. Another voice whispers, identifying the speaker. It's Flora. A student whispers to another, observing the scene. Flora finally stepped up. The professor leans forward, his eyes narrowed. I never gave permission to speak besides answering the question, but I'll listen for now. Why is it that you are certain that it is impossible? Flora explains, formulas state, the only method of shortening the casting time, is through repeated proficiency. You speak of accomplishing what no genius has ever done before. The professor's expression is one of disbelief. So I cannot believe it. The professor continues, his thoughts swirling. What if it's not that it couldn't improve, but that it didn't improve? A voice questions, what? A narration box explains, magic has become stagnant because it was overly focused on customs and history. In the meantime, science has steadily advanced to the point that it threatens the position that magic has held for so long. He states that magic also has the possibility of improvement, implying that the current methods are not optimal. The professor concludes that Flora's statement is incorrect. Ludger explains that because no one has tried to improve upon magic, he shall have to be the first. Flora asks if he really means what he is saying, questioning his confidence. She thinks to herself that his pride is shameless. Ludger responds that it would be difficult to understand with just an explanation, so he will show them right away, conjuring a magical circle. A speech bubble asks if he knows the average casting time of Fluttering Flame. Flora asks about the spell. The text states that to cast it, it takes 10 seconds, but a higher rank could shorten it to 5 seconds. Ludger states that he is speaking of methods that would match the level of the students attending his lecture. Flora says that it would depend on who is casting the spell. She thinks to herself that she can do it a bit faster than that. Ludger says that the fastest possible would be 5 seconds. He then asks if she can come up to the lectern and show it to them in person, noting her impressive confidence. Flora responds that she will. Ludger walks forward, his footsteps echoing in the room. A swirl of magical energy manifests. Flora Lumos casts a spell, a golden aura surrounding her. The students are impressed. One comments on how fast it was, while another notes that it's expected of the daughter of the Lumos family. Ludger states that it took 4.78 seconds to cast. The students are shocked by the speed, which seems unbelievable for a sophomore. One student notes that the process was also perfect. Flora thinks to herself that it's still too slow. Flora states that a third-rank wizard's fastest time is 4.41 seconds, so her time is still too slow. She thinks that if she gets more used to it, she can do it even faster. Ludger thinks that 4.41 seconds is still way too slow. The students whisper, wondering if he really means that and how fast he can cast it when he speaks like this. Observe. Fluttering Flames is used like this, the narration box explains, as a gloved hand holds a thin wand. He extends the wand, a thin line of orange energy emanating from its tip. Flora wonders what he is doing, noting that it's not the technique for Fluttering Flames. The energy coalesces into a complex, glowing orange circle filled with arcane symbols. Flora observes the spell with a mixture of curiosity and concern. A student looks on in surprise. Other students murmur in astonishment, one exclaiming that the spell was completed instantly, taking less than 1 second. Flora realizes that it definitely wasn't the technique for Fluttering Flames, and that there was no process at all for the spell to be completed. Ludger states that he'll show them once more for those who missed it. His gloved hand holds the wand, preparing to cast the spell again. The energy coalesces into the same complex, glowing orange circle filled with arcane symbols. Flora looks on, her expression a mix of awe and concern. The students sit in silence, their expressions shifting as they listen to the new professor. Finally, all of your expressions have changed. Ludger explains that the Fluttering Flames he activated just before took 0.24 seconds. It's a drastic difference from the existing record. However, it will seem unusual at the same time, because when he first cast it, the technique was not Fluttering Flames. Ludger continues, stating that what is effeminate is that he used the spell Fluttering Flames. To be exact, he used a spell to cast another spell. A spell technique to cast another spell? A student whispers, questioning the explanation. Thus, once he inputs the cost, it spits out the chosen results right away. A unique type of blueprint, you could say. Through the biological hardware called a wizard, consuming data called mana, and following a program called technique activates the software called magic. Ludger calls this source code. Source code? I've never heard of that type of magic. What is this person? Was her question resolved, Flora Lumos? Ludger states that she interfered in his lecture and acted without his permission. He continues, asking if she admits her wrongdoing, stating that she couldn't overcome her own prejudices. Flora admits it. Ludger declares that her actions were an indefensible challenge against authority. Because of this, Ludger gives Flora Lumos 10 penalty points. Flora murmurs in disbelief, wondering how this could be, questioning that she received penalty points. A close-up of Flora's face reveals her distress. And so, Ludger walks away. However, Ludger states that the technique for Fluttering Flames that she showed was perfect. Ludger will bestow 10 award points to her, stating he doesn't hate students with skill. He tells Flora that her actions were praiseworthy. She quietly thanks him. One of the students wonders if the penalty points were actually removed. Flora stands beside another student. Cheryl says she is okay and thanks someone for worrying about her. Flora expresses her relief. It was expected of Flora. Cheryl looks off to the side. Ludger states that they should officially start the lesson. Ludger says he will select a few students who can follow along well with the lesson and teach them the source code. The students react. Ludger stands in front of the class. One of the students wonders if he chose a bad class because people were saying weird things about the professor. He exclaims that it's amazing, realizing he really did come to Soren. The lesson ends, and everyone is instructed to go back and review. A figure walks away. A student thinks that it was amazing to see something like that. Ludger thinks to himself that he will end. Ludger thinks that commoners just won't do. A character holds a book, looking off to the side. The silence hangs heavy between them. The blonde man looks around the room. The blonde man asks, "Oh, you were talking to me?" A chibi version of Ludger Cherish responds, "Sorry, are you mocking me?" Ludger Cherish seems surprised. The blonde man says, "I'm telling you, it really wasn't like that. If you were speaking of the Baron Felio household." A teal-haired man walks down the stairs, thinking, "Isn't it located at the farthest frontiers of the empire?" The blonde man sighs. Ludger Cherish asks, "Does Soren accept infants nowadays?" The teal-haired man thinks, "Better than accepting the idiotic kid of a childish Baron household." The blonde-haired man's face contorts with rage. He mutters under his breath, calling someone a punk. The man raises his hand, a wand crackling with energy in his grasp. He declares that they will pay the price for their words, daring to insult a noble. The teal-haired man stares intently. The blonde-haired man's eyes widen in surprise, questioning what is happening. A hand slams down on a table with a resounding thud. A voice demands that someone try it. A foot steps forward, the speaker warning that they will see what happens if they attack here. The teal-haired man retorts that even if the blonde-haired man is a noble, it will be difficult for him to get off scot-free in Soren. He asks if the blonde-haired man didn't get the notice before coming in. A wide shot of the classroom reveals other students. A voice reminds someone to shout while checking the situation around them, noting that there are still people present. The blonde-haired man looks enraged. The blonde-haired man declares that they should just watch. The teal-haired man sighs in relief as a brown-haired man approaches. The brown-haired man thanks the teal-haired man for helping him. Ludger says there's no need to be thankful. He was just upset that the other person was messing around while being a noble. The brown-haired man calls Ludger a nice guy, but Ludger says whatever and that he's leaving, questioning if the other man even heard what he said. The brown-haired man says he'll go too. Ludger wonders if he even knows where he's headed. The brown-haired man asks if the thing Ludger is holding is the textbook for alchemy. Ludger thinks that it's also his next class. Ludger tells the brown-haired man that it would be best if he didn't give off those kinds of signals. The brown-haired man thinks about Buna's signals and commoner's signals, signs that he didn't learn magic properly. He wonders if that's true, and that he doesn't know too much about that. Ludger says that he also needs to know what is going on around Soren, especially from the second year. There will be students with overwhelming footing. The brown-haired man thinks about Flora Lumos, the sophomore, the one who went up to the podium during class. The brown-haired man thinks that he heard her personality is garbage, so it's best to be wary of her. There are rumors that the reason the previous spell-casting teacher quit is because of her. Next is from the Exilian Empire's noble lineage. The third princess, Elendil von Exilian. The student with teal hair states that nothing good will come of commoners interacting with upper nobility like her. A voice states that the person who leads the largest noble faction among the second years is next. The name is revealed to be Fruden-Woolberg. The teal-haired student wonders if that means one of the three ducal families. The blonde student states that the fool from before was part of that faction, and that he has already been marked by that side. Ludger states that there is nothing he can do about that. He asks if there is anyone else. The teal-haired student says that there are a few more, and that he will tell Ludger on the way there. He asks if Ludger wants to eat together later. A voice expresses shock and asks why. A character with long dark hair thinks this. The long-haired character thinks that the response was much better than he expected. The long-haired character thinks that he didn't expect this much. The long-haired character thinks that this world's basic time frame is around 19th century Earth. He adds that even if you consider the power of magic, there are a lot of shortcomings compared. He concludes that is why he tried grafting science and magic when making source code, and that he never thought A disembodied voice reflects on a past reaction. The voice continues, recalling the master's first impression of his creation. The evaluation, however, was limited. The voice admits that he can use magic quickly and accurately, but the limit is at third rank, and the creation process is complex. He realizes he can't keep pushing only source code. The voice wonders what this place is. A gloved hand reaches for a door handle. Ludger expresses his surprise. A woman with white hair welcomes Professor Ludger, remarking on the interior's beauty. Ludger wonders where he is. A caption explains that Soren provides each professor with their own personal space, where they can do what they want comfortably. Ludger asks what brings the woman here, wondering if he came somewhere he shouldn't have. He states that he is just curious, and honestly. The woman responds that Professor Ludger is a valuable lecturer here at Soren, adding that he is honest. As the principal, Elisa Willow states that she must pay particular attention to Ludger. He thinks to himself, wondering why his body feels itchy when he makes eye contact. Elisa Willow apologizes, stating that she's had her fill of surprises. Ludger reflects that the other newly appointed professors were all surprised. He thinks to himself that he was last, wondering if he appeared at the other professors' offices as well. Elisa Willow considers something, thinking, perhaps. Had she noticed something? Ludger thinks to himself that even if it's a secret society, he wonders if, as someone who could become a principal, she could catch wind of strange movements within Soren. Is she perhaps suspecting him? Elisa Willow thinks to herself that it's unfair for her. She doesn't belong to the secret society, but she's the secret society executive. Ludger exclaims, "Ah." before asking if she accepted newly admitted students to her lecture. Elisa Willow replies that she had no plans of discriminating between class years and that she wasn't trying to find. She agrees with the man's methods, finding no fault in them. There are a couple of amazing first years this time. There's a student who uses uncommon magic as well. The man asks if that is so, stating he just obtained the student attendance sheet. Regardless, since the princess is also attending, please. The man thinks about the royal princess. Elisa Willow states she has great expectations from Professor Ludger. Elisa Willow is glad that Ludger managed to finish his first lecture well. The reviews from the students weren't bad, so her concern is lessened. The man suggests that she should have some tea before she goes. Elisa Willow thanks him. Elisa Willow appreciates the gesture, but she has. Please take care of me from now on. How is it? The man asks. A voice wonders if Mr. Ludger is trustworthy. The sound of footsteps echoed through the hall. To be honest, he doesn't really know. The woman with the black bun walked alongside the silver-haired man. He stated that he was watching those who are the most suspicious. The silver-haired man tilted his head slightly, his expression thoughtful, but he hasn't been able to reach a conclusion yet. Is that so? The woman with the black bun stated that if the principal stepped up, then she definitely thought there would be some progress. The silver-haired man chuckled softly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Even after meeting his captivating Vascania twice, the silver-haired man's expression remained unreadable, his thoughts hidden behind a veil of composure. He didn't know that he wouldn't get swayed at all by it. If he was a fourth rank, he should have fallen into it. For him to not show any reaction even after he faced his Vascania. Meanwhile, it means that he resisted his Vascania's power with his will alone. Ludger Cherish sat alone in a dimly lit room, his expression unreadable. Elisa Willow muses that he's a really interesting guy. The narration explains that the train terror attack was due to a certain group that has recently hidden itself inside of Soren. Someone thinks to themselves that they can't let even the trivial things slide away. The narration wonders if the train terror attack was only a blindfold. Ludger walks through a dimly lit area. The narration states that the person called Ludger was changed amidst the attack. Elisa Willow asks Mr. Wilford what he thinks about it. Mr. Wilford thinks to himself that he doesn't really know yet, but Mr. Wilford thinks that it's just the gut feeling of an old man. The narration states that Mr. Wilford's ability to judge others is trustworthy. Someone thinks to themselves that they'll have to watch him for a little bit longer. Equality. Ludger expresses his frustration. Private face-to-face talk, my ass. No matter how he looks at it, she was here to interrogate him. Well, whatever. He didn't do anything that had let them catch his tail. Let's just continue doing what we were doing. Now that he thinks about it. The Lumos family is an influential Duke family. No way, her family wouldn't give him any pressure because of the incident back there, right? He even gave her an award point as a sign of reconciliation. By the way, just like what the principal said, there are many talented kids. From a newcomer who's backed by the magic tower all the way to the princess of the empire. Huh. Is this the boy who possesses uncommon magic? He muses that the boy has a familiar face. Ludger decides he will be able to remember it later. He thinks he can't lower his guard. Ludger reflects on Flora's gaze, thinking it seems like she doesn't trust him yet. He recalls the girl calling him Mr. First Order. He thinks that it's not like she didn't know Ludger's face when he got on the train, which means he thinks she naturally accepted Ludger's change of appearance. Ludger considers if the real Ludger was someone who specialized in disguise and infiltration. He thinks that of course he shouldn't. He already knows how he would end up if he got caught. Ludger considers that there's also no certainty that they would save him, even after he contributed to the organization. He stood near the bookshelf, the scent of old paper and leather filling the air. For now, Ludger could only do his best as a professor. A knock echoed through the room, followed by the sound of the door opening. A man entered, his voice polite. Hello, Professor Ludger. I'm here to deliver this, a patrol warrant. Ludger took the warrant, a puzzled expression on his face. Yes, because today is Professor Ludger's turn. Now that he thought about it, there was a related clause in the contract. The man bowed slightly. Anyway, since I have given it to you, I'll take my leave. The door clicked shut behind him. Ludger stared at the patrol warrant, a frown deepening on his brow. A patrol warrant, huh? Elsewhere, the academy loomed under the moonlight. Well, nothing much will happen, right? Inside, students milled about, their voices echoing in the large hall. A classroom bustled with activity as students practiced their skills. What? A blonde woman stood before the academy, her expression one of disbelief. Say it to me once more. The silver-haired woman's voice rises, her tone defiant. I told you that there's no reason as to why I should leave. She continues, her words laced with a hint of challenge. Because this is a place that can be used freely by anyone. If you're really uncomfortable about it, why don't you guys leave instead? The silver-haired woman stands firm, her expression unwavering. Lady Dynema's eyes narrow, a sneer twisting her lips. Are you talking back to me right now? A mere, crude commoner like you. The silver-haired woman retorts, her voice steady. Soren doesn't divide the rank of a student through status or bloodline. Don't you know that? Lady Dynema scoffs, her gaze condescending. You believe such words that were told to you just to make you blindly happy? The two women stand their ground, the tension between them palpable. The silver-haired woman's expression hardens, a hint of defiance in her eyes. These guys don't have any intention of listening to it properly. Lady Dyneema's voice drips with disdain. Now that you heard it, as a commoner, you should kneel down and beg for forgiveness. The silver-haired woman remains standing, her gaze unwavering in the face of Lady Dyneema's demand. Lady Dyneema's anger flares, her words sharp and biting. How dare a mere commoner ignore my words? The silver-haired woman's hand tightens around a wand, her knuckles white with tension. Such a thing. Lady Dyneema, surrounded by a swirling green aura, declares her fury. The magical energy intensifies, coalescing into a concentrated beam of emerald light. The beam surges forward, a torrent of raw magical power unleashed. A nearby observer gasps in shock, recognizing the attacker. Lady Dyneema. The beam of magical energy continues its relentless path. Her eyes wide with terror, the silver-haired woman braces for the impact. A piercing scream echoes through the training grounds. The magical attack reaches its zenith, bathing the area in an intense green glow. Suddenly, the attack is disrupted by an unseen force, crackling energy scattering the beam. A blonde-haired woman, standing with her hands outstretched, demands, "Who is it? Who dares to interrupt?" Her voice booms, questioning, "What are you doing?" The blonde-haired woman expresses her disbelief. "I can't believe that you fight as you please in a training ground that was created for the purpose of raising a wizard's skill." Flora looks up, a mixture of concern and disapproval etched on her face. Ludger Cherish stands amidst a crowd of students, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. He thinks to himself, "I can't believe a problem this big happened at the start of the semester." The professor's cloak billows behind him as he continues his internal monologue. "Soren must have looked ridiculous to you." Flora's expression hardens as she calls out, "PR Professor Ludger?" Ludger reflects, "I was thinking of ending it with a warning if it was a simple fight, but no matter how I look at it, it's a one-sided attack." A student asks, "Why are you doing this?" Ludger's face is impassive. A voice declares, "How noble the blood you have is not important." Flora states, "That's why I can't just let this slide." Ludger commands, "Follow me immediately." The group begins to move. Lady Dyneema's face contorts in fury, her eyes narrowed and teeth gritted. The words hang in the air, a venomous declaration. Mere fallen aristocrat. A figure stands with their back turned, long dark hair cascading down their spine. Lady Dyneema gasps, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. A green-haired man smiles faintly, his expression unreadable. A silver-haired woman gulps, her eyes darting nervously. The figure's face remains partially obscured, a hint of a smirk playing on their lips. The question echoes, laced with menace. "What did you just say?" The figure glances back, a predatory glint in their eyes. A figure in a long coat stands over a blonde woman, a dark aura emanating from them. A silver-haired man speaks to a pink-haired woman. "Ah," she replies. Two pairs of feet stand on a tiled floor. The figure in the long coat asks, "Did you call me a fallen aristocrat?" The silver-haired man says, "Professor Selena, this way." The pink-haired woman looks shocked. A gloved hand reaches out. A voice shouts, "Professor Ludger." The Soren professor grips Lin's arm tightly, his expression stern. The professor speaks, his voice laced with a controlled intensity. Lin's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of apprehension crossing her face. The Soren professor continues, his words measured. "Just like what you said, I'm indeed a fallen aristocrat, but this place is Soren, and I'm a Soren professor." The Soren professor's gaze intensifies. What you said was clearly challenging the authority of the professor. The professor's grip tightens. "Am I wrong?" The Soren professor looks down at Lin, awaiting her response. Lin can only manage a small, "Ah." The professor continues, his voice firm. "So I'll let it pass as a warning this time for your slip of the tongue. Of course, you will receive appropriate disciplinary action for what you did to your classmate." The Soren professor turns away, addressing Lin one last time. "Lin, did you get hurt anywhere?" He sighs in relief when she responds, "Pardon? Ah, no? Then it's a relief." A woman with pink hair tells someone that she'll leave the rest to Professor Selena. The camera pans out, showing a wider view of the academy and its students. A student thinks to herself, surprised that Professor Ludger knows her name. Someone reflects on being just a commoner among many others, not worthy of special attention. Ludger Cherish's expression hardens as he thinks, in Soren. The student thinks that everyone is equal. A student smiles softly. Someone gains the feeling that they can trust and follow him. A chibi character declares, "I'll do." Someone exclaims, "My best." The scene shifts to a night view of trees. Ludger Cherish sits on a bench, looking dejected. He clutches his head, looking distressed. His hand tightens into a fist. Ludger thinks to himself, "I survived. I'd be in big trouble if I didn't have the pills." He furrows his brow, wondering, why the hell did a commotion have to happen at such a time? Ludger reflects, "I almost showed a ridiculous appearance. I felt the initial symptoms coming on when I entered the first training center. Even so, it was still bearable until then." Ludger thinks, but in the middle of it, the symptoms got worse, and I was about to leave the place quickly. But why the hell did she say that out loud at that kind of timing? He recalls, "I think that I said something plausible." Ludger thinks, "But my face was probably a mess. Wouldn't it look weird? The one that I took out and drank just now was the last one." Ludger sits on a bench, contemplating. There might be an incident where I have to use mana in those 5 days. Even so, If I borrowed the pharmacy, I would leave a record. I might be able to hold on for 5 days, but... He thinks to himself that it's dangerous like this. He realizes he has to contact him as soon as possible. The word werewolf is mentioned. Ludger asks what was said. Someone replies yes, mentioning werewolf. The students who were visiting Let Helk yesterday saw a black shadow wandering around on top of the building's rooftops amidst the night fog. Lynn says it's just like a city ghost story she sees. Ludger asks right, but there are even witnesses inside Soren. Lynn says to be seeing something else, but there's a probability to it, because there are also strange phenomena that happen inside of Soren. There's also Soren's 7 ghost stories, she says. Ludger says there's something like that. Lynn asks if he didn't know about it, adding that Professor Selena knows a lot about ghost stories she sees. She insists that she wasn't meticulously searching for ghost stories in Soren Academy. Lynn explains that she was just trying to have a natural conversation with the student and was thinking about what topic would be good for it. She claims it was a compliment. She is told to calm down, but she insists that it's really not like that. Lady Dyneema overhears the conversation. It's mentioned that someone showed off a very fancy subject in their first class, a groundbreaking magic that shortened the duration of spellcasting. They wonder what the name was again. The scene shifts to a dining hall where several people are seated at tables. Ludger is asked if it's true. He responds with a slight grimace. Lady Dyneema agrees, stating that it's true and she sees. She adds that she can't believe such a spell exists. The characters glance at each other. Ludger appears to be thinking something over. It's explained that everyone has an interest in Professor Ludger's spell, and the rumor has already spread wide. Ludger eats. Someone wonders if it's okay to just show such a groundbreaking spell here, and another responds that if it's that great, they can even gain a patent from the magic. He states that he doesn't really care about that kind of thing. A hand reaches for a fork near a plate of food. The inner monologue continues, revealing that if he doesn't have any backing, he's prone to being robbed or beaten up. He also doesn't know what will happen if the magic tower approaches him first. The problem, he thinks, is that the other professors are glaring at him with flames lit in their eyes. Someone wonders if he is Chris Benamor, noting that he could kill someone with a stare like that. A voice muses, werewolf, huh? Elsewhere, a cityscape is bathed in the light of a full moon. The camera focuses on the rooftops of a European-style town under the moonlight. Chris Benamor stands outside a building, noting that someone is late. Is he wandering around the surroundings for a bit? The transformation begins, bones cracking and fur sprouting. The transformation intensifies. The figure is now fully transformed into a werewolf, its silhouette towering against the night. The transformation continues, bones cracking and reforming with sickening speed. Ludger strikes the werewolf, the force of the blow enough to send it staggering. The werewolf cries out in pain. Ludger stands over the downed beast, his expression grim. The werewolf lies prone, Ludger's shadow falling over him. I was wondering why you were so late. So you were waiting to do this kind of prank. The werewolf spits, blood flecking his snout. Damn it. The werewolf struggles to rise, his voice strained. Still, would it hurt you to stay still and act surprised? Brother. A voice echoes from above. Yes, long time no see. A man with dark hair and a knowing smirk stands in the moonlight. Hans. The professor observes, noting that he still steers incidents wherever he goes, whether in the past or now, and questions his current appearance. A voice echoes, filled with frustration, wondering who would want to end up like this. A deep voice rumbles, expressing disbelief that the puppy brat has come to this. Hans, now in a half-human, half-beast form, wonders if he'll be rushed by some old lady. Soren Professor warns Hans not to joke around about another person's business, revealing that he thought he might have suffered from some kind of curse. Hans asks if Soren Professor came with a counteragent. Soren Professor administers the counteragent. Hans sighs in relief, stating that he should be able to go around normally now. Hans's face is shown in a close-up, revealing his fangs. Soren Professor remarks that if it wasn't for him, Hans would be suffering for a couple more days. A memory surfaces, their first meeting. He recalls coming to find someone, tasked with hunting a cryptid, only to be dumbfounded by the discovery of a huge chihuahua. It was a relief, he thinks, that he could communicate properly at that time, or else he would have died. More than that, I'm Ludger now, Ludger Kellecy. Oh, now that he thinks about it, he wrote the letter in that way. Moreover, a Soren Professor, you said. When the hell did you create that identity? You asked me to meet you in the capital city, but why are you in Let Helk? What the hell happened? But you are hella awesome as well. If it were me, I would have stuttered and gotten caught without even being able to move. How did you make up such excuses there? I needed to do it in order to survive. Did I have any other choice? A voice muses that Ludger is affiliated with an unknown secret society. The man adds that he is an executive titled as a First Order. The man repeats the title, First Order. Wolford remembers something about it. The voice continues, stating that there are new guys in the underworld who call themselves members of an order. Ludger realizes it's them. The voice asks what the organization's name is. The name Black Dawn Society is revealed. The voice confirms that was definitely their name. Ludger is told that he was able to get away because he was lucky, and that he will get caught if he makes the slightest mistake. He responds that's why he has to get prepared. Wolford says, here, and notes that the suitcase hasn't been opened. Ludger asks if he thinks he's crazy enough to try opening the suitcase. Even though he wants to open it, he can't. A voice muses on the unexpected turn of events, adding that there's no need for apologies. The same voice notes that he and someone else are in the same situation. Someone is clinging to drugs. A voice says that he could have been met right away if he had arrived 2 days ago. Ludger asks why he was asked to wait in the letter. Wolford reacts with confusion, asking what Ludger is talking about. Ludger insists that he arrived in Lethelk just today. He asks Wolford what he means. Ludger wonders if he was supposed to hang around with such an appearance for 2 days. Wolford is standing behind Ludger. Wolford exclaims, calling Ludger brother, and says not to tell him that. Ludger looks concerned. A voice says it's a. The text proclaims the existence of a real werewolf. A close-up reveals the sharp ears and dark fur of a werewolf against the backdrop of a full moon. The werewolf snarls, its fangs bared. Damn it, so it's real. It thinks. Whispering, Flora Lumos suggests they use this chance to leave, but her companion insists that moving will only reveal them. It seems like the werewolf is searching its surroundings for prey. Hans looks off to the side, lost in thought. A close-up reveals a tag hanging around the werewolf's neck. Hans tells Flora Lumos that he should check it out after all. Flora Lumos questions if he's going to catch that werewolf. Soren Professor notices something sparkling around the werewolf's neck, musing that maybe someone released that guy deliberately. He wonders who the hell did such a thing. The text states that someone should find out starting now. A gloved hand grips something tightly. Hans remarks that it's been a long time since he's seen himself use that. He stands in a dimly lit room, a briefcase in hand. He wonders what it was again that he wore back then. The name Van Helsing echoes. The name Abraham Van Helsing reverberates. The sound of something heavy landing. A massive werewolf stands atop a building, silhouetted against the night sky. Hans walks down a street, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the night. A close-up reveals the werewolf's snarling face, its teeth bared. The werewolf leaps from the rooftop. The werewolf lands heavily on the ground. The werewolf advances, its massive form casting a long shadow. The werewolf's glowing eyes pierce the darkness. Hans observes the werewolf, thinking that, as expected, there's a leash tied to its neck. An unseen figure's voice echoes, filled with a dark promise. But I will be able to answer them once I catch and torture him, right? A surge of crimson energy erupts as Abraham Van Helsing transforms, his body contorting into the monstrous form of a werewolf. The werewolf, Abraham Van Helsing, stands before Hans, a hulking silhouette against the dim light. He steps forward, his foot disturbing a puddle, the water rippling with an unnatural blue glow. The werewolf is suddenly enveloped in a swirling vortex of blue energy. The blue energy intensifies, crackling around the transformed Van Helsing. Hans stands firm, his expression unreadable as the energy surges around him. The werewolf form of Abraham Van Helsing is now completely saturated with the blue energy. Hans remains composed, his gaze fixed on the werewolf before him. A subtle smile plays on Hans' lips, hinting at the power he wields. A complex magical circle materializes, glowing with intense blue light. The werewolf is struck by an unseen force, the impact sending tremors through his massive frame. He is sent hurtling backwards through the air. The werewolf crashes to the ground, incapacitated. Hans stands over him. The ultrasonic waves distort Van Helsing's face, causing him immense pain. Peeking from behind a wall, a man wonders, is that guy suddenly like that? Did it eat something wrong? The werewolf writhes in agony. I rang ultrasonic waves throughout this whole area that ordinary people can't hear, Hans thinks. Hans thinks, your head must be in pain. I don't need to use an expensive silver bullet. Hans prepares a syringe, his expression grim. The syringe is filled with a clear liquid. The sound of approaching footsteps echoes. Hans approaches the incapacitated Abraham Van Helsing, syringe in hand. The man from behind the wall says, here. The noises were from over here. Everyone move quickly, Hans thinks. Police, huh? Why do they have to have this kind of timing? Hans injects the syringe into the werewolf, who groans in pain. The werewolf, Abraham Van Helsing, snarls in frustration. Damn it. Hans unleashes a chain weapon, the links blurring as they extend. The chain whips through the air, propelled by an unseen force. The chain continues its relentless pursuit. The chain stretches further, seeking its target. Hans gives chase, his eyes fixed on Abraham Van Helsing. A voice echoes, filled with determination. I won't let you escape. Hans leaps forward, the chain weapon trailing behind him like a crackling whip. One of the guards shouts that there is someone on the roof. The other guard orders to seize every suspicious person around the area. Ludger runs across the rooftop. Ludger and Abraham Van Helsing run across the rooftop. Abraham Van Helsing falls from the rooftop. Ludger jumps from the rooftop. Abraham Van Helsing is in werewolf form. Ludger falls from the rooftop. Abraham Van Helsing is in werewolf form. He intends to simply beat you down. Ludger and Abraham Van Helsing are on the roof. He held his weapon at the ready, declaring, but you've left me no choice. The professor unleashed a torrent of magical energy. The magical assault continued, blurring the air with its intensity. The barrage of energy intensified, each strike carrying the weight of a thunderclap. The werewolf form of Abraham Van Helsing was struck by the full force of the attack. The professor prepared another attack, remarking, you have good senses. Ludger continued. My intention was to end you with that attack just now. He stands over Abraham, the werewolf's hulking form crouched low. A surge of magical energy erupts from Ludger's hands, a blinding blue light coalescing into a concentrated blast. The blast slams into Abraham, the force of the impact radiating outward in a shockwave of pure energy. Power crackles around Ludger's hand as he focuses his energy. The werewolf is thrown backward, the magical force ripping through the air. The impact reverberates through Abraham's body. The werewolf form is sent hurtling through the air, a cloud of dust and debris marking his violent trajectory. Ludger prepares another attack, his expression grim. He moves forward, closing the distance between them. Another blow lands, the force of it visible in the werewolf's strained posture. Ludger attacks again, his movements a blur of speed and power. The sound of a powerful blow echoes. He lands a solid punch on Abraham, the force of the blow evident. Another powerful impact resonates. Ludger continues his assault against Abraham in his werewolf form. The young professor's expression is grim. Abraham's eye reflects a fierce intensity. The sound of a heavy impact echoes through the night. The werewolf stands silhouetted against the night sky. Meanwhile, footsteps echo through the cobblestone streets. Wilford walks along the street, a worried expression on his face. He said he went to catch the werewolf, but when the hell is he? Wilford continues his search, coming back. A pained roar echoes through the night. Appearing suddenly behind Wilford, Ludger asks if he's surprised. Wilford curses, annoyed that Ludger didn't give him a heads up before appearing out of nowhere, nearly causing him to drop his suitcase. Wilford asks if the werewolf from a while ago is the reason for this. Ludger tells him not to tell him, he's just going to leave it like this. Wilford says he finished gathering the information, so he doesn't need it anymore. A dog asks why he brought it along, then says he did it because. Ludger says he wanted to surprise Wilford. Wilford asks if he's still holding a grudge from his tricks on him a while ago. After checking, it was found that thing is not a real cryptid. It's an artificial cryptid, a product of some sort of experiment. Wilford thinks they should move forward with their prior arrangements. Ludger tells him not to tell him, he means that plan. Ludger says they should settle down. This place is better than the capital city in various ways. They have no choice but to stay in this city for a while, anyway. Wilford says it's great because all kinds of accidents will take their attention. He tells Ludger to just gather the important information for now. He asks if Soren is along with an unidentified secret organization. Also, don't forget that the lunatics that just released that cryptid are here. And since it's a big city, there will also be some back alley gangsters. A dog asks if he's alone. Ludger says he's currently being suspected, so he can't make any rash movements. He thinks to himself that he should gather some information first and keep himself informed. He resolves to step up after this. Mr. Wilford nods, stating that's his specialty. He reflects that he can't expect things to flow smoothly, even though he can't move right away. He considers that he should gather his own allies early to prepare for things, just in case. A newspaper clipping shows a werewolf with a laboratory sign. It is thought that an ordinary force is not behind the experiment. He thinks to himself that it doesn't matter now, as he has taken care of the werewolf. For now, he doesn't want to be involved with anything that's problematic. A newspaper clipping reports that the unidentified killer who appeared in Ledhelk is still alive and well. Last Sunday, 5 more deaths occurred in Ledhelk. A newspaper clipping states that the total number of deaths has exceeded 10. A newspaper clipping reports that the identity of the culprit remains unknown, but witnesses state that it was a terrible beast with black fur. The cops said that the culprit was just a. Hans reads a newspaper clipping that describes the killer as a lunatic. They've also announced that they will find and arrest the culprit soon. Hans wonders how this could have happened on a Sunday. Someone boasts about getting rid of the werewolf on Saturday. Another wonders if there is more than one werewolf. A hand holds a newspaper, an orb floating above a desk. A meeting is in progress. Someone calls out, Professor Ludger here. The group discusses Ludger Kellecy, wondering if he invented an amazing spell. Someone comments that the aristocrat acts like he's setting the mood. It's reported that 2 first-year students were attacked last night, but fortunately, the attack wasn't life-threatening, though they were severely wounded. The wounds on a student look like scratches from a beast. Someone who opened his eyes during the attack said that a terrible beast attacked them. The rumors that have been going around for the last week are thought to be real. They say that there are victims in Ledhelk. The principal has arrived, asking everyone to be quiet. Professor Mary Ross is in charge of pharmacology and has been working in Soren for over 20 years. The sound of something breaking echoes. Footsteps approach. Professor Hugo Bortag sits in contemplation. A mysterious assailant has recently appeared in Soren. 2 new students were seriously injured last night. The culprit's identity remains unknown, but according to witnesses, the attacks were done by a werewolf, a cryptid. A voice declares that this is impossible. Professor Hugo Bortag is asked if he has anything to say. A man states that this is Soren. He scoffs, saying that werewolves do not exist in Soren and questions how he could believe a ghost story circulating among students. Professor Hugo listens intently. A woman in a patterned dress states that there are already 2 victims. A man with a neatly groomed mustache says he heard it very well, and that's why he strongly believes it's not a werewolf. A person with lavender hair wonders if both of the victims are of noble lineage. A voice declares that the culprit is a Soren student. The man with the mustache says he believes that the student is a commoner. A cartoon drawing shows a character thinking that that's the problem these days, and that they smell the usual boomer. The news hits hard. The woman with silver hair is stunned. The man with gray hair questions if a commoner student could be responsible. A voice booms, questioning why only aristocratic students were hurt. The speaker reveals that a werewolf attacked Soren. The man with orange hair and glasses finds it more believable that someone impersonated a werewolf. The figure with crossed arms remains silent, observing the unfolding situation. The dark-haired man reflects, realizing his underestimation of the Black Dawn Society. Disbelief hangs in the air. Someone can't believe they're fighting as factions when they should be gathering their strength. The man with the mustache and the woman with silver hair are shown in profile, their expressions unreadable. A question lingers. Is this the reality of Soren, the best academy on the continent? The dark-haired man wonders aloud. A gloved hand rests on a surface, perhaps contemplating the situation. A pair of piercing blue eyes stare intently. Professor Ludger Cherish stands tall, his gloved hand raised slightly. A small, metallic crab-like object rests in his palm. A scrap of paper, covered in writing, is held in his gloved hand. The text reads, 3 experiments escaped. Get rid of them immediately if it's not possible to capture them alive. If the experiments are caught, there's a risk that your identity will be revealed. Ludger glances downward, a flicker of concern in his eyes. He adjusts his collar, a subtle gesture of unease. Ludger sits alone, slumped in a chair, lamenting his fate. Oh my God, why did you give me this hardship? A disembodied voice asks, huh? A woman with pink hair questions, Professor Ludger, are you hurt somewhere? He replies, it's nothing. The text reveals, I didn't know that this situation had something to do with the Black Dawn Society. Judging from the course of action, they must have not predicted this incident. He muses that he would be glad if they suffered damages, but Hans contemplates the fact that there's a risk that his identity will be revealed. If it's like this, he can't stay still, his gloved hand clenching into a fist. It'll be over if he gets caught, and they must get rid of them before Soren does. A voice demands what Professor Hugo Bortag wants, but insists that he makes sure that he gets the job done. Hans asks if they're going to set up patrols, adding that they should warn the students not to go around late at night, stating that he doesn't mind. Principal Elisa Willow states that she has to give them penalty points as well, adding that this is an order from herself, the principal. Soren Professor responds that he understands, adding that today's meeting will end here and that it was a good job, everyone. The sounds of the city echo in the night. The rain falls as a lone figure walks along the street. A pair of boots stops abruptly. Professor Hugo Bortag orders someone to stop hiding and come out. Ludger's expression is troubled. Soren Professor stands in the courtyard. The sunlight glints off Ludger's hair as he stands outside. The camera focuses on Ludger's legs as he walks. Ludger thinks to himself about a girl. Ludger wonders who would have thought that she would come here as a student, realizing she's obviously the one who approached him in the beginning. Soren Professor looks off into the distance. Soren Professor asks what's the matter. Ludger tells someone to move first and follow him. Soren Professor looks at Ludger. Soren Professor asks Ludger if he likes coffee. The camera shows the outside of a building. He sits across from a young woman at a small table, a cup of coffee between them. The woman asks, what's your name? She answers herself, and my name is Sedina Rockhen. Ludger observes, since you have a surname, you didn't come in with a commoner identity I see. Sedina stammers, all right, what's your real name? That's my real name. Sedina's feet fidget nervously under the table. Ludger states, it's not a fake identity. Sedina says, well, that's that. You must have followed me because you have something to say. Go ahead. Ludger has cast a voice-blocking spell in advance, thinking to himself that as long as nobody enters this area, they'll be fine. Sedina says, for now I should tell you to change the way you call me. Don't call me First Order from now on. Ludger thinks, pardon? Oh, how can I be so profane? Sedina orders, are you going to call me that in front of other people? This is an order. Ludger says, so, back to the business. What's the current situation? The recent werewolf. Sedina Rockhen states that an incident happened to their affiliated organization. Sedina explains that there was a cryptid experiment being conducted by the Black Wizards in the Shamsa school. She adds that due to their unethical experiments, some experimental subjects have escaped. And one of the experiments happened to come into Soren through a sewer, so there were also victims. A man with long, dark hair and piercing teal eyes looks on. Sedina apologizes, realizing she has talked too much. She explains that it's their own responsibility, so they could hand the incident over to them. But first, no. She came because she heard it had something to do with Professor Ludger. You lent your name according to the other First Orders, Victor Dreadful's command. The man says he was just lending his name, and didn't know it would turn out like this. Victor Dreadful. I should remember him. The man states that since things have gone awry, it's better to get rid of them as soon as possible. Since there are 3 of them, we will also. No, there are 2 of them. A refined voice asks for clarification. Selena seems shocked by something. 2 days prior, one was caught and let Helk. Ludger is contacted by someone who infiltrated as a student without anyone knowing. Selena wonders why someone so talented is still a Third Order. She wonders if someone is being left out, perhaps because they're an aristocrat. As expected from 5 Picafaco, an anti-society organization would be happy to welcome aristocrats. Someone will probably be used up like a consumable and thrown away. A fissure is seen, and someone didn't expect to see one in the Black Dawn Society as well. Perhaps this incident will let someone get something through Sedina. Ludger is informed that they're hiding through the sewer, so he will expand the search around that place first. Soren doesn't know. Selena agrees, but they don't know for how many days. A disembodied voice echoes. I heard your story well, Sedina Raken. Let's meet again if we have another chance. A voice responds, yes. Professor Ludger. Ludger's expression is unreadable. Lynn stares ahead, a look of concern etched on her face. The voice continues, I listened to it well. I will ask you to do so again next time. Ludger and Lynn sit at a table, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken words. Lynn's expression is tense. She sits alone at a table, lost in thought. Lynn gazes out the window, her face a mask of contemplation. A hand grips a railing, the person thinking, what? Was that just now? Ludger peers out the window, a sense of unease washing over him. Magic? He wonders. Lady Dyneema stands outside, her expression a mix of curiosity and suspicion. What on earth are those two talking about? A professor stands at a podium, addressing a large class. A student sits at her desk, lost in thought. The spell seen beyond the cafe's window was obviously designed to block sounds. Ordinary people can't see the colors of magic or smell its scent. But why on earth? What kind of conversation did they have? Let's finish today's lesson for now. Don't wander around while believing weird rumors. If you get caught, there will be penalty points. Hey, have you heard about the werewolf story? Of course I have. Honestly, aren't you curious about it? What if we caught it? Didn't you hear the announcement at the end of the class? If you get caught wandering around, there will be penalty points. We can just not get caught. And if we caught it, they said the city would give us a reward, right? Is that for real? Two students discuss the werewolf story. One says, what? The werewolf story? We'll get penalty points if we get caught, so it's better for us to avoid it. Aiden responds, yes. I knew that you'd say that. Leo thinks, think about it, Leo. I don't really like stepping up either. Footsteps echo on the floor. Tessie says, there are victims due to the werewolf. We should just hand over the case to the professors. Leo greets her, hello, Tessie. Good morning. Tessie questions, what do you mean, good morning? Tessie looks surprised. Aiden says, hey, if you lost, then isn't it about time for you to stop? Was it not a tied match? Tessie retorts, you not but in Aiden and Mai's business? Anyway, this time, let's properly fight again, while not hiding each other's strength and using all of our fighting power. Aiden responds, I don't think it's possible. Tessie asks, why? What do you mean, why? She thinks to herself that she should attend classes in the afternoon, but a werewolf is wandering around at night, so they can't do their activities. Tessie, with a sly smile, accuses Aiden of trying to get away with that excuse. Aiden and Leo exchange glances as Tessie challenges Aiden's reasoning. Tessie insists that they should just say it like that. Tessie continues to press her point, while Aiden and Leo listen intently. Aiden seems confused by Tessie's suggestion. Tessie proposes that the person who catches the werewolf first wins, asking what they say to that. Leo, surprised, exclaims, Leo, as Aiden looks on with a slight smile. Tessie points accusingly, telling them that it's they who should not cry if they lose. The sound of footsteps echoes as someone abruptly leaves. She left, leaving Leo and Aiden behind. Leo explains that he was just agreeing with Tessie offhandedly, adding that the werewolf will be handled by the professors anyway. He remarks that Tessie seems serious. Aiden responds that she wouldn't do something reckless on her own unless she's a fool. Aiden admits that if it's Tessie, she would do it. Leo says no way. Leo remains silent, processing the implications. The two boys watch Tessie through the window, their expressions a mix of concern and disbelief. Tessie walks away, her footsteps echoing on the stone path. Aiden wonders when she got there. It's a relief, Aiden thinks, and they were thinking that she might be a bit reckless. Tessie continues her walk, heading towards the dormitory. Leo and Aiden react with shock, realizing the implications of Tessie's actions. Big trouble. A close-up reveals their panicked expressions, the gravity of the situation sinking in. The academy grounds are quiet under the night sky. Footsteps echo on the cobblestone path. Soren Professor's expression is unreadable. Soren thinks to himself, there are a lot of people looking for him now. That's why. The man with the mustache asks, you are telling me to side with the aristocratic students? I'm just telling you to be a little bit more flexible with them. The man with the mustache continues, isn't it a good requirement? He must have been very anxious that he had to come over to a fallen aristocrat. Soren thinks to himself, even though he was about to tell him that it's advantageous to take the principal's side. In Soren. Soren thinks to himself, what? In Soren, there's no commoners, aristocrats, or royal family. Soren Professor declares, I don't have any intention of bending that principle. The man with the mustache says, then goodbye, I have to do a patrol. He is interrupted by Soren Professor who says, wait. Someone calls out, hey, Professor Ludger. He wonders if sticking to his side will reveal that his family is fake, and questions why he should stick to it. Most of all, Ludger doesn't want to. Ludger looks off to the side, a slight smile playing on his lips. Several students are kneeling on the ground, looking up at Ludger. One of the students asks if they didn't hear that they should go straight back to the dormitory. A voice booms out, stating that all of them receive 5 penalty points. Ludger wonders how many students there are in total with this. He already knows there's reward money, but didn't know that there would be this many students because of it. It's no use giving them penalty points or threatening them. The situation will only get worse like this. Ludger declares that he will deal with it before that happens. A sewage treatment plant is located near Soren. The sewage treatment plant looms in the night. Someone walks into the sewer. Sedina obviously told him that the werewolf entered here through the sewer. He notes that this is the only water pipe that can handle the size of a werewolf. The professor raises his staff, illuminating the damp tunnel. So far, no one has come this way. Ludger continues down the tunnel, the light from his staff reflecting off the damp stone. Werewolf footprints mark the ground. 2 of them, he realizes. Kneeling, Ludger examines the tracks. One big werewolf and a smaller one are going in the same direction. He thinks it will be good if the footsteps don't stop in the middle. The sound of footsteps echoes through the tunnel. The professor continues to follow the tracks deeper into the sewer. The tracks separate here, he realizes. Close up on the werewolf tracks. The bigger werewolf went in the school's direction. There's a high probability that it went in that direction to hunt. Then this werewolf is currently the most dangerous one. He mutters that it would be odd if someone got attacked right away. Ludger reacts to a scream. The scream echoes through the night. A voice thinks it will be too late if they only follow the footsteps. Ludger realizes he'll have to run to where he heard the scream coming from. A werewolf lunges forward. Lady Dyneema curses, realizing it's going to be late like this. The werewolf's claws glow with orange energy. The werewolf's attack intensifies. The werewolf is surrounded by orange energy. The werewolf bares its fangs. The werewolf strikes Lady Dyneema and Lin. Arcane energy crackles in the air. Under the moonlight, she stands with Lin, a dark figure watching them from behind. Lady Dyneema gasps. A student exclaims, "Professor Ludger." The face of Elendil von Exilian is shown. Lin and Lady Dyneema respond. Why yes. Yes, Professor. A figure says, both of you. The students are told, receive 5 penalty points. Ludger versus the werewolf. A voice calls out, desperate for someone to wait. Principal Elisa Willow, visibly upset, declares that Soren Professor should have asked if they were all right. The principal states she is trying to send the students back, adding that Soren Professor has a big mouth when he can't even protect his own body. Soren Professor asks that she at least make up for this student's penalty points. Soren Professor looks away. Lin explains that she was studying when she suddenly fell asleep. Lin apologizes, and Principal Elisa Willow stares at her. Principal Elisa Willow is surprised. What's with this difference in atmosphere? Principal Elisa Willow tells Elendil to take care of Lin and bring her to the dormitory, then both of them will be exempt from penalty points. Soren Professor asks if she is serious. Principal Elisa Willow states that if Lin doesn't like it, it's better for the penalty points, and tells her to go, Junior. A guttural roar tears through the night as Abraham Van Helsing, in his werewolf form, leaps from the rooftop. Soren Professor responds, PR Professor. Over there. He knows. Soren Professor's expression is grim. The werewolf snarls, its eyes gleaming in the darkness. Ludger Cherish and Lin give chase. It's running away. Lin urges, you guys should quickly evacuate to a safe place. The werewolf plummets downward. Soren Professor stands atop a high tower, watching the descent. The werewolf continues to fall. Soren Professor launches himself into the air. Lin looks up, her eyes wide with surprise. The werewolf and Soren Professor float in the night sky. Just now that was floating magic, right? Oh, probably. He stands on the rooftop, the city sprawling beneath him. The rooftops stretch into the distance. The chase continues across the rooftops. The air crackles with energy. Ludger Cherish lunges, a blade flashing in his hand as he aims for Abraham Van Helsing. The air shimmers with the force of the attack. He pivots, launching a kick at the werewolf. The 2 figures clash amidst the rooftops. Ludger Cherish presses his attack, the blade a silver streak against the night. The blade finds its mark, a burst of energy erupting from the point of impact. He drops from above, blade aimed at Van Helsing. The blade connects, a flash of light erupting from the point of impact. Flora Lumos watches the fight with wide eyes. Whoa, is that? Van Helsing roars, fury radiating from his form. Ludger Cherish prepares another attack, blue energy crackling around him. Van Helsing is struck by a blast of energy. Ludger Cherish stands over the downed werewolf. He gathers more energy, preparing to strike again. The energy coalesces into a powerful blast. The werewolf roars again, defiant even in defeat. The battle continues, the air thick with tension as the 2 figures stand poised for the next exchange. Abraham Van Helsing, looking weary, admits, it's tiring. He continues, thinking to himself, I can't fight without magic in front of the students, geez. I need to get this sorted out quickly and get rid of the other one. A surge of power emanates from Van Helsing as his transformation begins. From Ludger's perspective, he is shocked that Abraham still has the strength to move. Van Helsing's hand contorts, bones cracking and reforming into a monstrous claw. Ludger's eyes widen as he witnesses the grotesque metamorphosis. The transformation intensifies, the sounds of tearing flesh and grinding bone filling the air. Ludger, witnessing the transformation, thinks, impossible. Van Helsing's mind races as he completes his transformation, a werewolf. Use tools. The transformation is complete. Abraham Van Helsing now stands as a towering werewolf, teeth bared in a feral snarl. The werewolf prepares to strike, its massive form radiating raw power. A strange symbol hangs in the air. The landscape is barren and desolate. A voice muses about a werewolf that uses tools. The voice continues, considering something made with a wolf as its base. A monstrous figure looms, wreathed in dark energy. A voice wonders if these guys are really werewolves, noting that there's no way they have as much intelligence as a human opponent. The scene fades to black. A voice calls out for Tessie under a starry sky. A man with brown hair and glasses shouts Tessie's name, his face contorted with worry. Aiden asks if it isn't better if they just give up, lamenting that they haven't been able to spot her despite how much they've been looking. A voice declares that it's their fault, asking if they don't know. Aiden is told that it's his fault as well for not refusing the bet properly. He wondered if Tessie was still looking for the werewolf. It seemed to Aiden that Tessie would do it. Ludger Cherish stated that he got it. Ludger suggested they search for only 30 more minutes, and if they still couldn't find her, then they should go back. Ludger Cherish and Aiden continued their search through the forest. Aiden exclaimed that he heard something, that it was Tessie's voice. He urged Ludger to go that way. Feet pounded against the forest floor. Aiden ran towards the sound. A scream echoed through the trees. Aiden called out, but his voice was laced with panic. A woman sat on the ground, rubbing her head. She asked Aiden why he was here. The woman insisted that she screamed because she heard Aiden scream, but Aiden denied ever screaming. Lynn, hearing something, tells Ludger Cherish and Lady Dynema to be quiet and follow him for a moment. Ludger Cherish realizes that they are looking at a werewolf. Lady Dynema wonders if it's a pup. Lynn asks if he won the bet, but Ludger Cherish tells him that he just discovered it and didn't catch it. Someone tells Tessie to wait. Lady Dynema says that as expected, Ludger Cherish doesn't want to lose either. Ludger Cherish replies that it's not that, but he thinks that pup is wounded and can't move. He adds that it's also hiding in a secluded place and even covered in leaves. Lady Dynema wonders if the pup could do that alone with its sick body. Lynn asks if they are saying that there's another werewolf here. Ludger Cherish replies that he doesn't know about that, but the fact is that someone helped the pup. He blinks, his eyes reflecting the faint light. A clawed hand clutches a chain, the metal glinting in the dimness. What's that? Ludger stands with two other students, a looming werewolf figure behind them. The werewolf's maw gaped open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. A sudden shock registers on the face of the teal-haired character. Aiden's eyes widen as he shouts a warning. The werewolf lunges, claws extended, towards the red-haired woman. With a swift kick, the teal-haired character sends the beast reeling back. Leo sprints away from the unfolding chaos. Aiden stares in disbelief. It's a real werewolf. The red-haired woman steals her resolve. See, calm down. I'm gonna get rid of it. The werewolf's eye gleams with a desperate resolve. I need to do it to restore my family. The werewolf attacks the red-haired woman once more. The teal-haired character continues to hold Tessie. Tessie's expression is one of shock. The teal-haired character recoils slightly. Ludger Cherish asks, Tessie, are you okay? Tessie exclaims, what do you mean, why? I can't stand still when my friend is in danger. The werewolf stands tall. The teal-haired character says, don't worry. I think it's being wary because it thinks that the child is going to be in danger. Ludger Cherish asks, right? I'm not wrong, am I? What are you doing? There's no way a werewolf can understand your words. The werewolf states, it's okay. I won't cause any harm to your child. The werewolf remains standing. The werewolf crouches, growling. Ludger Cherish says, I think it overreacted a while ago because of the pop. It really understands your words? But we don't know when it will suddenly show its true colors. Leo, Tessie, I know that my words are too much. Still, please, believe me for once. He stands before Abraham Van Helsing, his hand raised in a gesture of peace. The werewolf towers over him, teeth bared. It's okay. I won't do you any harm. Ludger Cherish holds out a vial, the liquid inside shimmering faintly. That child, his body is very sick, right? Even if its effect is weak, it'll make your child's situation a little bit better. The werewolf's massive clawed hand reaches out towards Ludger. The vial is offered. Suddenly, Abraham is struck by an unseen force, sending him staggering back. The werewolf roars, his face contorted in pain or rage. A figure crackles with golden energy. A voice calls out, Tessie. The glowing figure stands before two others. A man demands, what are you doing here? A voice cries out in shock, PR Professor Ludger. The two figures react with surprise. One stammers, WL. One of the figures declares, I'll ask for your explanation later. Back down for now. Ludger pleads, PL please wait a moment. Ludger thinks, I think that werewolf understands human words. A voice begs, so please reconsider killing them for a moment. Ludger states that it is not nonsense. Ludger wonders if that werewolf is. Ludger's eyes narrow. Ludger is seen with Soren Professor. Someone says, OH. Someone cries out in pain. Soren Professor is surprised. Soren Professor is surrounded by fire. Ludger and Soren Professor are surrounded by fire. Someone says they will hold the other person responsible for their deviant behavior tomorrow. A person is surrounded by fire. A disembodied voice commands a return to the dormitory. The sky is blue with scattered clouds. Three students sit at a long wooden table, looking dejected. The teal-haired student wonders aloud why they were caught by Professor Ludger of all people, as the red-haired student laments that they are doomed. The red-haired student reflects on only showing a loophole and not playing an active role, regretting her actions. The brown-haired student looks down, seemingly lost in thought. A woman with white hair asks if they have been waiting for a while. The students react with shock, exclaiming about the principal's arrival. The principal tells them to sit down comfortably. The principal's presence in person is noted. It is implied that they will not end up with just a normal disciplinary action. A figure with a bandaged arm sits, the question hanging in the air: why were they all summoned? The consequence, it seems, will be a mere penalty point. The professor with long black hair reminds them that they should be aware of how complacent their behavior was the previous night. Had things gone a little bit wrong, someone would have died. The red-haired figure remains silent. The professor with long black hair is told that this is not something to just be passed over, and that they shouldn't be making faces like the world is breaking down, nor should Ludger scare the students too much. The principal asks if it ended well, right? Besides, the situation was also explained in a lot of detail. Aiden, it was heard that you threw yourself to save Tessie? Aiden stammers, saying that's just. Surely they realized their actions were dangerous and wrong. The principal states that's why she decided to give each of them 10 penalty points. The principal continues, stating that she can't criticize the actions that they showed in times of crisis, so she decided to give the three of them each 20 award points. The announcement elicits a surprised reaction from the assembled students and professors. Ludger Cherish stands alongside Principal Elisa Willow, listening intently. A voice echoes, stating that if that's what your honor wants, then keep working hard in the future as well. Another voice responds, expressing gratitude. Ah yes. Thank you, your honor. Ludger turns slightly, a subtle shift in his posture. A close-up reveals a thoughtful expression on Ludger's face. A sharp sound cuts through the air. A voice questions, asking, are you satisfied now, Professor Ludger? Elisa Willow states that she didn't think she would be asked to take good care of those kids, thanking someone and stating she did it because it wouldn't fit her image. A voice wonders if there was really nothing odd about the werewolves. Elisa Willow, standing beside another figure, states that no matter how she recalls it, it wasn't anything too peculiar. The voice concludes that if that's the case, then there's nothing they can do. A white-haired man with golden eyes smirks. The man expresses his gratitude to Professor Ludger, acknowledging that thanks to him, there was no death. He looks forward to Ludger's good performance in the future as well. Ludger sits at a table. The professor looks up. At that time, a werewolf is surrounded by yellow energy. Ludger thinks that was obvious. A human body that hadn't been. A close-up of a werewolf's face. Completely transformed into a werewolf yet. A man in a dark suit sits in a high-backed chair, observing something with a critical eye. The air hangs heavy with unspoken judgment. The unseen perpetrators didn't rely on wolves to create werewolves. They took a more direct approach. They caught human beings, twisting their flesh and bone into monstrous forms, and turned them into werewolves, cursed to stalk the night. He had no regret over his choice, because he would be the one in danger if he didn't get rid of them. Moreover, they hurt people. That fact doesn't change. That's why they became like that. Like that. Ludger Cherish sat in his office, the weight of his past decisions heavy on his shoulders. His gloved hand rested on a glowing orb, its light reflecting in his dark eyes. The orb pulsed with energy, a silent reminder of the power he wielded and the choices he had made. Request. The sky stretches out, a vast expanse of blue and white. A voice muses, wondering if the award points instead of penalty points are just a dream. Aiden, sitting on a bench with Selena, is asked if his arm is okay. Selena mentions that she just needs to be careful for a couple of days. A moment of silence hangs in the air. The man with brown hair, wearing glasses, asks Aiden if he has any concerns. Aiden replies that it's not a concern, but brings up the werewolf pup from yesterday. A strange leash is seen around someone's neck. The man with glasses and Selena are seen talking to Aiden. The man with glasses thinks that it was also the reason he tried to stop Professor Ludger, just in case someone made them artificially. Aiden sits with Flora and Selena on a bench, listening intently. Flora asks if the rumor was false. Aiden replies that he is not certain, adding that it's weird for a werewolf to have a leash attached to them. Selena hesitates, then asks if they should talk about Professor Ludger. At the time, Ludger thinks to himself that he is not certain. Ludger internalizes that he definitely saw something. Flora wonders if Professor Ludger was trying to hide something. Selena looks at Aiden, awaiting his response. Ludger thinks to himself that he is not certain, but he thinks that the professor might know something, though it might only be his imagination. Ludger thinks that Professor Soren shouldn't have a reason to do such a thing. Ludger wonders what if that's the truth. Ludger wonders what if Professor Ludger is someone who actually has a connection with that rumor. Two students stand listening to someone out of view. One of the students wonders if they remember what the principal said. Someone recalls that Professor Ludger explained the situation in detail. Another voice wonders why he would do such a thing, acting according to what they said. It's also noted that Professor Ludger definitely took care of them, even if he pretended not to show it. A student looks shocked. Someone asks if they are suspecting Professor Ludger. Two students look thoughtful. Tessie agrees, thinking they are right. Another voice says there's no need for them to be concerned about it. Someone says it's right away anyway, and more importantly, they are hungry and should go eat something. The students agree that it's lunchtime. The student with red hair looks surprised. A student mumbles that eating together is what friends do. She asks if they are already friends. Someone agrees to go with her. Two people are seen in the sky, agreeing that it is good. Someone asks if all the material they sent has been checked. The current missing people in Let Helk are being discussed. The areas where certain people gather are being discussed. There's a bunch of big guys who come and go busily in the abandoned factory nearby. It is thought that they are there. Ludger Cherish, holding a document, says yes, good job. Someone also checked out the other information they were told to discover. Some workers have gone missing outside. The city recently had a family of 3 among them. Yes, it was the only case where a whole family disappeared. Ludger Cherish says he'll go there soon. One of the men leans against the railing, expressing his boredom. He wonders how much longer they will be there. The other man replies that he is unsure, but estimates around 2 days. One of the men wonders why those bastards escaped. The man states that the kidnapped kid didn't get enough medicine. The man explains that they pulled him out to increase his dosage, but he cried, screamed, and made a great fuss. He adds that the problem was that no one realized that his parents would create a fuss after seeing that. One of the men asks about their child. The other man replies that is why they made a mess and escaped. A man with blonde hair and a red tie stands with werewolves. He says that it seems that they've asked for help. The man says that it was from a trustworthy person to take care of it. He adds that anyway, that means the kid bastard made them suffer like this, right? The man says that is for sure. He adds that if he was there then, he would have. The man flinches. A man with slicked back black hair looks down at Soren Professor. A belt is tightened. The man with slicked back black hair stands with Soren Professor. A foot steps forward. A sound echoes. A man leans against a railing. A foot steps into water. Water splashes. A figure in a hooded cloak walks forward. The hooded figure's eyes narrow. A voice asks, "You came?" Soren Professor says, "Whoa, you're all dressed up. You look like you're prepared." He is asked if he intends to go alone. Soren Professor believes he can handle 1 or 2 opponents, but the other figure presses, inquiring about the total number. The hooded figure reveals there are around 40 people. They are preparing to leave, so lateness by even 3 days would render the mission futile. Soren Professor inquires about their fighting power. The hooded figure explains that they wear strengthened armor, and there are 2 wizards among them. He suggests entering through the sewer, cautioning Soren Professor to be careful. The hooded figure confirms something. Soren Professor confirms. Soren Professor suddenly asks how old the kid was. The hooded figure acknowledges that Soren Professor mentioned the kid. The hooded figure states the kid was 7 years old. The hooded figure emphasizes that he was a very young kid. Soren Professor simply states, "I see." The rhythmic patter of rain echoed as a hooded figure stepped through an archway, their form shrouded in shadow. Each footstep crunched on the slick cobblestones, the only sound besides the downpour. A strangled scream pierced the night. "Who? Who are you?" A voice choked out, laced with terror. Another voice, weaker, pleaded, "Arg. Help me," before fading into silence. A body lay sprawled on the ground, blood pooling around it. A revolver rested nearby, untouched. The hooded figure continued their grim march, stepping carefully between the fallen. They paused, looming over another victim, their face hidden in the shadows of their hood. A tiny, insect-like creature, glowing faintly, zipped away from the carnage, leaving a shimmering trail in its wake. The insect's multifaceted eyes gleamed with an eerie light. A faint, high-pitched whine echoed in the air. Meanwhile, 2 figures, one in a white suit and the other in black, stood in a brightly lit room, engaged in hushed conversation. Their words were lost to the shadows, their purpose unknown. The man's expression is unreadable, his gaze fixed on something unseen. He muses, a low rumble in his throat. It seems that a rat is hiding. In the distance, 2 figures stand talking. One asks if he is from the security department, while the other orders them to stop what they're doing and send people out. It seems like he isn't from the security department. A large wasp rests on the man's finger. He remarks that it's good if that's the case. That means that no one will care. The man grins, his teeth bared. The wasp remains perched on his finger. If he dies, right? The revolvers bark, spitting lead into the confined space. 2 men unleash a hail of gunfire, their expressions grim. The hooded figure cries out in surprise as a glowing, gear-like shield materializes before them. The man with the mustache realizes the truth. The hooded figure is a wizard. He orders his men to abandon their firearms and draw their blades. The hooded figure stands their ground, a pistol held at their side. The man with the mustache curses, realizing that within this silence of fire, firearms are useless. The 2 men react with shock and anger. The hooded figure prepares to strike, their weapon glowing with arcane energy. Mana bullets materialized before the hooded figure. A man stepped forward, his armored boot hitting the ground with a clang. One of the men declared that no matter the hooded figure's powers, a direct hit would end them. The hooded figure unleashed a torrent of mana bullets from their weapon. The hooded figure cackled, demanding to know how the attack tasted. Fear widened the eyes of one of the armored men. The mana bullets streaked through the air, leaving trails of crackling energy. One of the armored men realized the hooded figure was using metal property magic with the addition of alchemy. The weapon continued to fire, unleashing a barrage of magical projectiles. The armored man's eyes widened in terror as the attack approached. The magical projectiles continued their assault, filling the air with crackling energy. The armed men scream in agony as they are struck down by an unseen force. The air crackles with unseen energy. He stands amidst the fallen, surveying the scene. A faint hum vibrates through the air. A sharp crack echoes. The hooded figure grips his weapon, eyes narrowed. He felt as though he was being watched. Surveillance through an insect. Is it the Insect Brothers? They are quite famous in the underworld. They have prepared to greet me inside, I see. Should I get rid of these insects first? A blue aura flares around him as he prepares to act. The air vibrates with magical energy. The insects continue to fly through the swirling vortex. The insects descend further into the depths. A man in a suit watches one of the insects. The man realizes the signals from the insects have completely cut off. The man stands on a barrel, his expression grim. The man thinks, before they got cut off, I felt something akin to a vibration. Is it sound magic that originated from the wind property? The properties that guy uses are metal and wind. This is a problem. He continues to think, wind property is not a good match for small flying insects. I should release those with big bodies. Varen commands, Varen, be prepared. Someone says, according to the route, the guy would obviously. Another man adds, if the guy shows up, we should give him a magnificent greeting. Two men stand ready, anticipating the arrival. A sudden power outage plunges the area into darkness, sparking confusion. One of the men voices his suspicion. He believes they are being toyed with. Varen's expression hardens, a grim line forming at the corner of his mouth. The dim light catches the sharp angle of his jaw, highlighting his resolve. A figure lies prone on the ground, unmoving. Varen curses under his breath, slamming his fist against a nearby surface in frustration. His eyes widen in disbelief. He realizes the intruder has already breached their defenses. He steels himself, resolving to strike first before he becomes another casualty. A hand reaches out, fingers twitching. A grotesque, centipede-like creature crawls along a metallic surface. Varen's gaze snaps towards the hooded figure, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. The hooded figure strikes with blinding speed, the attack landing with a sickening thud. Soren Professor wonders why the hooded figure is fighting in close combat, questioning if he is a war mage. He decides it's dangerous and he should increase the distance, no matter what. He casts a spell, a fiery circle forming around him. Soren Professor recognizes the technique. It's Fluttering Flame. He completed a spell technique that quickly. The fire spell intensifies, glowing with arcane energy. The hooded figure cries out as he is struck by an unseen force. A burst of flame erupts. Soren Professor stands near a doorway, a figure with purple hair behind him. He realizes that's the enemy. Soren Professor wonders when the hell this happened. Who the hell are you? The hooded figure stands, seemingly unfazed. Soren Professor fires a gun. A voice echoes, filled with disbelief. How could he have defeated the Insect Brothers with such ease? The masked figure's eyes narrow, a flicker of unease crossing his face. Behind a large shield, the blond man looks concerned. A sharp intake of breath escapes the masked figure. A blinding flash accompanies the sound of something piercing the air. The hooded figure recognizes the projectile. An insect's leg. The insect's leg tears through the figure's shoulder, spraying blood. The sound of impact echoes. The hooded figure is impaled, collapsing to the ground. A strangled cry of pain escapes him. Damn. It hurts. He was surprised, not expecting to be beaten by this kind of ambush. The hooded figure realized the attacker killed Bruno even before he stepped up. The hooded figure wondered if it was an insect form. The hooded figure didn't expect him to be fine even after he cut off his head. The attacker responded that it's because his body is already transcended. The attacker's hand glowed, transcending beyond human beings' understanding. A burst of energy erupted. The hooded figure remained wary. The attacker moved forward. A green insect leg emerged. The attacker declared he wasn't sad because the hooded figure killed his younger brother. The attacker, now in full insect form, vowed to tear the hooded figure's lump of flesh to pieces. One of the men yells for the others to run away. A scream echoes through the air. The insectoid monster asks if the hooded figure even cares about its subordinates. The hooded figure retorts that if the monster is so worried about them, it should just stay still. The hooded figure begins to cast a spell. The spell slams into the monster. The hooded figure continues to channel the spell. The spell intensifies. The monster is engulfed in flames. The hooded figure avoids an attack, prompting the monster to wonder how he avoided it with such a huge physique. A sharp crack echoes through the air. The hooded figure grunts as he is struck by an unseen force. Another sharp crack resonates. Gathering energy, the hooded figure casts a spell, an orange glow emanating from his hands. A whooshing sound fills the air. A close-up reveals the menacing details of the hooded figure's mask. He thinks, I can't believe he's still fine even after getting hit directly with magic. The insectoid monster is struck, recoiling from the impact. The insectoid monster retorts, if you want to roast me, you should. The hooded figure laughs maniacally. At least use a fourth-tier spell. Wahaha. The hooded figure strikes the insectoid monster with a powerful blow. A close-up shows the insectoid monster's face contorted in pain. He vanished. The sudden disappearance left a void in the air. The insectoid monster, wings buzzing, scanned the area. Where the hell? It questioned, its many eyes darting around. The monster lashed out, its bladed limbs slicing through the air where the hooded figure had stood moments before. The air cracked with the force of the blows, the sound echoing through the ruined landscape. The monster's assault continued, a relentless barrage of strikes aimed at an unseen foe. Suddenly, the hooded figure reappeared, crouching low to the ground as the monster's attack passed harmlessly overhead. Oh my, your movements are pretty swift, the monster remarked, its voice a guttural rasp. Just like a winged insect's, the monster continued, its gaze fixed on the hooded figure. The hooded figure thought, neither the gun nor third-tier spells will work. The figure grimaced, thinking, I didn't want to have to use this though. The monster tilted its head, a silent hum, escaping its mandibles. A golden aura began to emanate from the hooded figure, a silent declaration, I have no choice. He focuses the golden energy, gathering it into a blinding point of light. The light expands, consuming everything in its path. The light fades, leaving only darkness behind. Ludger shivers, the cold biting at his exposed skin. It's cold. I should have come here with clothes that were. It's about time for the fight to end though, he thinks. He reflects on the past. As expected, was it difficult to fight with two black wizards at the same time? Well, he's not the kind of guy who would die here, anyway. Ludger looks around, a confused expression on his face. The golden energy gathers once more. The light intensifies, becoming almost unbearable. The energy explodes outwards. The explosion dissipates, leaving only lingering traces of golden light. A voice observes the scene. Hiya, so he used that in the end. His real magic, or whatever he calls it. He mused, really, magic is magic. What the hell is real magic anyway? Ludger crouched, his gaze sweeping over the scene. You're done? What about the inside? He thought to himself, I have taken care of everything. That includes the subjects of the experiment. The figure responded, as expected, they didn't have any way to go back to being human. He continued, yeah, it was best to send them away without any pain. Ludger examined a vial. So this is it. The drug to change human beings into werewolves. The world has become very scary. I can't believe there was human experimentation on such a large scale. There was someone who supplied their money from behind the scenes though. Don't worry. Found out who supported them. You already figured it out, you said? No, never mind. It's not like I can stop you anyway. He turned away from the burning building. I'll be returning to the hideout first. A grand room is shown, decorated with ornate furniture and shimmering light. A long table is set with fine china and floral arrangements, ready for a feast. A blonde-haired man slams his fist on a table, shattering dishes. You brought this kind of thing and called it food, he roars. A light blue-haired woman retorts, you're only thinking of eating into my money. The blonde-haired man, flanked by two women, shouts, there's no one who can even properly do what I pay them for. An older man with white hair declares, all of you are just trash who aren't worth the money. The white-haired man is seen walking away, muttering, scum. Whether it's this bastard or that bastard, there's no one who can do their job well. The white-haired man continues, I've poured so much money into it, and yet they can't even manage the subjects of their own experiments properly. He reflects, I don't know who did it, but it's fortunate that the subjects were taken care of. Still, the results of the experiment will be in my hands soon. The man thinks, and the experiment's final goal will be ready for my use. It's not long until the drug that can turn my. He concludes, weakening body back into my golden youth is complete. Beyond getting younger, I will be stronger and more perfect. Using that drug, the youth with which he dedicated himself to climb onto this position, Belfort Rixon's shadow stretches across the floor. Belfort Rixon stands in a room, addressing someone. Kickson. Belfort demands, who are you? The hooded figure attacks Belfort. Belfort Rixon grimaces in pain. Belfort calls out, Goo guards. Even though you called them, they won't come. The hooded figure stands over Belfort, who lies on the floor. The figure declares, I already spread a sound barrier throughout this whole room. Belfort Rixon is struck. A voice states, I will ask you one question. There's one 7-year-old who should have survived. A flashback shows a wolf and a figure. In the gruesome reality where he and his parents had to become monsters. The flashback continues, showing a wolf. The kid who smiled at the person who was about to kill them. The flashback concludes with a figure. The kid who smiled as if he was thankful. The feelings of the person who had no choice but to burn them to death. What do you think that person felt? The unknown hooded figure grabs the man by the collar, his grip tightening. The man's teeth grit together. So it's you who got rid of the escaped experiment subjects. The man's face contorts in a mix of fear and defiance. A second, and let's talk. Just answer my question. The man's expression shifts, a hint of arrogance creeping in. The subjects of the experiment? Don't worry. Such a rabble. Does it matter that you had to kill a couple of them? I think there's a misunderstanding. Take off of this for. The man attempts to justify his actions. Well, we are giving them the opportunity to add worth to their worthless lives instead. The opportunity to contribute to the development of mankind. Isn't it an extremely noble sacrifice? Yeah, never mind now. Are you concerned about having to discard? It was a sufficient answer. The man's face is filled with terror as he is injected with something. He grimaces, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. The answer, it seems, was more than sufficient. He claims he didn't even get angry. Arsène Lupin reflects on his infiltration, having gotten a fake job at the academy. The hooded figure stands over the fallen form, a dark presence looming over the scene. Why, you bastard? The hooded figure muses, wondering what the other person did to him. He recalls reading records in a laboratory, finding them very interesting. A drug that can turn a human being into a werewolf in even a tiny dose. And suddenly, I had a question. The eye widens as something is injected. Was injected into someone. What would happen? A pained cough echoes. A monstrous roar tears through the air, a sound of pure agony and rage. The hooded figure states that it doesn't matter what he says, the other person wouldn't be able to understand his feelings. So, the hooded figure declares, you should also feel the same pain. A sharp noise cuts through the silence. What was that noise? It came from Mr. Belfort's room. Mr. Belfort. The monster stands tall, a terrifying figure. M.O. Monster. Where the hell did such a monster come from? The group prepares to fight. Come from? Hell, let's beat it down first. If you can't use magic, search for Mr. Belfort. Flames erupt as the group unleashes their power. Damn, it's still alive. Don't stop. We should utilize all of our mana. Raise the firepower. A door stands at the end of a dimly lit hallway. A man instructs someone to take what they need and hide the rest. Another man suggests that he take a look around, as it took a lot of hard work to acquire this hideout. He replies that he will come back again soon, and that he will be using an identity much more suited to the underworld. A man is told to take a lot of rest. Footsteps echo in the night as a figure walks along a waterfront. The figure continues to walk along the waterfront. Whispers spread that what happened is unbelievable, and that someone was eaten by a monster. It is said that when security arrived, there was no trace of Rickson left, only the monster. The rumor that Rickson laid his hands on black magic is probably true. Someone asks what happened to the monster. It is heard that it was taken care of by the wizards in Chardo. They said that it took over an hour to burn it to death since it was so tough. Someone asks, huh? Footsteps echo. Someone says that the one leading them is the Lord Protector. Another says that it's the Night Order. The Night Commander, Tarina Lionhow, arrives. Someone says that they failed to cover the news from the inside anyway, and that they should use the Knights affiliated with the security department. Another can't believe that the security department is stepping in and asks if the issue is that important. The order rings out, a command to open the gate. A guard acknowledges the order, but voices a concern. They were told not to let anyone in. The gate is opened. Footsteps echo as someone approaches. She is greeted by Inspector Teberin. He states it is an honor to meet her. An investigator announces that authority of the related incident has been transferred to the security department from now on. The investigator states that they should turn over all of the evidence and data that they've gathered from the site and withdraw. He gives the order to withdraw. Enya expresses that she had a hard time setting up the atmosphere. She is told she is so undignified. A character addresses Senior Lloyd, stating that they don't need appearances where no one can see us. Another character tells Lloyd to cut it out. A character states that as long as they don't show the public a relaxed appearance, it's fine. They are told not to forget about their objective for coming here. The group discusses that Belfort was a man who is rumored to have laid his hands on not only black magic, but also cryptids. They state that the fact that such a man was suddenly murdered by a monster can't be seen as a simple coincidence. They note that a monster showed up and Rickson was murdered, finding it gruesome. The witnesses' testimonies are consistent, and the monster's corpse is very obvious as well. Just by looking at it once, you can see that it was burned down to its innards in one go. Let's look around the room a bit more. A slanted frame on an elegant wallpaper. Huh. So, there's a hidden space. Yeah, but there's nothing inside. Looking at the size and location, it's a perfect place for a hidden safe. Hidden safe? Belfort Rickson is notorious as an evil entrepreneur. It's not strange that he'd be hiding black money. Yeah, such a person would usually hide a secret fund in a place which only he knows about. There must have been a hidden safe here until just last night. The fact that the bottom isn't piled up with dust lends credibility to that deduction. The mysterious death of a multimillionaire, the appearance of a monster, and the vanishing safe. It's not a mere coincidence. I can only come to the conclusion that someone intervened in Belfort's death. However, would it be possible to hide their tracks so thoroughly like this? The only person I know who could be this skilled is Arsène Lupin. Pardon? No, it was nothing. Lloyd, have there been any weird incidents in Let Helk recently? There was one. One of the abandoned factories was burnt down recently. In fact, it happened not long before Belfort's death last night. There's obviously something significant that happened there. Let's go. The after effects of using real magic linger, a dark residue clinging to the very air. The lingering effects are no joke. Using real magic takes way too much of a toll on his mana. If he hadn't prepared these pills ahead of time, it could have been a big problem. He sighs, feeling a bit better after taking the pills. He won't need to worry about the werewolf situation anymore. Since he burned them all without a trace, the evidence is all gone. No, there's him. Aiden. He tried to stop him until the very end, so it looked quite unnatural that he decided to kill that werewolf. But more than anything, Aiden was the closest to him at that time. He considered the consequences. Since he'd burned it in an instant, there probably wasn't a chance, but for even just a second, he wondered if he saw something. Ludger muttered, shit. I expected complications, but I didn't expect it to get this complicated. There also wasn't a guarantee that Aiden wouldn't talk to other people. If it's like this, the easiest solution is tap, tap. As expected, do I have to kill him? His hand clenched into a fist, knuckles white against the fabric of his shirt. His blue eyes narrowed, a cold resolve hardening his gaze. A voice echoes, stating that everything will be all right. Soren Professor holds up a vial, his expression unreadable in the dim light. Soren Professor declares that he won't kill someone. A hand clenches tightly, knuckles white with strain. Ludger stands in a room, the shadows lengthening around him. A voice muses that Soren as a student is too risky, and that Aiden is an uncommon magic holder that the principal is even keeping an eye on. Ludger lies on a bed, thinking he should just focus on recovering for now. A thought bubbles up, now that he thinks about it. It was written that Aiden learned uncommon magic from a wandering magician when he was young. A voice wonders if they should consider it fate or not. A gentle breeze rustles through the air above a distant city. A figure with long white hair stands overlooking a scene of devastation. He states that everything must be taken down, but it's difficult. A voice emphasizes the need to confirm anything in its current condition. Someone questions if he burned down the abandoned factory. Teberin suggests that the factory might have only appeared abandoned on the surface and could still have been in operation. Someone agrees, adding that there would have been no reason for a fire if that weren't the case. Ollie wonders if they were researching things like black magic and cryptids. Enya states that it makes sense, but it's still unclear who is catching up to them. A voice explains that they are just there out of caution due to the strange coincidence, and there still aren't official plans to investigate the place. Someone wonders who they were trying to avoid that made them vanish so strangely like this. Ludger internally questions if he has to look at everything as a coincidence. A monstrous figure is shown, with a voice stating that there are too many suspicious pieces to do so. Teberin mentions that there aren't any, but then asks if Enya remembers the werewolf that was causing a commotion in the city a few days ago. A voice states that they say it appeared at Soren Academy. He confirms that, according to the documents, the werewolf entered through the sewer pipes. The security is comparatively loose, making it possible. The question of the students' safety arises. Enya asks if the students are safe, and what about the werewolf? The werewolf was killed after injuring 3 students. A current professor defeated it. The Soren professor asks, as expected from Soren's professors, have they confirmed the corpse? The answer comes back negative. Ludger states that the factory was completely burned to ashes. The group stands amidst the ruins of the burned factory. Teberin questions if it was burned. The camera focuses on the charred remains of the factory. Ludger pauses, lost in thought. Enya asks if something is bothering him and suggests going to Soren. Ludger responds that they should focus on gathering evidence around them. A close-up of the destroyed factory's framework. A voice confirms, yes. Ludger observes that a factory burned down by a fire and a werewolf that was also burned to death is too much of a reach to associate the two incidents because of a single common point. He resolves to keep that possibility in mind, as he considers exterminating the insidious individuals of the Empire. That is the reason that the Nightcrawler Night Order exists. Did Professor Ludger really hunt down a werewolf? Whispers spread through the room. One student remarks that Ludger has a military background and racked up achievements during the cryptid subjugation. Another agrees, noting that he had quite the air about him on the first day. Elendil wonders what to do, noticing there's nowhere to sit. There are open seats, but he doesn't think anyone's willing to move for him. Everyone's been avoiding Elendil since the incident with Dyneema. There is an open seat near the outside, but Lin waves, greeting, hello, Junior Lin. Have you been well? Elendil responds, why yes, Senior Elendil. Elendil thinks, Yua? It just happened to be the seat next to Her Highness. Other students whisper, wondering what the hell that commoner is doing sitting next to Her Highness. They remark that they seemed close when they were saying hellos, and wonder when they got so close. Lin and Elendil are seen in profile. A large foot looms over Lin and Elendil as they stand in the rain. Elendil asks if Ludger is going to be okay. Lin assures him that Ludger is a respectable professor of Soren. She then asks why Elendil is walking around outside at this hour. A voice wonders why no one woke them up. Lin says that it's all right, and that it's her fault for falling asleep. She then asks what Elendil was doing here, addressing him as Your Highness. Elendil explains that he was in the middle of helping the students outside get back to the dormitory. Lin is surprised that Elendil was doing that personally. She tells him that he doesn't have to call her Your Highness, and that he can just call her Senior. Lin states that everyone is equal in Soren. Elendil thinks that he never expected Lin to be personally patrolling, and that she approached a commoner like him so familiarly. Elendil thinks that sitting next to Lin is too much, and that he doesn't know. Meanwhile, Ludger walks up the stairs, thinking about what will happen if he relaxes for even a second. The sound of footsteps echoes. The professor stands before the class, addressing the students. Soren Professor begins, stating that they will be looking at one of the specializations of magic casting, element property. He continues, explaining that amongst the 4 great specializations of magic casting, element property is the most important and popular field, and should be basic knowledge for even the first years. Soren Professor concludes that this is why he is planning on teaching them a new method. A student with dark blue hair wonders what he is going to show them this time. The word method hangs in the air. Soren Professor states that the new method will allow them to raise the power of their element from at least 20% to over 80%. A student with dark blue hair whispers to a blonde-haired student if there was a method like that. The blonde-haired student whispers that he doesn't think he's lying, but a red-haired student is asked what elemental properties he is able to use. He responds that he can use water, ice, and plants. He is then asked why he doesn't materialize whichever element he is most confident with. The red-haired student responds, yes, and begins to materialize an element. Ludger Cherish holds his hand out, a small orb of blue light floating above his palm. He declares the magic to be average. A student looks down, tears welling in his eyes. He thinks to himself that it means there's nothing noteworthy, a wave of sadness washing over him. Ludger instructs the students to watch how he does it carefully. Blue energy crackles around Ludger's hand. The energy intensifies, swirling around his hand. A snowflake made of pure blue mana materializes in Ludger's palm. The students are shocked. One wonders if that was really made with the same amount of mana. The efficiency is completely different. Ludger smirks, thinking to himself that they're finally interested now. A female student with long, dark hair looks on intently. She thinks that he should first take this time to explain the basic theory behind it. Elemental attributes have deep history in the manifestation field. It used to be called the foundation of all raw forms of magic. However, it is part of manifestation now. Ludger Cherish stands before the class, a book in hand. He explains that these are the first 4 big elements. The elements are very short and simple compared to the more than 10 elements they currently have. Ludger Cherish asks if anyone knows why elemental attribute magic developed so much. The professor offers 5 merits to whoever gets it right, using the fire element as an example. 2 students raise their hands eagerly, but the professor dismisses them. Incorrect. Next. It was used to erase the original fear mankind had, darkness. He thinks he would be good at writing. A hand is raised. Flora Lumos answers, to burn people and kill them. A student with long blue hair is shown. The professor says, correct. Burn with fire, drown in water, cut with wind, and shock with electricity. War and slaughter were the reasons for the development of magic. However, in the midst of the cold, fire was a symbol for survival instead of destruction. Water for water wheels, wind moves windmills, and electricity lights up the darkness. The elemental's purpose can always change based on a human's actions. Soren Professor looks on. The students consider a better world. That is the mindset you guys need to have before learning elemental attributes. Everyone, make an elemental sphere. Ludger Cherish releases magic, thinking to himself, alright. He observes that the release is unbelievably inexperienced for a sophomore. A voice declares, Irina Karaman, you call that a plant attribute? It feels like I'm looking at a rotting. Soren Professor looks down at a leaf on the ground, noting that it is late autumn. A student says, yes. Another student exclaims, eek, he's relentless. Aiden looks surprised, exclaiming his own name, Aiden. Aiden looks down at the other students. A voice asks, what are you doing? Soren Professor stands tall, looking down at Aiden. Soren Professor thinks to himself, this guy. Ludger Cherish observes Soren Professor and thinks to himself, why is he being like this? Is he trying to rebel against me because of the werewolf incident? Aiden looks down, thinking to himself, I don't. A voice think that's the case. Then maybe. Soren Professor asks Ludger Cherish, are you inexperienced in element manifestation? Ludger Cherish responds, yes. I'm very embarrassed. Soren Professor realizes the situation. It was like that. Soren thinks to himself that Ludger Cherish is a Thorn student, a special type user that doesn't have the basics down, even if he was admitted uniquely. Soren Professor thinks he has no responsibility taking care of someone who can't even follow the basics. It wouldn't matter to leave him to fall behind in class, but Soren Professor says, yes. Fire, water, and wind. Soren Professor says, let's try the fire element then. Soren Professor declares, I'm going to teach you. Soren Professor looks determined. Ludger thinks to himself that he can't abandon a student from the start. He wonders if he can do basic manifestation to gather magic power. Soren Professor tells him to now think about turning that magic power into an element, as he said, fire. Ludger says, I'll try it. Soren Professor tells him not to use his head only, but to try to feel the attributes of a flame with his senses. He focuses, sweat beading on his brow as he attempts to manifest the flame. A voice echoes, urging him to think of the brightest flame in his memories, the shape, sound, smell, and touch of it. 8 years ago, a memory flickers to life, a warm fire burning in a hearth. During a snowstorm, the bitter smell of burning firewood mixes with the scent of charcoal. The smell of the cooking stew fills the air, mingling with the whining of his 2 sisters and his mother's anger. The smile of his father who just came home. The food was too little, and the cold wind pierced through his old clothes. It was a harsh season, but the flame in the fireplace was comforting to him. That warmth is vivid like it happened yesterday. Exactly. Ludger's eyes glow with a fierce, golden light as the memories flood back. His face is partially obscured by shadow, but his determination is clear. A brilliant flame erupts in Ludger's hands, fueled by the warmth of his memories. I did it, he exclaims, the feeling and the memory he thought of. A voice compliments, you're pretty good. Soren Professor smiles, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he looks at Ludger. Soren Professor explains that it's a flame that feels warm instead of hot, and feels soft instead of destructive. He adds that he can tell what Ludger thought of. A student thinks that Professor Rudiger gives out compliments. Soren Professor continues, stating that the fire in Ludger's hands is the fire element that he thought of. Soren Professor elaborates that instead of a normal elemental, it is Ludger's own flame, his magic. Ludger, looking down at the flame in his hand, wonders if this is his own magic. Soren Professor stands in front of the class, explaining something. Soren Professor says that he is sure they all know this by now, but the method he is teaching is this. He adds to use their senses based on their own experience. A narration box states that basic knowledge must be the foundation of the use of elemental attribution. The students look on with varying expressions. Soren Professor states that a real mage must put in something special. A narration box states to manifest your element by thinking of an intense moment in your life. Heeding the advice, Ludger focuses, feeling the element with his 5 senses. The element manifests, glowing brightly in his hands. It's true, it's definitely a lot different from before. From the stands, a student watches Ludger's progress in silence. She already knows that much. She thought he would show her something she didn't know. She guesses it was nothing. Why is he trying so hard to teach that freshman in detail? And complimenting him just for manifesting an element. Where did the person who shamed her in public during the first class go? She was only going to do something to get unnoticed, but let's see if you can't compliment mine. Ludger focuses on overlapping magic. The student prepares to use her own magic. If she puts the technique of wind magic in here and makes a whirlpool, she grits her teeth, determined. She focuses, a surge of magical energy emanating from her hands, the light bathing the room in an ethereal glow. Ludger calls out, Flora? The magic intensifies, becoming visibly unstable. Ludger warns, isn't that dangerous? Flora, stop. Sweat beads on Flora's brow as she strains to maintain control. She thinks, it'll explode like this. I have to stop it. I need at least a barrier so that the people around don't get hurt. The magical energy crackles, threatening to erupt. Soren Professor shouts, get away. Flora's eyes widen with determination as she focuses her will. Her mind races, pushing past the pain and fear to find a point of stability. Focus, she whispers. The light intensifies around Flora Lumos, but a subtle shift begins to occur. Ludger urges, don't give up, and control your magic power. He adds, I'll help you. The magical energy begins to coalesce, forming a more defined shape. A blue aura surrounds the core of the magic, stabilizing the energy. Flora's expression softens as she feels the magic responding to her will. She thinks, it's becoming stable. Her eyes glow with renewed determination. Keep concentrating. It's not over yet. She focuses, a swirling vortex of blue energy coalescing in her hands. Ludger warns that if she stops now, her magic will disappear without achieving anything. Ludger asks Flora if she is okay with that. A bead of sweat trickles down Flora's temple, her expression a mask of intense concentration. She grits her teeth, responding with a determined, yeah. Flora declares that since she's already this far in, she'll finish it, the blue energy intensifying around her hands. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the others are blinded by the light. There have always been 2 types of stares directed at him, envy and jealousy he never clings to. Such stakes, let alone allow them to trample him. Actually, the hardest thing for him to endure was the one who looked down at him. Looked down at him while treating him as if he was a legitimate child. My father's cold stare. I give you 10 penalty points. Along with the sense of defeat that he encountered for the first time ever due to the humiliation he received on that day, he was even reminded of childhood memories that he wanted to forget. He didn't see his face because he had turned his back, but he was obviously looking down at him with eyes similar to his father's. The Lumos family never forgets our resentments. Someday, I will defeat you using my own skill. Or so she had pledged. A book lay open, glowing with an intense light. The erratic colors returned to their original state. Flora Lumos thought, if she just pushed it a bit more. She succeeded. Ludger Kelsey said, so you did something naive. Ludger said, I don't care if you try a new magic and fail. Because anyone can fail. However, that's all it was. Flora wonders what that magic was actually supposed to be able to accomplish. Was it only for self-display? Flora's expression is grim as she reflects on her past. Someone calls out, Flora. Magic is cast, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Ludger stands with his hand outstretched, a chilling aura surrounding him. The magic crackles with energy. A green-haired figure says, this is... The magic is optimized to suppress the fire, which allows him to merge the scalability of fire and the chilliness of ice into one spell. He utilized magic with the same elements she used into something way more practical. It's obviously my defeat. Ludger says, Flora. He had called her actions naive. Flora's gaze lowered, her expression unreadable. Ludger's words prompted a question. Pardon? Flora asked, tilting her head slightly. The new professor's gaze remained steady, his expression serious. His attire, as always, was impeccable, the intricate details of his jacket catching the light. Flora acknowledged the compliment, but it did little to ease the sting of his earlier criticism. The skill that you possess is very unique. Ludger continued, his tone unwavering. What I called into question is something more fundamental than that. He elaborated on his point. In my eyes, your magic was just something used for show. Flora's expression hardened, her hand clenching into a fist. I have no right to interfere with your purpose in using magic. The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. However, at least find another path other than just using it for show. Ludger placed a gloved hand gently on Flora's shoulder, his gaze softening slightly. The weight of his words settled upon her. My worth. The professor turned away, addressing the room at large. Everyone, get back to your seats. The sound of footsteps echoes in the room. Meanwhile, Ludger didn't sneer or scorn, but he was sincerely concerned. Not even his father would look at him like that. Elsewhere, Flora groans, leaning on another student for support. She thinks it's okay, that she's just a bit dizzy due to the use of mana. She even feels like she's about to collapse. But is he okay? Back in his thoughts, Ludger muses that the professor must have consumed more mana than she did. A memory surfaces. He thinks it's fortunate that he put pills into his mouth earlier. Ludger reflects on whether she overlapped elements at such a young age. He recalls being rebuked severely by his teacher when he showed off like that, displaying the difficult overlapping of 3 elements. Returning to the present, Flora's head is heavy. He pressed on her a bit severely due to that memory. Did she get hurt? Ludger thinks his advice is never just empty words. Dust motes danced in the air, illuminated by unseen light. Footsteps echoed on the stairs. Soren Professor thought to himself, as expected from Soren, everyone is doing well. A voice mused. She said that there are a lot of marvelously talented people among the new students this year. Is it a golden generation? Ludger looked up, a confused expression on his face. Lin asked, what's the matter, Lin? Lin and Flora stood side by side, observing a glowing orb. Soren Professor stated, so you can't manifest elemental properties. A voice explained, to say it more precisely, the element itself doesn't exist. A sharp clang echoed. Soren Professor announced, today's lesson is over. I will substitute the assignment by reviewing what you learned today. Ludger's expression remained thoughtful. Lin stands beside Flora Lumos, a worried expression on her face. A door creaks open. Soren Professor stands in his office, a book in hand. He tells someone to wait a second. Lin wonders why he called her, fearing it's a personal interview, and that he wants to kick her out of his class. She thinks it's because she can't even handle an elemental property and follow his spellcasting class. Soren Professor gestures for her to come in. Lin is shocked, thinking it's an application to change lectures. She believes he's planning to send her away to another professor's lecture. Lin pleads with Soren Professor, promising to do her best, and whatever he tells her to do, begging him not to tell her to stop taking his class. Soren Professor holds out a book, asking what she's talking about. She realizes it's not an application to change lectures. Lin stammers, realizing what the professor has. A voice commands to read and learn from it from now on. A path that you haven't known about until now will be shown. The book promises, understanding non-property magic. A voice asks where the book was obtained. Another voice responds that it was obtained by fate. Soren Professor stands before Lin. He explains that it's the result of her lifetime observation. He adds that he can't believe there was another person who possessed non-property magic. A voice wonders what she is doing now, apart from him. Lin realizes that she's no longer in this world. Lin's eyes widen. Soren Professor stands in the library. A letter of apology sits on a desk. The next chapter preview shows a character who will apply for the magic duel. The method that Professor Ludger taught was a great help, as he manipulates a glowing orb of magic. Back then, Professor Ludger's gaze as he dealt with magic was tender and serious. As expected, did he suspect him for no reason? After all, there's no way a person who likes magic could be bad. Chatter fills the air as a group of students gathers. Who are they? The noble students are gathering. It seems like it's someone very important. Oh, who is this? Isn't this Aiden, that kid who can't properly materialize an elemental property? So you're still getting along. This brat, you keep saying that. Leo, calm down. Just let me handle it. Javon, I don't know what I have done to annoy you, but I will apologize here. So can't you please just peacefully walk past us? Peacefully walk past you? Sure, but only if you do one thing. Bow down. Hey, be more reasonable. Don't you even feel embarrassed as an aristocrat? Professor Ludger takes a step forward, declaring that the students should be allowed to proceed. One of the students questions whether this isn't a blatant abuse of a professor's authority. Another student argues that a professor shouldn't have the authority to prevent students from voluntarily having a duel. He emphasizes his point. The students murmur in agreement, some believing it's an abuse of authority, while others admit they don't know his intentions but concede he has a point. Ludger listens intently to the unfolding debate. One of the students expresses concern about the probability of inexperienced students getting injured. He wonders if they should participate as well. Ludger glances at the students, wondering what they think. One of the students asks for cooperation. Since both of them agreed, he will do it according to their suggestion. Professor Chris has one more thing to say. Professor Chris asks Ludger if he wants to make a bet with him. Ludger responds that he won't force him. Indeed, it would be a funny thing to bet on a duel with an obvious outcome. Accept that bet. Professor Chris adjusts his tie, a subtle gesture of confidence. I didn't expect you to accept it so easily. Then, which student do you think will win, Professor Ludger? I, of course, will bet on Javon Felio winning. I think that this student is an extremely talented wizard. Ah, did you perhaps want to bet on Javon as well, Professor? Should we change the betting conditions to see how Javon will win? There's no need to do that. I was already intending to bet on Aiden from the start. A close-up on Professor Chris's tie, the emblem glinting in the light. Haha, good. I don't know what kind of pride you have. What do you want to offer in the bet, Professor Chris? He proposes, how about a piece of magic that each of us has researched? Ludger asks if Chris teaches spellcasting, given that they are entrusted with the same spellcasting class. Chris conjures a small display of magic in his hand. Chris grits his teeth, thinking to himself, damned fallen aristocrat. Ludger thinks, don't you dare to think that you will be safe after humiliating me. Ludger realizes that Chris is in charge of spellcasting, too. He then asks about having the duel in 3 days. Chris agrees that it seems reasonable. Footsteps echo. Ludger walks away, thinking he just needs to think of how to win for now. Chris thinks that Javon must have a different starting point compared to Ludger. Chris thinks it's too early to hastily conclude his defeat. Ludger apologizes to Chris, saying that in a fight, there are bound to be variables, wondering what on earth sort of variable could. Ludger thinks to himself, considering the upcoming duel. This kid, did he just say that? Ludger reflects. I accepted the bet because I believe in your uncommon magic. Soren Professor asks, what? You want to win by just using your strength? Isn't that magic your strength? Ludger sighs, considering the situation. Huh, well okay. This is a good chance to test this kid's abilities. Ludger's eyes narrow as he prepares to teach someone how to gain an edge. Soren Professor exclaims, it will be a torture for you, and there's no guarantee that you will win. He insists, I will still do it. Someone says, good, then let's get straight into training. Another replies, right away. You understood. They must already be celebrating their win. Ludger is looking forward to seeing what kind of expressions they will make in 3 days. Magic duel. He writhes in agony, gasping for breath. I'm dying. Ludger lies prone, exhaustion etched on his face. The training was far more difficult than I could have imagined. I can't believe that I'm supposed to do it again for 2 more days. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning the professor's confidence. Why is the professor so certain that I'll win? Soren Professor's green eyes peer out from behind his glasses, a hint of uncertainty flickering within them. My uncommon magic isn't that well known to others, does? Ludger remains prone, still struggling to recover. He perhaps knows something? A hand holds a burning piece of paper, the flames licking at its edges. Ludger Kelsey personally stepped forward and guided the commoner? Of course. Soren Professor smiles, though a hint of desperation lurks beneath the surface. Even though he pretended to act calm, he's desperate to win. Javon Felio speaks, his expression serious. You must know the reason why I called you, Javon Felio. The voice continues, demanding victory. Yes, you're telling me that I have to definitely win against that haughty commoner. No, just that won't be enough. A stark message is delivered. You should show the overwhelming gap between an aristocrat and a commoner. A hand holds a ring, a symbol of power and status. I don't think that you will lose, but it's best for us to be certain. A hand holds a glowing blue potion, its contents shimmering with arcane energy. It's a mana-boosting drug, meant to be consumed before the battle. Ludger Cherish holds the potion, a worried expression on his face. He wonders if he'll be disqualified if he gets caught using it. He is assured that it's a special item from the Benamor family, so he won't get caught. A voice declares that the commoner bastard will try all kinds of methods to win, so they should respond to it too. Ludger nods, understanding. He agrees that what the professor said is right. It hurts his pride, but it's better than losing to a mere commoner. Javon Felio smirks, a sinister glint in his eyes. A voice tells Javon that he made the right decision. The scene shifts to the day of the duel at the training ground. A crowd gathers to watch the duel, murmuring amongst themselves. The crowd wonders who's going to win, noting that the aristocrat has an advantage because aristocratic education is different. A wolf's snarling mouth is shown, as a voice says he's also the person that was involved in the werewolf incident. Another voice wonders if he actually caught them, thinking it was Professor Ludger who caught them. Professor Ludger gave him guidance, a voice notes. Another voice responds with a questioning really? A whisper suggests that it seems like the other party is with Professor Chris. Soren Professor wonders who Professor Chris is, and if he was the one in charge of freshmen. He heard that they're being compared a lot because they're in charge of the same spellcasting class, which is a bit bad. A voice whispers that Ludger Kelsey's haughtiness will end from today on. The voice continues, promising to make him suffer defeat in front of everyone. The sound of footsteps echoes. Professor Chris Benamor greets someone with a smile. Someone mentions hearing that there's something interesting happening and that they brought him along. Professor Ludger is greeted by someone who says it's been a long time and asks if he's doing well. Ludger confirms that he is, thanks to them. Someone mentions hearing that someone made a. Someone bets on Aiden to win. Another wonders if Professor Chris bet on Javon to win. Professor Chris says that he's really looking forward to it and that the student's safety is the most important matter. Someone responds that he doesn't have to be worried about that. A protective magic power surrounds their bodies as a barrier and blocks the impact of attacks. Oh, the competitor has arrived just in time. The crowd murmurs in anticipation. The competitor's armor gleams under the arena lights. From the stands, Aiden shouts, "Do your best. Don't lose. Show them no snobbishness." The blonde-haired competitor raises a hand in acknowledgement, a confident smirk playing on his lips. "Show them the pride of it." A stern voice declares, "I will inspect your conditions for a moment before we start." The inspector approaches the competitor, his gaze scrutinizing. Javon states, "You should definitely keep your promise." The blonde competitor smirks, "After you win." The inspector nods. "Everything looks okay." The inspector asks, "Huh? Student, what's that?" "Oh, this." A voice declares, "Private staff that I will be using in this battle." He held the sword-shaped staff, ready for the duel. Aiden and another spectator observe the staff. "It looks like a sword." "Oh, the staff was made in the shape of a sword. Can I use it?" Soren Professor examined the staff closely. "It's blunt and doesn't have a keen edge." "All right." A spectator thanked someone off-panel. "Thank you," the announcer declared. "Now, as you already know, the one whose protective magic is drained first loses." The word "start" appeared, signaling the beginning of the duel. A clash of elemental magic erupted, fire meeting ice. Two spectators commented, "Their casting speed is the same. Both of them are." Ludger Cherish reacted, thinking, "Fast." As expected, he used a fire element first. Aiden observed, "If it's Javon, it seems like he will use a property with the strongest firepower first. His skill is better then." Javon thought, "I thought. Moreover, looking at the elemental type, mine is at a disadvantage." However, a sinister smile spread across a face. The elemental clash intensified. That only applies if the mana within the spells is similar. He cries out as an unseen force slams into him, sending a shockwave of orange energy rippling outwards. The energy explodes outwards, a blinding flash of light. The orange light intensifies, engulfing the arena. A voice booms out, declaring that the gap in power is insurmountable. Ludger Cherish grits his teeth, fury burning in his eyes as he hears himself called a lowly commoner brat. Summoning his own power, Ludger begins to weave a counterspell, a complex circle of blue energy forming before him. The arena is filled with a blinding orange light. Aiden watches with concern, noting that he is slowly being pushed back. Ludger realizes that he will lose if things continue as they are. He resolves to use what he learned from Professor Ludger. Ludger's face twists into a sneer as he asks if his opponent has given up. Chris Benamore smirks, declaring that it is finished. An eye widens in disbelief. A voice echoes, "W8. No way is that." Ludger Cherish prepares to strike, a blue magical aura emanating from his sword. A complex pattern of light flares, a sign of potent magic. A figure, framed by gears and clockwork designs, snarls, "I'm going to kill you." The figure lies prone, staring up at the sky. "No way is that." A magical circle forms around the figure as he performs the moving magus. Soren Professor's eyes widen in disbelief. How could he use the technique used by the war mages? Soren Professor asks, "Did Ludger teach him that in 3 days?" He thinks, "No, what's more important is, a mere commoner mastered moving magus in only 3 days." The figure casts a spell. The figure reacts in shock. What the hell happened? The foundation of magic is focus. It's hard to focus on spell casting while moving. He thinks, "No, let's not be confused. I already finished casting my spell. With this, I can just scatter his focus." The figure runs. A magical effect explodes. The man with blonde hair declares that his technique isn't crumbling away. Ludger Cherish is surrounded by a glowing blue light, charging up a magical attack. He is struck by a beam of light, screaming in pain. The sound of the impact echoes. Ludger Cherish looks down at someone. The blonde man declares that it's his turn now. A scream echoes. The sound of the attack resonates. The crowd watches. Aiden is called out. The crowd cheers for Aiden. The disembodied voice booms, declaring that this is the result of training. One of the men calls Javon Felio a brat, stating that he is staining the honor of aristocrats. The woman with him replies that she didn't expect anything from him to begin with. The voice continues, stating that Javon Felio is just a mere baron, yet he's been following them everywhere, and he lost against a commoner. Javon Felio looks up, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. He questions if he lost against a commoner. Javon Felio is in disbelief, thinking that he lost, and that he, Javon Felio, is the shame of aristocrats. Javon Felio mutters, no. He realizes that something was wrong here. One of the men states that the commoner obviously cheated. He wonders how else he would be able to cast magic while moving. Javon Felio declares that he is going to kill them. Orange energy crackles around Javon Felio as he prepares to cast a spell. One of the women asks what Javon Felio is doing now, calling him a crazy brat. Another character yells for Aiden to get away as Javon Felio continues to cast his spell. Javon Felio focuses the magical energy into a concentrated orb. A voice echoes, stating that as one lives on, a time will come when a decision must be made. A foot clad in dark armor steps forward with purpose. The message is clear. At such a time, Aiden will have to make a choice. A directive rings out. Follow what your heart tells you. A man stands amidst a swirling vortex of fire, his expression intense. He unleashes a burst of energy, the force of which is palpable. The man's face is etched with determination as he continues his assault. A sharp sound echoes. The man kneels, surrounded by a glowing aura, as if preparing for another attack. A voice cries out in confusion, questioning what just happened. A woman with long white hair wonders if magic was cut. A man reflects on someone's stubbornness. The words anti-magic appear as a teal-haired character looks on. An uncommon spell that erases magic. How the hell did he use it on top of moving Magus? The armored figure gasps. A foot steps forward. The armored figure looks on. A figure looks down. The figure coughs. The figure stands. Javon thinks that you would least neatly admit your defeat. I didn't know that you would be this much of a piece of trash. A character with glasses looks on. Him losing like that is so unsightly. Didn't you think so? A voice echoes the word, Fruden. Soren's sophomore Fruden Wolfsburg stands with another individual, his arms crossed. Soren says he hasn't had any interest. A voice notes that there hasn't been any interest in the Baron since the start. However, they must keep an eye on that commoner, Aiden. Someone reflects that he may be better than just some aristocrat. A voice calls out to Henry to go. Footsteps echo. Soren stands with Henry, who is told to stop. Soren is seen in a room. A close-up of Soren's face. Someone asks if they knew that the student could use anti-magic. Someone responds, yes. Is there a problem? Is that even a question? Ludger Cherish says he doesn't know why Chris Benamore is so angry. Chris Benamore asks if Ludger is in charge of the freshmen and yet hasn't checked on the student's personal data. He adds that the anti-magic didn't play the slightest part in his victory anyway. Chris Benamore says that the bet was their academic research, right? He asks if Ludger has anything. Ludger states that he doesn't want anything. Chris Benamore says he never wanted Ludger's research. Chris Benamore says it is to steal others' results as a betting price. Ludger says that it is not his style, after all. Chris Benamore sits in a chair. It was not his style, he said. Chris Benamore. Ludger Kellecy exclaims. He stood in the ornate hallway, the weight of his responsibilities settling upon his shoulders. An unseen figure offered congratulations for winning the bet. The voice warned that the results would attract Soren's attention, asking if he was okay with that. The unseen character asked for clarification. The speaker revealed that the principal was suspicious of him. The voice continued, stating that the principal had long been aware of their existence. Ludger was told that he came here as a professor to avoid suspicion. He considered that if he gained positive recognition from the principal through this event, the story would change. The unseen character voiced their understanding. The voice stated that it was easy to garner suspicion. However, the unseen character continued, a professor could naturally approach an excellent student. The unseen character concluded that he should do his best and show the appearance of a model student. He gripped the brooch on his chest, a knot of tension tightening in his stomach. A task directly from Mr. First Order. Ludger declared, a fierce resolve hardening his gaze. Yes, he would do it, even if it killed him. No, he thought. He steeled himself, a manic energy radiating from him. Don't die. Yes, he wouldn't die, even if it killed him. A chibi version of Ludger appeared, his expression nonchalant. Yeah, whatever. She's somehow slowly becoming more burdensome. This kid. Ludger reflects on his recent success. He had made a good impression on the principal's faction through the recent event. He also properly conveyed his justification for why he couldn't move rashly to the Black Dawn Society. However, he knows he can't hold on like this forever. Ludger realizes he needs to create his own organization. In order to do that, first of all, an exclamation mark appears above a glowing orb. A voice calls out, "What's the matter, Hans?" The voice responds, "Ludger, I've finished investigating the surrounding area as you ordered me to." Ludger thinks to himself that Hans needs his power after all. Hans continues, "You're quick to understand. You are right. From this point on, I need fighting power." Ludger replies, "All right, I'll head over right away." He notes that this isn't something that can be easily solved. Ludger assures Hans, "Don't worry. If needed, I'll just solve it with overwhelming force." Rain pattered against the windows, a silent prelude to the night's unfolding events. The building stood bathed in the soft glow of interior lights, a beacon against the encroaching darkness. The man slammed his fist on the table, the sound echoing his frustration. "Damn!" The red-haired man, leaning against the bar, snapped, "Big brother, are you all right?" He scoffed, "Do I look all right to you?" A hand tightened around a bottle. The voice rumbled, "That Belfort brat, he should have spit out an investment before he died." The brown-haired man looked up, concern etched on his face. "Can't we find new funding as long as we still have some strength to spare?" A figure at the table leaned forward. "Yes, I called all of you because of that. It seems like we should look at expanding our business soon." Daughtry's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint in them. "For now, those Black Rose brats." Footsteps echoed on the wooden floor. A voice barked, "What's with that guy? Hey, we're closed now. Hurry and get lost." Daughtry turned, his expression hardening. "What are you doing? Didn't you?" A voice questioned. "You are the leader of the Crimson Society, Daughtry, right? I haven't seen you before. Are we acquainted?" A new figure emerged, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "Ah, of course, it's our first time meeting." A voice remarks on someone's fame, followed by another stating they are late to introduce themselves. A figure in a top hat and formal attire reveals his name. "My name is James Moriarty." The name echoes in the room. James Moriarty? Daughtry wonders if this is the criminal consultant who dominated Delika's underworld, questioning why someone who had been hiding for years would suddenly appear. A voice declares, "I'll have to find out." James Moriarty chuckles, amused that he is recognized. "Ha ha, so you're Professor Moriarty. I've heard a lot about you. I'm happy that you know me." Daughtry, narrowing his eyes, states, "I don't know if what you claim is true or not." Moriarty asks if Daughtry thinks he is an impersonator, wondering what else he should think when someone suddenly shows up in this kind of place. The man in the top hat gestures with a gloved hand. You have a point with, but James Moriarty advises, I recommend that you avoid drawing your guns if you can. The metallic click of a gun being cocked echoed through the room. He smirked, his eyes glinting with amusement. Noisy, James Moriarty mused. A gruff voice barked an order. Shoot him in the shoulder. The trigger was pulled. Two men drew their weapons, the sound of metal on metal filling the air. What? The gun? One of them exclaimed, confusion etched on his face. However, Moriarty's eyes glowed as he summoned a swirling vortex of golden gears around him. However, don't you know such weapons are useless? The man who gave the order looked on in disbelief. Silence of fire? When the hell? A sharp, whistling sound cut through the air. A blinding blast of energy sent one of the gunmen flying backward, his scream echoing in the room. Arg! A monstrous growl rumbled as massive claws tore through the shadows. A terrified scream pierced the air as a werewolf fully materialized. A werewolf. The werewolf's heavy steps echo. James Moriarty manipulates a glowing, intricate device. One man asks, incredulous, if he tamed a werewolf. The other wonders if he is the mastermind of the werewolf incident. A close-up reveals the intense gaze of a werewolf's eye. Someone remarks that he is using that persona. They ask him to start by explaining the situation. A man sits, explaining that there are 4 organizations in total in these alleys where he established a hideout. The biggest organization among them is the gangster organization called the Crimson Society. They are the ones who do all kinds of dirty jobs. Someone states that he came and practically dominates these alleys. Then, their target will be the Crimson Society. Well, the underworld has a pretty strong presence. It'll be easy for us to settle down after dealing with those guys. But the problem is that the scale of Crimson Society is too big for us to attack them outright. Someone asks if they should do this more discreetly. Another responds that it's a waste of time, and it's obviously faster if they deal with their leadership as directly as possible. That way, the rest of them will bow down by themselves. Someone asks if he is sure, stating that the timing is bad, and they've been grouping up rather recently. He takes it that they started doing that after the death of Belfort Rickson. He exclaims in surprise. It seems that there's some kind of connection between Rickson and the Crimson Society. Perhaps the many deaths under suspicious circumstances and the incidents related to Rickson were connected to them. So the Crimson Society took care of the dirty jobs for Rickson. They'd definitely be pretty angry after the disappearance of their cash cow. Seeing as they've all gathered, it's the perfect time to sweep all of those crazy bastards away. No, wait, they aren't ordinary gangsters. You know, they also have semi-knights, who are akin to mercenaries. Even so, they aren't real knights. They're nothing much. Ah, is that so? If you say so, then. Still, it's not like they're weak. But let's not say it. So, Hans, I need a bit of your help this time. Me? He needed me to be as threatening as possible because he couldn't set the correct mood by himself. This is a good role that's perfectly suited to becoming the biggest target. Hans. Alright, just focus on setting the mood. This guy, whether he's real or fake, doesn't matter. I can't underestimate him. I would have guessed that he could use magic, but I can't believe that he's keeping a werewolf as his underling. Ah, oh my, so you are indeed Mr. Moriarty. I didn't even recognize a nobleman. Hans considers that it is enough to prove himself. A gloved hand gestures as a new topic is introduced. Professor Moriarty remarks that business is good in the city, wondering what kind of business Hans is thinking about. He offers his help. Hans is thankful. Hans states that it is the perfect time to get something off his mind that he wanted to say to all of them. He doesn't like dirty and disgusting organizations like this. Teberin asks for a pardon, wanting Hans to repeat himself. Hans declares that the Crimson Society will disappear from the city today. The hooded figure's eyes gleam with cold intent. Teberin shouts in order to attack. Teberin's command echoes through the room. Everyone, attack. The hooded figure draws a dagger with blinding speed. The hooded figure strikes, and Teberin cries out in pain. Two men brandish their knives, tension hanging thick in the air. James Moriarty, accompanied by a wolf-like creature, declares, these guys didn't run away. What are you going to do now? Just get ready to escape. A heavy object crashes to the ground, the sound echoing through the room. Darkness descends, swallowing the room whole. James Moriarty and his companion are now shrouded in shadow. A man cries out, "Oh," as the light vanishes. A voice exclaims, what's this?" as the darkness intensifies. Teberin, along with another man, cries out in alarm as they are plunged into the sudden darkness. What? James Moriarty's voice echoes through the blackness. Someone turn on the light. I can't see anything. James Moriarty curses under his breath. Damn. The text reads, "Third rank dark magic, a fool's dream." A bloody sword is shown, using the darkness and shadows to instill fear into the weakened mind of the enemy. Someone yells to die. One demands to know what is taking so long and to kill him, while another begs to be saved. Someone shouts to stop. A sword glows with purple energy. A figure sits on the floor. Someone questions how. A character with long hair and glasses is shown. A figure unleashes a torrent of blue energy, screaming for their opponent to die. An aura managed to slice through his magic. He realizes they must be those associate knights. He doesn't think he'll lose to them anyway. A close-up reveals a character's determined gaze. A vial drops to the ground, shattering and releasing a purple liquid. One of the figures is struck, exclaiming in pain. One of the figures warns that it might be poison, urging the other to get back. He explains that things like poison won't matter if you cover your body with magic. Another figure is struck by a projectile. One of the figures declares that it's pointless. Another figure is struck, questioning what's happening. A figure cries out in agony. He used the daggers as a trap to poison him. He knows they can't do anything about poisons that are effective upon direct contact. Damn it. The man roared, I'll kill you. Professor Moriarty attacked Ludger Kelsey with a knife. Moriarty held a knife to Ludger's throat. The professor stood over a fallen body. Ludger asked, Are you really Professor Moriarty? Moriarty thought, I never knew that Professor Moriarty was skilled in battle. Do I have a reason to explain that to you? You're going to die anyway. He makes the opponent drop their guard in order to expose their weakness. As long as I'm careful of that, I can win. Ludger thought, let's close the distance first. He holds the bottle aloft, a swirling purple energy coalescing around it as he prepares to strike. Professor Moriarty, however, remains unfazed. Do you think that's going to work on me? He taunts, readying his sword. With a determined glint in his eyes, the professor prepares to deflect the incoming attack. All I have to do is deflect it. But a sudden, unseen force catches him off guard. He exclaims, his eyes widening in surprise. Ludger glances at his sword, a flicker of realization crossing his face. My sword? Don't tell me, from that bottle? He swiftly draws a gun, aiming it with deadly precision. Professor Moriarty, realizing the danger, curses under his breath. Damn it, I'll have to abandon the sword and dodge. His eyes widen in disbelief as a dark force erupts around him. I should be able to do it with my reflexes. A dark energy pierces through Professor Moriarty, leaving a gaping wound in his side. Staggering back, the professor is aghast. This? From my shadow? How? Ludger, unmoved by the professor's shock, keeps his gun trained on his target. I never knew this was possible. The sound of a blade slicing through the air echoes. The new professor stands over a fallen figure, his sword drawn. A polished boot presses down on the prone form. Elsewhere, a man with auburn hair sits calmly. Now then, why don't we finish our conversation? The air hangs heavy with unspoken tension. A dark liquid is poured into a glass. Ludger, having undone his disguise, is asked how he can drink in a situation like this. He explains that after his nose became sensitive, he couldn't handle the smell of blood. It seemed like he was screaming a lot. Did he die? Not yet. Now that I've gotten all the information I needed, I was planning on handing him over to the other organizations. Professor Moriarty assures Ludger that he's sure he'll handle things, then asks what he's drinking. The text identifies Professor Moriarty as a 38-year-old Gorgonian. He thinks to himself, wondering why he is only getting one glass. Moriarty states that he thought he was sick because of the smell of blood, but Ludger broke all of the bottles. He says that he needs to try some even if it means he'll throw up. Ludger states that he was going to select a few of them and find some good people for the job. Moriarty says that there are documents and a secret account book in the second-floor office that should help Ludger. He thinks to himself that he has more work to do. Moriarty says that Ludger should already be aware. He states that he knows plenty of people who. Moriarty asks if Ludger can help. Ludger says that he is sure there isn't anyone better for the job, but he asks if they really think anyone will answer their call. Moriarty says that they said they'll come as soon as they're done with their previous job, and asks if Ludger hates them that much. Moriarty says that of course he does, and that there isn't a single sane person among them. Moriarty says that he knows plenty of people who. He also says that he knows he's not the one to talk, and even if he complains, they'll just go with Ludger's plans. Moriarty says that he does remember that Ludger is being suspected by the chairman, and asks if it is okay for him to be going around like this. It is said that those magicians would never try an uncertain risk, especially during a time when the chairman is being checked by her opposition. He agreed that the plan sounded right. Ludger then asked what the organization would be called. The man at the bar, with a thoughtful expression, questioned if Ludger was planning to take over Leatherbelk, adding that they would need a name at the very least. The man wondered how many people they had altogether, estimating around 10, including the two of them. A name appeared in a speech bubble, Yuen Owen. Ludger's expression was unreadable. The city skyline loomed outside the bar's window. The man repeated the name, Yuen Owen, questioning if it was unknown. The man asked if Ludger wanted to make their group name unknown. Ludger confirmed that was the idea, and asked if it was bad. The man poured a drink. The man offered a last drink for the day. Ludger raised his glass to the creation of a new organization. Professor Rudiger is addressed. Someone asks why he doesn't have an assistant. Professor Rudiger replies that he hasn't felt the need for one yet, despite having 80 students in his lectures. He states that it isn't that hard. Someone exclaims that he's incredible. Professor Rudiger is shocked to learn that there are assistants, realizing he was the only one working his ass off. Professor Selena asks if he has an assistant. He thinks to himself that he only picked 3 for now. Someone asks if professors usually have 10 people then. Professor Rudiger's eyes narrow. Venomor's assistants are shown. Selena suggests that Ludger should pick some assistants, adding that it will only get harder on his own. She thinks he needs around 5 at least. Selena offers to make a list of good students for him if he needs it. Another voice chimes in, offering to help as well. Ludger thanks them. Ludger sits at his desk, lost in thought. The text explains that assistants get extra credit in private tutoring, with no grade limitations, and even new professors have at least 6. The text continues, stating that some people research magic under their professor instead of graduating as well. It's basically a 21st century college. Ludger thinks it would be nice for someone to take care of small tasks. The problem, he muses, is who he should pick. A gloved hand turns a page in a book. Ludger thinks to himself that it's not urgent. Ludger's eyes narrow. The words, "this guy," hang in the air. The sound of footsteps echoes. He strides down the hallway, his long coat billowing behind him. Ludger's expression remains unreadable. Ludger stops, his voice cutting through the silence. "If you have something to say, just come out and say it, Cienida." He glances back, a hint of annoyance in his eyes. "All right." Cienida peeks out from behind a doorway, her expression apologetic. "Sorry, I saw you passing by, so I just..." Ludger turns his head slightly, his gaze sharp. "No, people don't just follow their professor." He pauses, a question forming in his mind. Does she have nothing to do? Cienida looks up at him, her expression hopeful. Ludger sighs. "It's all right. I had something to ask you anyway." Cienida asks, "Do you have any classes on Tuesday and Thursday from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m.? Cienida continues, "Isn't that time frame your class? I do have time during those." Ludger muses about the passing days. He wonders if there is something to ask. Ludger approaches. Ludger asks, "Be my assistant." She responds, "Ah, okay." Ludger and Cienida face each other. Cienida is surprised. Cienida stammers, wondering what she is saying and how someone like her could be of assistance. Ludger thinks, if she becomes his assistant, she can approach him. Cienida thinks that because she has no relation to him, she will seem suspicious. She examines the document, noting her picture on the list. It makes sense, she thinks. "Well, if you don't want to, I won't force you." Cienida's eyes widen in surprise. Ludger asks, "Then you accept?" Cienida nods in agreement. "All right, bring the assistant registration documents in 2 days." "All right, not bad for the first assistant selection." Ludger thinks to himself, "If I put her near me, I can also get some info on the Black Dawn from her little by little. I'll have a loyal errand runner in 2 days." 1 hour later. Cienida appears determined. The assistant registration documents are presented. Ludger is pleased. Cienida thanks Ludger, "Thank you." Ludger thinks to himself, "I got one faster than I thought." In an hour. The lecture hall buzzed with hushed whispers. Lynn noted, "It's louder than usual." Flora Lumos whispered, "Shoo. It's a rumor about how Professor Rudiger is looking for assistants." She added, "Wow, that's pretty tempting." Flora found it a lot more interesting that he didn't pick any until now. Lynn remarked, "People thought he didn't even know assistants existed." She continued, "No way, he's Professor Rudiger." Lynn asked, "Even so, the hottest rumor is that..." She questioned, "That? The universal stone that grants wishes. There's a rumor it's hidden somewhere in Thorn." Lynn wondered, would something like that really exist? Flora pointed out, "And this place is the center of magic, Thorn." She added, "It could be an exaggeration, but there's definitely an artifact for that." She thinks to herself that the idea of the universal stone is childish. Flora Lumos leans back in her chair, musing that if such a thing as the universal stone existed, the higher-ups would have already claimed it. The news spreads that the superhuman-like man is picking assistants. The students whisper that assistants are people who get credit from the professor, so they need the skill to match it, someone like her. Flora Lumos thinks to herself that she could definitely be considered. She wonders if she should get recommended personally, as the professor is coming and everyone should be quiet. Someone wonders who that is, as they've never seen that student before. Another student wonders if she is bringing the class materials, or if she is Professor Rudiger's assistant. Flora Lumos is shocked that he already picked someone. A voice tells Cienida good work, and that she can leave now. The students wonder why they look like that. A voice tells everyone to focus, as class is starting. The professor muses if there are conditions like the highest magic skill. Ludger clasps his hands together, stating that he only looks at one thing when he picks an assistant. Someone so famous that everyone recognizes their name. Ludger murmurs, "Aha." He clarifies that it's not a question out of pure curiosity. Ludger states that he only looks at character when picking an assistant. Ludger states that if you have the proper character, you are welcome and will go through the interview. Ludger continues, stating that after that question, however, you won't be needing an interview. Ludger finishes by saying that since you look like someone who can't be his assistant. A student turns to leave, stating that if there are no other questions, they'll be on their way. Professor Selena reminds the students that their first midterm is soon, so they should prepare for that. The student continues to walk away. Ludger asks, "What's the matter, Flora Lumos?" Flora says, "So I heard you picked an assistant." Ludger replies, "Huh? Oh, of course not. Why would I?" Flora asks, "Then why did you approach me?" She continues, "I wanted to say thank you. Last time, I was safe because you helped me." Ludger states, "I just did what a professor should do." He continues, "If you took my words of advice seriously, then that's enough for me." Flora insists, "I was completely fine." She thinks, "Actually, I nearly passed out." Flora asks, "Professor, how many elements can you control?" I saw you control 5 in class. He states that he can only control 5 elements. Ludger admits that he can use all 10 elements, but that it's not a good thing. A narration box describes him as the opposite of a one-element focused mage. Someone kneels, stating that if this is known, they'll be put in a difficult spot. Flora suggests that they just say it's 5, finding 10 to be too many. Ludger tells her to go on her way if she doesn't have any more questions. A speech bubble reads, and if you ever. Ludger states that Flora could definitely become his assistant. Flora looks up, a slight blush on her face. Ludger stands in the background. Flora's eyes narrow. She thinks to herself that it's annoying. A character's legs are visible, clad in dark stockings and blue shoes. A grand doorway stands open, framed by ornate pillars and intricate stonework. A voice calls out, "Did you call for me, Chancellor?" A man in a formal suit stands with a composed expression. A woman with white hair is welcomed. "Welcome, Professor Rudiger. Have you heard the recent rumors?" Within Thorn, a universal stone is hidden. The man in the suit says, "I did hear. I think it's a false rumor spread by students." The man declares, "Wrong." Professor Rudiger holds a glowing blue crystal. The universal stone that grants wishes really exists. A mysterious object with a unique power that has existed for a long time. The man in the suit holds the crystal. A relic. He held the relic, a strange sense of accomplishment washing over him. To think he'd find one here. There was one reason why he roamed the world with so many identities. He'd been changing his identity while traveling across the regions for a long time, sometimes as a mercenary, sometimes as a crime consultant, and sometimes as a merchant. It was to find the remaining piece of this relic. He came over because he was told that a relic was in the Empire. But he didn't think that there would also be one at Thorn. Of course, it's a different type of relic from the one he's looking for. But what if he could use the universal stone to find the location of the relic he's looking for? The universal stone shimmered with potential. Then, Ludger sits at his desk, his head buried in his hands. The weight of his past identities presses down on him. A voice inquired, "Is there anything else you need, Princess?" The response came, "No, you can go ahead inside." Understood. They lamented, "They can't leave me alone for an hour." She sighed. "Of course, given my position, it can't be helped." The princess thought, "I want to live normally like the other students." A knock echoed. She asked, "What is it?" A voice responded, "Princess, someone has requested for you." She wondered, "Requested for me?" A figure appeared, apologizing. "I apologize for coming at such a late time, Princess Arinder." The figure continued, "It's an urgent matter." The princess replied, "It's all right, but what matters do you have with me, Tarina?" The princess inquires about werewolves at Thorn. Is the rumor true? Tarina confirms that one of their professors took care of them. She is investigating a case related to it. The princess wonders just what kind of case it could be. It's supposed to be carried out in secret, so please forgive me. Anyway, I plan to meet that professor soon. Do you happen to know who they are? A new professor, Rudiger Chelsea. I hope there will be progress in your investigation, Tarina. All right, Princess Arinder. The princess appears thoughtful. Red Society, a dark organization, recently disappeared overnight in Leatherbelk. The woman with white hair muses about the Red Society. Tarina asks if it was related to this case, but then says no, but they'll still have to take note of it. She says all right, there's no need to worry that far. The woman with white hair says to focus on their own investigation. She says to investigate Leatherbelk a bit more, then they're going to Thorn, and the other person says yes, understood. A view of a window. For the past few days, more rumors have been spreading. Ludger Cherish writes on the chalkboard, thinking that students might move around on their own like with the werewolf case, and in that case, it'll be a pain in the neck in many ways. Ludger Cherish continues to write on the chalkboard. Students are sleeping in class. Ludger Cherish slams his hand on a book. A student wonders if something fun is about to happen. It seems Ludger Cherish intends to show them something. Ludger Cherish explains that mages always manifest magic using themselves as the center, a small flame dancing on his fingertip. However, that's because magic power comes from the caster. The students appear to be taking in the information. Ludger Cherish continues his explanation. He adds that if you touch upon it a little, you can do something like that. Ludger Cherish reiterates that magic is manifested using the caster as the center, but in reality, there's a small empty space in between. He explains that usually, around 1 meter is the limit. However, if you accept that your magic power consumption will increase heavily, you can go beyond that. Coordinate assignment formula. That is what he calls it, coordinate assignment formula. A student is surprised, never having heard of anything like that before, and wonders where Ludger Cherish learned that kind of magic. A student's intense gaze pierces the air, her expression unreadable. Addressing the class, Ludger Cherish states that the information might be interesting to them. The professor continues, explaining that it's made with inspiration from a certain mage. Ludger Cherish adds that he did not show them this to teach it to them. The students are confused, wondering why he is showing it to them. The professor explains that it's because he wants them to realize something. All magic develops from a sturdy foundation. Ludger Cherish stands in front of a chalkboard, stating that creation comes only after that. To use magic properly, they must first learn step by step. Ludger Cherish tells the students that even if they feel bored or feel like he's stating the obvious, they should focus on class first. The professor's words are for the future you. Ludger Cherish announces that class is over for today. If there is anyone who figures this magic out, they can come to his office anytime. He promises to give them plenty of merits. A student stands in a room, exclaiming, He acknowledges the statement. The deadline is set for midnight. The other party confirms that they understood. He then asks if there is anything else he is curious about. Ludger Cherish suggests that taking action would be better than asking questions. The task is entrusted to someone else. A gloved hand touches a spherical object. It was only a matter of time. Ludger Cherish didn't expect it to happen so soon. Ludger Cherish wonders what those guys are thinking. He hasn't fully erased the suspicions of the Chancellor yet, and might even be regarded as one of them. Something's off, Ludger Cherish thinks. Is this situation really a first order? Now that he thinks about it, Ludger Cherish calls for Cienida to come back. He stands with his back to the doorway as Cienida enters the room. It sounds like a subordinate acted on their own. Ludger Cherish sits at his desk, his expression unreadable. Cienida pauses in the doorway, her expression serious. Ludger Cherish says to explain from the start exactly what happened. The investigation revealed that the situation began with a third-order member inquiring about information. While investigating information on Thorn, they discovered a document related to the Universal Stone. Because he had already seen the information, he believed the rumors spreading among the students. Soon after, they learned the existence and location of the stone. The third order immediately told the second order. But the second order didn't report this, choosing to act on their own. Coincidentally, rumors about the stone started. His name is Demulus. He's someone close to the government and takes care of that kind of stuff amongst the second order. Teberin mused. If it's that important, he should definitely be letting the first order know. Teberin wondered, did he really think I wouldn't find out? Enya replied, it's just my own guess, but... Enya finished. I think he's after the spot of the first order. A spell in the summon magic category is known as Magic Path. It consumes a large amount of magic power, but in return consumes the caster's entire presence so that no one can recognize nor detect them. The two figures stand side by side. The blue-haired figure seems to sense something. The blonde-haired figure looks on. The blue-haired figure says, Something just passed me. I couldn't see anything, but I smelled something related to magic. The blonde-haired figure, now identified as Flora, thinks, invisible magic. I'll have to check it out. She asks, Flora, where are you going? The man declares he has a plan. The man with purple hair appears concerned. The man holding the green stone curses, frustrated that it was supposed to be the universal stone. The text declares the stone is completely useless. The man holding the stone wonders why the power radiating from it is real, but the purple-haired man questions why the stone isn't reacting to anything. Someone asks who the others are, wondering if they are all the bastards. The purple-haired man hears that there were at least 10 of them. The man holding the stone wonders if the rest were either captured or abandoned. Someone calls out to Sir John Doe. A man in a formal suit stands tall. The text reveals the man is second-order Demulus. He held the green stone aloft, its facets catching the dim light of the chamber. A faint, ethereal glow emanated from within, casting dancing shadows on his gloved hand. His brow furrowed, a silent question hanging in the air. Why? A voice echoed in his mind, a dismissive whisper. It'd be a waste of my time if I told you. Another voice, more certain, declared, this is the universal stone. Demulus turned the stone slowly, the green light reflecting in his sharp blue eyes. He sought some hidden truth within its depths. A flicker of doubt crossed his face, a subtle shift in his usually composed expression. A thought surfaced, a hesitant whisper in the silence. Wait. His grip tightened on the stone, a sudden realization dawning. This wasn't a relic. He recalled a previous conversation. It has an incredible amount of magic power in it, but that's it. But the Chancellor told me. A gasp escaped his lips, his eyes widening in disbelief. The truth began to dawn. A question formed in his mind, sharp and urgent. He lifted his gaze, drawn by a sudden surge of energy above. The air crackled with unseen power. A beam of intense light pierced the sky, a beacon of unknown origin and purpose. The character, holding a staff, smiles as she declares, it's the end. Now that he has the fake universal stone. She put quite a bit of effort into this bait. Professor Rudiger hopes there's a big harvest with it. He'll have to hope he isn't there. A lone figure stands in the center of a crater. Hyuk. A figure stands with their feet planted firmly on the ground. That almost went badly. Ludger Cherish sprints forward, his coat billowing behind him as he prepares to unleash a spell. He shouts, channeling his energy into the spell. Aether Nocturnus. A sphere of raw magical power coalesces before him, crackling with energy. The spell erupts in a blinding flash, unleashing its destructive force. Ludger Cherish sits alone, reflecting on his past. When he cast that spell, he also got recognized as magic. He guesses that's how he lived. He thinks magic doesn't exist, but with the coordinate assignment formula and the specialty of this magic, there isn't anything he can't do. That's the 6th-rank lecturer, Elisa Willow. Elisa Willow's power. Ludger Cherish wonders, she asked him to do it, so why would she come personally? He realizes the hijacked universal stone was a fake. Did she find out his identity and set a trap? Yuck, damn it. That teleportation magic drained all his magic power. He narrowed his eyes, a barely perceptible tremor running through him. He thought to himself that she wouldn't bother using a troubling method like this. He breathed a sigh of relief. For maximum efficiency, she hides the truth from her own allies. A truly extraordinary person. Ludger turned to face Flora Lumos, his expression hardening. Flora asked if he was a professor. Ludger wondered why Flora Lumos was here. A voice warned that the forest was off limits. Flora gasped, realizing something. Flora, her voice rising in agitation, demanded to know why he was there, insisting that she should be the one asking the questions. What was that huge magic cast that happened earlier? Ludger stated that it was none of her business, adding that the forest was dangerous for students and that she should hurry and leave. Flora thought to herself that she wasn't that weak, though. She thought that Ludger looks like she. Did she find another way in to avoid the people guarding the entrance? Ludger wondered. How can she tell him she came here because she smelled something really good that she didn't recognize? Flora thought to herself. To think that Professor Rudiger would be here. Flora mused. Flora's eyes widened, a gasp escaping her lips. Flora, a small, chibi-like figure called out. I'm scared. Where did you go? Follow me. I'll lead you and your friend to the exit, Ludger thought, his expression grim. Flora's expression hardened, her eyes narrowed. Deep within the forest, a lone figure sat beneath a tree, shrouded in shadow. Ludger stared at his hand, a strange light emanating from his palm. What medicine was he taking? Is he sick somewhere? Ludger wondered, his gaze distant. Ah, Professor Rudiger, the woman with white hair stated, a sinister smile playing on her lips. They were wandering the silent forest, so I led them out. Why were the students in there? It's because of me, Chancellor. Flora. Student Flora Lumos? I went into the silent forest on my own, and Cheryl was chasing after me. Professor Rudiger found us shortly after. The white-haired woman purses her lips, a thoughtful expression settling on her face. Ludger stands, listening intently. I take care of them. A woman with white hair smiles. Well, students are allowed to make mistakes. But what should we do now? The white-haired woman smiles serenely. It was a pretty urgent situation, so I went first and took care of it. The Chancellor is asked if the magic from earlier was from him. He responds that if it was him, then he's sure it's already taken care of and that it's all right. Another character agrees, saying yes, please do. Someone asks how Rudiger Chelsea is. The man with the white beard thinks that with this event, he can drop any suspicions. Someone states that they observed his reaction and didn't sense anything strange. The man smiles. Someone asks if there was a reason why they had to spread rumors from their side. A close-up of a character's face. She thinks that they have to do this so that the little rats take the bait first. Two figures stand together. A foot clad in a dark boot steps onto a stone floor, the sound echoing in the chamber. The room is dimly lit by several candles, their light reflecting off a large, green stone resting on a pedestal. A voice assures that the real one has been moved safely. The green stone glows softly, its facets catching the light. A voice recalls that in the past, that stone ruined an entire kingdom because it was dangerous. Cienida, standing beside an older gentleman, declares that now that they know the real one is safe, they should leave, adding that she doesn't want to be here for long. A sense of unease permeates the air. A dark, shadowy figure lurks near a gated entrance, seemingly emitting a magical power. Ludger Cherish glances back, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Ludger didn't believe it at first, but a hand holds the green stone, a trace left on the fake one. The speaker thought the Chancellor would check up on the real one after. Magic power emission is definitely much larger. It's sucking me in with power. The figure with long green hair and a green suit stares intently forward, a slight smile playing on his lips. A foot clad in a polished black boot steps forward, the sound echoing in the chamber. I know because I saw many things. However, he holds a glowing green object in his hand, energy crackling around it. At the very least, I know you can tell me the whereabouts of the remaining relic pieces. Green energy swirls and crackles, filling the air with an electric scent. Standing amidst the swirling green energy, the man seems to draw power from it, his eyes glowing with an inner light. More magic power is piling up. He thinks, it's trying to burrow into my insides. A close-up reveals a determined expression on his face, his jaw set, and eyes narrowed. He is still, surrounded by a protective barrier of swirling green energy. Stay still, if you try to get in. Regardless of my will, you'll break. Green energy surges and pulses, the air thick with anticipation. Good. Now then, the green energy intensifies around his legs, ready to unleash its power. Show me the whereabouts of the other pieces. A blurry background with streaks of light fills the space. A green gem rests on a pedestal. A voice declares, I knew it. It can't tell me every piece. Ludger Cherish stands tall, clad in a suit with gold accents. A cityscape stretches out under the night sky. A voice echoes, to think that one would be so close. A cartoon drawing shows two figures. One uses, why do I feel so subtle? Maybe it's because I almost killed someone. A voice calls out, questioning what's the matter. The voice continues, stating that the thing mentioned last time is done and suggests moving up the appointment time to tomorrow night. The voice explains that it's for the better since it's almost the deadline, but the other person questions why their voice sounds like that, wondering if things ended up badly. Ludger Cherish lies prone, assuring the other person that things worked out well. He adds that they've found the relic's location. The other person responds that it's understandable since there have been a series of events, but adds that one thing is not worth the trouble. The voice states that to be exact, there were two, but one is already roughly known. The voice continues, stating that the other one is. The text reveals that it's here in Leatherbelk. Ludger cherishes surprised, based on the scenery that the relic showed him. The other person states that it's the Kunst auction house. The person continues, saying that's the only auction house around here and that they heard there's going to be a big event soon. Perhaps it's an item up for auction. Check the list of items that are up for auction. That's possible, right? Well, that's simple. Anyway, Hyungnam, I'll see you tomorrow night. Yeah, good work. What are you? Meanwhile, Ludger stands in a room with Principal Elisa Willow. Elisa Willow clears her throat. You weren't inside your office? Ludger wonders what he should ask first. Should he ask for the special? He continues to ponder. Should he ask about the magic he used last time, or should he ask about medicine? A woman in a dark veil muses that nothing is different from the Red Society in the end. Ludger asks if they aren't saying they'll also push him down with their power as to do whatever he wants. He clarifies that it's only an offer. If he had intended to do what he said, he would have already started it. Ludger continues, stating that even if they decline his offer, he will transfer a portion of the Red Society's business ground. The woman in the veil, Principal Elisa Willow, and a man with a beard look on with surprise. Principal Elisa Willow asks if he'll still distribute it to them even if they decline. A disembodied voice expresses confusion, questioning what Ludger is intending to do. Ludger states that, as they all know, he's currently in a difficult position to be obviously acting out. Ludger continues, saying there's nothing to gain from useless fighting. He just needs his own surefire powers. Ludger finishes by saying they don't have to believe him, and they don't lose anything by declining. The disembodied voice states that they do want to hear an answer here. The group sits around a table laden with food, listening intently. Someone says that they shouldn't at least tell them what kind of business it is. A man with a beard exclaims his opinion. An unseen figure demands to know why decisions are being made unilaterally. The man with the beard states that if something is dangerous, it's bad for him, expecting understanding from his companion. The man at the table wonders what kinds of pleasures nobles seek, as papers rustle nearby. He decides he wants something more elegant than opera and music, suggesting a story told through a play, music, and dance. A voice expresses that they can't tell just with what they have, but they see a vision laid out in front of them. The man with the beard laughs, seemingly pleased with the unfolding events. A voice states that they look forward to working with Leader Pinion. Neutral Pinion, a woman with an elaborate updo and a tattoo on her back, is revealed. A voice declares, I want change. The text describes an abandoned area with only a gray sky and a dark future to greet them. A voice asks if people don't think they must live looking up at the sky. A woman in a hat expresses her desire to change the dark and gloomy alley into a place where people can live brightly. A voice echoes, encouraging someone to live brightly. A man with black hair and glasses states that he will provide a fitting business idea to the other organizations. Another man, with light brown hair, exclaims that the ideas the first man showed were amazing, addressing him as Hyungnam. The man with light brown hair continues, expressing surprise that the other man would get approval from all organizations. The man with black hair responds that all he did was use someone else's ideas for inspiration. The two men walk down a street at night. A voice asks what it is. The two men are seen from the side as they continue their conversation. The man with black hair states that he wants to talk quietly, just the two of them. The man with light brown hair, now identified as Hans, is told to go ahead first. The sound of footsteps echoes. The man with black hair tells Hans that he is alone without an escort, referring to the business that Hans suggested. He asks if Hans really thinks it will do well, or if he thinks it won't. A voice states that the current clothing market is controlled by nobles and rich merchants. Hans stands beside a woman's arm, the skin marked by an intricate tattoo. The source, he explains, was caused by magic. He confirms that a mage with messed up possessiveness, the one who taught him magic, did this. The woman with the tattoo reveals that she was too late in getting it checked, so even the Lamensis healer apostles gave up. She lets out a dry laugh. A gloved hand gently touches the tattooed arm. Hans continues, stating that since she trusted him and showed him something that she didn't want to, it's only right. He intends to show her something as well. The woman's leg is shown as she asks what he is saying. The woman's eyes widen slightly, a bead of sweat forming on her brow. Hans tells her to check her face. The woman's expression is one of shock and dawning horror. Hans smiles, declaring it's real magic. Hans declares that he will just say it. She remains silent. Violetta says that it is more comfortable to go around with it hidden right now. Hans asks if it isn't a waste to hide her face over one wound. Violetta clears her throat, stating that she will take care of work as ordered for now. Hans says that their meeting today was meaningful, then calls out, Violetta. Violetta responds, asking yes? Suddenly, an arrow flies through the air. The arrow strikes Violetta. Violetta gasps in pain. Hans asks if she is all right, and Violetta responds that she is, thanking him. Hans wonders who would ambush them. He, dressed in his usual aristocratic attire, asks Violetta if they are going to fight. A voice declares that they have already been caught and cannot run away. Hans then asks Violetta if she knows how to dance. Violetta thinks to herself that she can dance well enough to not be envious of other people. Surrounded, Hans tells Violetta that he'll leave his back to her. Violetta stands ready, her expression unreadable. A cityscape stretches out, buildings reaching towards a clouded sky. A chaotic melee unfolds, figures locked in combat. A blade flashes, slicing through the air with deadly precision. One of the men exclaims, "Damn it, we're no match even with magic." They're tired. Another man sighs, "Phew, I'm getting tired already. I guess I'm out of shape." A woman says, "You better increase your stamina once we're done with this." Someone mutters, "I can't find the guy that shot that first arrow." Another voice wonders, "Did he go into hiding after the ambush?" A man observes, "He's using a diffusion scent that's hard to get, and he can easily control his murderous energy." A voice notes, "Seems like there's a pro amongst these guys." Someone calls out, "Violetta." She responds, "Yes?" A swift attack lands, the sound of impact echoing through the corridor. Someone shouts, furious at the opening in their defenses. The order is given, "Give chase." Violetta, caught off guard, asks what is happening. A voice declares that it wouldn't be fair to continue fighting, revealing that there's a pro-assassin amongst them. The fight intensifies, blades clashing in a confined space. A foot slams down, adding to the chaos. An assassin emerges from the shadows, a gleaming knife held ready. The assassin's eyes glint with deadly intent. A question hangs in the air, "Do you know who they are?" Violetta mentions that she heard there's an assassin group that came from beyond the southern desert. People who get paid to kill others, she explains. The southern desert? They were Kalsapa assassins. Ludger warns her to be careful not to bite her tongue. Violetta cries out in pain as she is struck by a dagger. The daggers rain down on the building. More daggers strike the building. The daggers continue to fall. Violetta's parasol blocks the daggers. Violetta exclaims in shock at what was on her special parasol. It's a special poison that Kalsapa bastards use, she realizes. Ludger states that most things won't stop it. Then what do we do now? They either wait for them to run out of throwing daggers. She stands with Ludger on the rooftop, the wind whipping around them. He says they need to get out of here. Ludger states that he likes the second option better. Ludger agrees. Ludger tells Violetta to hold tight. Ludger leaps from the rooftop. Ludger carries Violetta in his arms as he runs. Meanwhile, two figures stand on a rooftop, watching. Ludger lands on another building. He continues to run. A figure shouts for them to wait up. The figure on the rooftop wonders if they are just going to be left behind, calling the others cowards. The figure holding a knife wonders if the woman is alone and if the man ran away, realizing there's something more. No way would he have left her alone. It feels too much like a trap. This woman's probably just bait. The man's probably hiding somewhere. Dong-hun's eyes dart around, a growing sense of unease settling in. A voice shouts, "Over there." A blinding flash of energy erupts. A sharp pain pierces Dong-hun's side. He coughs, blood splattering on the ground. Kind of magic I have. Although I did use the diffusion sense characteristics a bit. A blade flashes, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. There was a bit of the diffusion scent left over on the mana. He stands in the alleyway, the dim light casting long shadows around him. Dong-hun recalls that he used the device to carry over sound. A voice erupts, filled with rage. The attacker's dark clothing rustles as they move. The figure lunges forward, a blur of motion in the confined space. The blow lands, sending Dong-hun staggering back. The attacker moves with unnatural speed, a dark shadow against the grimy walls. A glint of metal flashes in the dim light as the attacker brandishes a weapon. The attacker declares that this is the end. The attacker's feet pound the pavement, closing the distance. The attacker's eyes gleam with a cold, merciless intent. The attacker wonders if he was hiding a different weapon. The attacker strikes again, the weapon a blur of deadly motion. He tumbles through the air, the cobblestone street rushing up to meet him. The man in the suit, his back to the viewer, speaks with cold authority. "Judgment, but you let." The woman with short hair stands beside him, her expression grim. "The noise came from there. Get them. We're done for if we lose them." The diffusion sense mostly faded. "Can I leave the rest to you?" A man runs through the streets, shouting, "I found them. The bastards are here." A man stands before a swirling blue light, his face obscured by shadow. The man's eyes widen in shock. "Huh." A surge of blue energy erupts. The woman's hand rests on a ledge. "Looks like there aren't any more of the minions. I didn't think they would ambush us when the organization's gone." The man in the suit looks down, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Huh." Violetta wonders aloud, "By whom?" She continues, stating that they were probably paid by the assassin, but she killed Belbot Rixon, so it wouldn't be him. Violetta is taken aback by her own words. "Wait, you killed Belbot Rixon? You did?" Dong-hun explains that Belbot Rixon was doing dirty work while funding Dutry. Dong-hun states that he doesn't wish to be with those kinds of people. He offers to hand over Dutry's new recruits to Violetta, allowing her to do whatever she likes with them. Violetta sighs, stating that she's going to get busy and has to continue with the business Dong-hun suggested too. Dong-hun asks if finding out who is behind this is not within her capabilities. Violetta assures him that she'll take care of both things and will do better than he expects. Dong-hun replies with a simple, great reply. Violetta concludes the conversation with, "Then take care." The man named Ludger Cherish strides down the cobblestone street, his long coat swaying with each step. The fog hangs heavy in the air, obscuring the buildings in the distance. Ludger Cherish calls out, demanding his assistant hurry over. He is met with a sharp retort, someone questioning who called them his assistant. The man in the suit retorts, demanding they come when called. Someone exclaims that they get it, demanding the other get their rat teeth away from them, as Pinyin grabs Hans. Hans pleads with Ludger Cherish to stop her, though he seems to find it amusing. Ludger Cherish tells them to stop bullying Hans, and to look at something else instead. Someone wonders what the noise was, eager to see what's happening. Pinyin exclaims, surprised, stating that she told him this is only for one person, and the clamp part is all loose now. Pinyin states that it should take like 10 minutes. Someone tells another to wait just a bit. Hans wonders why that little scoundrel is so mean to him. Donghoon is told that Ludger Cherish is being patient with her because he is weak and she is older. Donghoon admits he initially thought she was just a little kid. Ludger Cherish asks if Donghoon first saw her in the mines of Dalika Kingdom. Ludger Cherish confirms that she was held captive as a slave there. The scene shifts to a memory of a mine entrance. Deep within the mines, a group of people huddle together. Two figures examine something with a lantern. Donghoon wonders if they would have all died if those bombs had exploded. It is stated that if something like that exploded a kilometer underground, even a night captain would die. Ludger Cherish recalls seeing some strange guys go over to Donghoon. Ludger Cherish states that he already took care of them, and that they were from the Red Society. He scratches his head, a troubled expression on his face. There must be someone behind them, he thinks. Donghoon is asked to look into it. He complains that he is already dying from checking all the items at the auction. An assistant is called to come. Meanwhile, a hooded figure stands by a window. He thinks that 10 minutes will probably take 30 minutes instead. He decides to get some rest. The hooded figure turns his head, a look of confusion on his face. He wonders what is happening. The hooded figure observes other hooded figures. He notes that he can't even hear their footsteps. The hooded figure thinks that they are a group that's moving so in sync with each other at this hour. He wonders if they are perhaps. Their movements are quick and... Someone asks what it is, Captain. He mutters that it's nothing, standing near a window. Ludger thinks to himself that it looks like she didn't see him. He muses that he thought they might be knights, but that's silver hair. Tarina Lionhowl, Nightcrawler Knight orders Lord Protector. Ludger wonders why she is in Leatherbelk and recalls hearing she was assigned to the murder case of Belbort Rixon. He wonders if she thinks that case was related to the incident earlier. Ludger thinks to himself that he's glad he got rid of the damning evidence, then, and that he doesn't want to get involved with such a monstrous human again. Someone calls out to Ludger, saying they got it all fixed up. The voice continues, saying it took a bit because they were making sure all the other parts were in tip-top shape, too. Ludger puts on a glove, thinking that it's smaller and thinner. The person who called out to Ludger is seen holding a staff. The staff is also a lot stronger. The device has been improved, making it twice as powerful and able to be used for one more person. Violetta explains that she added a new feature, suggesting to close a hand into a fist and flex the wrist. A voice questions the new feature. Ludger looks on, his expression unreadable. Violetta explains that she made it because she remembered something Ludger told her a while ago, adding that it'll go back in if he relaxes. Ludger acknowledges the explanation. Violetta then points out a small hole on the left, explaining that it can shoot needles to paralyze the enemy. Violetta compliments someone's good taste. A voice says that Coward was saying it's dangerous, or whatever. Ludger is told that this much is expected of a professor at Thorn Academy. A voice dismisses the truth, whatever it may be. Ludger is told that he looks good in fancy clothes, and that one can tell with one glance that he's a gentleman. A voice exclaims that he looks like an aristocrat. Someone expresses their gratitude. One of the cloaked figures asks if someone is leaving already, to which another replies that it's just an outing. Someone states they have one more thing to ask. Someone explains they came because they heard there was a ruckus, noting the injuries were caused by magic. They wonder if some kind of gang fight happened. One of the cloaked figures reveals that he knows one of them, stating he's from the Red Society. Someone expresses surprise that the Red Society was done away with, while another points out two more bodies nearby. A sour smell permeates the air. One of the cloaked figures asks if they mean the assassin organization from the Fatima dynasty. Someone denies that it could have been a conflict between the Kalsapas and the Red Society. They weren't killed by the poison. They were probably on the same side. Anyway, he was killed with just one hit. This one too. From behind. An assassin got into a close-range fight. They must have thought the opponent was a mage who couldn't use a dagger, and they died because their judgment was wrong. The one who killed the assassins is a mage who's also adept with a blade, and someone who did away with the Red Society. The Red Society? Why do you think that? A disbanded organization went to the effort of hiring Kalsapa. That means it was a pretty big grudge. Now that I think about it, Belbort's funds have gone to the Red Society once before. Someone who killed Belbort and the Red Society members. A burned-down factory, and a Thorn professor who burned a werewolf. The cloaked figure speaks of something leading to death. One of the cloaked figures declares that they are done and ready to leave. Another asks if they are already finished. One of them states that they have everything they need. One of the cloaked figures asks if they are done with the investigation. The response is negative. The cloaked figure with glasses says that they haven't come any closer to a conclusion. One of them suggests that there is a place where there might still be a clue. The scene shifts to a building. A woman with pink hair greets Professor Rudiger. She mentions that she heard he didn't come to work today. A man in a vest says that he doesn't have any classes today. The woman and the man are standing together, and she asks what brings. A voice chirps, informing someone that they are being looked for. Someone explains that they were walking by and decided to drop in. A knight from the National Security Bureau identifies himself. A voice promises to be there. A man in glasses responds with a simple ah. The man asks, "Are you Rudiger Chelsea?" The man confirms, "Yes, that's me." Rudiger Chelsea offers, "Why don't we have a seat?" The man replies, "Ah, thank you." The man introduces himself. "I'll introduce myself. I'm Lloyd." Lloyd clarifies that he is a member of the National Security Bureau. Rudiger Chelsea responds, "It's fine. I don't eat during working hours." She sits across from Professor Rudiger, inquiring, "I see. So what brings you here? You dealt with the werewolf that appeared on campus last time, right?" Lloyd responds with a slight smile, "Yes, is there a problem?" Rudiger replies, "No. I just wanted to hear about what happened in detail." Rudiger adds, "You can just tell the story comfortably, as if you were telling a friend." He finishes with, "All right." Rudiger thinks to himself, "It's not Tarina Lionel." Rudiger continues his internal monologue. "I was prepared to see her." Rudiger thinks, "It won't be hard as long as it's not her." Rudiger states, "Then, I'll begin." Rudiger requests, "Please, in detail." Lloyd says, "Thanks for making time for me." The two men shake hands, sealing their agreement. Lloyd says, "You're someone who works for the..." Lloyd continues, "Nation. It's an honor for me." Rudiger replies, "It was an honor to meet you, as it was for me, too." The professor's expression is unreadable. Someone has arrived at the building. A voice calls out, "You're here, Captain." The captain and another figure stand in the courtyard. The second figure asks, "Did you find any leads?" The captain sighs, "We even got the warrant to investigate." A voice replies, "There was nothing useful. How about you?" The captain's boots are shown. A voice asks, "Did you properly follow my orders?" The captain's face is shown. He replies, "Yes, I did exactly as you said." So, a voice wonders, was it someone who was properly trained? A voice continues, "Although he was wearing gloves, when we shook hands." The silver-haired figure stands in a library, the scent of old paper and leather heavy in the air. A book lies open on the desk before them. The eye, framed by dark lashes, stares intently. A voice echoes, like the hand of an average mage who hadn't used a knife before. A brown-haired woman stands with two others. One asks, "Really? You're not mistaken?" The woman replies, "Of course not." The silver-haired figure, hand to their chin, muses, "The hand of an average mage. This is honestly outside my predictions." A voice narrates, "I thought I'd finally found a clue, but the case falls into mystery again." The brown-haired woman declares, "Without any leads, the investigation must stop. Enya, you stay here and report anything suspicious." A voice interjects, "No, but before that, meeting them fur dash." The silver-haired figure stands near a bench, stating, "We cannot. That was the condition." A voice questions, "Condition? Tarina, how long has it been?" The silver-haired figure stands as Tarina approaches. One of the figures exclaims, "Huh, Chancellor Elisa Willow." A voice wonders, they know each other? She approaches Tarina, who asks what brings her here. Tarina responds that she could at least greet her friend. Elisa Willow states that Tarina is being pointlessly considerate after blocking the meeting between Professor Rudiger and her. Elisa Willow says there's no need. Elisa Willow tells Tarina not to bully their useful newbie, stating that he's someone she's taken a liking to and questions how she can trust Tarina with him. Elisa Willow questions if that is not true. Someone says they are leaving. Elisa Willow tells Tarina that there is no need to see her off. Tarina asks if she is already leaving. Tarina calls out to Elisa Willow. A reflection shows the Chancellor and a protector. Ludger Cherish observes that he is not sure what their relationship is. Lloyd was someone he couldn't let his guard down in front of, but his actions were good clues. He had been checking for dust first, as well as having an extremely clean appearance. He thought he was a germaphobe. If someone like that requested a handshake with his bare hands, that would mean he wanted to check something through it. He requested artificial skin from Sheridan. Just in case, he applied the artificial skin. Thank goodness it wasn't for nothing. It was a nice try. But unfortunately, he was better prepared. Now, shall he relax and prepare the test now? 1 week later. Recently, the others have been acting very carefully. The cause seems to be the protector visiting Thorn recently. Carefully? What do you mean by that? People have been avoiding contact as much as possible. Private gatherings are happening outside of Thorn now. Ludger Cherish asked, "I see. Anything else out of the ordinary?" He reflects on the recent news. 2 days ago, 3 people of the Third Order were captured by the people. The principal questions the term, Third Order. Elisa Willow states that she didn't report it. The principal continues, stating that even Third Orders aren't dumb enough to be captured by the police. Ludger Cherish listens as Elisa Willow says that Thorn's students were involved. A flashback shows a group of students, and Elisa Willow thinks to herself, "My class." Elisa Willow recalls the names Aiden, Leo, and Tacy. Elisa Willow confirms that it is correct. Ludger Cherish wonders how those guys somehow got someone outside the city and that it looks like they got involved in the middle of a commission. Elisa Willow thinks about a commission and that the lower-class students have a commission board to raise or pay their student tuition, since those 3 aren't from the richest of households. Ludger Cherish thinks that even so, to think it would be those 3 who captured the Third Orders. Ludger Cherish admits that he was keeping an eye on them, but this is beyond his expectations. He wondered what the other's face looked like at that moment. Papers rustled as they were clutched tightly. Something shattered, the sound echoing in the room. The man with glasses wondered why the Chancellor had suddenly arrived, and if it was to take note of Professor Rudiger's exam questions. Professor Chris was also in charge of manifestation, and had brought something that might be useful when making the next exam. To think, he would be compared to a mere ruined noble. Rudiger Chelsea vowed to see about this. His hands clenched into fists, knuckles white with rage. This shame, he'll get revenge on you. A figure is sent flying through the air, shouting, what's this? Let go of me. Someone prepares a sandwich with meticulous care. The silver-haired figure glances back, their eyes filled with a mix of defiance and concern. Your eyes are still looking up in a situation like this? A disembodied voice booms. This is why you need to educate commoners. A man with slicked-back blonde hair smirks, a sinister glint in his eyes. A group of figures stand in a forest clearing. One asks, what are you doing right now? A close-up reveals a pair of intense blue eyes. The name Woolberg hangs in the air. A man with dark hair and piercing blue eyes stares intently. The silver-haired figure looks up in shock. Woolberg, the one rumored to be merciless and thinks commoners are disgusting. In a time like this too? Someone stammers, I was educating a cocky commoner. Two men converse, their expressions unreadable. A man with blonde hair and a blue outfit is accused of bullying a commoner. He denies the accusation, looking flustered. Woolberg strikes the man, sending him flying. Woolberg states that the man is trash that stains the name of a noble. Woolberg asks how much longer he has to see trash like the man fooling around. The man asks if Woolberg is angry that this suddenly happened to him. The man stammers, denying that he is angry. Woolberg walks away. A girl thanks Woolberg for helping her. Woolberg looks surprised. The girl looks up at Woolberg, startled. Woolberg says it's nothing. The girl says it's fine, and she can still eat her lunch after she dusts it off. Something that touched the ground. If it's okay with you, we can share mine. Where's this place? I've never seen this place during my time in Thorn. It's my personal space. Even my bodyguards don't know of it. If you keep it a secret from the other students, you're welcome to come back again next time. Of course, I won't tell anyone. But, is that really your lunch? Yeah, I got a bit excited while making it, so I made too much. You made that on your own, Sunbae? Go ahead and try it. Oh my, it's so good. Thank goodness it suits your taste. Eat slower though. He walked through the forest, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and blooming flora. Tonight, after classes. At this place. If he picked it up in 3 seconds. Ludger stood alone in the forest, the air thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. A voice echoed, laced with a hint of surprise. You're here early? The voice questioned. A ball of crimson fire materialized before him, casting an eerie glow on the surrounding trees. Ludger's expression remained impassive. The original body isn't here, he mused, his voice barely a whisper. I had a feeling this would happen, but... He continued, his tone sharpening. Let's cut to the chase. What do you want? The voice responded, a hint of dark amusement coloring its tone. I'm planning to cause chaos at Thorn. As you already know, my role is destruction. The voice continued, the crimson flames flickering ominously. However, those magicians have been putting out the fires I've been causing. Ludger's eyes narrowed, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face. And you want me to help you play with fire? Chaos. It seems like they're planning a terror attack. However, after my subordinates, the Second Order has disappeared. Unlike others in the First Order, you're not working with anyone. With your skills, masking your identity, and helping me shouldn't be a problem. The figure stands in a room surrounded by cloaked individuals. Play with fire. I don't want to do something like that. If you help me, I'll be sure to compensate for your actions. This is a form of contract and promise. Between who is this contract for? Of course, a contract between John Doe and Esmeralda. Esmeralda? That's not their real name. Name? It must be a code name like mine. So, are you willing to accept my offer? No, I refuse. In my current situation, there's nothing I can do. What? Wait, I told you everything. Are you really doing this? Don't tell me you're making excuses because you're lazy. Normally, you'd be right. However, this time is different. Swirling crimson energy pulses with an ominous intensity. The Chancellor still suspects him, making rash decisions impossible. Ludger, clad in a dark suit, stands with a composed demeanor. He thinks to himself that if that's all they had to say, then they're done here. He states that he got enough information and that they should leave. A figure's leg, clad in a polished shoe, pauses mid-stride. A voice echoes, simply stating, wait. A lone figure stands silhouetted against a distant landscape, a small, fiery ember floating nearby. Now that he thinks about it, he's heard some interesting information recently. Ludger, his expression unreadable, hears that he has an underling. Tendrils of crimson energy writhe and pulse. Not just anyone can have an underling. The crimson energy intensifies. On top of that, someone of the Second Order has an underling. Ludger's eyes narrow, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Doesn't he think something's wrong with that? Ludger's expression hardens, his gaze intense. He is asked not to tell him that he's trying to scheme something behind their back. A close-up reveals Ludger's sharp features, his eyes filled with a mixture of suspicion and determination. The disembodied voice continues, stating that he talks as if he knows him. The distant figure stands amidst swirling energy. For someone that came to him for help, he not only jumps to conclusions, but he even suspects him. He thinks to himself, just because he infiltrated Thorn and hasn't done much. Ludger says, "You dare look down on me?" He wonders what the hell is going on, noting that it was the other person who was acting weird. Ludger thinks that he can't be the only one without an assistant when all the other professors have one. He thought it'd be better to choose someone from the organization. Ludger thinks that in the end, he doesn't see a point in trying to explain things to the other person. Ludger's expression hardens. He recalls someone saying it was a joke and wonders if he was taking the joke a little too seriously. Ludger says he doesn't care if they suspect him or not, and for now, he'll allow this to pass. He thinks, but does not doubt his loyalty towards the Zero Order. Ludger thinks that if that happens, one of them will have to pay the price. He says, "Fine, fine. I'm sorry." A voice echoes, stating that since there is nothing else to say, it will be taking its leave. Ludger stands amidst swirling flames. He reflects that things could have gone badly. Ludger thinks to himself that he is glad he researched what this John Doe person is like. He realizes that if he hadn't, he could have died on the spot. A voice beyond the flames was from a young woman, he recalls. If it's a young woman and an elementalist who can control flame spirits of high degree, the first people to suspect are the elementalist professors, he reasons. A group of people stand beneath a large, ominous red eye. It gets narrowed down to people, including students, that can handle flame spirits. Now that he thinks about it, Leatherbelk is having a new professor welcome event. Since all the sponsors of Thorn are gathering, all the professors are required to attend. He concludes that if they're a professor, they'll be at the welcome event. He thinks to himself, Sunbae again. He reflects, it looks like he doesn't have any bad intentions though. Ever since I was little, I could tell if someone had malice or ill intentions towards me. He looks at the people around him. He thinks, the only people in my proximity that don't have ill intentions against me. He thinks of Ariander Sunbae and Proyden Sunbae. He thinks, along with. He thinks of Professor Rudiger. He reflects, no, Professor Rudiger doesn't have any goodwill towards me. Rather, sorrow or guilt. Meanwhile, a voice calls out to him, "You're Renee, right? First-year student." A man introduces himself. "I'm Proyden's friend, Henry Presto. Nice to meet you." Henry Presto asks, "How did you?" Ludger replies, "I have my ways. I was also wondering what Proyden has been up to recently." The name Rudiger Chelsea is spoken. A man in a white suit and black vest stands with a cane. A gloved hand gestures, the command cutting through the air. "You should stop." Another voice chimes in, declaring, "Professor Selena already has plans with me." The blond man looks on with a mixture of annoyance and impatience. Ludger scoffs, his expression hardening. A new professor that was hired. So what? That bastard's supposed to be the one who knows who I am. The blond man steps forward, his tone laced with authority. "Hey you. I am the director of the Luke Company, Evan Luke." Evan Luke's expression shifts to one of barely restrained fury. Evan continues, his voice dripping with menace. "I'm sure you've heard about the Luke Company. If you understood, move aside." A tense silence hangs in the air. Evan Luke grabs Ludger's lapel, his face contorted with rage. Hey, are you joking with me? Did you think I would back off just because you're a Thorn professor?" His grip tightens on Ludger's wrist, a clear threat of violence. Evan's voice booms, the threat unmistakable. "Since you spoke like that, I'll speak the same way to you." A woman with lilac hair muses, "Since it's a bit iffy to look this over, how about this?" An older gentleman with gray hair wonders, "Chancellor Elisa? Does that mean?" A man in a suit stands before a crowd, the woman in pink beside him. The man's voice booms, "You two can have a clean duel." The woman with lilac hair is taken aback. What? She ended the situation well, but all of a sudden this? A man with green hair stands with the older gentleman. No, maybe this is a good thing. If the situation ended that way, that guy wouldn't have accepted it. Chairman Theodore doesn't look sure about it either. A man with long black hair thinks to himself, all right, dueling it out here will ensure there's no trouble afterwards. The man with green hair smirks. "Mr. Evan, since you don't know magic, it's all right for you to have someone battle in your place. How about it?" A voice declares, "Sounds good. It's exactly what I wished for. 8. I'll give you an opportunity to make up for your mistake." The man with green hair grins, thinking, "My aide is a pretty skilled mage." The man with the long blonde hair looks shocked, exclaiming that it can't be possible. The announcement rings out, Rudiger Chelsea is the winner. Rudiger Chelsea stands tall, looking down at his defeated opponent. The bodyguard from the Luke Company is not an easy opponent, one of the onlookers observes. Another spectator remarks that the rumors of Rudiger using unique magic formulas must be true. One of the onlookers expresses surprise, wondering if all Thorn professors are monsters of that level. Another responds that Professor Rudiger is quite a unique person. Rudiger states that no one has any complaints with this. Someone asks if the chairman's face revealed anything, musing that he is getting old now. A woman says not to worry about her stupid son, she will fix him up. One person says that it is as expected of Chairman Theodore. Another says that there is something they wanted to ask. A woman asks if she was going to be asked to introduce someone to Professor Rudiger. Someone apologizes and asks that they refrain from reaching out to one of their professors. Another responds that if they say it like that, it is all right. He exhales, relieved. It's finally over. A woman thinks to herself, now, I can focus on my original goal. Professor Rudiger. Professor Selena asks, Professor Selena, are you alright? An apology personally from the chairman of the Luke Company. Thank you for helping me earlier. Where are you headed now? Ludger thinks, I was on my way to meet the animism professors. Do you want to come with me? Animism professors. This is an opportunity. A group of people are sitting around a table. Professor Susluna. It's Professor Rudiger. I heard that you got assigned for the second years even as a new professor. The second years even as a new professor. No one has any special reaction to seeing me. A voice echoes, dripping with sarcasm, declaring something as so humble. Ludger curses under his breath. He reflects that he gained nothing from this, having observed the three professors closely. But none of them had any special reaction. He thinks that she isn't someone to maintain her composure in a situation like this. Then, is she not among the professors? Since he lacks information, he must consider all possibilities. Ludger sighs, admitting he's a bit thirsty. Someone calls out, Professor Rudiger? Ludger sees Renee. He wonders why she is here. Renee says, that's because. Renee explains that a sunbae recommended it to her, so she works part-time here. She adds that if you look closely, a few of her classmates are here as well. Ludger hums in response. He takes a sip of his drink, the clinking of glass echoing softly in the room. A voice echoes in Ludger's mind, urging him not to overdo things and to go home before it gets too late. Another voice responds, thanking him and promising to be on their way. Professor Rudiger is greeted by someone as Renee is spotted. It's noted that Renee is still a child. Someone acknowledges that they knew her from before. Selena notes that their assistant was also working here, finding it interesting. Someone asks if they are talking about their assistant. It's explained that she's a new student, but well-versed in animism. Joanna Lovett is seen serving drinks. Now that he thinks about it, Ludger realizes he hasn't focused on students. Since she was a high-level animist, it was thought she'd be a professor for sure. Where is she going? Joanna Lovett is seen in the distance. Where is she going? A lone figure stands in the center of a grand dining hall, the sound of footsteps echoing through the space. A tray is carefully placed down. The woman with glasses wonders aloud. Did she only go to put down that tray? The man holding a glass muses, at this rate, he might end up missing something he'd normally be able to catch. Didn't those guys want to start a business or something? Seeing how they bought fabric in bulk, it looks like they're going to enter the clothing industry. The other man wonders, just what are the lower class people thinking? Violetta? She's moving faster than I thought. Although she tried her best to hide it, she must be getting desperate now. She has hope. How dare they not know their place and conduct commoner deals in the imperial household? Don't get too angry. Isn't it obvious that it'll cave in on them soon? Ludger, swirling the wine in his glass, chuckled softly. Let's just watch them while having some wine. He muttered under his breath, idiots. Violetta, her expression unreadable, mused. Their actions will end up becoming a huge wave. That'll change the flow of the Ludger, his gaze distant, thought to himself, they'll realize soon. A voice echoed, seemingly from nowhere, them and the others. Ludger raised his glass, the wine catching the light. Suddenly, the wine glass shattered, the sound sharp and sudden. Stumbling, Ludger was caught by a woman with pink hair. I'm all right. The floor was a bit slippery. He requested, give me a moment to get some fresh air. The woman with pink hair helped Ludger steady himself. Ludger's expression hardened, a dark intensity in his eyes. He thought, take us. Our power. Sweat beaded on his brow as Ludger snapped. You are chosen. Shut up. The camera focused on a window, the night sky beyond. A voice cries out, Esmeralda. A towering figure of fire and shadow dominates the scene. Debris rains down around the monster. The fiery monster unleashes its destructive power. Energy crackles around the monstrous form. The monster lashes out, its attacks leaving trails of searing light. A man with a drawn sword stares in disbelief. Just where did that monster come from? He exclaims. Another man shouts, everyone, stop it. Evacuation of the people comes first. The monster continues its rampage, its power seemingly limitless. Angela Anderson, a theorist and fifth-year animism professor, watches with concern. Viorano Deniz, a theorist and fourth-year animism professor, stands nearby, his expression unreadable. The order rings out. Everyone attack. The question hangs in the air. Could the summoner's true identity be concealed? Considering where the spirit manifested, the silver tray placed in the middle of the table is deemed the most suspicious medium. The truth is revealed. Joanna Lovett is Esmeralda. Going after her immediately is impossible. Since a way to break through has been found, she will take care of it. A close-up reveals a pair of intense, blue eyes. That's it. Someone exclaims, lying amidst rubble and debris. The scene is filled with fire and destruction. What happened? A voice wonders, the sound weak and strained. What is that? A voice cries out in alarm at the sight of a fiery, monstrous figure. I have to hurry up and run away, but my legs. The fiery monster looms closer. The figure struggles to move, surrounded by debris and the threat of the approaching monster. The man in the suit asks what the others are talking about, stating that it seems like they are mistaken. The injured person says they just had a feeling. The man standing over them says he's done treating their wound and that it's dangerous here, so they should leave quickly. The professor is asked what about them. They respond that they have to do their job as an instructor and that the other should leave now. The person thanks the professor for saving them. The man with long hair stands tall, looking towards the fiery monster. The fiery monster looms in the background. Adher Nocturnus is written as the man's eyes glow. A sound effect is heard as the man prepares to fight. The man runs towards the fiery monster. The fiery monster roars. The man in the suit stands ready. The ceremony ends here. A comically oversized, spiky creature unleashes a torrent of energy. Below, a smaller creature questions, "We're fighting that." Another replies with a skeptical, "Really?" The incantation echoes, a guttural command shaping the air, "Bite, Ventiswalt." From the ether, a construct takes form, a wolf sculpted from swirling currents of pure wind magic. The spectral wolf lunges, a blur of azure energy hurtling toward its unseen prey. Ludger focuses, his eyes burning with an inner light as he channels the spell's raw power. The wolf strikes, a deafening kayak, ripping through the air as the spell connects. A cataclysm of force erupts, a blinding explosion of light and concussive energy. Flames and raw magic engulf the target, a maelstrom of destruction unleashed. A strangled groan echoes from within the inferno, a testament to the spell's brutal impact. The man watches, his expression a mix of hope and anticipation. It worked. One of its arms is broken now. We can win like this. No, it didn't do as much damage as. The thought continues, I expected, and Unsilane's form is breaking down after just one attack. A fiery arm bursts into existence, reforming itself from embers and shadow. A nearby figure, with green hair, exclaims in disbelief. Its arm regenerated? Another figure stands behind her. A piercing scream echoes as someone shouts, "Professor Angela, pull Ventiswalt back." A spectral blue form flickers into existence, its energy crackling. A close-up reveals a character's intense gaze, their voice echoing. "We can't take that thing down with our current power level." A voice questions, "Just when the Chancellor left? No, were they aiming for that?" A shadow begins to coalesce, a sense of foreboding filling the air. A figure stands amidst swirling shadows, their presence commanding. The question hangs in the air, Rudiger Chelsea? A figure surges forward, propelled by an unseen force, leaving trails of energy in their wake. A cataclysmic explosion of fire and energy erupts, shaking the very foundations. Rudiger observes the spirits, noting their strange movements. The spirits gather, glowing with an inner light, as if trying to protect something. An exclamation of surprise. In the background, a woman with black hair observes the scene with concern. A monstrous voice booms, admitting that it doesn't have enough power. Because of the exhaustion from earlier, the monster can't use any big magic right now. Then, Ludger Cherish prepares a magical attack, conjuring a swirling vortex of blue energy. A surge of power. The hunter focuses, his eyes glowing with determination as he channels the magical energy. Ludger declares, "It's over." The magical energy condenses into a sphere of pure, crackling power. The sphere explodes with a blinding flash of blue light. A burst of frigid energy explodes outward, crystalline shards scattering in its wake. A furious, crimson blast erupts, the air crackling with destructive force. Engulfed in flames, a figure with green hair stands alongside another with brown hair, both seemingly unfazed by the inferno. The green-haired figure's expression shifts to one of disbelief. "Homan?" he questions. A monstrous visage of fire and rage materializes, its voice a guttural promise of vengeance. "Hateful scum. One day for sure." A single, burning eye flares with malevolent intent. "All of you will burn," it vows. The figure with brown hair challenges. "Go ahead and try it, if you can." The fiery monster roars, its voice echoing with malice. "I'll be sure to see you burn." Another explosion rips through the scene, the air thick with smoke and ash. Standing amidst the chaos, a figure with black hair observes the unfolding events. A disembodied voice questions, "Its bottom half wasn't formed properly?" The black-haired figure speaks to the green-haired figure, stating, "Yes, and after inspecting the blurred areas closely, it was connected to a medium. You managed to discover that." The man in the white suit stands, listening intently. Violetta responds, "No, I didn't notice at all." A visual representation of a scale appears, symbolizing the fairness required in contracts with animism. The text explains that forced summoning, which spirits hate, is almost never used because contracts and animism are made to be fair for both sides. A spectral image flickers into existence, accompanied by the words, "And I've never heard of a spirit that hates humans before." The words hang in the air, heavy with implication, "That hates humans before." Ludger asks, "Are spirits not usually like that?" The text explains, "It's because spirits represent nature. They don't have any thoughts at all regarding humans." In the background, a commotion unfolds. Someone lies injured, while others rush to help. A voice says, "Still, thanks to Professor Rudiger, the damage was minimized." The text continues, "Especially that magic you used at the end. It was definitely jumping through space, right?" Ludger listens intently, his expression thoughtful. A brief pause hangs in the air. Violetta says, "You don't have to be sensitive about it." A voice muses about having lived for so long and having seen many things. A close-up reveals a pair of polished boots standing on a reflective surface. A voice acknowledges something with a soft, oh. A disembodied voice questions if coordinate placement is possible. She states that it's hard at first, but easy once you get used to it. A figure stands bathed in ethereal light, a voice explaining that even after people get used to it, they can't manage it easily unless they're cognitively gifted with spatial perception. Ludger asks Violetta if she is alright. Violetta asks what he means, as a voice explains that when you use magic while not in a good condition. Violetta asks if he happened to experience any strange symptoms. Ludger is hearing weird sounds. Ludger thinks it might just be his alarmism, but sometimes there are those with far more developed cogitation than others. A voice explains that the world puts them in the genius category, but the truth is a bit different. A voice states that if geniuses are people who break part of a given frame to show off their talent. The narrator observes that some people don't have a frame at all. Ludger asks if that isn't a good thing, then Violetta responds that it might sound like a blessing at first, but that isn't the case. The narrator states that people aren't aware. The narrator explains that the frame suppressing them is actually a reliable wall protecting them from the outside as well. Ludger says that's why he's asking Professor Rudiger. The narrator asks if Violetta has ever heard any weird sounds in any specific situations. Ludger states that the idea Violetta is talking about is incredibly interesting. The narrator says that it has nothing to do with him, regrettably. Violetta asks so. She adds that it's still quite interesting and wonders if there is anything more to it. The narrator says that unfortunately, that's all he was told when he was young. The narrator states that then, for humans who aren't elves, it would be closer to a legend. Violetta laughs, saying ha ha ha, maybe so. She thinks that he was awfully unusual, so she thought maybe. Someone concludes that something is not the case, followed by the observation that they are an average human. Ludger reflects that someone could never handle something with a sober mind. A voice wonders if there is anything past that. Violetta expresses her confusion with a huh. Ludger mentions that they said they hear voices from the outside, questioning if there is anything past that. Violetta states that as far as she knows, it's only voices. It's stated that normal people wouldn't be able to take the voices, anyway. A hand points upwards as someone asks what if they pretend they were able to? Someone thinks there might be a next stage. Violetta thinks maybe you'd start seeing things. Ludger reflects that all of this is just a big if, and if there was something after that as well, this would be it. Someone states you'd be able to make contact with them personally. A dark, swirling void fills the panel, the words, with the gods, emblazoned in the center. A newspaper headline screams about a terrorist attack at the banquet hall. The question lingers, who is the culprit? The damage is significant, and the victims are of the highest class. If this was Esmeralda's goal, she half succeeded. But it was also good for us, since we figured out Esmeralda's identity. Should I slip her information to Thorn? No, this is the first time Esmeralda has made a move. If her identity is found out immediately, the Black Dawn will suspect me, since I took down the spirit. Let's observe a bit longer and look for an opportunity. This guy is Evan Luke. Is he the leader of the Kunst auction house? Enhancing the security of the auction due to yesterday's case. This has become a bit more annoying. Hey, are you allowed to call people so early in the morning? A woman in a wide-brimmed hat extends her hand, a welcoming smile gracing her lips. Let's go, she says, her voice laced with anticipation. You said you were curious about how the slums have changed, right? The newly renovated street bustles with activity. A sign declares this to be the newly renovated street. The man with long black hair observes, oh, it's a lot cleaner than before. A voice notes that the other groups are also cooperating with their propositions, and that Kurukuz is working on a musical to replace the circus. Some old guys are preparing the magazine that was mentioned. They're planning to compile a lot of tales and short stories from unknown writers. The woman with the brown hat says, although we've told the children to spread rumors, I'm not sure if it's working. A voice states that in any business, an initial investment is always necessary. A voice laments that there haven't been many people willing to invest in them, though. The man with long black hair is seen in front of the newly opened tailor shop. They plan to start with more approachable clothes, then slowly invest into luxury brands. Violetta seems confident. Violetta remarks that she has been dreaming of this moment. She states that it looks like they have seen everything and suggests they go meet some people now. A man asks what she means. The people they are going to work with. A wide view of the city. A man approaches another, offering a chance to be with him tonight. The second man declines. The man apologizes to Milady. A man states that he will have to take him with him, as he has a prior appointment with him. A man thinks that they weren't supposed to meet until later and that he thought he would be late if he left him alone. Someone asks who the leader thinks he is and who this beautiful individual is. Owen Alex, a member of UN. Violetta looks annoyed. She wonders if he is really working with them. The other person responds that even if Alex doesn't act like it, his skills get the job done. Violetta wonders if there is more to him than she expects. She then asks if they can really trust him, leader, and what kind of treasures and ladies they are looking for. Alex apologizes for the late introductions, stating his name and that he is a noble from the southern Fatima kingdom, wishing them both good luck. The other person warns Violetta to be careful, calling Alex a noble. Violetta thinks that Alex is actually a crook. Alex asks why they called him there. Alex says he will explain the details when they get back to the hideout. Violetta asks if the hideout is the place where those people come from. Violetta wonders what if she is disappointed by how normal it is. The other person says that she doesn't need to worry about that. A building stands quietly under a bright sky. A man looks back, surprised. Sir, you're back. A man in a top hat asks, how was the investigation? You look tired. A voice says, it's fine, I just can't deal with this. Hey Chance, where are you? A woman with fiery red hair grins, her hand outstretched. Oh, you're here? Oh, boss. Long time no see. A nameplate identifies her as Bella Luna Fatana. Someone asks, now, Hans, about what we were talking about. Aya. Another voice wonders, is she an elf? A voice explains, as you can see, that's Bella Luna, an elf. She's in charge of the production of medicine and gunpowder. Bella Luna approaches a man on the ground. It's only going to sting a little. Another voice questions, wait, but don't elves hate man-made things? The elf is making medicine. A voice states, it's just a stereotype about elves. It's not like all races look at you and assume you're a fraud. A man with dark hair and glasses speaks to a blonde man. Leader, I wonder what you really think of me. A man asks, huh? Is everyone already here? A voice says, oh, it seems like both of you are on time too. Owen Arfa, a member of UN, is introduced alongside a younger boy named Arfa. The focus shifts to Owen Arfa's attire, a blue vest with gold buttons. A voice booms, declaring that now that everyone is here, they should go in and talk. The scene shows a meeting room where a man with slicked-back gray hair stands at the head of a long table. He thinks that Alex is done introducing himself. A voice declares that it's someone's turn now. Owen Arfa receives thanks, but wonders if that's all the other person is going to say. Arfa introduces himself, stating that he doesn't have a family name, and that Phantos is on the quiet side. One man tells another that he doesn't seem special, questioning how he got to meet the leader, and asking if he is talking about Mr. Rudiger. A voice echoes the word, father? A woman and a man react with shock, exclaiming, what? Someone states that, to cut to the chase, he's not their real son, calling it an odd case. One man tells Owen Arfa that when he was born, he didn't know much about the world. The reason he considers their leader his father is because he's taught him a lot. Before that, someone asks if they can please take their hat off. The man is a beast man. Someone notes that among the beast men, he's physically developed. He's worked plenty where his strength is needed, stuff like whale hunting. They wonder if beast men aren't usually scared of water. That's not it, someone says. Phantos' strength and skills were able to lead his people. However, someone admits they still lost to him. That's why someone has decided to work for him. Anyhow, Phantos will work as their main battle agent. Within the group, he should be the second strongest. And finally, Violetta is addressed. She seems surprised. Someone says they were hoping she'd continue to work with them. Violetta says she only came here to guide them along the street, and that she's already busy enough as is. If they're talking about the business, isn't it already ready to go? Someone says it's not that they don't have any interest in joining. However, they're not sure if everyone has something that they're good at, but, Violetta, if I had thought that you weren't skilled enough to join us, I wouldn't have brought you here in the first place. There's only one reason why I brought you here and introduced everyone. It's because you're more than skilled enough to join us. I only want to hear the truth from you. Will you work with us? A hand extends, offering a silent agreement. All right, good luck to both of us. Okay, thank you. With that, we have all the necessary members. He states that he has chosen the best among the people he knows. The man with the blonde hair responds that the personnel are better than he could have ever expected. A close-up reveals Ludger Cherish's sinister smile. Before they start their meeting, someone wants to introduce their goal. In the following days, Ludger Cherish is seen with a smirk. The group will be raiding the upcoming Kunst auction site. Ludger Cherish confirms that they have something he wants. While they're getting that, someone thought they'd take some gifts on the way out. The blonde man tells them to hold on. Someone wants to get something straight first. In the last 20 years, there have been hundreds of attempts. On top of that, due to recent events, security has been improved. There are even rumors about an artifact that allows them to overlook the storage area at all times. A blonde-haired man, standing in what appears to be a grand hall, remarks, if you're so confident in yourself. A man with dark hair responds, of course. The dark-haired man continues, bring it, Hans. The man addresses the group. Everyone, pay attention. This is the blueprint of the building that I managed to acquire. A gloved hand rests on the blueprint. The blueprint is labeled, our goal. The group gathers around, studying the blueprint intently. A finger points to a specific location on the blueprint. Is here. Rudiger pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face. He wonders. Professor Selena and Joanna Lovett stand together, engaged in conversation. From a distance, Rudiger wonders who they are talking to. Selena greets Rudiger with a smile. Ah, Professor Rudiger. Selena acknowledges the time that has passed. It's been a while, Professor Selena. Rudiger approaches the pair. Excuse me. Rudiger asks if they were discussing something important. Selena explains that he's just worried about what happened at the banquet, apologizing for being late to ask. Rudiger inquires about Selena's well-being. She responds that she is fine, but it seems like he had to deal with everything. Selena expresses her gratitude, noting that thanks to Renee, all the students were kept safe. She asks if her assistant shared her gratitude. A flashback shows Esmeralda in a mirror. A voice narrates that the right choice is to pretend you know nothing. An unseen speaker apologizes to Professor Rudiger. A voice laments not being able to help back then. Another voice retorts, asking what they are talking about. reminding them that they evacuated people and did their best. The voice continues, stating that it was all they could do. Close up on gloved hands clasped tightly. A voice admits to lacking the necessary skills. Another voice notes that she was worried about something like that. Professor Selena's name is spoken. Selena states that unlike the other speaker, she doesn't know how to smile brightly and be kind to others. A voice responds with a confused huh. Rudiger states that the other speaker's attitude is what managed to calm people down while they were being evacuated. He adds that they did their best at the role they were assigned. Selena finishes the thought, adding and kind. A voice echoes, filled with uncertainty. I don't know. Professor Selena stands, her expression unreadable. A voice questions, laced with doubt. Do I really have the right to hear those words? The man's gaze is sharp, his expression thoughtful. His class. Renee bows slightly, thanking Selena. Thank you for listening to my worries. Selena smiles, replying, I'll buy you a meal next time. Professor Rudiger stands alone, lost in thought. Rudiger's voice is heavy with unease. I'm unsettled. A voice whispers, filled with indignation. How dare she lay her worries on Lord First Order? Don't you think so? Rudiger replies calmly, it's fine. You should learn how to deal with situations like this more naturally. Renee exclaims, realizing who it is. I knew it. Professor Rudiger. Renee asks with fiery determination. Before that, could you investigate someone for me? She shouts, yes. If you leave it to me, I'll even look into their nephews and cousins. Lord Aar Guaramusla is introduced. Lord Aar Guaramusla leads the way, a suitcase in hand, as Ludger Cherish follows. Lord Aar Guaramusla puts a hand on Ludger Cherish's shoulder, suggesting they be friends. Lord Aar Guaramusla asks if he can ask for a favor. Lord Aar Guaramusla explains that he was given a precious object on the way there. He grips the handle of the briefcase, admitting to himself that he hasn't found an appropriate place to store it. What could it be? Magic fluids are needed to produce high-quality magic stones. Magic stone business. This is a prototype for the business. He thinks to himself that he can't carry this around everywhere. Lord Aar Guaramusla asks Ludger Cherish if he knows a good place to store it. Of course, there's the perfect place in the basement. Lord Aar Guaramusla expresses his gratitude, saying, oh, thank you. He chuckles, admitting that he's not wrong. Violetta thinks to himself that he never thought Lord Aar Guaramusla would be able to mimic southern noble clothes, expressing his impression. That's a relief. Lord Aar Guaramusla hopes he remembers who he's supposed to act as. Of course, although he doesn't have much power, thanks to his father's business in the magic stone market, he's an influential, handsome young noble, isn't he? Lord Aar Guaramusla states he'll ignore that last part, then asks Phantos if he can handle his role, reminding him that all he needs to do is stay quiet and act as his bodyguard. One of the men asks if it's an order. The man explains that Luke Incorporated has been trying to expand into magic tools and artifacts, making magic fluids a necessary ingredient. The disguised figure says, aha. The man in the suit says that they'll take this opportunity to create a connection with Ivan. A hand holds up an earpiece. They're almost there, and the earpiece should be put in before getting out. The man asks what that is, and it's revealed to be a mobile comms device that Sheridan made. Vigo, currently proceeding to the target location with Melvin, confirms that he is understood. He wonders if that is why this identity was chosen for his disguise. The man in the suit asks if he said something. The other man replies that he was just admiring the interior design. One of the figures says he knew the other had an eye for that. Now, they just need to take this down. The entrance is an elevator opened by a single key. Just like Hans mentioned, it's guarded by armored knights. The target location is the basement of the Kunst facility. It won't be easy. All of the auction items are stored 30 meters underground. On top of that, there's an artifact that keeps an eye on your every move. However, that doesn't mean it's impossible. Phantos stands tall, flanked by two subordinates. The leader requests that the interior of the storage room be inspected. The inspection was a success, leader. Looking at the layout, I'm more confident that this will work. Is that so? That's a relief. Do we just move on with the plan? Go ahead, but only if you remember what we talked about. What do you take me for? Don't worry about that. All right, I'll trust you. Wrap things up and come back. Understood. I'll just say my goodbyes and head out. Seriously, why does the leader want me to stay here? That voice sounds familiar. Leader, there's a problem. The man in the ornate attire asks what's wrong, his expression concerned. A woman with long black hair whispers that she's here. Another voice demands to know who she's talking about. Enya is referred to as someone's ex-girlfriend. The figure wonders why the authorities are present, a bead of sweat trickling down their temple. A voice urges Vigo to escape while he has the chance. Someone remarks that it's not good to be seen by her, especially Vigo. The woman with wavy brown hair thinks to herself that she will leave when she gets that chance. She is the same as always. Vigo chuckles nervously, telling his friend that he needs to leave now. A woman with short green hair asks if he's leaving already. Vigo mentions the business they were discussing, preferring to talk about it in a more private setting, indicating he'll talk to the other person soon. Someone asks if Bellaluna is back yet, and another replies that it's fine, she's analyzing something they gave her. Alex is instructed to begin explaining the details. The speaker notes that the auction house's layout mirrors the map they were shown. More importantly, the storage rooms for the auction items are split. Based on their significance, The most valuable items are placed in the rooms with the highest numbers. The auction duration is 3 days. Each day, the items from each room are put on auction, starting with those in the first room. The man suggests that they should aim for the third day of the auction. Another voice interjects, stating that their plan will play out on the second day. The first man questions why. It is revealed that on the third day, the security will be reinforced. On the first day, a lot of attention will be gathered by the auction. The woman, Sheridan, is asked how her request is coming along. She replies that the request is almost done and will be finished 3 days from now. She also notes that the second day is the proper time. It's almost done. It'll be finished 3 days from now. Violetta is asked to look into a construction or interior structure specialist. More importantly, someone heard a knight from the intelligence service took part. The order of knights in the intelligence service is renowned. It's just a low-ranked knight, nothing to worry about. She questions the certainty of their plan. Ludger Kelly suggests that there could be more individuals involved when their plan unfolds. Selena recalls having seen that knight before. Selena recalls meeting the knight a long time ago. An unknown voice assures that they will perform the role laid out for them perfectly. Pinion acknowledges the statement. Ludger Kelly states that it's just a hypothesis for now, and the plan stays as is. Elsewhere, a bustling train station comes to life. A foot steps off a train. A new arrival declares that she is finally here. An unknown figure tells their assistant to look, as it's going to rain soon. Ludger Kelly tells someone to quit messing around. Betty, the detective assistant, complains about having too much luggage and being told to stop going ahead on her own. Ludger asks why Selena brought so many useless things in the first place. Selena retorts, asking if he means the stuff that gives her never-ending inspiration. The first drops of rain begin to fall. Selena exclaims, wondering what the heck is going on. Selena questions who carries around documents from the past 5 years' worth of incidents with them. Selena insists that all of them are absolutely necessary. Betty. Ludger asks why she isn't moving faster. Ludger exclaims, reminding her that he said it was going to rain. Ludger states that it's a big problem and asks when it will rain. Selena considers the humidity, precipitation, and several other factors. Ludger counts down from 5. Ludger continues counting down, stating that they'll be fine if they hurry up. Selena shouts that it's raining. A voice calls out, urging to take cover immediately. All the pages will get wet. The figure shouts to wait a second, these can't get wet. The person states that they are very detailed, before expressing confusion. Rain falls heavily on the city. The rain continues to pour as a figure kneels on the ground, surrounded by scattered papers. Surprised, Kaisi Selmoy is asked if she was really going to. The holder of the title Celadone Green, Water, is shown under an umbrella. A close-up reveals the words, Private Detective Kaisi Selmoy. Kaisi wonders why they have come to Leatherbelk. She listened intently as Betty spoke of strange occurrences plaguing the city, including suspicious organizations and ambushes by werpeople. The appearance of cryptids, it seemed, wasn't all that strange. Betty wondered why they weren't regular. Besides, the last trace of him was heading towards here. Are you leaving out important details again? Whose last trace? James Moriarty. A figure stood with their back turned, a long coat and hat obscuring their features. Betty asked, confused, didn't Moriarty die when battling you? Betty, do you still believe that silly rumor? Is the rumor about you fighting by a waterfall near a cliff and falling off together in the finale also? Ah, that part is true. Kaisi asked, a hint of amusement in her voice. Are you making fun of me, Kaisi? The difference from those rumors is, that man did not die. My gut is telling me that. Kaisi questioned, your gut again? What about your amazing inductive reasoning skills? It's not just my gut. I have proof too. Really? That's right. My proofs are the newspapers and data you're carrying around. 5 years prior, in the Duramang Kingdom, an abnormal surge of cryptids descended upon the civilians. During the so-called Blood Night, a large and twisted monster, the Beast of Gavaden, emerged. That beast was hunted by none other than Abraham Van Helsing. However, he abandoned his reputation and was never seen again. In the Fatali Kingdom, adjacent to the Empire, a land ruined by the exploitation of nobles, a mysterious thief with a black shadow appeared. That man was Arsène Lupin. He was active for about a year, stealing many treasures before disappearing, never to be seen again. 3 years prior, in the Dalika Kingdom, there was an evil man who tried to start a war. James Moriarty, he too suddenly vanished. And then the civil war erupted in the Yuta Kingdom recently. The victor of that war was Machiavelli. He disappeared at the end of the war. Kaisi questions, there's no way. Are you trying to say all those people are the same person? According to her deduction, it seems so. The last place where he was estimated to have been headed towards. Betty wonders why someone with such ability would be hiding his identity and wandering the world. He states that he doesn't know, of course. Ludger continues, mentioning a man who once led the Empire into chaos. Betty says to let's go, she found a good place for them to stay. The Kunst Auction House. Ludger smiles. The interior of the Kunst Auction House is shown. A voice thanks them for visiting. Meanwhile, Princess Arender von Exilian introduces herself, as does Evan Luke. The princess states that she is in charge of the auction. Princess Arender stands tall. The princess says she is somewhat tired and asks to be shown to her room, and is assured that she will be led to her VVIP room. Someone offers their gratitude. She wonders aloud about the exorbitant cost of everything. The woman muses on how many commoner households could be helped if she sold just one of the items. An unknown figure begins to speak. He declares that Ewan Owen's plan is now in motion. He adjusts his tie, remarking that things are finally starting. He thinks he was going to die of boredom after waiting since yesterday. He decides to meet Violetta downstairs first. She cries out in surprise. He demands to know why Enya is here of all places. She notes that things are already going astray. Now that things have gone like this, she'll have to do it herself. The first objective of the plan is to find the key to the elevator entrance. A man addresses Alex and Violetta, stating he'll leave it to the two of them. A man remarks on the magnificent woman across the room. A woman, seemingly intoxicated, asks someone to escort her to her room, while thinking to herself that she needs to snatch the key and come here to find the key master. The woman expresses her gratitude. She acknowledges that she can't ignore a guest who came to visit the auction house. The woman offers, since he forgot his room number in a drunken daze, he can stay in her room for a while. He responds, calling her kind. He is told he needs to get sober so he can find his room. A gavel is struck. That's right, in order for him to get sober. A voice suggests they play a fun game together. The man stands behind her, his expression unreadable. He reaches out, and she says, "Oh my, I like fun games." The man strikes her with a swift, brutal blow. She falls, the force of the impact sending her sprawling. Looking up, she asks, "How's this for a fun game?" She thinks to herself that she didn't think he'd be taken out in one shot. A voice declares it is time to look for the key, as a cabinet full of keys comes into view. The Kunst auction house bustles with activity as the auction is about to begin. The audience murmurs with anticipation, awaiting the start of the bidding. The auctioneer welcomes the attendees to the Kunst auction house. Without further ado, the auctioneer presents the first item of the day, a jewel said to have been cried by a mermaid. The audience gasps at the sight of the mermaid's tear, marveling at its beauty. The auctioneer announces that the bidding will start at 1 million dinar. A woman bids 50 million. Someone wonders if it is really the tear of a mermaid, calling it an extravagance. The woman looks surprised as the bidding continues. Princess Arinder remarks that someone seems bored of the auction. From a balcony overlooking the auction, a man asks if they have met before. Princess Arinder is speaking with a blue-haired man. He asks how he knew she was bored. He says it was because she looked bored. The blue-haired man observes that not many people wouldn't hide such negative faces in a place like this. He also notes that her hair is slightly compressed in the back. The man continues, stating that she was laying down in her room until just now. He adds that even though the air freshener scent from the room is left on her, she didn't use any perfume. The man states that it's not fitting for a noble, who needs to pay attention to what other nobles think of them. The blue-haired man says that in order to not pay attention to what other people think of her at a place like this, she must have been a royal. The blue-haired man says that since she's in a VIP seat, she mustn't be any ordinary person. He clears his throat, stating that he is late in introducing himself. A hand holds up a business card that reads, "My name is Kaisi Selmoy. I'm a detective." Princess Arinder wonders if that name could be that famous private detective, the water wizard who also obtained the title of Celadon Greenwater. She says it's an honor he recognizes her. Arinder asks what he is doing in Kunst. He replies that he was invited when he came to Leatherbelk. Kaisi Selmoy says that besides, there are always incidents at big events like this. Kaisi Selmoy says to just call it his detective's gut. It seems like things have gone a little astray from the start. But Violetta is doing her job the best she can. Other members. "Oh, who's this?" Rudiger says, "We meet again, what a coincidence. It's been a while since we saw each other at that banquet hall." Evan Luke thinks, "Aya, I don't know what you're doing here, but it's Suyur is nice to see you. Are you enjoying the auction?" A man asks. "Yes, I find it somewhat worth the visit," Rudiger replies. Rudiger says, "Somewhat? Well, it's like what they say. You can only see as much as you know." "Ah yes, I'll be going now." "Ahem, where are you off to so suddenly? It seems you're alone, so allow me to escort you." "Guards, this is an important guest, so treat him politely." "Is he keeping an eye on me intentionally?" "An eye on me intentionally?" It seems like his real intention is to show off his power. "If things go this way, I won't be able to move as I'd like." An unknown person says, "Speaking here, I am unable to move for the time being." He is waiting on backup, but the connection is failing. "Move?" Ludger Cherish tells Hans that he needs to get going. Hans thinks to himself that backup means him. He insists that Ludger not use his name and call him Kafka. Hans states he was going to, even if Ludger didn't ask. Kafka, using a device, realizes they're going to be a lot more delayed than expected. In that case, he has no choice but to move with ARPA. Kafka wonders why it is still jammed after blinking red and saying the signal was detected. Kafka realizes it's a red light, and at least there's no need to go deep inside. Elsewhere, Rudiger is startled by a bright light. Rudiger yells for someone to get over here right this instant, realizing they've been caught. Hans whispers to Ludger. Rudiger is surprised to see it's just a kid. A fist, wreathed in crackling energy, is poised to strike. The punch lands with a sickening thud. The victim lies prone on the ground, a small figure standing over him. The smaller figure asks, "You knocked out that huge guy in one blow? Who the hell are you? Are you a knight?" A voice declares, "Forget about it. Good job." The two figures drag the unconscious man, one saying, "Let's tie that guy up and hide him in a pile of garbage." A voice replies, "Okay, sounds good." One of the figures exclaims, "Damn it." The figure yells, "Hey, wait. I'm here." He wonders if that is the knight's voice from earlier. Another figure asks, "What are you doing in that alley right now? Hey, don't come here. I need to take a piss." The figure states, "I took a look, and there doesn't seem to be anything strange here." He then exclaims, "Ah, gross." Footsteps approach. One of the men asks how it was, confirming it was exactly the same. The other man asks if he is ready, suggesting they turn on the device according to the signal and go inside. A man leans against a wall, relieved to have finally made it. The man thinks that Inya would be there. The man curses, finding it hard to make it down the stairs. He thinks he'd better hurry up, meet Violetta, and get the key. A woman cries out as she falls. The man asks if she is all right. The woman confirms she slipped and thanks him for catching her. The man tells her not to worry about it. The pair stand together in a grand hall. Hugo speaks into a device. Hugo states he's got the key and will be heading to the elevator now. Melvin's voice echoed, stating he would wait at the elevator. Selena and Ludger stood beside a cloaked figure emanating a blue aura. The cloaked figure continued to emit a blue aura as Selena stood beside him. Ludger, looking surprised, questioned the cloaked figure. A voice wondered if the spirit animation beastmen used was to hide their presence, and then questioned the key. Ludger stood before a group of guards as a voice urged them to hurry up and move, confirming they had the key. A voice stated that, as expected, the number of guards increased because of the auction. Hugo announced that he and Melvin had arrived at the entrance. Wells announced that she was speaking. A voice stated that they would start moving now, and that Hans should leave it to them. A group walks through the halls, unaware of the danger that awaits. A foot steps forward, kicking up dust as the attack begins. A man in a hat coughs, his eyes watering from the sudden tear gas. Coughing, a woman wonders what's going on, realizing it's a terrorist attack. A voice declares that this is better than expected, attributing the tear gas to Bellaluna's specialty. A man shouts for help from the guards, realizing there aren't enough people to handle the situation. Someone groans, urging another to come and see what's happening. A guard in full armor mutters that if this is chemical terrorism, he'll be damned. A voice orders 2 people to stay and defend the lift, while the rest should go. A man with crossed arms declares that it has begun. The man asks if the other can take care of the 2 of them, telling them to go, meathead, and receiving an affirmative response. 2 armored guards stand vigilant in the hallway, one raising a spear. Identify yourself. This is a restricted access zone. Ludger raises his hands in a placating gesture. Wait a minute. One of the guards explains, there was a fuss over there. We got lost trying to seek shelter. The armored guard seems to consider this. Come to think of it. Do you not know who I am? The guard realizes, that's right. I remember now that I see you up close. You're the ones who were here, right? Do you know where Evan Luke is? Ludger and Phantos stand before the armored guard. Ludger's foot slams forward, initiating a swift attack. The punch connects with brutal force. The armored guard is sent flying backward from the sheer power of the blow. Phantos watches as Ludger defeats the guard. The guard questions, what the hell? You didn't kill him, did you? Ludger responds, I avoided his pressure points. Ludger stares down at the bent armor. Wow, the armor was bent with just one punch. A voice muses, how did Leader find a guy like this? Another voice adds, Hugo and Melvin speaking. We took care of the guards at the entrance. Kafka and Duma report that they are on their way, as a hand presses a button on a device. One of the men states that it is time to go inside. Someone agrees. The auctioneer announces the next item, starting the bidding at 500,000 denar. He wonders if he is still being followed, thinking it will be hard to move around freely. From the periodic radio chatter, things seem to be going smoothly. A figure glances to the side. Kaisi Selmoy is identified. Someone asks if Kaisi Selmoy is out of their mind. A figure shrouded in shadow declares that continued resistance will lead to death. The figure retorts, uncaring even if they cannot win. Another figure vows to pay with their life to defeat a villain. She shouts, issuing a challenge to come at her. The name James Moriarty is declared. Kaisi wonders if she is being watched, a flicker of concern crossing her face. A man questions what the woman is doing. A figure reflects on a past meeting where they were disguised, hoping they wouldn't be recognized easily. An internal monologue reveals concerns that someone is jeopardizing their operation, potentially wasting weeks of planning. Kaisi dismisses the idea that she could have known about their plan, reasoning that she wouldn't be speaking so calmly if that were the case. A man believes that someone is unaware of what's happening. The man hopes his underlings will quietly and quickly accomplish the task. A man lets out a loud yawn. He muses about who would dare to rob Kunst, expressing his boredom. Another man tells him to stay focused. The second man explains that they have amazing artifacts and live video feeds in each artifact room. A voice laments the use of such a fascinating artifact for just security. One of the men notices something on a screen and questions what it is. The man states that the second room's live feed shook just a second ago. The other man wonders if his eyes are playing tricks on him. The man with gray hair startles, asking what's wrong. An intruder is detected. The man demands that the other repeat what he said. The chandelier shakes violently. Ludger Kellecy discusses reports of an intruder in the second security room. He asks what about the guard at the entrance. Ludger finds it doesn't make any sense that the intruder dug to get in. He orders the guards to be called now, all of them. A voice booms out, declaring it's great that everyone seems to be here. A close-up of a guard in full armor reveals nothing of the person beneath the helmet. The commander states that the intruder dug through the ground and got inside. He orders some of the team to inspect the sewer entrances around the area. The commander orders the rest of the team to split into the transfer team and the assault team and head to the storage room with him. The guards are heading down on the elevator. The green-haired man curses, wondering if they have any idea how much those artifacts are worth. He thinks he won't just sit and let them get taken from him. The commander asks if they all know the procedure. He states that the main priority is transferring the item in storage room 3 to a safer location, and the assault team must go to storage room 2 and capture the hostiles. A guard confirms the order, stating that the transfer team should get to moving the item to storage room 3. The commander orders the assault team to follow him to storage room 3 and take down the hostiles. He relays that the assault team is opening the storage room 2 doors. The commander orders the assault team to get inside quickly, stating that the hostiles are still within the storage room. The guards, clad in full armor, stand ready. One of them barks, "Freeze." A voice echoes, filled with confusion. "Huh?" The guards confirm, their voices echoing in the empty space. "There's nobody here." A voice, laced with disbelief, questions the report. "No one's there. What do you mean?" A man with swept-back blonde hair stares intently at a screen, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. There are no signs of intrusion, and all of the items are untouched. The man's brow furrows, confusion clouding his features. "Then, what is this footage I'm looking at?" A voice suggests a possible explanation. "You must have mistaken it for another storage room." A sudden realization dawns. The screen changed. The man with blonde hair, his eyes narrowed, turns to another man in a suit. "A fake screen?" The blonde man, holding a small orb, asks, "What should we do? Should we bring the item in storage room 3 back to their original location?" The man in the suit responds, "No, transfer it to another location just to be safe." "Yes, sir. We'll bring it up along the transfer team guards who are in the elevator now." The blonde man's eyes widen in realization. "Damn it, for it to be a fake screen. Does that mean somebody played fake footage in the middle?" Phantos' eyes widened as he processed the information. Someone had swapped out the security footage being played by an artifact for their own. But for what purpose? What could they achieve by just swapping the footage? A voice boomed out, "Sir, this is a trap. The storage room 2 was just a gimmick. They were aiming for storage room 3 from the beginning." Phantos realized they were planning to intercept the item transfer they did according to the procedure. Phantos barked into his communicator, "See command. Do you copy? This is the assault team." The elevator headed to the surface. The elevator has collapsed. Phantos exclaimed in disbelief. "Double it." They had no way to exit this location without the elevator, and he asked for assistance. Another voice responded, "We have no internal forces who can assist them. Should we ask the police for help?" A figure shouted, "And no, if word of the situation gets out, it'll completely ruin the auction. What do we do then?" Sweat beads on his brow as he exclaims, I don't know." The man in the suit orders, "We'll head out and try to stop them. Gather every last member of the security team." He struggles with the door, wondering, why isn't the door? The door isn't budging. Shit, what's going on? A voice observes, "They're all gathered up in one place. It's like they're asking to be trapped." The girl with white hair says, "Sir came up with such an amazing plan." A voice narrates, "When I first heard about the storage room artifact, I didn't know what to do." The woman with white hair asks, "Sheridan, could you make something? I'm planning to switch out the storage room footage being shown through an artifact. I need a transmission hacking device." Wells says, "Sir. Wells here." 2 armored figures stand ready. The armored figures stand at their computers. Mission success. A stick figure laments, "I'm screwed. I should have handed this in sooner." 30 minutes earlier, 2 figures are seen restrained. One asks, "So how is it?" A figure in armor replies, "Well, it kind of fits, but why is it so tight on the stomach?" A man with a hat states, Phantos destroyed the armor. We patched it up, but we couldn't fix it perfectly." The armored figure holds a helmet, stating, as long as it fits, I guess." The man with the hat says, "We'll be on standby here. I'll see you all later then." Another replies, "Yeah, I'll see you downstairs." One of the figures says, "Phew, thank God we didn't run into the guards right away." The man with the hat says, "Hold on, let me check the guards' locations." A figure states, "I see. You can use spirits to do something like this too." The man with the hat says, "There are a total of 8 guards. All of them are scattered apart. Lucky for us, it seems like there's 2 separated ones nearby." One of the figures says, "I can't believe they were actually just loitering around in the storage room." One of the tied-up men says that they were able to take them out easily, thanks to something. One of the armored figures tells another to endure the discomfort, as not many are as big as him. An order is given, "Get ready. It's going to start soon." The transfer team is ordered to move the items to storage room 3. The assault team is ordered to follow to storage room 2 and take down the hostiles. One of the armored figures remarks that someone is bringing his subordinates to get achievements again because there aren't many opportunities to stand out in Const. The armored figures are told to take their duties seriously. One of the armored figures says that if they do it half-heartedly, they might get picked on. The transfer team reports to command that they have successfully entered the lift with the items. The assault team is ordered to transfer team According to the manuals, transfer the items to a secure location on the surface. A group of figures ask if they shall begin. Someone is surprised by something, asking what's going on. The sounds of impact echo through the chamber. Armored figures stand amidst fallen comrades. One of the figures states, "Now then, it's the last step." A metallic clang resonates. One of the armored figures exclaims, "Huh? What did you do?" "I messed with." Another figure urges, "Let's get out while that's happening. The lift, so that the guys down there wouldn't be able to make it up." A figure rushes down a corridor, sparks flying. The sound of something heavy impacting the ground. An armored figure asks, "All right, did you load everything?" A voice booms, "Everybody get on the back. We're going to take off." One of the figures states, I'll head back on my own. The plan was changed, so I need the boss to check on something." Another figure responds, "That's right. I knew that the real one was in the auction room, but I can't differentiate it from a fake." "Really? Well, you should be fine if Nari is with you." Violetta asks if all the items have been loaded already, urging someone to hurry and get on. Someone reflects on how good all of these guys are at fighting, noting that they don't lack any other abilities either. All he was able to do was gather information, though. He realizes something with an "oh no." He wonders if he is going to lose his place to stand. His expression is filled with concern. Someone asks Hans what he is thinking, reminding him that if it were the case, the boss would have abandoned him a long time ago. He is told to just focus on handing him the relic shard safely. The boss is told that he probably isn't in a good position to speak, so he should listen. He states that the others managed to escape safely, and that he'll be taking the item the boss talked about and bringing it to him. One of the figures says that he'll be waiting at the central hall, so they should meet him there, confirming that everybody managed to escape. The man looks concerned. He thinks that he should be able to leave and meet up with Hans outside. Violetta notes that it looks like no one's here, wondering if it's because. A disembodied voice wonders about the sleeping powder. Hans glances around, a growing unease settling in. He wonders aloud why the others are simply standing there. Hugo Bortag's expression darkens. Something feels off. A surge of purple energy erupts around Hugo, crackling with ominous power. Hans's eyes widen in alarm, the air thick with anticipation. Hugo's face registers surprise, the purple energy swirling around him. The air crackles with an unseen force. Hans glances back, a flicker of fear in his eyes as the situation escalates. Hans stands near Pinion, the crowd around them oblivious to the impending danger. A commanding voice booms, ordering everyone to freeze. The voice continues, threatening death to anyone who moves. A masked figure steps forward, brandishing a spiked mace, the threat hanging heavy in the air. A man in a sharp suit and top hat stands before the assembled crowd, his expression unreadable in the dim light. A voice booms out, laced with fury and warning. "Do you not know what this place is? I told you to stay still." The speaker's eyes glow with an unnatural light. A muffled cough echoes through the hall, a sign of rising panic. A woman's scream pierces the air. Run." Another woman cries out, her voice laced with desperation. "Guards! Where are the guards? Out of the way. Our employer's safety is the top priority." A cloaked figure raises a wand, arcane energy crackling around its tip. "Kill them all." A voice, cold and calculating, declares, "We'll take their valuables from their corpses." A man wonders, "Robbers? How did they make it into the auction room?" A woman lies prone on the floor, fear etched on her face as a man looms over her, drawing his sword. "Shit. It's because of us." A man's voice drips with contempt. "You greedy nobles." A figure, strapped with dynamite, screams a final, desperate word. "Die." Ludger recognizes the vest. It's a bomb vest used by the Liberation Army. A man states that he is definitely not mistaken. It's the same method as the Liberation Armies. It wasn't just robbers. The Liberation Army was also aiming for this place. The building explodes. A surge of purple energy erupts outwards. The explosion sends debris flying in all directions. A man stumbles, barely avoiding the blast. He thinks to himself that he could have died. Besides that, this whole building should be under fire silence. How did the bomb go off? Could it be custom-made gunpowder? I burned it all when I acted as Maraidity, so how? A man screams in terror as the explosion rocks the building. Another man, covered in soot, declares it's a curse, that this is black magic. Ludger realizes that robbers, the Liberation Army, and now black magicians are involved. He wonders if Hans is safe. The new professor stands ready, water swirling around his hands. All he had to do was make it wet. Ludger, accompanied by Betty, declares that they're clear on this side. From within a protective bubble, Betty exclaims, "Good work. I just finished here too." Another voice calls out, asking if the princess is all right. Enya stands over a fallen figure, a hint of pride in her voice. "Ah, you were with Tarina back then. I'm honored that you remember." A voice booms, declaring, "I am and of the Nightcrawler Order." Ludger urges, "Let's combine our efforts and get out of this place." A voice wonders where these guys even came from. A voice questions how they bypassed the security of Kunst. Another voice adds that they haven't seen any guards around. Ludger considers the situation. Someone notes that for some reason, the guards went down and all sorts of people decided to jump in while that happened. Ludger's brow furrows. A voice warns that it's dangerous here, so they should discuss the rest when they're outside. Betty gasps, "Oh no." A voice cries out that the building is Two voices from within bubbles plead to be taken along, wondering what about them. The man with long black hair asks why he was accepted, despite being a coward. He continues, stating that he is a coward. The other man explains that he has been leaving all the fighting to him, even though he possesses powers that others don't. The man with brown hair states that he accepted him because he is a coward. The man with long black hair says he knows very well about his power. He continues, saying he has been leaving how dangerous it is and what kind of responsibility it carries to him. He asks if he isn't just scared. The man with brown hair asks if he is scared of hurting someone with his power. The man with long black hair says he was an orphan and spent his youth in an orphanage, and he didn't get along with others. The man with brown hair says that there was one girl he got along with, and she was like a sister to him. He recalls, she was such a bright and cute kid, he was nothing compared to her. One day, she found and brought back a puppy. It was so cute, he was petting it, but then it bit him lightly. Hans is told he doesn't have to continue. That was his first transformation in life. Hans reflects, clenching his fist. And his first murder. If the dog hadn't bit his hand, if he had known about his condition beforehand. Hans reflects, no, he shouldn't have accepted that girl's kindness in the first place. There will come a time when you'll face a reality you don't want to. Someone asks, boss? That's, what is that? Hans exclaims, what beast is this thing made out of? When the time comes, and you end up running away and leaving everything behind. I won't blame you. However, if you want to fight back instead of running. A gloved hand holds a knife, the blade gleaming in the dim light. A voice declares that it should be used as a last resort. A voice echoes, stating that they will respect the decision. A figure looms over another, their face obscured by shadow. The scene is littered with debris. A voice whispers in disbelief, simply uttering, what? A body lies sprawled on the ground, blood staining their clothing and the stone floor. The scene is one of violence. A voice declares that this must be their lucky day. The prone figure is addressed, the speaker noting that someone loosened up Kunt's security. A voice urges someone to hurry up and take it, stating that the building has been. A man with a stern expression states that he thinks other people got a whiff of what's going on. A voice calls someone a foolish bastard, questioning if they thought they could hide the mana of a relic with a pouch like this. A hand clenches tightly around a pouch, the grip firm and determined. A figure on the ground demands that someone hand that over, stating that they need. The man with light green hair holds a bag, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Oh, you're still alive? He asks, chuckling. It seems that the curse. The impact lands with brutal force. Worked as planned, a voice declares. Coughing up blood, the victim reels from the blow. Lying prone, he hears the taunt. You can't even move, yet you're telling me to hand this over. Gasping for air, he clutches at his chest, a strangled cry escaping his lips. The man with light green hair sneers. Were you holding on with your willpower all this time? Amazing. You won't be living for much longer, though. A voice promises. I'll show you my mercy and leave you to die. A hand reaches down towards the fallen man. Struggling to breathe, the injured man whispers. And no, my body feels so heavy. Try surviving that if you can. A fist clenches in anger. That's not for you bastards to take. Three figures stand together, united. They wouldn't let the relic be taken away this easily. The injured man struggles to maintain consciousness. I might just lose my place. From the start, he had been a coward, someone who'd be nothing without the help of his boss. It's all because he's weak. Until the end, he's only holding him back. He picks up the weapon, a clink echoing in the silence. His eyes widen, a flicker of resolve igniting within. The sheath lies discarded on the ground, a silent testament to the battle to come. What his boss gave him. He grips the weapon tightly, his knuckles white. That's right, if this is the end. For the last time. He holds the blade steady, a grim determination etched on his face. His fist clenches, ready to unleash everything he has. He screams, a primal roar of defiance. A crushing blow lands, the force of it echoing through the surroundings. A pained scream rips through the air, accompanied by a surge of crimson energy. A voice cuts through the chaos, laced with annoyance. What a persistent bastard. A shocked voice exclaims, he's still alive dash. Close up, the character's face is marred with blood and scratches, a testament to the brutal assault. Another observer recoils, a gasp escaping their lips. A figure strides forward, a weapon glinting in their grasp. Confusion and disbelief war on another face. What? What is that? Raw power erupts, a visual testament to the character's resilience. A blue-haired figure stares in utter shock. A beast folk warrior glances to the side, his expression unreadable. Eyes blazing with renewed intensity, the character stares forward, ready for what comes next. A figure calls out a name, Hans? The scene fades to black. Elsewhere, one of the figures asks, where are you staring off to? Where we left. The other figure responds, Kunst auction house? What about that place? I feel a large. Meanwhile, a presence of prey is sensed. The figure thinks, its smell and presence. This thing is extraordinary. I've only encountered a beast of this level several times. The figure grits their teeth. The figure thinks, no, it might be even stronger than any beast I've faced. If it's coming from the auction house, then it must be. Back inside, rain falls outside the window. One of the figures asks, hey, leader, I've got a question. The leader responds, last time, you told us Phantos was second in combat power amongst us, right? Who's the first then? Is it you? The leader thinks, nope. I excluded myself when I made that evaluation. The figure exclaims, huh? Does that mean I'm in first place? The leader responds, you are third. Someone remarks that even with good grades at Night Academy, one is not at that level yet, prompting the question of who the first might be. A close-up reveals a character with a stern expression. The name Hans is spoken. Someone exclaims in alarm, questioning the source of the chaos. A voice laments the loss of auction goods and the auction house. A report comes in that someone managed to escape safely, and the evacuation of guests is proceeding accordingly. Someone urgently asks about the princess. A figure urges others to hurry, fearing what might happen to her. A voice questions what? In disbelief. Someone asks what the hell is happening this time. Monstrous, wolf-like figures with glowing red eyes appear. A towering, shadowy hand reaches out. Perched high above the city, a monstrous figure surveys the landscape, its silhouette a stark omen against the twilight sky. Panic swells as the city's inhabitants catch sight of the looming horror. It's that bastard. One man mutters, his face etched with dread. It must be. That thing is back again. A voice booms, recalling a terror from years past. The monster that wreaked havoc in Duramang 5 years ago. The Beast of Gavaden. With a deafening roar, the beast descends upon the city, its shadow engulfing the streets as it begins its assault. A piercing scream tears through the air, a testament to the monster's brutal arrival. You awake. Desperate cries echo amidst the chaos. Help me. A surge of determination rises as the Clockwork Order mobilizes. The Clockwork Order shall defend this place. Amidst the growing pandemonium, a commanding voice rings out. Evacuate while we do so? I heard the auction house was attacked by assailants. What's that monster, though? A stern order cuts through the fear. Everybody quiet. Whatever happens, the safety of civilians is our first priority. Focus on taking down the monster. It descends from above, a shadowy figure of immense power, striking with devastating force. An explosion erupts as someone shouts to get away. A figure conjures flames, attempting to repel the assault. Another member of the Clockwork Order prepares to strike, their expression grim as they move to intercept the creature. The monster's assault continues, the force of its blows causing debris to rain down upon the city. Unleashing a blast of dark energy, the monster continues its relentless assault, the power of the attack shaking the very foundations of the city. One of the defenders barks, don't rush your attacks. Wait for an opportunity. Another wonders at the monster's speed, noting that it doesn't match its size. A voice cries out, this is dangerous. Where did a monster like that come from? The destruction continues, the city crumbling under the monster's might. At this rate, everything's going to collapse, someone shouts, urging others to flee. Another member of the Clockwork Order prepares to engage the beast. Leave the landing to me, he shouts. Civilians are shielded within a protective bubble, safe from the falling debris. The civilians express their gratitude to their protector. Yes, thanks to you. The realization dawns on them. That's the Beast of Gavaden. The man with blue hair recalls the monster that appeared in the Duramang Kingdom 5 years ago, thinking it was already dead. Selena notes that although that monster resembles the Beast of Gavaden, they are not exactly the same. More importantly, its front legs did not resemble those of a human. The blue-haired man and Selena consider the possibility that there could be others of its kind. Selena reveals that the Beast of Gavaden, the one taken down by Abraham Van Helsing, has reappeared here in Leatherbelk, and the trace of Moriarty was found in Leatherbelk as well. She adds that Moriarty is here right now. Ludger wonders just what someone is plotting in this city. The blue-haired man declares that stopping that monster is his first priority. The Beast of Gavaden unleashes a torrent of blue energy. Someone wonders if Jigomion stopped the movements of the monster and if that is an ally. Another voice declares that whatever it is, it's their chance and orders everyone to charge. The Beast of Gavaden continues its rampage, its claws crackling with blue energy. Someone wonders if the magic collapsed. Ludger laments that he can't gather his mana properly and wonders if the beast's howls are interfering with the mana. He vows that if he lets something like this bring him down, he doesn't deserve the title of colors. He raises his hand, gathering a torrent of water magic. Knights of water materialize, ready to strike. One of the soldiers observes, ooh, it's a knight order made of water. Another adds, all right, we've got a chance to win. The Beast of Gavaden roars, everyone attack. The Beast of Gavaden is struck. This ominous mana, is it a black magician? There's a sign of an animal bite too. Hans watches the battle, thinking, Hans, did he end up using that? Someone says, I'm sure you didn't use it lightly. The spell Aether Nocturnus is cast. A figure prepares to leave, saying, I can't stop you like this. I'll come back when I've properly prepared. Hang on until then. Hans watches the battle. The Beast of Gavaden is attacked. Someone says, all right, our attacks are working. Don't stop. Ludger prepares for another attack. He thinks, the eyes on the skulls on his shoulders are glowing. It's the same magic just now. I need to prepare for it. The Beast of Gavaden is attacked. The blue-haired character pauses, a puzzled expression on their face. What could be the reason that their magic didn't collapse? A sudden vibration runs through the air, causing them to wonder what's going on. Above, two figures stand together, observing the scene below. Something is coming. A growing sense of unease permeating the air as a dark mass gathers in the distance. The blue-haired character's eyes widen in horror as the truth dawns on them. It's a horde of rats. A voice cries out in disbelief, questioning the appearance of a horde of rats. The voice continues, expressing shock that someone can control other beasts. Kaisi recoils, lamenting that it had to be rats, confessing that she is most scared of them. The team prepares to face the horde. A surge of magical energy erupts. Kaisi looks up in horror, realizing the rats are climbing the walls. Kaisi shouts out in alarm. Another character prepares for battle, a determined look on their face. A teammate offers their help, and another expresses gratitude for the assistance. The team stands together, ready to face the threat. A warning cry rings out, urging everyone not to split up as something approaches. The swarm of rats continues to writhe, their squeaks echoing in the confined space. The mass of rodents shifts and pulsates, a grotesque, living tide. Hugo warns, his voice tight with urgency. Everyone, be careful. That monster is controlling the beasts. A voice wonders where they are all coming from. Kaisi, astride her horse, stares ahead, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. What the hell dash? A narration box reveals, the severed head and the rats combined, and became a cryptid. Hugo explains, it can propagate on its own. So could it be dash? The narration continues, the reason cryptids suddenly appeared during the Night of Blood. The wolf-like creature looms, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. Was him? Hugo urges, everyone focus. We need to get rid of them before more show up. We need to stop. The narration concludes, if we can't stop them. The beast of Gavaudan looms over the city from atop a high building, its red eyes burning in the night. Smaller, equally menacing wolves surround the base of the structure. The Gavaudan nightmare is about to repeat itself. The beast of Gavaudan throws its head back and roars, a sound that echoes through the city. They're recreating too quickly. A voice echoes, stating that focusing on the main one at this point is impossible. Ludger finds himself surrounded by a swarm of rats. He gasps, wondering when they appeared. Kaisi urges Ludger to flee, exclaiming that there are too many beasts to fight. She insists they need to get away. A voice calls out, reminding them that there are still citizens who haven't evacuated. Ludger grits his teeth, realizing they were distracted for only a moment. He vows to make it again. The rats squeak and swarm. Ludger steels himself, knowing that the safety of the civilians is the top priority. He resolves to stall for time somehow. Enya despairs, realizing they won't make it at this rate. Pinion insists that they need to evacuate first. A blue eye widens in shock, the pupil shrinking as a silent question hangs in the air. The beast of Gavaudan stands motionless, its skeletal mask a macabre crown. One of the wolves wonders why the beast stopped moving. Another questions what the others are looking at. The beast of Gavaudan remains still, an ominous presence against the moonlit sky. Dark energy swirls around a figure, obscuring its form and shadow. A wolf snarls, its red eyes gleaming in the darkness. The wolves growl, their unease palpable. Enya's eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips. The figure stands amidst the swirling darkness, a malevolent aura radiating outwards. A man with piercing blue eyes and pale blue hair peers out from behind a mask, a sinister smile playing on his lips. James Moriarty. A strange symbol hangs in the air. The beast of Gavaudan stands amidst the ruins. The air crackles with unseen energy. Kaisi asks, Moriarty, are you sure? The face, and the nonchalance despite facing a monster. Kaisi continues, the intimidating aura I've been feeling as well. A voice declares, I'm certain. He's definitely James Moriarty. A voice echoes, that man is the most dangerous being here. A cloaked figure says, I was hoping you'd recognize me, but I guess that was useless hope. James Moriarty thinks, I understand though. It's difficult to withstand the insanity of the monster. However, I can feel that Hans is still alive in there. James Moriarty thinks, saving a subordinate in danger is the obligation of a leader. The beast of Gavaudan unleashes a guttural roar, its skeletal maw wide, and its red eyes burning with savage intent. Blurring into motion, the beast moves with impossible speed, leaving only dark afterimages in its wake. Claws extended, the beast of Gavaudan slashes through the air, a whirlwind of lethal force. The creature's relentless assault continues, each strike a testament to its unnatural power. The beast of Gavaudan lunges, its fangs bared in a horrifying display of predatory hunger. Another flurry of claw strikes tears through the air, the beast's movements a chaotic dance of death. Enya watches the battle unfold, her brow furrowed in concentration. High-speed movements? No, she mutters, observing the creature's impossible agility. He vanished and reappeared in a blink of an eye. Enya's eyes widen as she realizes the nature of the beast's movements. Did he teleport? She wonders aloud. The beast of Gavaudan continues its relentless assault, a storm of claws and teeth. The creature's claws tear through the air, leaving trails of displaced energy in their wake. The beast of Gavaudan's assault shows no sign of slowing, its movements a blur of savage power. Enya's expression hardens with grim understanding. There's no point in the constant killing, she exclaims, realizing the futility of the battle. The severed heads just propagate as new cryptids. The beast of Gavadan looms, its shadowy form filling the panel. Inya's eyes widen in disbelief. They disappeared instead? A sleek, dark sword is shown, its material unknown. Is that a sword made with special material? Or some kind of magic? The sword crackles with blue energy. Right, this isn't the time to be watching. The beast of Gavadan looms once more. Inya exclaims, "Yes, Kaizi." A voice calls out, "We'll be swept up at this rate. We need to get far away." A voice says, "Let's trust him for now." It seems like his goal is to also get rid of the monster. Another voice adds, "It's a bit upsetting to admit, but he's definitely skilled." The dark sword is shown again. The beast of Gavadan is seen from below. The beast of Gavadan is shown again. It is struck by a barrage of attacks, each blow landing with brutal force. The sound of shattering echoes through the air. The beast of Gavadan's multiple heads appear damaged, smoke rising from the wounds. Elsewhere, the others cough violently. Tear gas fills the air, stinging their eyes and throats. It can do. One of them manages to choke out. The beast of Gavadan seems surprised by something. Dark shapes plummet from above, falling like rain. A figure observes the beast of Gavadan, noting, "I can see you're abandoning the injured head for a new one using tear gas. You're smarter than the original." However, blue energy begins to emanate from the beast of Gavadan, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. The beast of Gavadan is enveloped in a blinding blue aura. "I'm sure you're aware that you're weak after molting." A voice booms from within the light. The blue energy crackles and writhes, a chaotic display of raw power. The energy explodes outward, consuming the beast of Gavadan in a cataclysmic burst. Emerging from the dissipating energy, the beast of Gavadan stands transformed. Enveloped in golden energy, it warns, "You shouldn't be distracted." The golden aura intensifies around the beast of Gavadan's feet. A monstrous wolf, eyes burning with crimson light, stands ready. The air crackles with unseen power. The pack of wolves, their eyes glowing ominously, has multiplied. "I see you've propagated," a voice echoes. A gloved hand gestures, the command unspoken. The air vibrates with anticipation. A figure in a long coat stands silhouetted against the night, surrounded by the pack. "Come," he commands. A system message appears. Hans has been promoted to the Pied Piper. Two wolf-like creatures stand poised, crackling with blue energy. The masked man stands his ground, blue energy swirling around him. There's sure a lot of them. However, the man prepares to strike. Unleashing a torrent of blue energy, he prepares to end this. A blade is drawn, crackling with power. The man faces his foe. There's no one to protect you now. His hand is covered in blood. A wound is visible. The creature is struck. Two massive, crossed blades of dark energy dominate the scene. The wolf-like creature's skull-like face appears, its maw open as it asks, "Do you plan to fight until the end?" The creature recoils, grunting in pain as a burst of energy impacts it. A disembodied voice echoes, declaring, "That body." The masked man levels his gun, the barrel glinting in the dim light. A blinding energy blast erupts from the gun's muzzle. A crimson slash tears through the air. The wolf-like creature is struck, its form contorted by the force of the blow. Another crimson slash cuts through the air. The masked man raises his sword, the blade gleaming with deadly intent. The masked man stands amidst swirling dust and debris. The masked man points his gun once more, ready to strike again. The air crackles with residual energy. The beast of Gavadan lies still, impaled by a syringe-like weapon. The syringe drips a viscous, green fluid. Red lightning dissipates, leaving a lingering scent of ozone. Feathers drift down, settling amidst the dust and debris. The beast's dissolving form leaves behind only wisps of smoke. Three figures in hooded cloaks stand amidst the aftermath. One of the cloaked figures speaks. "You're all here on time." A masked figure with light blue hair observes the scene. The masked figure kneels beside a wounded man. "Hans." A voice echoes through the dust-filled air. The monster's cry stopped. "Is it dead? Damn it. I can't see anything because of the dust." Two figures on horseback discuss their next move. "Let's go back now. Shouldn't we go check?" The order is given to prioritize the evacuation of the remaining civilians. The response is immediate. "Yes, sir." The leader lies prone, a massive harpoon piercing his neck. Despite the gruesome injury, one of his subordinates assures that he will recover due to his transformation ability. One of the figures remarks that the leader's ability to recover when transformed is amazing. Another reports that Kafka has been secured, and they should leave before the knights arrive. Meanwhile, two figures stand together, cloaked in darkness. The masked figure states that they have met before. Elsewhere, Moriarty stands before a group of people. Moriarty is seen from the waist down. A figure speaks to Kaizi Selmoy, noting it has been a long time since they last met. Moriarty asks if they were looking for him all this time. He states that he knew Moriarty hadn't died back then. Those in the background murmur that it's Moriarty. Moriarty remarks that he guesses Ludger doesn't value the life he barely managed to keep. Ludger scoffs, retorting if Moriarty thought he'd give up that easily. Moriarty says it seems like Ludger has underestimated him, James Moriarty. He reveals another identity, Abraham Van Helsing. Moriarty continues, adding Arsène Lupin and Machiavelli to the list. He asks if they're all him. Ludger asks if he's going by Arsène Lupin in this city. Ludger vows that there will be no use running away. He'll chase him to the ends of the earth. Moriarty remains silent. He admits that he's underestimated Ludger too much. Moriarty reveals that Ludger was digging into his past as well, though he didn't know it. He thinks to himself that even if he were to run away, she'd still keep coming after him. Moriarty considers that if his identity is known, he won't be able to hide, considering people know his face. He thinks it won't be easy. Moriarty decides he'll have to kill her here. Ludger asks if all the trouble caused in the Exilian Empire is his doing, or rather, his organization's doing. It is revealed that he is James Moriarty of the Black Dawn. Moriarty wonders why Ludger is bringing that up now, thinking he must have hit the nail on the head, judging by his reaction. He pauses, thinking, wait, maybe. Moriarty chuckles, remarking that it is as expected of an old enemy, Kaisi Selmoy. Moriarty tells Ludger that he won't stop him if he wants to capture him, but questions if it's really okay, as there must be terrorists and civilians. Ludger asks if he is threatening the lives of the civilians right now. The man in the mask states that his actions are up to interpretation. James Moriarty declares that he doesn't plan to be caught easily. Moriarty continues, warning that even if he is caught, the lives of the people inside aren't guaranteed. Ludger calls Moriarty a coward, his expression hardening. He declares that he's changed his mind, finding Moriarty annoying but definitely skilled. The student vows to use Moriarty to the fullest. Moriarty proclaims that he will rip apart the Black Dawn in his stead, like a hunting dog. 3 cloaked figures stand in the background. One of them urges the others to leave. Ludger shouts, questioning if Moriarty thought he'd let him go. Moriarty prepares an attack, energy crackling around him. Ludger counters, summoning his own power. A surge of energy erupts between them. Moriarty prepares to defend against Ludger's attack. A voice echoes, acknowledging an improvement in skill. You've gotten better. A complex magical circle flares with golden energy, its intricate design pulsing with power. The voice continues, laced with confidence, but it's not enough to stop me. Kaisi Selmoy leaps into the fray, shouting, I'll help you too, Kaisi. Ludger Cherish throws a punch, his fist a blur of motion. Professor Moriarty effortlessly blocks the blow with his bare hand. Moriarty exclaims, surprised, he blocked my fist with his bare hand. Kaisi's eyes widen in shock at the display of power. Kaisi delivers a powerful kick, grunting with the effort. Betty cries out, Kaisi, I'm okay. It's just a scratch. Ludger presses the attack, slashing with his blade. The blade cuts through the air, aimed at Moriarty. The man with the brown ponytail wonders who his opponent truly is, acknowledging that his defense is on par with a well-trained elite knight. A gloved hand tightens its grip on a sword hilt, preparing to unleash another attack. The swordsman thinks, then, how about this? The sword is swung with incredible speed, blurring through the air as the swordsman presses his attack. The blade continues its deadly arc, a whirlwind of steel aimed at its target. Ludger's eyes widen in disbelief. He blocked the sting sword. The man in the red-trimmed suit observes. It's like he predicted it. A figure wearing a hooded cloak and a bird-like mask stares intently. Ludger, surrounded by green energy, exclaims, what the hell? A voice declares, the Clockwork Knight order is coming. The masked figure, surrounded by swirling green energy, says, all right, let's go. Ludger shouts, wait, James Moriarty. He declares, surrounded by swirling green energy, that this is not the end. Ludger vows to eliminate the organization. Kaisi Selmoy responds with a smirk, stating that he is looking forward to it. A voice echoes, questioning why someone would act in such a way. The speaker expresses surprise, believing the other party would understand their actions, deeming them insignificant. The figure wonders if, living among normal people, they thought they were the same. Another voice wonders how they can match their lower standards. The figure laments that the world is so boring and tedious, and the people who live there are so. The figure admits they can't breathe. The figure states they are going crazy out of frustration. The voice questions if that is why the child was killed too, just so they can provoke them. The figure asks if that is so terribly wrong. The voice says they should know too. The voice says that in a place deep within them, they can hear the same voice as them. They know. The voice says they hoped they weren't a bad person, and that all this could be solved by talking, just a small misunderstanding. James Moriarty states that he seems to have misunderstood everything. Selina responds, asking if that's the path he has chosen. James Moriarty declares that he will arrest her here. Selina states that the urgent scene investigation has finished, adding, good. One of the men responds that they should be the ones thanking her, stating that if she weren't there, they would have had to work a lot more. Someone reports that, as ordered, they've collected the bomb from the terrorists. Selina says that she will return to the crime scene, and asks to be notified if she is needed. Selina wonders who supplied this dangerous thing to the Liberation Army, noting that gunpowder where fire's silence doesn't work. It is stated that the Liberation Army doesn't possess the skills to make these things. She considers a strong possible candidate that comes to mind immediately. The Black Dawn, affiliated with James Moriarty, looms in her thoughts. After the beast disappeared, his subordinates appeared. In the end, was this incident an experiment caused by the Black Dawn? First, she needs to analyze the gunpowder they collected. In order to catch them, thorough preparations need to be made. Just you wait, James Moriarty. The moment her preparations are completed, she will definitely catch you. Meanwhile, a man wakes up in bed, disoriented. He wonders, He sits up, confused. Elsewhere, Ludger reads a book. He pauses, lost in thought. Back in the bed, the man is startled. He asks, do you not remember turning into a monster? The man in the suit looks down at the shirtless man, who clutches his head. A monster? Oh, I did. But I didn't. Yeah, it's a relief. Now give me what you retrieved. Ah. Ludger says, don't be surprised and listen calmly. To be honest, I was on the way to getting it. Stop beating around the bush and give me what's in your right hand. The shirtless man looks at his hand, a green glow emanating from it. Why do I have this? A close-up reveals a glowing object in his hand. Ludger explains, you were holding it since your transfiguration was released. The shirtless man asks, I was? Ludger continues, indeed. No matter how hard I tried to take it, you wouldn't let go. The shirtless man stares at the object. So I just waited until you woke up. A man laughs. He speaks, but his words are cut off. A hand extends, offering a dark, angular object. Someone says, good job, Hans. Kaisi Selmoy tells Ludger Cherish to get dressed and come downstairs, stating that there is something he needs to say to everyone. Ludger replies, okay. Although there have been unexpected incidences. A man with slicked-back gray hair stands at the head of a long table, addressing a group. He thanks everyone for doing their best and says that it was successful. He adds, good work, everyone. Since Kunst is ruined, that won't expose us. So it'll take time to take care of. Two excited figures celebrate. Since they're stolen goods, it'll take some time. Kaisi states that everyone should have realized it after working together. He adds, how skilled your colleagues, who you'll be working with from now on. Someone says they were honestly a little surprised that a human could transform into such a large beast. It was his first time seeing it. Kaisi Selmoy's companion questions, you wielded strange swordsmanship. Were you a knight? Ludger Cherish responds, I was just a normal aspirant. Hans interjects, a normal aspirant? You fought on par with a nightcrawler knight. He wonders, more importantly, leader, who is that young lady? The woman controls water, so she's not your average person. Her name is Kaisi Selmoy. Ludger Cherish explains, she's a mage from a noble family of mages. You guys should know too. Ludger Cherish continues, she's a skilled person who's also recently obtained the title of. Hans says, oh, I knew it. It seemed like you've met her before, but how did you get to know her? He wonders, how did I meet her, this person? Hans thinks, I think I first met her in the Delica Kingdom. A desperate plea echoes, as someone please help me. The woman with blonde hair asks, Princess, what's wrong? Kaisi Selmoy stammers, you. The blonde woman realizes, this person isn't breathing. The blonde woman asks, pardon, since when? Another voice responds, I am not sure. I thought she fainted. Her pulse is undetectable, and her body is cold. Hans questions why she died so suddenly. Ludger Cherish addresses Kaisi Selmoy as Betty. Hans remarks that she has fallen asleep again. Hans exclaims that she is not breathing, but Ludger Cherish assures him that it is okay and asks him to watch carefully. A character expresses shock and embarrassment at Betty being undressed in such a place. Hans notices a hole in Betty's back and Ludger Cherish confirms that he should watch carefully. Hans questions if Betty is not human. Ludger Cherish confirms that Betty is an autonomously driven machine. Betty is an automaton. A hand holds a golden key, its purpose yet unknown, but she looks like us, a human. That's right. She knows how to fit into society and feel emotions. If it's an exquisite automaton like her, rumors will spread like wildfire. It's normal for rumors not to spread. And as a secret soldier. You awake, Betty? Why am I like this, Kaisi? I saw you fall asleep, so I wanted to play a prank on you. That's ridiculous. We're leaving soon, so go grab our things. Don't forget my materials too, okay? I don't know. I met Betty for the first time in the Delica Kingdom. He was chasing after Moriarty back then. He only knew Moriarty was a mathematician, and quite a competent one at that. They talked a few times because he was curious, but he was so damn annoying. From their first meeting, his tone of voice was annoying, and he lives thinking he's the best. Anyways, after knowing he was a cruel criminal, he started to chase him, and during that process, he met Betty. Moriarty? Did he know who he was confronting him in a secret factory that made automatons? While that was happening, there was a huge explosion and the basement floor collapsed. Moriarty used that to escape the scene, and he tried to chase after him, but he lost him. First, he thought he should escape, so he was looking for an escape route and discovered her. That day, he was between two fallen walls in a hidden space. Betty inside a capsule. That was his first time meeting the successful product of an illegal project carried out in secret. Out in secret. Codename Beta. So, Alpha is an automaton too? Yes, so we finished this talk. After listening to what was said, Ludger understands now. At first, he thought another exotic species like him existed. A group of people stare. Someone asks why they are all looking at him like that. Then, the girl he fought with is an automaton like him too. He knew the moment they met. Although he didn't know another child, besides himself, had survived. Me neither. I thought all the other automatons had been destroyed. Kaisi wonders why the Delica Kingdom made them. No matter how much I think about it, they're not your average automatons. Steel soldiers who can be disposed of at any time. It's an obvious reason why they were mass-produced. One of the figures questions if the owner didn't want to instigate war. Anyways, that's what was gone through in the Delica Kingdom. This is the story of how Betty was met. Betty woke up some time after that. The scene shifts to Kaisi. Kaisi, how long are you going to talk for? Ah, Betty, good job. Betty asks, where are you going? Since the place I'm staying has collapsed, I need to find another place to stay. It's late, but thank you for saving me, Detective Kaisi. I'll reward you personally, so if the opportunity aries, please come visit me. Uh-huh. The response is one of anticipation. Kaisi Selmoy asks if Selena can pass her greetings on to Tarina, as she plans to stay at Leatherbelk for a while. Selena acknowledges that she knows Tarina and will let her know. She bids Kaisi goodbye. Kaisi hopes that they have the chance to meet again. Professor Moriarty sips his tea, remarking that the tip-off is only about the monster, as expected. The man reflects on how Kaisi Selmoy changed him all the way to Leatherbelk. The speaker laments that Kaisi also found out about their fake names. Moriarty is coming soon. One good thing among misfortunes, he was wrong about the Black Dawn. The professor wonders if he might have been right after all. The woman reports that she has finished classifying all the material. The newspaper headline catches the eye, Rutherove Korish Diamond. It seems like someone was looking at what happened yesterday. Yes, everyone's fussing over it. From what the Knights said, the Clockwork Knights captured a monster. And to think the Knights were that strong, I think we need to revise the evaluation. James Moriarty muses that they truly might need to. This part is totally unexpected. James Moriarty is not connected to the Knights. Come to think of it, they started to move because of this incident. They? The Breedis Holy Knights. I think we need to revise the evaluation. A man in a suit is shown. A map depicts an island separate from the continent. The Lamensis religious order, believing in the god of luminance, has been hunting heathens and cryptids, carrying out purification ceremonies under the guise of saving humanity. But the heathens they prosecuted were. A stained glass window depicts a figure. Because of corruption and twisted doctrines, the organization is less popular now. The man with blue eyes says, the Holy Knights, annoying bastards. He continues, they've been doing nothing for 20 years, and now that they have a clue, they're stepping in right away. A woman with short brown hair says, but it's still a bit suspicious. The text reads, 5 years ago on the Night of Blood, they didn't do anything, but suddenly they want to act. He contemplates the recent completion of the nation's succession work. The news is surprising, it's something unheard of. The man with dark blue hair seems to be processing the information, his hand raised to his head. The chibi-style figure asks what happened to the favor that was requested. It's revealed that Joanna Lovett is a student who was admitted as a second order, but Lovett is a fake name. The group wonders about the second order. It's understood that this is how she hid her identity. She's also found to be from Duramang Kingdom. The Great Fires of Lawton are mentioned, revealing that she's a survivor of that incident which happened more than 10 years ago. The cause of the fire is still unknown. The man with dark blue hair wonders what it could be. The question lingers, how many survivors are there? Someone wonders about the total number of survivors from that incident. The discussion continues, mentioning that Second Order Joanna is among the 3 being discussed. One of them is identified as the artist Pierre, but information on the third remains unknown. It's almost time for class, and the students prepare. Before class begins, the professor intends to announce the results of the exams. The students are informed that they can check the announcement board for the rankings after class. The professor prepares to announce the top 5 of the first exam. The professor states that he will announce the top 5 of the first exam. The professor announces that Flora Lumos scored 100%. The professor reveals that Julia Plumhart tied for first place. Whispers spread as the students realize Julia Plumhart tied with Flora Lumos. The students are surprised that Julia tied with Flora Lumos. It's to be expected, as the Magic Tower supports Flora. Since there are 2 in first place, there is no second place. Tacy Pryat is shocked to hear that she placed third. Congratulations are in order for Tacy, who seems to be realizing just how amazing she is. She even offers to tutor if anyone wants. One student declines, not wanting to interrupt her studies. Renee is surprised to hear that she placed 4th. Leo is announced as placing 5th. The students react in disbelief. Whispers spread about the top 3 being fallen aristocrats and peasants. Ludger Cherish tells the top 5 to come after class to pick up their frameworks. He then instructs the class to take out the documents he handed out last class. Today, they'll be learning about magic circles that use mana release. Magic circles last for longer than spells and are great for use with talismans and artifacts. That is why they continue to be used today. Beyond that, most magic circles have kept the shape of a circle to this day. A complex, glowing blue magic circle fills the panel, its intricate design pulsing with energy. The inscription at the bottom states that it protects the user from outside forces through tradition and belief. A gloved hand carefully draws a line of light, tracing the pattern of a magic circle in the air. A voice booms, declaring that today's magic circles are a bit different. Pinion's eyes widen in surprise. She wonders what the hell that is. Ludger Cherish, standing before the class, gestures with a piece of chalk. He tells them to take a look at this. A student wonders what that is, as a magic circle is displayed on the chalkboard. Several students exchange glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and curiosity. Pinion glances around, a thoughtful expression on her face. Pinion, visibly annoyed, wonders why they are looking at her. A voice thinks that they treat her like their leader just because of what happened during the first semester. Pinyin crosses her arms, thinking that this is too much. A voice thinks that it's not like the professor would lie about that stuff, if he were a liar. From above, a student thinks that he would have been disappointed in Ludger long ago. A hand gestures, as Ludger says that since they don't seem to believe that this is a magic circle, he'll show them. A magic circle begins to glow. The magic circle intensifies. Two students look on in surprise. One says that it worked. Ludger stands in front of the magic circle, saying that he understands why they wouldn't believe this. A magic circle that's not in the shape of a circle does not have an easy time circulating mana. A curved line smoothly passes along mana. But when there are angles, the flow goes outside the formation. Ludger's eye is shown as he says that as they can see, his magic circle worked fine. What do you think the reason is? Violetta raises her hand. A student thinks to herself about that child. Professor Selena stands at the front of the classroom. The text in each square help with the flow of mana. Professor Hugo explains that if there are mediums to help with the flow of mana, a square magic formation. What was used this time was the Satyr magic square, which reads the same way no matter which direction you read it in, and can function properly. In other words, Professor Hugo utilized a palindrome. A student speaks up, I have a question. It's surprising, but are there? A student raises their hand, asking if there are any benefits of using a magic square instead of a circle. Another student states that it's easier to draw. A circular magic formation only works when the formation is neatly drawn. There's a reason there are Meister certificates for professionally drawing magic formations. On the other hand, Professor Hugo explains that a square is just 4 dots equidistant from each other, as he draws one on the board. It's much quicker and easier to draw than a circle. Selena hands out extra documents. She explains that a square is just an example, and a magic formation can take on many shapes. Hugo tells the students to take these into account and create their own magic formation. Hugo announces that this is the second part of the exam. Selena says she'll look forward to their ideas. After class, the scene shifts to the teacher's office. Leo is told that he's second after Renee. Someone demands to see their hands. A hand glows with magical energy. This is one of the 4 divided ways of calculating source code. It's called framework. Of course, just one has no purpose on its own. The student is told that they're supposed to get in the top 5 the rest of the semesters too, and to work hard. The sound of footsteps echoed as Ludger thought to himself, just a part of it. I guess this way, things won't get easily leaked. I can't reverse calculate nor analyze just this. Someone mused, their back to the viewer, but teaching a mere student this kind of magic. The figure wondered, what kind of person is he? Ludger looked up, a questioning him escaping his lips. 2 figures stood in the distance, one asking, what are they doing? One of the figures asked, didn't you hear us at all? You should be aware of your social status and act like the parasite you are. Do you get it? The other responded, what if I don't want to? The figure with glowing eyes challenged, what will you do if I don't want to? The beast man, with her animal ears, asks what will happen if she refuses. A student with blue hair reacts with surprise, wondering if it's her. A close-up reveals the details of a school uniform. A man in a uniform speaks angrily, calling someone a little savage and questioning if they understand. A voice declares, that's enough. The man from the previous panel is surprised by the aristocrats ganging up against one beast man. A blonde-haired character mentions that the professors have been keeping an eye on the aristocrats, and that Javon Pelio quit school recently. Someone says they were on there. The man from panel 5 speaks about Professor Rudiger, saying if they don't care about that stuff, they can continue. He then says, let's go. The man from panel 5 warns someone not to get too full of themselves just because they're a bit smart, reminding them they're still a peasant. The man from panel 5 states that nothing will change just because someone is smart. The teal-haired youth tells the beast man to focus on improving himself. The beast man scoffs, turning his back to the youth and walking away with 2 others. The teal-haired youth asks why he was helped, but is told he must be mistaken. The beastman's eyes glow with an eerie light as he states that the youth was going to kill those guys. The beastman claims he was just going to teach them a lesson. The teal-haired youth scoffs, questioning if it was just a lesson with all that bloodthirst. A close-up reveals the intricate design of the beastman's collar. The teal-haired youth asks why he would be afraid, stating that only idiots would be. The beastman questions what he would need to be afraid of. A close-up shows the beastman's serious expression. The teal-haired youth asks how he knew that. The beastman tells Pekina Solda that she's a good person. Pekina Solda is told that her name translates to small and courageous warrior in another language. Leo questions what Pekina Solda just said. She warns him not to call her small. Pekina Solda doesn't understand why Leo is so hung up on one word. Leo states that Pekina Solda's strength lies in this situation. Leo sighs and tells Pekina Solda to just call him Leo, stating that it's his name. Pekina Solda is surprised. Leo says he didn't interfere so that he could be called a warrior. Someone calls out to Leo. Meanwhile, a character mentions accompanying Tacy to receive her framework and hearing that someone went to Aura. Aiden is seen with another character. Aiden is talking to Pekina Solda and Leo and introduces Iona Ovalle. Aiden invites Pekina Solda and Leo to join them for lunch, but the other character says they are not friends. Pekina Solda agrees to join them. Iona Ovalle appears a bit disappointed that it was so easy. She thought there would be some rigorous process or something. Selena couldn't even ask the questions she wanted to ask him. Iona asks Renee if she wants to get lunch together. Renee apologizes, explaining that she already promised someone today. Iona is surprised. Iona apologizes to Selena, saying that they can eat together tomorrow. Selena is glad she understood. Selena thinks to herself that she's so understanding and must be a princess. Iona wonders who she already promised to eat with. Iona wonders why she is going so far in, and if she is meeting up with the guy. Renee is very much upset. Renee exclaims her name and decides she'll at least take a look at his face. Startled, Iona cries out, demanding to know who is there. A figure looms over her, questioning what she is doing there. The figure stammers, beginning to identify themselves. If Renee didn't mishear. Renee recalls that Iona had planned to eat lunch with her. Proyden Woolberg asks if the field and flowers are all Iona's doing. The man identifies himself as Proyden Woolberg. Proyden Woolberg asks if there is a problem. Renee thinks that the cold wolf's hobby is tending to flowers. Proyden Woolberg says that if Iona has time to pick apart his hobbies, then she should take up some weird hobby herself. Sparks fly as Iona and Proyden Woolberg glare at each other. Renee interrupts, asking what brings them here. Irinder sits with his arms crossed, unimpressed. What a pathetic excuse, he remarks. He continues, his tone dismissive. You don't have any friends because you're so obsessive. Renee interjects, Irinder, do you really have 0 friends? Iona Ovaye gasps, shocked by the question. Iona exclaims, why you too? What do you mean? Renee quietly admits that she's noticed it for a while and has never seen her hang out with anyone. Irinder acknowledges Renee's observation. You observed well, Renee. This princess here has 0 friends. How pitiful. Irinder continues, his gaze fixed on Iona. You. Renee is taken aback, exclaiming that it's impossible. A voice explains that people approach her because of her social status, but also because she's a good person. Irinder states, it's because of the first princess, Aline von Exilian, and her status. He muses, the first princess? The narration describes the fights that happened over the succession in the Yuda kingdom, stating that it's common for children to fight over the head position of a family. The narration concludes, but the first princess, Aline, is different. She is flawless in everything as a ruler. Princess Irinder sits upon her throne, her status as the successor absolute, ensuring there can be no internal conflict. Elsewhere, the third princess's background is considered tempting to the other aristocrats. The question arises, why does everyone avoid her? The reason, it seems, is simple. The narrative shifts to the topic of the first princess. She decided to forgive and accept all her siblings, whom she should have cut off. That's not it. She just needed toys to play with. Whatever the reason, as long as she's accepting of her siblings, there is no reason anyone would approach the third princess. Meanwhile, the third princess herself knew nothing and went around volunteering and jumping around every club. Someone can't even imagine how the people who had to deal with that felt. Irinder expresses her frustration. Oh wow, was the first princess always so amazing? A young woman with silver hair looks off into the distance. A figure states no, recalling that she used to be alone without any supporters once too. There were many who schemed to remove her as well. But suddenly, they were all gone without a trace. They disappeared? I don't know the details, but after that, there was a certain rumor among the aristocrats. Be wary of the first princess. Shadow. Meanwhile, a student thanks for the food. Another student asks if it's true that they saw the beast of Gavaden from up close. Irinder says so, still unable to believe that she's alive, and is glad that she's okay. Another student exclaims that this is the academy life she had been wanting, talking with friends, and worrying and caring about each other like this. That monster really is dead. One last favor. She asks if it can be said that this incident was taken care of wholly by the knights. The response is that this incident's truth cannot be revealed to the world yet. The man with dark blue hair thinks that if people find out who eliminated the monster, they will be even more anxious. There are times when a comfortable lie is better than an uncomfortable truth. The pride of Leatherbelk, the Clockwork Knights, took care of them. She expresses relief. Professor Rudiger? Glancing from afar, but she thinks it was him. That's unexpected. He doesn't. Rudiger Chelsea. I feel like I've seen him somewhere. The sentiment is clear, this isn't right. A heavy door slams shut. The decision to move the Magic Festival's schedule forward without discussion is met with resistance. The man with the mustache demands to know what others think of the Magic Festival. The Magic Festival is a proud historical event, an opportunity for everyone to show their Thorn status. In other words, it's an important event for Thorn's honor. Even if you're the Chancellor, you're clearly abusing your authority, the man states. What's so bad about pushing the festival's schedule forward, the character wonders. They're just trying to pick a fight with anything they can find. The woman apologizes for letting everyone know like this. However, there was no time to discuss with all of you, so I had no choice, she explains. Due to recent events, the atmosphere has been uneasy, right? The second test is approaching, so I decided it'd be proper to have the festival after the test. It was decided it'd be proper to have the festival after the test. Hugo Bortag pauses, considering the situation. But still. Selena looks at Hugo Bortag, inquiring. Do you perhaps have another solution? Selena's expression hardens. If you don't. Selena continues, her tone firm. Then are you refusing to accept this without having any other solution? Hugo Bortag and Ludger Cherish stand together, listening intently to the conversation. Ludger Cherish looks at Hugo Bortag, asking, Vice Chancellor, what will you do? Hugo Bortag clears his throat. If that is what you want, Chancellor, there's nothing I can do, since it has already been pushed forward. Enya considers the situation. However, will it be alright if I suggest things about the festival itself? A voice booms, since plans have already been pushed forward. Hugo Bortag asks, what do you think about a new event that has never happened before? A voice declares, adding something new to the big opening event at the Magic Festival. He sat at his desk, the afternoon sun casting long shadows across the room as he reviewed the documents before him. Pushing the Magic Festival's opening forward, huh? Since things have been chaotic recently, it's not a bad idea to lighten up the mood. This is something I deduced from the banquet hall incident. Esmeralda will attack this festival as lots of people will gather. While looking for an opportunity, I'm going to make her reveal herself. Then Thorn will take care of her. Oddly enough, something at the back of my mind is the Great Fires of Lawton. Besides Esmeralda being a survivor of the Great Fires, the fact that there are 2 more survivors is more concerning. He thought, I should visit Lawton as soon as possible. Come in. A voice wonders about a tesseract, also known as a supercube. Selena wonders what type of magic it is. Research has discovered that mana can interfere in a time and space dimension called the 4th dimension. Someone admits to figuring that out, but they can't tell any students. It's magic to someone. Selena states that she will discover unknown areas. She tells Ludger that it's fine if he doesn't want to tell her, and that she will be going now since she got what she came for. Ludger says, right, and asks how Selena's body is. Selena, confused, asks what he is talking about. Selena asks something useless, and asks Ludger to please pretend he didn't hear that. Ludger asks Selena what. The scene shifts to Duramang Kingdom, Lawton Village Station. Someone thinks it's bothersome just getting here. It had been a while since the man with the long black hair had come here. The man with the brown hair wondered why he had to come too. The man with the brown hair was the one in charge of collecting information. The man with the brown hair questioned what information there was to collect when it had been years since the village was burned to ashes. The man with the long black hair heard there was a survivor living around here. The man with the long black hair thought it was lonely being here by himself. The man with the brown hair asked if he was serious. The man with the brown hair told him to stop grumbling and hurry before it got dark. The man with the long black hair looked out over the landscape. The man with the brown hair wondered if the survivor had fled to another place, no matter how much he looked. The man with the long black hair told him to look over there. The man with the brown hair thought they had found him. A lone figure stood atop a distant hill. The village below was visible. The blindfolded painter stands before his easel, brushstrokes dancing across the canvas as he captures the landscape before him. 2 figures approach the painter. We've come to the right place. One of the figures asks, what? He's painting while blindfolded. He adds, seems like I have guests. One of the figures apologizes, I'm sorry to disturb you. The painter replies, it's all right, I just finished. The painting shimmers with an ethereal glow, depicting a serene landscape bathed in golden light. One of the figures asks, can he see? Why are you using a blindfold? The painter responds, yes, I can't see. However, I can feel. The other figure remarks, oh, there's magic in the painting. The painter thinks to himself, I didn't know a mage was living in a place like this. I shouldn't boast that I'm a mage. I'm not really great at magic. I've just painted for a long time, so it's a skill I've learned naturally. One of the figures asks, why is such an important person like yourself in a place like this? The painter asks, do you know who I am? No, but because I can't see, I can feel it. The other figure states, the energy I can feel with the wind carries a strange power, and nature is telling me. They say the hero who saved this land from that horrific incident long ago has returned. Rudiger, the blindfolded man, responds, to think you have an affinity with spirits. I can get straight to the point then. It's about the Great Fires of Lawton. Rudiger states, I would like you to tell me. Ludger listens intently. The topic shifts to the other survivors of the Great Fires of Lawton. Rudiger walks through a forest with another man. Rudiger reflects, although it has turned into empty, lifeless ruins. Ludger remarks, I did hear a lot about that. Rudiger recalls, I remember the first time I visited this place. I was quite talented with magic, so my noble teacher took me in. Rudiger continues, but I was scolded a lot because I found painting more exciting than magic. Rudiger remembers, he asked what was so good about painting and broke my brushes. At first, I endured it, but as it continued, I couldn't. He reflects that, in the end, he ran away, wanting to paint instead of doing magic. Rudiger recalls that the place he settled in was Lawton. However, it was hard to adapt to unfamiliar environments. He thinks that if it hadn't been for her help. Rudiger is seen painting. He continues to paint, the brushstrokes flowing smoothly. The painting begins to take shape. The colors blend and swirl, creating a vibrant scene. A town emerges from the canvas, detailed and picturesque. The landscape transforms, becoming lush and vibrant. What's happened? The world changed into a painting. It's painting magic that uses a drawing. A man with a blindfold gestures, saying to follow him, as the center of the village is over there. The village street bustles with activity. Lawton was a village that many wanderers visited, a village veiled with wind. The pride of the village was Her. A woman walks down the street carrying a basket. Someone thinks to himself that he cannot paint her beauty with his lowly skills. She was always happy and treated everyone kindly while smiling. She was born with affinity, so the spirits liked her as well. A woman stands with glowing hands. Another woman looks on. Her name was Esmeralda. She is another survivor of the great fires of Lawton. One stick figure exclaims to another to look at the painting. The other agrees, stating that he sees it too. They wonder if it's easy to manifest a painted world. Esmeralda. She's another survivor of the great fires of Lawton. She was the one who helped me adjust to Lawton. Because of her, the village never stopped smiling and was always warm. Peaceful too. However, that peace was broken by a noble family that visited the village and accepted the noble's proposal. At first sight, I fell in love with you. Come live with me. He whispered sweet nothings to Esmeralda. She, being innocent, didn't doubt a single word, trusted him. Of course it wasn't just love. Yes, he wanted her power, which was her high affinity. However, she was so good-natured and innocent. Because of that, Esmeralda was oblivious to obvious lies. Of course, the villagers became worried after hearing the news of her engagement, but no one did anything about it. Of course, since the other party was a noble. If it were the citizens of Duramang Kingdom long ago, then it would have been even more so. When opposing nobles, you were persecuted for treason. So, did they just watch her get married? No. Instead, it was the opposite. One person mustered up the courage, then everyone started to stop her marriage. And a horrific tragedy ensued. Esmeralda, don't trust him. He's someone who. He lures people in with his sly tongue. You bastards. How dare you run your mouths when you don't know who he is? Even if you're a noble, you can't just take that young lady. Warnings echo through the village. Get away from Esmeralda. Leave the village right now. A woman with dark hair stands with a blonde-haired man, their expressions unreadable. A red-haired woman, surrounded by others, declares, this isn't even amusing. You lowly things. A man with a furious expression snarls, you dare go against me? A woman screams in terror, ah. The woman from the first panel is now covered in blood. A figure stands amidst the flames, silhouetted against the inferno, as the village burns. A commander in full armor, holding a torch, orders, kill them, set the buildings on fire. Soldiers respond, yes, sir. The village is engulfed in flames. Two men watch the destruction in disbelief. No way, one exclaims. A man states, yes, that's right. As you can see, the cause of the fire was not a natural disaster. The village burns, a scene of utter devastation. The village burns, the crackling flames consuming everything in their path. Shouts echo through the inferno, desperate pleas lost in the roar. A villager kneels, begging for mercy. The villagers are innocent. I'll do as you say, so please. She pleads, her voice trembling with fear. A cold voice declares, how foolish. It's too late. The flames dance, casting eerie shadows as a disembodied voice commands, watch with your own two eyes. Standing before the burning village, Esmeralda witnesses the devastation. A voice booms, this is what happens when someone goes against a noble. Esmeralda cries out in anguish, her voice cracking with despair. No, no. A man looks down at the kneeling Esmeralda, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Are you in despair? That's probably easier to handle. The man wrinkles his nose. The smell of burning trash is making me dizzy. Bring that woman when this is finished. A subordinate affirms the order. Yes, just why did this happen? Kneeling amidst the destruction, Esmeralda laments. Yesterday, this village was filled with everyone's laughter. But in the span of a day, everything has become ash. The ground smolders, embers rising like lost souls into the smoke-choked sky. A soldier, mounted on horseback, declares, let's take this woman now. Flames dance and writhe, consuming what little remains. One of the soldiers wonders, what is this? A spirit. Another replies, how annoying. It's just a low rank. The fire crackles, casting grotesque shadows that dance with the heat. Esmeralda screams, AACK. One of the soldiers questions, what's this? What are you doing? Her face contorted in anguish, Esmeralda remains silent. Her eyes glow with an inner fire, reflecting the inferno around her. A dark rage simmers within her. I hate all of you, she vows. One of the soldiers lies on the ground, uttering, K-Cook. The fire burns with an all-consuming intensity, mirroring the hatred in her heart. She declares that she will burn everything they have, flames erupting around her. The fire intensifies, consuming everything in its path. Esmeralda stands amidst the inferno, seemingly unharmed by the raging flames. A voice echoes, stating, I'll leave it to you. The fire magic is identified as Quasimodo. The words, burn everything, are emblazoned across the scene. The words, I hate, appear amidst the flames. Around a campfire, one of the men recounts, and so, she burned all the remaining soldiers. The man continues, stating that she left the village. A man with a blindfold touches his face, remembering. That's when I lost my eyesight. Another man responds, even though you lost your eyesight, you survived well. A voice wonders about that child. The village burns in the background as Esmeralda stands near a man kneeling on the ground. The man stammers his thanks, saying he survived because of her. Esmeralda tells him there's no need to thank her. She just did what she had to do. Esmeralda says that the only person she could save was him. Everyone else is gone. The man denies this. The man remembers Esmeralda as the artist who came to the village not too long ago, and that he remembers because the artist looked stupid. The man acknowledges that he knows about himself. He wonders if his burns are a big problem if an artist loses their eyesight. Esmeralda says there's no need to thank her. She just did what she had to do. Even so, the man is still thankful that he's alive. The man asks Esmeralda to pardon him. He recalls that a noble killed all the villagers just because they. Esmeralda is pissed off. She can never forgive him. And with that, the girl left. The man was going to ask for her name, but he couldn't bring himself to ask. After that, he couldn't leave the village. Even though the only things left here were nightmares. The blindfolded man reflects, stating that this was the first place that ever accepted someone like him, and it seems like he's still attached. Perhaps it's because of his sense of duty to protect this place. The long-haired man says he was able to infuse magic into his brushes. After losing his eyes, he was able to paint properly and use magic. This is the end of his story. The blindfolded man thanks him, but wonders what if he was a bad person when he told him his story in such detail. Of course, he's being careful. However, the long-haired man looks on. In the painted world, he can feel your emotions. The blindfolded man says that if he were evil, those emotions would be hard to feel. The long-haired man sits on a log. The blindfolded man is more thankful, having never talked about this with anyone before, because he faced the pain that he'd turned a blind eye to all this time, and he feels better. So, he knows this may be rude, but he earnestly asks you of this. Please help the young lady and girl overcome this misery. A figure looks down, their expression obscured by shadow. They're somewhere in this world, and they still might be fighting desperately. Two figures stand on a grassy hill under a cloudy sky. If you think about it, the Duramang kingdom's decline is inevitable. They stopped the truth about the great fires of Lawton from spreading outside their kingdom. But they won't be able to hide it from their own people. Moreover, there is intense conflict between the social classes, and this will turn into a catastrophic uproar because of the rage that the commoners have piled up. I understand why most nobles fled overseas. Brother, in the end, we didn't find anything significant. We came here for nothing, right? A man asks. Not really. We found out the truth about the great fires of Lawton. The other responds. Hans, I'd like you to investigate the nobleman in the story, a voice says. So a noble from Duramang, blonde, and in his early 30s. That's not very specific. The Duramang nobles defected to the Exilian Empire. Look into their first. He might be closer to us than we think. The day of the second test at Thorn Academy has arrived. The text declares that the second test shall now commence, and students are instructed to come forward when their number is called. A student sits, reading a paper. The paper states that the shape of the magic form was a square. The student is told that they only considered the number that was written inside the magic circle. A student is told to be thankful that they are getting a D-. The atmosphere in the classroom is intense. One student remarks that it feels like they're being dragged to the slaughterhouse. A student exclaims that 13 is their number. Another student tells them to hurry up and go. The text describes that someone boldly paired an existing magic circle with a new magic form. It also states that a lot of stability was used, so the magic power doesn't go astray. The student is told that the magic form they showed didn't flow, and there was something annoying about it. The student is asked what they did to offset the flow limitation. The student realizes something. The text states that if you use a circle, the importance of learning magic forms becomes diluted. The student is told that there is another thing that's lacking besides that, so they'll give them a B+. A voice expresses disbelief that a commoner received a better grade than a noble. A professor calls out. Next is Flora Lumos, right? Flora Lumos presents her work, a diagram filled with complex calculations. She seems nervous. A close-up reveals the intricate details of the diagram. A voice expresses surprise at seeing the hexagonal tortoise theory being used. It's declared that there are no faults within the calculations. Flora Lumos receives an A+. Flora Lumos is praised for using a multiplex shape, her technique deemed perfect. A professor announces, next. That's all, next. A hand places a paper down. A professor remarks, so you're last. A professor asks a student to show the magic form they created. A student looks down, seemingly resigned. Professor. She begins, simply stating, I. Flora admits that she did not bring the parchment with the magic circle drawn on it. The other students murmur amongst themselves, wondering what she said just now. They note that she didn't draw a magic form, and that it's Professor Rudiger's class, but she doesn't care. A bead of sweat trickles down Flora's face. The professor looks on, his expression unreadable. The professor asks, then what were you planning to do? The professor continues, asking if he is correct in saying that she doesn't have a magic form to show him. Flora responds that she made a magic form, but it was a little vague to draw it on the parchment. Flora asks if it would be alright if she shows it to them here. The professor responds, alright, show me. Flora thinks to herself that at first, she was stuck when it came to the technique's concept. She continues in her thoughts, saying that thanks to the non-attribute mana book, she got a grasp of it. Flora declares that she'll show the professor how much she's changed. Ludger's eyes widen as he observes the magic form taking shape. The three-dimensional magic form shimmers with an ethereal glow. A complex matrix of numbers and lines forms a three-dimensional magic form. Flora Lumos beams. I knew you would know what it is as soon as you saw it, Professor. Ludger thinks to himself, Renee. Rudiger announces, your grade is A+. Flora Lumos looks surprised. Rudiger continues, no, it's a shame that's the best grade I can give you. Rudiger states, your magic form was perfect. Good job. Rudiger asks, how did you think of this magic form? Rudiger continues, forget about how you thought of it. The idea, it would have been almost impossible to materialize it within that time frame. Flora Lumos explains, first, I was going to develop the magic circle that I thought about with magic power, but then suddenly, my mana naturally matched that technique. Then at one point, I wasn't controlling my mana, but it controlled by it instead. Ludger observes, there have been no instances where magic power moved on its own against the user's will. Did she succeed instinctively? He mused that the book he gave her might have been the trigger to unlock Flora's talent. Ludger stated that it was a great magic form and gave Flora Lumos a good job. The flow of her magic power naturally flowed. Ludger noted that up until now, non-attributed magic had the lowest suitability compared to attributed magic. If she showed him a high-level three-dimensional magic form this time, then is non-attributed magic a specialized type of magic which is in the same as space, a high-dimensional magic? Ludger thought that since space magic doesn't exist in this world, he was barely able to mimic it. However, if Renee's magic power is related to space, he thought that he needed that power. Flora Lumos stood with her back to him. A voice mentions Ovaye and Aiden, noting that they are among the top 5 for the test. The speaker adds that they are busy and should be found after the magic festival. Someone laments that their life is over, questioning what a D grade means. Another person notes that there are only 2 nobles in the top 5 this time. A voice expresses annoyance at a commoner being complimented, remarking that it's the first time they've seen Professor Rudiger complimenting anyone like that. One person comments that Professor Rudiger has never said anything like that to Flora Lumos. The 2 stand near a doorway. Flora Lumos is staring intently at someone. A voice whispers, wondering if Senior Flora is staring at them. Someone thinks that they've never sensed Flora's animosity before. A character questions if they are referring to young Lady Lumos. Someone asks if they need something. Flora walks away, leaving a trail of electricity behind her. A character apologizes, looking flustered. 2 characters comment that Flora seems a little down today. Someone expresses frustration, noting that Flora blocks the way, doesn't reply, and then just leaves. Is she unwell? The question hung in the air, tinged with a hint of concern. Flora, why did you do that? It was unlike you, one of them remarked. You usually don't take interest in others. What was that magic form? And why did she get such a compliment for it? He was annoyed. But more importantly, Cheryl, did you prepare properly for this exam? Huh, why are you asking that all of a sudden? Professor Mary said that if you don't fully engage in this exam, she's going to forcibly transfer you to another class, didn't she? Ah, that's true. Flora, please help me. If I do the exam like this, I won't be able to get a good grade. If you memorize what's written here, you won't fail. Thanks. I love you, Flora. Professor Mary smiled, a knowing glint in her eyes. Did you all prepare well for the exam? I just got the notebook. Ho ho. Cheryl sat at her desk, the letters KO looming behind her. The student with green hair looks concerned, barely managing to answer everything. Since the exam is over, the professor suggests discussing something exciting that they haven't covered in class yet. Professor Mary tells Flora Lumos to get up, stating that it's her tip time. Flora responds with a hesitant, right. Professor Mary addresses the class, reminding everyone that mana transfer is fundamentally done between 2 people. But Professor Mary warns that if the person transferring the mana is inexperienced with magic control, it's very dangerous. Blue mana energy emanates from her hands. Professor Mary continues, explaining that in this mana transfer process, a mysterious phenomenon can occur. You can lose your memory. According to the Magic Tower's thesis, they call this phenomenon a memory storm. Cheryl questions the truth of this information, while another student thinks they've heard about it before. Professor Mary smiles, holding up a purple card, stating that it can manifest a little of what memory storms are like. Professor Mary asks if there is perhaps a student who wants to use the newly developed product. A disembodied voice wonders if the product can be used on another person. Professor Mary is asked if the product is dangerous. She assures them that the product is weak while maintaining a high stability. The diagram explains that memory storms occur when done in pairs, and that a past secret might be shown to others. Renee suggests to Flora Lumos that they try the product, curious about it. Flora Lumos asks if they can, and Renee says she doesn't mind. Renee wonders what would happen if she had a memory she didn't want Flora Lumos to see, like a royal family secret. Flora Lumos says it's okay, she doesn't have much to show Renee anyway. Renee thinks that even if she had a secret to hide, it would have all been revealed by that bastard Proyden already. Flora Lumos is excited, and Renee agrees that they should try it. A voice explains that if they both infuse their mana into the paper, they can lose their memories. Renee finds the prospect quite fascinating. She considers, stating that it's a bit of a waste to use it now. Flora asks why Renee is looking at her like that. Flora questions why Renee is looking at her like that. Flora asks why Renee would want to use that on her, questioning why. Renee stammers, explaining that she's just not mentally prepared to use it yet. Renee asks Flora to tell her if she doesn't want to do it. A flashback shows a student accusing another of being a cheater, claiming they said they only loved them. A flashback shows a student realizing why Renee didn't want to use this. There are already people who have. Renee states that they should quickly try it too. A close-up of Flora and Renee. A close-up of Flora and Renee. Golden light filters through an unseen source. Flora Lumos's green eyes widen. In the background, other students are seen in the academy. It feels like a lot of time passed, but not much did. Renee says, "You know, senior." Flora Lumos responds, "Even if it was your birthday, it's a little too much to invite students you're not close with to your birthday party." Flora Lumos blushes, exclaiming, That happened. My dark past from when I was a first year that I didn't want to recall." Flora Lumos shouts, "Coke." Her face is flushed with embarrassment. Renee asks, "Huh? Did something happen? More importantly, what part of my past did you see?" "Ah, about that." Flora Lumos says, I'm not sure how long ago it was, but I saw something from very long ago." "Very long ago?" Flora Lumos says, "I saw you when you were little. You look more than 10 years younger than you are now. But don't you see these types of things from the person's point of view?" She explains that she saw it from a different person's viewpoint, likely Renee's mother's. The image shifts to a memory of a young Renee in a hut on a grassland where no one else lives. Flora Lumos believes that's where Renee and her mother lived. Flora Lumos says that Renee and her mother looked happy. Flora Lumos states that she felt that Renee was loved by her mother. Renee, confused, asks what Flora Lumos is talking about. Renee reveals that she grew up without parents. The two women sit in silence, the weight of Renee's statement hanging in the air. Flora Lumos' expression is unreadable. A chibi drawing shows Renee being surprised that no one was interested in her invitation. Flora Lumos begins, her expression thoughtful. Flora Lumos asks if Renee doesn't have any memories of being with her parents. Flora Lumos presses, wanting to know if Renee is sure. The memory storms are based on the person's magic power as the foundation. Renee says that's why she's saying it's strange, and asks if Flora Lumos doesn't think so. Flora Lumos admits it is questionable, but it's not a well-known phenomenon, so there might be cases that are exceptions. Flora Lumos asks Renee if she really doesn't have any memories of her parents, not even one. Renee says she only has memories of growing up with her teacher. The narration describes the teacher as stubborn and having a frivolous aspect to him. Flora Lumos points out that Renee doesn't have any memories of her parents, but she remembers her teacher, then asks how far back she can remember. She recalls meeting her teacher when she was around 10 years old. Flora asks if Renee has any memories from before she was 10. Flora states that she thinks Renee's teacher is somehow connected to this. Renee questions if her teacher is really connected to her memories. Flora warns that no matter how well he treated her, she shouldn't simply trust him. She wonders if her teacher is really connected to her memories. Including her mother and her past memories, Renee admits she doesn't know anything. Yeah. Flora tells Renee not to worry too much, assuring her that she's sure she can get her memories back. Flora adds that Renee's parents might be alive somewhere. Flora promises to help Renee find her memories. She is determined to help Renee get her memories back, if it's possible, because Renee is her first real friend in Thorn. The third princess states that she doesn't. Ludger approaches Flora and Renee. Renee's expression doesn't seem well, but she says that's. A voice assures that it's between them, so don't worry. Ludger wonders what the third princess and Junior Renee are doing. Flora thinks it's a strange combo. Henry Presto is asked what brings him here. Henry Presto tells someone not to scowl too much. He asks if they still think that he's the one who spread the rumors about their birthday invitations back in first. Ludger is asked to be quiet, as Flora teases him. Ludger wonders how Renee knows that human's name, and asks if he is bullying her. Ludger is told that even if it's him they're talking about, that hurts. He then says that Senior Henry introduced her to the part-time job. Flora and Renee are suspicious of Ludger, but he insists that nothing happened. Ludger is told that even though he almost died because of a terror attack, he shouldn't be trusted. He asks what they mean by nothing happened, and Flora says that it's unfair. Let's leave it there, Henry had no bad intentions, I think. Anyways, I'm sorry. Flora asks Renee if it's a better part-time job. Renee says that this one pays 3 times more, and Flora says she'll do it. Wait, Renee. Flora says she'll tell them the details later, and that she just remembered she needed to prepare something, so bye. She is then told to stop right there. She confronts Renee, her voice laced with concern. How could you accept that suspicious person's offer? Renee responds, what do you mean? I need the money, so I accepted it. The pay is triple. A disembodied voice notes that the affluent princess doesn't know, but the people who do know are aware that Thorn's scholarship system is still lacking greatly. A man in a formal uniform sighs, thinking to himself about a faction. An unseen speaker explains that commoners naturally can't benefit from the scholarship and struggle for money, but because of the current chancellor's efforts, it has gotten better. Flora looks off to the side, a thoughtful expression on her face. A voice notes that it's unexpected for Flora to know about something like that in detail. The man from before is asked if he didn't say he was uninterested in the commoners. He replies, please don't assume things. I just said what I know. The man states that he'll be going now, and thanks to someone, it's become difficult. Flora and Renee stand together. Renee says, WH-. The man from before thinks, what? There's still lots of time left for lunch, so where are you going off to in such a hurry? He adds, although annoying. A speech bubble declares, I received a marriage proposal. Flora stands outside a building. A voice says, there? The young miss from the Vanner family, the Lumos family's vassal, is waiting over there. She hears Renee remark that the Lumos family's involvement is clearly the work of those old-timers. A disembodied voice explains that both families are planning to visit Thorn during the festival, seemingly to forge a partnership through marriage as quickly as possible. The voice continues, suggesting that if Flora doesn't like it, she can simply decline the proposal as she's done before. Another voice questions the previous statement, pointing out that getting married was previously described as the way to become accomplished. Renee asks what Flora means, reminding her that she has been on her side since before. She adds that it's her duty as her vassal. A close-up focuses on Flora's eyes, reflecting a deep contemplation. Flora responds, stating that she understands. A voice notes that someone never shows their face, but came here today. Renee says, "So you say," and then states that she came because she was tricked. A voice mentions that recently, they've been hearing the name Rudiger Chelsea often. Flora asks, "And what?" seemingly impatient. A voice asks if someone is taking his class, expressing the thought that they would know something. Ludger Kelsey wonders why Flora Lumos is asking him about that all of a sudden. Flora Lumos says she is just curious about who he is. Moving on, Renee suggests they decide on what excuse they'll use to annul this marriage proposal. Renee assures Flora Lumos that she doesn't need to worry. Flora Lumos states that since she'll decline it like she always has before, she'll say the food was bad. Flora Lumos says that she'll be going first. Renee tells Flora Lumos to do as she pleases, winking. Ludger Kelsey asks Flora Lumos to wait, saying he wants to ask her something. He asks her to let him hear it then. Renee mentions that she heard that dried mandragora is good for the body recently. Renee asks Flora Lumos if she perhaps knows where she can get it. The document reveals that the Magic Festival event is a magic duel between professors, and the proposer is Hugo Bortag. He's planning on having the aristocratic faction win and strengthening their position. He already has much to worry about. Renee thinks to herself that she has to waste her time on something like this. She then wonders if there's no need for her to win. He thinks to himself that he'll fight during the beginning and then lose. He then thinks that, more importantly, after the banquet incident, the Black Dawn isn't making any moves. Ludger reads a report stating that Cienida reported that nothing's happening too. Ludger wonders just what Esmeralda is planning. A glowing orb sits on a desk next to a stack of papers. Hans is asked what's wrong and if he got something. He responds that he finally found him. Ludger thinks that there's one family that fulfills the conditions. 2 hours later, in front of the estate. The estate looms, its architecture imposing. He knocks on the door. There is no mail, and the area around the house is managed well. Ludger is certain he's living here and that he has no choice but to personally confirm it. A gloved hand reaches out, pushing open a door. The force of a blow sends someone reeling. The figure grunts, staggered by the unseen attack. He stumbles back, questioning what is happening. A surge of power emanates from her hands, bathing them in golden light. Magic crackles to life, forming a protective barrier. The air shimmers with arcane energy. Another blow lands, the impact echoing through the room. Dust motes dance in the dim light of the room. A figure restrains another, hissing, "Don't cause a fuss. Are you trying to let the whole world know?" He shouts, his voice cracking with fear and anger. "Why you? Who the hell are you? You've been creeping around my lodge since earlier." A cold voice replies, "It doesn't matter who sent me, if I wanted to." He states that he would have killed the person already. The name Professor Kralophebius is displayed. Professor Kralophebius asks if he should be called the murderer who caused the great fires of Lawton. Flora is touched. The words Academy's undercover professor are displayed, along with "to be continued." The Phoebius ducal family? That's a family he hasn't heard about in the Duramang kingdom. Of course, he wouldn't when he was there. It seemed like they left the kingdom. It's after the incident of the bloody night of the Duramang nobles exiled. But they were exiled before that happened? Instead of being exiled, maybe there was another reason? As expected, you got it straight away. He was also curious about this, so he investigated it carefully. From a certain day onwards, one person from the family disappeared at a time. The number of disappearances increased, and in the end, a rumor about the family being cursed had spread. Caught fire when there wasn't any fire sources around. And the previous head of the family burnt to death. Then given the circumstances, the other missing people. They probably burnt to death too. The family hid it as best they could. But there's no way rumors didn't spread when people were burnt to death. So instead of the ducal family running away, they were exiled? Then how many survivors still remain? One. Only one. Then Esmeralda's revenge didn't stop after they were exiled? Hans, who's the last remaining survivor? A guy called Kralophebius. Where does he live? I need to see him before it's too late. Pardon? Brother, do you really not know? What? He's currently living in Thorn. I'm sure you know what this is. This is a dog tag that was used for the secret squad affiliated to the military. Why is he asking me? Does he want to help me? Come to think of it, he seems familiar. He's the one that subjugated the monster at the banquet. It'd be great if you could honestly answer my questions. It's a dog tag, a relic from a time when he was part of Team Black Ops. He wasn't sure about bringing it, but now, he's glad he did. He had worried he wouldn't recognize it, but since he recognized it as soon as he saw it, could he be from a family of mages even though he's been exiled? Ludger Cherish sits across from an unknown blonde man. He's currently investigating a case and chasing after a dangerous person. That's right. A demon. The demon of fire wants to kill me. He thought he would be safe in Thorn, but he miscalculated everything. A demon? I, like the others, will burn to death at the hands of that demon. A name? So the reason Esmeralda attacked the banquet hall was because of this man. Is she planning on killing him slowly instead? A name, appearance, or anything else? A name? I don't really remember. What? The unseen figure's internal monologue reveals a ruthless calculation. Should this bastard simply be left to die? The blonde man's eyes widen as he remembers something else. She's pretty, has black hair, and should be in her mid-20s right now. The woman with glasses considers the age. Mid-20s? Although she looked mature, she didn't seem to be in her mid-20s. The server, holding a tray, thinks to herself that mages and knights usually look younger than their age, so it's possible. The blonde man, on the phone, realizes there's something else. The man holds out a letter. This is a letter that the demon sent to me. Esmeralda. The letter reads, I will find you on the last day of the festival. What do you think? With this, will you be able to take care of can request help from Thorn? This isn't enough. Pardon? The man says he can't find out her identity with this. Are you telling me to take care of an unknown enemy within 10 days? That's if you. Stupid bastard. Did you already forget that? The man thinks to himself that she came to the banquet hall not too long ago. He can't tell Thorn, nor can he protect you completely. The man in the suit contemplates his next move. He thinks to himself, if things have come to this, he's going to use him and get Esmeralda. He is relieved that she gave them notice about the day she'll attack. Since they know the date, it means they'll be safe until then. But if their actions are suspicious, she might retaliate. So he decides not to do anything rash and wait. Not doing anything is what he needs to do. The scene shifts to the Thorn Magic Festival. Someone exclaims that it's so fascinating. Someone says that, to be honest, this is their first ever festival. One of the girls suggests that they use this opportunity to have fun. It's their first time, so let's make great memories. It's their first time seeing so many things, and it's so cool. Someone calls out to Renee, pointing out a spirit farm where spirits are shown. The children and spirits look like they're having fun. One of the girls asks about over there, noting that it looks so dreary. That's a haunted house where they call spirits with necromancy. The girl exclaims that it's workers over there with zombie disguises, noting that they scare people. She observes the passing crowd. They're college students. The college students look healthier than usual. Thorn has an institution for college students. What happened for them to not be able to enjoy the festival? Flora Lumos asks if that person over there is Professor Rudiger. It is him. He's with Professor Selena. The professors are patrolling in pairs, so it seems like it's their turn today. Professor Rudiger, did you see that? It's a store that sells love potions. So interesting. Selena finds it interesting. There's still time till the last day of the festival. He doesn't know how Esmeralda will. Even if I use Phoebus as bait, if she attacks like last time, taking care of her secretly would be a little. Professor Rudiger. The new professor is questioned about his lack of responsiveness. Selena asks what he's been thinking about that prevents him from replying to her calls. Ludger apologizes, explaining that he's had much to think about recently. Selena gently pushes his finger away, playfully scolding him for being rude. Ludger wonders if her concern has to do with tomorrow's sparring demonstration. Selena admits that she completely forgot about it. Selena expresses her worry, noting that external guests are coming to the festival. She asks if he isn't participating, addressing her as Professor Selena. Selena confirms that she would like to participate. She explains that a senior professor stopped her. Selena thinks that fighting doesn't suit her. She also notes that the spar itself is dangerous, even with many people to halt it. Ludger wonders why no one is stopping him and if they are not worried about him. Esmeralda asks if Professor Rudiger will be okay, concerned that he might get injured. Rudiger assures them that nothing bad will happen, stating that it's an academy event, so it'll be safe. The object is too far to say if it was a shame. A voice calls out, hello, Professor. Are you doing your rounds? He's gotten another companion. Yes, is that a shooting booth? Another challenger has appeared. But brother, do you know how to shoot? Forget about shooting. You look like you can't even hold a gun properly. Old man, take those words back. Although Professor Rudiger looks like that, he was with the military. So I'm this feeble-looking man. If he really was a soldier, then he should have some muscles. Haha, no way, you have to show him. Professor. Haha, seems like you're confident. Show us your skills. The sound of rapid gunfire echoes through the academy event. The crowd gasps. Amazing, Professor Rudiger. He got all of them without missing. Rudiger levels a shotgun, his expression focused. I am possible. He finished the advanced stage in one go. All right, I'll acknowledge you. Looks like my eyes have become rusty. Since you achieved the highest score, I'll give you a prize. A prize? The narration speaks of a strange dollmaker's masterpiece, inspired by a stuffed monster at the Duramang Museum. A strange doll with horns and red eyes is shown. A red-haired girl thanks the professor for the doll, while others look on, some appearing creeped out. A voice wonders if it's all right to take the doll when they want it. Another voice responds that it seemed like the children wanted it, while a pink-haired girl and a gray-haired man look on. The man comments that the doll looks cute. Professor Selena thinks that maybe she should have given the doll to Professor Selena. Selena is happy just by seeing the children smiling. A man with long black hair thinks about children smiling. Meanwhile, the gray-haired man says he sees, and suggests they continue their rounds somewhere in the magic festival. A purple-haired girl expresses her desire to have fun at the festival and not go to work, admitting she doesn't know what. A brown-haired girl wonders why she was given such a difficult order, telling herself not to tell her. The girl with brown hair exclaims that this is some kind of trial. She continues, stating that it's to teach her a lesson about doing things she hates. A girl with red hair thinks to herself that as expected of Mr. First Order, she'll try one of the treats. Selena exclaims that the treat is yummy. A man with long blue hair asks Selena if she enjoyed the festival. Selena responds, confused, saying she doesn't understand what he's talking about. A small, dark-haired man thinks to himself. A pink-haired girl asks a blonde-haired girl to keep it a secret from the other professors. The pink-haired girl thinks to herself that she doesn't plan on telling them, since they're all enjoying themselves anyway. The blonde-haired girl responds, and the pink-haired girl thinks that today has gone by fast, such a shame. Selena asks the blue-haired man if there aren't 4 more days until the end of the festival. He responds that tomorrow's the spar, so they shall finish their patrol here. A gray-haired man thinks to himself that it's almost time. Rudiger's gaze hardens, his expression unreadable. He wonders, why is Phoebus here at this time? The text reads, Academy's undercover professor. Is it Professor Rudiger? To be continued. Ludger tells Professor Selena that he will be leaving for a bit. Selena responds with, Professor. Meanwhile, someone wonders what the hell Phoebus is doing. A man collapses to the ground. The man's face is filled with shock as he utters, D-die. An unseen assailant calls the man a demon. The man struggles, uttering a choked sound. The man cries out as he is struck. The man, now injured, wonders who is there, stating that he warned them. He is identified as Phoebus. Phoebus seems surprised by something. Phoebus exclaims that he was going to do nothing at first. The unseen character says that the monster kept watching him and putting his life in danger, but tells Phoebus to look. The unseen character states that he caught the demon and asks if Phoebus caught her. The woman on the ground is surprised. The unseen character says that she is someone that Phoebus couldn't win against with his skills. The unseen character suggests talking about the details later and asks about Professor Rudiger. The unseen character is standing next to Professor Selena. Professor Selena wonders what is going on right now. The woman on the ground makes a noise. The unseen character asks about Professor Selena. Phoebus holds Selena, who appears to have fainted. Phoebus thinks, thank goodness she only fainted. Seems like this was too shocking for her to handle. This is better. I can use this chance to be. An unseen character says, ambiguous. You, take her to another. Phoebus is seen holding Selena's hand. A man yells, oh. An unseen character thinks, why is he acting like that? Phoebus thinks, seriously. A close-up of Phoebus's face shows a serious expression. A woman with a covered eye says, I said I wouldn't do anything till the end of the festival. An unseen character asks, so why are you doing this? A close-up of Phoebus's eye shows it has changed color. An unseen character thinks, her irises changed color. No, more importantly, this voice. The woman with the covered eye says, this is why. The figure admits to being a fool for keeping his promise. The man, visibly distressed, demands that someone stay away from him. A message appears, addressing someone named Phoebus. Esmeralda, of the First Order, smiles knowingly. Esmeralda stands over a fallen figure, wondering if he fainted simply from seeing her face. How boring. The figure with his back turned is told that he has a split personality, and the other remarks that he thought he was using another personality. The man in front of him is impressed that he deduced that so quickly. The woman thinks that it is their first time meeting, since they always concealed their identities at the First Order meetings. The man asks what the other is planning to do. The man wonders what the reason is for showing his real self. The man lying on the ground thinks that since he showed his form, there's no reason to hide it. He intends to kill this man and accomplish his last revenge, and of course, he doesn't plan on waking up right now. It is questioned whether split personalities share memories. The woman wonders if the poor Selena will be able to hide her identity properly. The woman thinks that the child doesn't know anything, innocent and lovable. The woman smiles, holding a glowing orb. The woman thinks that it's like the past her, before she met this man. The man thinks that Esmeralda is careless right now, and if he attacks, he can finish her off. The woman thinks that if she kills her here, Professor Rudiger will be upset. The text reveals that the other identity of Professor Selena will also disappear. A stylized image conveys a sense of urgency and need. A gloved hand grips a cane tightly, the knuckles white with tension. A figure calls out, wait. Someone notices a strange energy. A stylized image prompts the question, does it remember what happened during the banquet? Selena sighs, damn it, I have no choice but to leave. I'll go for today, since I can't kill him off in vain. A voice echoes, look after Selena. Rudiger stands beside Selena, his expression unreadable, since it seems like she's taking quite the liking to you. A red glow emanates from Selena's head, a sign of immense power. Professor Selena's original energy has returned. A gloved hand clutches a pendant, the speaker unable to believe what they are seeing. A message is sent, Cienida, it's me. I'll tell you my location, so come here right now. A figure sits hunched on a crate, admitting, I made a mistake. A voice echoes, lamenting the inability to recognize someone so close. Joanna Lovett was the girl who saved Pierre. Like Esmeralda, She joined Black Dawn for her revenge. There was suspicion of Professor Selena without any exceptions. Although I watched her closely, I couldn't find any traces, so I naturally crossed her off. However, a man's gaze is intense, even after knowing the whole truth. Can I kill? Professor Rudiger sits with his head in his hands. Professor Selena? Is it right to kill her? A split image shows a woman's face, divided by different colored eyes and hair. When she doesn't know she's sharing a body with an evil being. Did you call for me, Professor Rudiger? A soft groan escapes Selena's lips as she stirs. Are you awake? A voice asks. Professor Rudiger stands beside the bed. Professor Rudiger? This is... Selena wonders, her thoughts still clouded. Rudiger explains, it seems like you've been overdoing it recently. You collapsed all of a sudden during our rounds, and I brought you to the infirmary. The infirmary. A voice booms, dripping with exasperation. You idiot. To collapse like dash. Rudiger says, I'm glad it seems like she doesn't remember what happened before she fainted. Rudiger turns to leave. Since you're awake, I'll get going now. Please rest. Selena thinks, Professor Rudiger. Rudiger states, I just did what I needed to do. Selena recalls, it's not just about moving me here when I fainted. Selena remembers, you gave me advice and enjoyed the festival with me. It would have been bothersome to you, but you didn't express your dislike and stayed with me. She lay in the infirmary bed as Ludger apologized, saying he might have been a bother. Professor Selena assured him that if he were a bother, she would have told him immediately. The reason why she didn't say anything, Selena explained, was because she didn't dislike it. Selena thanked Ludger, admitting that she enjoyed herself that day. Ludger told her that she didn't need to be worried. He then asked if she would enjoy the festival with him next year as well. Selena responded, yes, of course. Ludger noted that since the festival takes place every year, they should enjoy it together. He confirmed that it was a promise. Selena agreed, yes, that it is. The door stands slightly ajar, casting a sliver of light into the room. Is this Rudiger Chelsea's room? A desk sits against the wall, but there seems to be no lock magic protecting it. A couch sits nearby. To think the security is so lacking. The magic drug has been found. Rudiger Chelsea is struggling with mana deficiency. The second day of the Magic Festival at Thorn's Magic Arena is underway. A voice calls out, drawing attention to the mages and nobles from the old and new magic tower. To think they can be seen in real life. Someone notes that the person walking over there is the Chancellor. The important people are already here and waiting, someone remarks with a laugh. Chancellor Elisa is greeted. It's been a while, someone says. Chancellor Elisa confirms that it has been a while. Someone replies that their boring friend didn't reply, so they were just about to reply to her instead. Hyber Katatushan asks who said he was their friend. A portrait of Caden Lumos is shown. It's been a while since they've seen Duke Caden. Someone asks if he perhaps came to see his daughter. He has no reason to answer that. Someone remarks that his daughter attends this academy, so why reply like that, questioning if he is even really her father. The older man with white hair speaks to the younger man with dark hair. A disembodied voice declares that someone is meddling in another family's business, while another voice finds the scene boring. A woman with long white hair thinks it's better than being friendly with a sly Katatushan, finding the relationship between two others as good as ever. The white-haired woman wonders about the absence of Duke Woolberg, noting that all three ducal families were expected to attend. The older man asks if she is referring to David. A voice wonders who is present. A voice expresses surprise that the pillars supporting the empire are all gathered in one place. A man with a mustache declares that this year's sparring event will exceed all expectations, adding that he put some effort into it this time. The younger man with dark hair is asked if he was the one who proposed this event. A voice thanks everyone for waiting, stating that they were pushing strongly for this event. It seems like it's starting now. Next to her is Professor Carter Loa, the fourth year's practical magic combat instructor who will also be her co-commentator. The announcement booms, declaring, all right, today's first match you've all been waiting for. Matthew Summerit, Thorn's first year's professor, is introduced to the crowd. Thorn's most famous and recent new professor, Rudiger Chelsea, is announced as Matthew's opponent. Rudiger glares at Matthew before the match has even started. It's obvious that he is not happy. It's revealed that Matthew is a noble from Hugo Boratag's faction. Rudiger thinks to himself, I don't have the freedom to waste time on an event like this. The announcer shouts, all right, let the match begin. Rudiger says, okay, come. Matthew states, I'll do my best to quickly and naturally. The match begins, and the crowd wonders what happened. It's been 5 minutes, and someone wonders why they aren't doing anything. Rudiger Chelsea realizes that Matthew Summerit is purposely giving him an opening so he can attack, and then plans to counterattack right away. Someone wonders what the hell he is doing, urging him to hurry up and shoot. Matthew Summerit thinks to himself that he is giving Rudiger an opening so obviously. Matthew Summerit thinks that instead of waiting and the match ending, he will show Rudiger his skills properly. Rudiger Chelsea thinks to himself. Someone notes that Matthew Summerit blocked it easily with the flowing wall and wonders if that is source code, noting that they can't see his magic formation at all. Rudiger thinks to himself that Matthew blocked that so easily. Matthew Summerit thinks to himself, wondering if that's it. Rudiger Chelsea thinks that if he gets hit by such a pathetic attack and loses, then it will be obvious that he lost on purpose, also thinking that Matthew's complexion doesn't look good. Someone thinks that in his current state, They can't expect Matthew Summerit to use stronger magic than that. Rudiger Chelsea easily blocks the attack. Flames erupt, a fiery aura surrounding an unseen figure. The heat seems to pulse with a silent warning. It's not considerate to drag this on and hurt someone who's ill. A figure adjusts their glasses, a glint of determination in their eyes. The promise hangs in the air. In the next match, a surge of energy crackles, the air shimmering with unseen forces. A voice echoes with resignation. I'll definitely lose. An announcement booms through the arena. 2 wins in a row. The one who's advancing to the finals is Professor Rudiger Chelsea. Rudiger stands tall, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he hears the announcement. A voice whispers, "Ah, good timing." A flicker of doubt crosses Rudiger's face. Wait, is this for real? Rudiger's expression hardens, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. He thinks, why is everyone rushing to defend themselves unless they're doing pathetic attacks? I can't even lose on purpose. Rudiger glances towards the arena, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Now then, after 15 minutes, the final match will begin. Rudiger's internal monologue continues. My mana is basically almost depleted. Rudiger reflects on his mana consumption. Because I consume mana even when I'm breathing. I thought it would be fine for a while, but I miscalculated. Rudiger stands in a room, looking concerned. If I made a mistake, I would have had mana drain. I don't have any medicine left. Rudiger searches through a drawer, muttering to himself. I'm sure I left it here. Footprints catch his attention. Was there a thief? He considers the possibility, but his other belongings remain untouched. Rudiger curses under his breath. He doesn't have time to find or make medicine. He decides to return to the arena. The crowd awaits. A voice booms, announcing that everyone has been waiting for this moment. The speaker will reintroduce the fighters. The announcer introduces Devian Boratag, the professor in charge of the second year's practical magic, hailing from the Count Boratag family. Rudiger Chelsea is announced. The announcer declares that the match will begin. He notes that if Devian's name is Boratag, he must be from the same family as Hugo Boratag. Rudiger thinks to himself that he has no thoughts about winning, but since it has come to this, he should finish it as quickly as he can. He then hears someone say that they've heard rumors that he is great. Devian Boratag smiles. Devian thinks that this is fate, so they should have a conversation, since he knows Rudiger's secret. He stares down at Ludger, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Ludger's eyes widen in disbelief. My mana medicine? How did he know of his condition? It seemed he'd been caught taking medicine. Devian leans against a wall, a companion at his side. He chuckles softly. Ludger realizes that if his opponents were nobles, someone must have set this up. He understands why they were all uselessly wasting time. To think a professor would do childish things like this. Devian smirks, holding a small vial. Isn't he the one who got fooled without knowing anything, the actual idiot? You should have stored your medicine better. Ludger's expression hardens. Forfeit the match right now and give me the medicine. Devian laughs mockingly. If he thought about all his opponents, he'd overlook this. Ludger's eyes narrow. You don't understand the situation? You're still able to make jokes? Devian's expression turns serious. I don't joke around. So listen to me. This is... Devian's eyes glow with power. Your last chance. Think well while I'm still able to use magic. Devian laughs. Oh, the two who were in a psychological battle. They finally started to move. You're bluffing. You think I'll be scared when you react like that? Devian grins, holding out his hand, a golden orb glowing in his palm. The professor declares that he should show his skills properly today. Professor Devian casts rank 4 magic, Magic Protect, conjuring a specialized defense that blocks most magic attacks. He is quick, having prepared Memory Echo in advance. The Magic Protect is a specialized defense magic that blocks most magic attacks. However, he shouldn't be able to attack during the match. Devian thinks that Ludger shouldn't tell him he's trying to waste time like the others. A blast of green and purple energy erupts from Devian's hand. Ludger wonders if he used attack magic while maintaining Magic Protect. Ludger avoids the blast. He thinks that Devian's reflexes are truly extraordinary. Another character exclaims that Professor Devian Boratag did it, calling forth his magic beast, Grunslanger. A teal serpentine creature emerges, its eyes glowing with green energy. The other character wonders if it is a magic beast that uses magic instead of its owner. Ludger considers using Aether Nocturnus as a counterattack, but realizes it would use too much mana. Homing magic is activated, the energy coalescing into a fiery projectile. Grunslanger strikes, the snake's fangs bared. Devian declares that his magic beast doesn't simply use attack magic, a sinister smile playing on his lips. I know all the magic you use. You think I didn't even prepare for that? Ludger's eyes narrow, the question hanging in the air. How does it feel to have all your great magic be made useless? Devian grits his teeth, realizing his mana is dwindling. Shit, now my mana is... Someone wonders why Professor Rudiger has only been defending since the beginning. Rudiger stumbles, his hand reaching up to his head. Another observer wonders why he isn't attacking like he was in the beginning. Principal Elisa states that Professor Rudiger's condition is a little strange and that she should pause the match. Someone questions pausing the match, stating that this is the final match. Selena realizes that they knew something about what happens during the match, thinking about Professor Rudiger. He struggles, his opponent noting that he can't do anything now. The opponent wonders if that is the limit of a fallen noble. Another figure demands, what are you doing? Hurry up and attack again. He mocks, asking if the other has no mana left. A surge of energy erupts. A character exclaims that they can't hear. Someone notices a hole. A voice commands, shut up. It's two. The sound is deafening. The air crackles with energy. A surge of energy erupts, eliciting a gasp of awe. The light intensifies, bathing the surroundings in an incandescent glow. A voice wonders what is happening. The crowd recoils, shielding their eyes from the sudden burst of light. Someone notes that light magic wasn't on the list of elements used. A man with a knife stares in disbelief, questioning what he is seeing. The energy continues to surge. A figure stands with their back to the viewer, seemingly at the epicenter of the disturbance. His eyes widen, reflecting the chaotic energy around him. The energy intensifies further, prompting another exclamation of surprise. The air crackles with raw power. The energy continues to build. A figure stands in the aftermath, seemingly having foreseen the event. Ludger Cherish considers his options: to surrender while he's still able to use magic. The dark tendrils writhe around Ludger Cherish, a suffocating embrace of shadow. A voice commands, go. The voice continues, go away. A figure lies prone, surrounded by the encroaching darkness. The command rings out, go away. Stop. Ludger Cherish resolves, if that mage is further injured, I'm going to give the other one the opportunity. Ludger Cherish asks, is that fine with you? A disembodied voice echoes, presenting a stark ultimatum, the choice is yours. A collective gasp rises from the onlookers. One of them stammers, marveling at the sudden return of sight. Another cries out, pointing towards the scene with wide eyes. The narration declares that the explosive light has vanished, and the victor has been decided. The crowd identifies the one still standing as Professor Rudiger Chelsea. A man with a neatly trimmed mustache stares upwards, questioning what on earth just transpired within the blinding light. Someone observes that Professor Devian Boratag does not look well. A gloved hand clutches a shining object. A man with a purple coat and slicked back hair shouts for someone to call the doctor immediately, his face contorted with worry. The name Devian echoes through the room in a cry of alarm. A close-up reveals bloodied feet, confirming the dire state of Devian. A sign outside a building reads, Pharmacy. The scene is filled with confusion. Devian Boratag lies prone, seemingly unconscious. A woman leans over him, her face etched with worry. Why is Devian still like this? She demands. The woman looks down at Devian, her expression softening slightly. I also don't know. A pair of polished shoes stand just inside a doorway. There is nothing. A man in a white coat speaks calmly. Physically wrong with him. To ascertain the details, I would need to perform tests. He continues, it's because he got an extreme mental shock in an instant. It'll pass with time. A voice filled with anger cuts through the room. You, with what face do you have to come here? Even if it was a spar, you went too far. Rudiger Chelsea's expression hardens. Did you just say I went too far? Another voice interjects, attempting to defuse the situation. Vice-Chancellor, let's just wait it out. There's a special recovery medicine in. Rudiger stands beside Devian, looking down at him. Our family's infirmary, so I will bring it. Devian weakly responds, yes. Thank you. The angry voice booms out again. Anyways, I will make sure you take responsibility for this. Ludger states that even though it was just a spar, he doubts Devian did well to harm his opponent this much. A voice wonders if they can't help what happens during a spar. Chancellor Elisa smiles warmly. Rudiger asks when Elisa said that, chuckling as she claims she heard it too. A voice wonders if they heard it wrong because they are so old. Another voice denies it, stating they think they forgot because they were focused on other things. Rudiger shakes hands with Hybeck Katatushin, stating it was a great match. A voice suggests they shouldn't be doing this in a ward, so they should change their location, adding that Duke Lumos is outside. A voice asks if they can leave with the person. Rudiger thanks Elisa Willow for following them out pleasantly, adding that it's strange he didn't know someone who's talented until now, especially their ability to fire magic at such. Ludger wonders when this many people gathered. Elisa Willow states she sees, wondering if she is talking to the noble's hoof. A voice cuts through the noise, posing a question of whether someone should come to meet them instead. She acknowledges the crowd, asking for understanding. It's all right, she assures. Elisa Willow thanks him for blocking the crowd together with the Chancellor. Ludger apologizes, realizing he had another reason to speak with her and asking for her time. He muses that he forgot the time. Elisa Willow offers her help, telling him to come find her anytime if he needs it later. He thanks her, looking forward to seeing her next time. Ludger internally notes that Elisa Willow is lying, even though he can see through her so clearly. He thinks that when she approached him, it was for her own benefit. Elisa Willow internally notes that he backed down after judging that he can't easily gain something from her, revealing his motive. The narration reveals that he's not one of the three great ducal families that are the pillars of the Exilian Empire. Although Elisa Willow acts friendly and flippant, every single action is calculated in order to read people. He exits the room, thinking to himself that he is done here. Descending the stairs, Ludger decides it's time to join up with Sheridan and Hans. He overhears someone mention Flora Lumos' name, prompting him to wonder what the situation is. Ludger claims he is just passing by, though he doesn't think she believes him. Flora Lumos is startled by the question of whether she is there to see her father. She asks Ludger to repeat himself, clearly taken aback. Ludger thinks to himself that Duke Lumos is currently talking with the Chancellor, and it's better to find him later. Flora Lumos is surprised that he wasn't going to see her father. Flora Lumos has a strange reaction, leading her to wonder if she finds her father difficult. She decides to leave, realizing she needs to prepare for the next match. Ludger asks if she is participating too. Flora Lumos thinks to herself that she doesn't need to worry when it comes to his skills, and that it doesn't matter who he is. A voice declares that they don't plan on losing to their opponent, adding that if someone is busy, they don't need to come. A figure in dark clothing states that they need to come, or whatever, and tells someone to watch. The figure in dark clothing wonders if they should go see, as they have time later. A while later, someone notes that another is here early, in front of the fountain. A group of people stand near a large fountain. A man remarks that someone is here, and a child responds with "Sir." The child asks if they can stop by a place they want to look around, and the man agrees, saying he has an idea of where that might be. One person asks another to wait, reminding them that they said they needed them right away. Another voice notes that it's not easy for a commoner to enter Thorn unless it's for the festival. Brino introduces himself as Thorn's first-year professor for golems. A man thanks everyone for coming to see the golem demonstration. Someone declares that they will show the new golem that's been developed. The DT-3000 is presented in Thorn. Ludger Cherish observes the golem. A student asks what it is, noting that it looks like a lump of metal. A voice chuckles, stating that there's more to it than meets the eye. The voice continues, noting the strange reactions to the golem. The speaker reveals that the golem's true form has yet to be shown. The narration explains that when a mana stone is equipped, the golem's form changes. The golem begins to transform. A character laughs. The narration states that the reactions are great, but this isn't the end. It can also change to a horse form. The student exclaims that it's like the transforming robots in the movies, wondering if it can change into a car. Brino asks if she can look at it a little more. Someone responds, saying, of course. Someone remarks that people would think Brino is here to play. Another voice tells them not to be so harsh on her. Someone says that if they don't know what Sheridan will do. Another voice agrees, saying that's true. Ludger Cherish, accompanied by another individual, politely requests passage. He says, I'm sorry, but can you please make way? Ludger's eyes narrow, a flicker of intensity crossing his face. The name Kaisi Selmoy is emblazoned above a woman in uniform. Ludger asks, do you know where the arena where the magic spars are happening is? Kaisi Selmoy stands, reviewing a document in her hands. The wind rustles through her light blue hair. A voice echoes, a silent plea for composure. Calm down. She didn't recognize me. At times like this, Ludger Cherish reflects on his situation. Ludger thinks to himself, I should change my character with light magic. He notes that the arena is over there. A disembodied voice states, people don't recognize others if their character changes slightly. Ludger wonders if it will work on her. He stands near Kaisi. A voice expresses gratitude. So it's over there. Thank you for helping me. A foot steps forward. All right. Excuse me. Kaisi looks at Ludger, asking, have we met somewhere before? A voice says, you feel familiar, so I thought to ask. She showed him the direction of the screen, stating that it was his first time meeting her, and that she would be going now. A voice calls out, demanding he wait. Kaisi states that she knew it was him. Ludger wonders if he has been caught. Kaisi asks if she is right, stating that after seeing him, she knew it was him. Ludger sighs in relief. Ludger thinks to himself that he wants to ignore her and get out of there. He decides that if he keeps avoiding her, she will become suspicious, so he should give her a normal reaction. Kaisi asks why he thinks that. Kaisi begins to explain her reasoning, starting with what he is currently wearing. She observes that it is made out of a high-quality material that is a little too grand for a commoner to wear. She also notes that he doesn't have any products he is wanting to sell or a money pouch, so he is not a wealthy merchant either. Kaisi continues, stating that he is not a noble because she doesn't see a family crest on his clothing. She deduces that if he is reluctant in showing his family crest, then it is highly likely that he is from a fallen noble family. Kaisi concludes that a fallen noble would dress up to come to this mere festival. After gathering up all the clues, she ended up with the answer of him being associated with the school. The man with light blue hair asks, are you the rumored Rudiger, Chelsea? Rudiger thinks to himself, I heard your presence is intense, and it really is. He continues to think she deduced that much just by my clothing. Let's run for it. Rudiger declares, that's right, then I'll be going. Rudiger thinks, is that your reaction? He continues to think, usually people are so fascinated. Was that supposed to be very surprising? Rudiger states, if you don't have anything else to say, I'll be going. He thinks, what's with him? But for him to be so indifferent. I've never received such a reaction like this before. Rudiger reflects, no, there is one person who's treated me like this before. The scene shifts to an interior setting. The words, James Moriarty, appear. Kaisi calls out, please wait. Kaisi is seen in another location. Someone shouts, what are you doing? The match will be starting soon. He mutters, realizing he has lost track of time, as he dissolves a small object in his hand with a surge of blue energy. Rudiger hands someone a business card. He says, excuse me, just in case you need me later, please call me. Rudiger states that he is not someone that'll be disregarded wherever he goes. Hans asks what he got caught doing, and if that is a business card. Rudiger replies that he got something annoying. Rudiger thinks to himself that if she recognized him, then she wouldn't have given him this. He wonders if she simply wants to become his friend, finding it annoying to think he gained her favor. Rudiger looks at the business card in his gloved hand, noting that it's small. Rudiger thinks that he can feel the magic power from it, and if he throws it away, she'll know. Hans advises him to throw away the clothes he's wearing now. Rudiger thinks that you'll understand if you heard her inferences. He thinks that with just one clue given to her in a moment, she's able to reach the truth. The text overlay reads, "Never underestimate her." Hans tells Rudiger that it'll be good to be careful for a while as they walk away. The child is still talking over there. Shouldn't we go get her now? When's the next time that Sheridan can talk about her interests? Looking at you like this, I think that you becoming a professor out of the blue is your calling. You're smiling as if you're so pleased while looking at the children. To be honest, this place is slightly uncomfortable. I wasn't able to grow up in such a blessed environment so unlike me. I'm jealous. Hans. To people like us, I'm sure those students look like they're growing up in such a wonderful flower garden. However, the growing children are innocent. So shouldn't they be smiling? Gosh, if you say it like that, then I don't have anything else to say. There's only a small age gap between those children and me, but the way you treat us is very different. However, the growing children. What? How old are you again? I'm 24 this year. The two men stand facing each other, a palpable tension hanging in the air. The man named Hans apologizes, explaining that he called Ludger elder brother. He sounds genuinely sorry. Ludger murmurs an apology of his own. He explodes, remembering that he told Hans not to apologize. Ludger internally debates changing the subject, thinking to himself that he was the one being rude. He reflects on the hallucinogenic properties that were observed. The man named Hans tells Ludger not to apologize like it's from Paluma, suggesting they take the drugs. He gestures with his hands. The scene shifts to a flashback. Ludger asks if what Hans said before coming here was true, about being the First Order. Ludger thinks to himself that there's no way he will be, realizing he asked a stupid question. Hans tells Ludger that even if the situation ends in a bad way, he shouldn't feel guilty. A close-up on Ludger's eyes reveals a deep contemplation. He thinks that no matter how hard he tries, there will always be innocent. The word sacrifices appears, followed by Professor Moriarty. I'll leave my younger sibling in your care. A gloved hand clenches into a fist, stained with what appears to be blood. The hand remains clenched, as if steeling itself for what is to come. A voice echoes, I know. Ludger Cherish, his expression grim, thinks to himself, what I want to say is that since this is something we must do, let's not hesitate. The internal monologue continues, a chilling resolve hardening his features. You know it too, that if we don't kill the enemy, then I'll die. A stark declaration hangs in the air. We, who live in a world of violence, shall always have death near. Ludger Cherish clenches his fist, his gaze intense and unwavering. Hans looks off to the side, a thoughtful expression on his face. A grim truth is revealed. The unspoken rule of this line of work. It's bitter, but it's our reality. The scene shifts to a sign that reads, Third day of the Magic Festival, Thorn's Outdoor Banquet Hall. The banquet hall is bustling with people, a scene of celebration and festivity. A voice muses, ha ha ha, alcohol that's consumed during the day is really nice. Don't you think so? Ludger Cherish, sitting at a table, responds, yes, I do. He thinks to himself, why is this person sticking to me like gum? A blue aura emanates from him. A voice declares that they will get straight to the point, asking what the other person wants from them. Hybeck Katatushin laughs, questioning what the other person means by asking what he wants from them, stating that he doesn't want anything from the professor. Hybeck wonders if the other person really wants to know what he wants, then suggests they call it entertainment. The other person says that it seems like Hybeck thinks of him as an interesting person, and Hybeck tells him to just call him. Hybeck exclaims his name, stating that he is old, so he finds most things interesting, but he won't go overboard, so don't worry. Hybeck laughs, and a narration box calls him a sly old man who knows Flora. The other person wonders what that is. The name Flora Lumos is displayed prominently. The other person wonders why she is here, noting that she's a lot more nervous than usual. Hybeck and the other person are at a table. Hybeck says that of course he does, she was born with extreme talent, but it's quite unfortunate. A voice asks pardon, and a narration box explains that it's because she's ignored by the family due to being an illegitimate child. There's nothing else that's as unfortunate as that. Don't be scared, let's just greet him just this once. The me right now is different from the me who lived with the family. I'm going to show him that the child who you had no interest in grew up so well. I can't be scared now. Oh my, who's this? Is it the half-breed Flora? Kamal and Katrina stand side by side. For someone of dirty blood, can you not say our names? Back in the day, you didn't dare to make eye contact with us. Father, guess who's here right now? What is it? Her voice caught in her throat, unable to escape. So, she needed to tell him that she'd changed, that she was different now. However, what did she come here for? Her gloved hand rested on her leg, a silent gesture of contemplation. Her fist clenched, a silent struggle raging within. Is there? Katrina Lumos gazed into the distance, her expression unreadable. Is there a problem with her student? The Lamensis Church oppressed the demi-humans under the monotheistic god, Lamensis, based on their pro-human doctrine. However, a pair of hands cradles a glowing figure. They didn't simply shun the Kuromake. Humans are high-ranking citizens and legitimate children, while subhumans are low-ranking citizens and illegitimate children. It's because the basis of the Lamensis Church split everything into two equal parts. Ludger Cherish muses that if she was born into a family that believes in the Lamensis Church, she has to be treated like that. If she was born into a different family, then she might have been different. It's such a shame. Is that why she's so obsessed with her grades? She thinks she can be recognized by her family if she becomes an honor student. Will her wish come true? Ludger Cherish asks to be excused. Professor, nothing good will happen with me getting involved. He walks alongside others, his expression unreadable behind the blindfold. Ludger thinks to himself that even if he does something, Flora's circumstance won't change either. He needs to leave the situation and turn a blind eye to it. But still, Ludger hesitates. Is there? Ludger asks Flora Lumos if there is a problem with his student. After hearing her situation, Ludger wonders how he can just do nothing. The Lumos family. Professor got involved in the end, unlike to confront Duke Lumos head-on. That professor really is interesting. Pro. A hand rests on Flora's shoulder as she asks, Professor? Flora states that it's a simple family matter. The professor is asked not to interfere as he pleases. It looked far too serious for a simple family matter. Ludger states that as a professor, he cannot just stand by and watch. A gathering is taking place. Someone mentions that they were surprised that Flora was being treated as an honor student. It is revealed that Flora gets treated as a half-blood in the Lumos family. It is stated that everyone knows now. A voice recognizes Ludger as Professor Rudiger Chelsea, complimenting his match yesterday. I didn't introduce myself. Katrina Lumos introduces herself, stating she is preparing to enter Thorn next year and ranked first too. Katrina asks what the professor thinks and if he can evaluate her magic as a professor of Thorn. Ludger stands observing, his expression unreadable as he assesses the magical display. A disembodied voice declares that the speed of the magic materialization doesn't meet the standards, deducting 10 points. The voice continues, stating a lack of magic development, deducting another 10 points. The evaluation concludes with a light understanding of magic, resulting in a further deduction of 10 points. A voice exclaims in disbelief, questioning what is happening. The girl with dark blue hair gasps, realizing the implications of the evaluation. Ludger observes, noting that it seems she didn't put any effort into understanding the basics of the magic she uses, and asks if she just followed what she was taught to do. The voice questions if she dares to boast about that, and if she thinks Flora became an honor student with her lowly skills. Ludger's eyes narrow as he considers the situation. The girl's name is revealed to be Katrina Lumos. Katrina remains silent, processing the harsh criticism. Ludger's gaze intensifies, his expression suggesting a deeper understanding of the situation. One of the figures shouts, questioning how dare the others say such ludicrous statements in front of them. The other figure asks if they think they can stand up to them as a mere professor of Thorn. Another voice declares the situation as arrogant for a fallen noble. A hand reaches out, stating that they should stop here. A voice notes that it seems like everyone has gotten upset because of the inevitable clash of opinions. The voice then tells Professor Rudiger that he also went too far, and that they will take that in mind. An older man with white hair stands with his hand raised, speaking to Rudiger. Someone asks Rudiger if he said his name was Rudiger Chelsea. Another voice says that it seems like their daughter was rude because she didn't know anything. A voice asks to please forgive her with an open heart, as an adult. Rudiger responds, stating, of course. A voice states that the child is not at fault, and that the fun's all gone now. A girl calls out to her father. Someone asks if they are all right. A voice asks if they need to say thank you, but then wonders what they are thankful for. Then, Ludger Chelsea and the woman with dark blue hair prepare to leave. A voice says it looks like their friend is waiting for them. The woman with dark blue hair expresses surprise. The woman with dark blue hair and the man with gray hair stand together, looking in the same direction. The woman with dark blue hair stands before Cheryl. Cheryl asks if the woman with dark blue hair is okay, suggesting they go back. The woman with dark blue hair responds with a subdued yeah. A voice questions if their father is really going to let that arrogant professor go, adding that he humiliated them in front of Flora. The man with gray hair is asked what they gained from sending an official complaint to Thorn and summoning Flo. The man with gray hair states that the only thing they obtain from getting frustrated is a moment of weak satisfaction. It is noted that Katatushin stepped up for Rudiger, and Thorn's chancellor was also observing the situation. Someone asks if they are going to overlook this incident. A firm refusal echoes. He concedes for now, but this is not the end. The Lumos family does not forget grudges. Despite appearances, he states that he only did what he was supposed to do, instructing someone to look after their students. Someone admits they didn't know Duke Caden was a believer of the Lamensis Church. He's not just a believer. His belief is closer to insanity. Did you know? When a rejected child is born in the Lamensis Church, they are branded. So that child couldn't avoid it. However, it's so relieving that she doesn't have the brand. Did Duke Caden use his last paternal compassion for that? No. The child's mother desperately protected her. Flora's mother. Unfortunately, she has left this world. The man with white hair admits he's never heard of any of this before. Illegitimate children aren't known to outsiders, the bubble explains, the family using their authority to prevent it. But it seems like the other man knows every well. Although they stand on equal footing, Caden Lumos thinks to himself, he needs to know at least one of his weaknesses. It looks like he didn't hide Flora's birth for her sake. The narration box reveals Duke Caden's motive. The man with dark blue hair thinks that it is to preserve Flora's use for himself. No. The man with dark blue hair thinks that you can't even call someone like that a father. Caden Lumos says that he is not the type to spread rumors, so it's fine for him to tell him. The man with dark blue hair says that he'll go to greet the others. The man with dark blue hair thinks that he'll linger around for a while and then leave later. From a distance, Caden Lumos is seen. Is that Cienada's paper magic? He clenches his gloved fist, determination etched on his face. A vision of a woman with red eyes flashes before his mind. He thinks about her reaction when Esmeralda's identity was revealed and concludes that the letter must be true. Ludger pauses, considering the implications of Joanna's actions. First, he needs to keep an eye on the situation. The experimental pharmaceutical lab is bustling with activity on the 4th day of the Magic Festival. Ludger thinks he can use anything he needs as a special perk for being a professor. He thinks he should have come here earlier. He carries a tray filled with various vials and containers, their contents shimmering in the dim light. Professor Chris looks up from his desk, peering at Ludger through his glasses. What brings you here, he asks. He replies, of course, I came to make some medicine. Huh, you're making medicine? Professor Chris gestures dismissively. Then go over to the novice area, where the teaching assistant is, and learn first. Do you know how to make medicine, Professor Chris? Professor Chris exclaims, his voice rising in indignation. My original major is pharmacy. The professor's face contorts in anger, his mouth agape as he shouts. Bottom text present. Professor Chris's face is flushed with anger as he continues to speak, his fist clenched. Ludger stands calmly, unfazed by the outburst. No hesitation. Professor Chris's expression is one of disbelief and frustration as he stares at Ludger. Bottom text present. He is clearly taken aback, his eyes wide with surprise and a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Ludger Kelesi stands amidst an array of vials and beakers, his expression unreadable as he murmurs about the materials before him. A voice booms out, laced with suspicion. Are you planning to kill someone? Meanwhile, in a simplified drawing, Flora Lumos digs with determination, muttering about finding the plant of eternal youth. Patricia leaves and cocoon flower buds. All of them have high levels of toxicity. Chris Benamore seems surprised. Combine the materials that possess strong effects. You'll create a medicine with many side effects despite its toxicity being neutralized. You know it very well. So why did you take up manifestation instead of pharmacy? Chris clicks his tongue, looking away. Don't need to know. Then I won't ask. What? He's probably just bluffing. Let's stop worrying about it. Chris Benamore continues to work. TCH, you couldn't stop. Although he watched the entire process until the end, he can't believe it. A box of pills sits open. Without any failed reactions, he made it in one go. Looking at his ingredients, did he make mana recovery pills? The blue-haired man asks Chris Benamore what he is planning to do with all those recovery pills. Chris responds, of course. The blue-haired man muses that the pills are different from the mana pills he's been eating. He wonders what chronic illness he is inflicted with to have such a high dosage. Chris Benamore looks off to the side, a thoughtful expression on his face. Chris Benamore realizes that the blue-haired man figured out his secret. He didn't know he would ask him when he used them in the match. The blue-haired man stares intently, saying nothing. The blue-haired man puts his hand to his head, realizing that his actions would lead to this outcome, and laughs. A man with a mustache stands over another man in bed, stating that he just wanted him to be humiliated. Chris Benamore says he didn't want anyone to get hurt. He then says no. Holding a blue pill, Chris Benamore thinks that in hindsight, those are all excuses. The blue-haired man thinks that he did something that's unworthy and pathetic of a noble. Chris Benamore states that he will apologize. The blue-haired man retorts that the drug he made is a dangerous substance that negates everything regarding mana recovery, so he can't call it medicine at all. A close-up shows Chris's ornate suit and tie. Chris warns that if something goes wrong, the other man's mana nervous system might falter and disappear. Chris Benamore offers the blue-haired man a vial, stating to use it with that, as it's their family's special mana sedative. The blue-haired man asks if Chris is really giving this to him. As a thought bubble reveals that despite his own personal feelings, Chris doesn't turn a blind eye when there's a patient in front of him. Chris Benamore states that he is a Benamore who creates medicine. The blue-haired man expresses how unexpected it is, and that he didn't think Chris would be like that, after all, up till now. Chris asks if the blue-haired man is picking a fight right now. The blue-haired man says that since Chris gave it to him, he'll use it well, and then wonders, The blue-haired man wonders if that isn't the powder made from. Having absorbed the poison, the blue-haired man wonders what he is going to do with that, stating it's a waste to throw it away. A gloved hand is shown, and the voice declares that this is the real deal. Hans asks how Kralophobius is doing. The character with long hair and glasses says okay, and to keep watch, stating that they prepared this just in case. The red-haired character thinks that if Joanna Lovett's actions are really done by her own accord. The character with glasses thinks that means those bastards have split into two teams. The voice states that on the last day, when they fight Esmeralda, they need someone to go up against Joanna. A character is walking. Cienada prioritizes my orders. The red-haired character thinks that if there isn't a clear motive, she won't be able to go against the Black Dawn members. The blue-haired character thinks that the person who's able to capture Joanna, who's a student, is that person alone. 30 minutes later, at the Thorn student dormitory. The Thorn student dormitory. A door. A voice wonders what is happening. A young man examines a small, metallic object. A voice confirms that the message was delivered successfully. Someone thinks to themselves that they are not inclined to get the students involved. The voice continues, stating that if a student is chasing after Joanna, she won't notice it easily. If it's Aiden, he is certain Aiden won't take the content written on the paper lightly and act rashly. The voice considers that even if a fight breaks out, with Aiden's magic, he won't lose. However, he can act recklessly alone, so a safety measure is needed. A young woman looks at a small object with a questioning expression. The internal monologue continues, stating that if he's with friends, he won't be able to act recklessly. Hans declares that he doesn't care what Aiden does, whether it be asking help from a professor or eliminating Joanna. He then instructs someone to conduct recon on one more area. A voice concludes that with this, all preparations are complete. A hand holds a note, the paper filled with cramped writing. There are rebellious people inside Thorn who are in hiding and scheming something. It reads. Ludger lies in bed, staring at the note. What does this mean, he wonders. First, I know this wasn't sent by them. The note continues. For a simple joke, the information is quite specific. There are suspicious people hiding inside Thorn, and it's information that I've come across a few times already. The note's sender is a mystery, but who on earth sent this to me? Did I get caught? Ludger's eyes widen as he reads further. That I'm a special informant for the Liberation Army? The note is a clear threat. Yeah, the person who sent this knew and is threatening me. Ludger's expression hardens, a flicker of determination in his eyes. If I don't want my secret to be revealed, I need to obediently follow what they're saying. He crumples the note in his fist, his mind racing. But what's their motive? Ludger sits on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. I didn't want to join the Liberation Army, even if I think. He sighs, resigned to his fate. About this deeply, nothing will change, so it's useless. Anyways, I need to carry out whatever's written. With a newfound resolve, Ludger rises and begins to walk. Right now, he mutters that it would be best if he took care of this himself. Leo calls out to Ludger, exclaiming that something bad has happened. A voice declares that they saw a message in front of their room and read it. Ludger stands with Tacy and Iona as a voice wonders if these guys got the same message. A voice wonders what the hell is going on. A figure sits hunched over, hands clasped to their head, as if in immense distress. A hand reaches out, a desperate plea for salvation echoing in the darkness. A voice begs to spare the child, lamenting that they shouldn't have protected them. A figure stands before a crowd, a somber declaration that if they had just left the village quietly, things wouldn't have come to this. A face contorted in anguish declares that Esmeralda is the cause of all of this. A voice cries out, insisting that it's all just a dream. A voice declares that they don't want to be criticized by the nun who raised them. This is the end, she thought, her red eyes burning with resolve. Her revenge would be complete by killing Krala tomorrow. A twisted smile played on her lips, but a question lingered in her mind. What comes after her revenge? Standing amidst a sea of flames, she felt the heat lick at her skin, a physical manifestation of the inferno raging within. A chilling realization washed over her. Revenge beyond this would only destroy her soul. The thought echoed in the emptiness. Then she wouldn't be able to return to who she was before. Selena, she mused, was another identity she created through her sadness, a phantom born from the past. A voice, soft and filled with longing, whispered, to be honest, I wanted to keep living as you. A memory flickered, laughing with everyone, happily and innocently, before everything changed. Should she stop her revenge now? The question hung in the air, heavy with doubt. What was Esmeralda thinking? The flames roared, a visual representation of the burning rage consuming her. A voice, laced with accusation, demanded, was she going to leave that man who killed all of them alone? She whimpers, clutching her head as flames engulf her surroundings. A voice echoes, urging her to avenge them, because she. A disembodied voice asks if she is a kind child. Esmeralda, tears streaming down her face, whispers her agreement. Her eyes glow with a fierce, fiery determination. Arms crossed, she thinks to herself, consumed by the need for revenge. The 5th day of the festival, the last night, is remembered. The festival bustles with life, laughter echoing through the streets. A close-up reveals a woman's face, her expression unreadable. Esmeralda gazes at a building, her face illuminated by a fiery glow. The building is engulfed in flames. A voice whispers that the day has finally come, wondering where. The sound of something breaking echoes. A polished boot descends, its heel clicking sharply against the floor. A man lies sprawled on a bed, his face obscured by his hands. He mutters, me any means to contact him. Don't tell me I got played. A heavy door stands closed, the sound of knocking echoing from within. A shadowed figure stands behind the door, their expression hidden in the gloom. A voice booms out, laced with a sinister edge. Anyone home? The words Mr. Kralophobius appear, framed by an ominous glow. A voice echoes in the darkness, inquiring, anyone home? The name Mr. Kralophobius appears. A window stands open, revealing a glimpse of the outside world. A presence is felt. I'm sure I felt a presence just now. The sound of something approaching echoes. The mice open the door. Wait. Someone is certain that the person sent those mice. If they follow them, they'll get to. A voice declares, safe location. I knew he didn't abandon me. A figure plummets downwards. It's noted that for someone who usually didn't leave his room, did he finally get the resolve to run away? A crimson eye gleams with sinister intent. The speaker finds pleasure in the struggle. A voice booms, taunting Phoebus to run until the very end. A figure observes from atop a high tower. Brother, she's on the move. The voice reveals that Phoebus is being lured by mice. Hans acknowledges the plan, noting that ability comes in handy at times like this. A man stands on a rooftop, overlooking the city. A voice declares that they should act too. Aiden believes it's too dangerous for just them to go. Leo is urged to speak up, but he agrees with Aiden. Ludger Cherish wonders how they came to know about this. The question hangs in the air, will the professor believe? Flora Lumos expresses her disgust, questioning why they should trust a message when they don't even know who sent it. She adds that even if the professor believes them, it's too late to go back. Ludger Cherish reflects on the fact that his friends got involved, seeing it as proof that they intend to keep him in line in case he goes against their wishes. A meticulous person, Ludger Cherish resolves to handle this as quietly as he can. He asks if everyone is ready. The group reacts with alarm, Flora Lumos shouting for everyone to duck. Cloaked figures stand in a forest. One wonders if it's really okay for them to move by themselves, suggesting they should wait for orders from above if they're personally going to kill someone. Another figure states that if they cause an uproar in Thorn, First Order will be satisfied too. Now is the best time since everyone is focused on that. Enya reassures someone, telling them not to worry, as everything is for the Black Dawn. Chris Benamore exclaims that it's probably Joanna. He then asks what the contents of the message were. Someone urges the others to go. Someone huffs in annoyance. Hans approaches, his footsteps echoing in the vast space. Esmeralda stands before Phoebus, her expression unreadable. Give up already, Phoebus? She asks. Phoebus's face is etched with torment. What's wrong? Why aren't you running away? You've been running away so well till now, haven't you? Esmeralda's eyes gleam with a cruel satisfaction. Like when everyone from your family burnt to death, and only you remained. Her voice drips with venom as she continues. You should be running for life. A muttered curse escapes Phoebus's lips. Shit. Phoebus's face contorts in anguish. Why me? Esmeralda's expression hardens. Just stop. This is enough, isn't it? Desperation fills Phoebus's voice. How far do I have to fall until you're satisfied? Phoebus's eyes widen, tears welling. The Phoebus family already fell a long time ago. Look at me. Isn't this enough? He shouts, defiant and desperate. So what if I killed all those villagers? Phoebus's gaze is intense, his voice rising in justification. I rightfully punished them because they went against a noble. A disembodied voice declares that if those dirty commoners hadn't defended him from the start, things would be different. A woman with dark hair and piercing eyes accuses someone, stating that everything is their fault. A hand points accusingly as another voice declares that if he hadn't been there, the village wouldn't have ended up like that. A voice whispers, contemplating, my fault. It's my fault it turned out like this. The name Phoebus is shouted amidst a swirl of dark energy. A woman with elaborate earrings and a purple brooch screams, demanding to know how he can be so arrogant. Another voice echoes, repeating that it's all because of him. A disembodied voice declares, it's all your fault. Surrounded by shadowy figures, a man with gray hair points, accusing him of causing their deaths and disrupting their peaceful lives. The shadowy figures continue, questioning why he was in their village. A woman with dark hair accuses him of being arrogant when he's the one who got them all killed. Phoebus, eyes wide with shock, stammers a denial. He denies the accusations, his voice rising in disbelief. No, what do you mean it's not? His eyes widen, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Will they hate him more, he wonders, for burning and killing those who burnt the village and survived? Or will they despise and hate him more, he questions, the one who's arrogant isn't? The denial returns, explosive and desperate. Knew me but you. A pillar of fire erupts, twisting and reaching towards the sky. Who's the one? The flames burn with an unnatural intensity, consuming everything in their path. The inferno rages on, a beacon of destruction in the night. From a distance, a figure observes the fiery pillar. There's a pillar of fire in the direction of the storeroom. Matthew Summerit's eyes widen in alarm as he receives a message. Brother, something bad has happened. What? A shadowy figure smirks, revealing their scheme. First, I've successfully lured Phoebus to the witch. Another voice reports the disastrous outcome. They were arguing, but suddenly the witch exploded, and the storeroom is on fire now. Matthew Summerit's face contorts in shock. Okay, I'll be there soon. He runs, a look of urgency etched on his face. What's wrong, sir? A voice calls out. Sheridan is asked, how's the festival? Did you find anything strange? Sheridan replies, strange? I don't see anything here. Judging from your reaction, it seems like you need my help? Yeah, just in case, can you divert the attention of the people there? A woman with glowing yellow eyes grins, her expression sharp. I was waiting for my turn. Fireworks explode in the night sky, drawing the gazes of onlookers. People point and exclaim at the spectacle. Look at that. There's still 30 minutes till the fireworks show, so why are they going off now? The woman observes the fireworks. Oh, fireworks aren't too bad compared to explosions, huh? She smirks, considering her next move. Should I make something similar when I return to the hideout? Nice, everyone's attention will be focused on that. Sheridan is focused on something, but it's too much for me. The woman thinks, to arrive there with the current speed I'm going, I need to conserve my mana, so I can't use Aether Nocturnus. Matthew Summeret's eyes widen in shock. A sharp crack echoes through the air. The air vibrates with unseen energy. A figure with long blue hair stands before a large building, its windows dark. The fire threatens to engulf the festival. A man cries out, desperate for his brother's arrival. A man's eyes widen in shock. He stammers, recognizing the approaching figure. That's brother. A mechanical golem, gleaming with metallic gold, races forward. The man exclaims, he's riding the transforming golem we saw last time. He wonders what his brother intends to do by charging headlong into the inferno. The golem plunges into the heart of the blaze. The building is consumed by flames. A figure rides a golem through the raging inferno, the flames licking at its metallic hide. The golem continues its charge, unfazed by the intense heat. The situation is more serious than he thought, Matthew Summeret realizes, observing the devastation. The figure on the golem speaks. We've met before, right? Quasimodo. Matthew Summeret reflects. Back then, there was nothing I could do because of the situation. Matthew Summeret declares, I don't plan on fighting Esmeralda. Matthew Summeret continues, she's my colleague. I've come here to help her. The figure on the golem wonders, so does that mean it understands? A figure lies injured amidst the flames. It doesn't look good. Another figure is injured as well. The same goes for Phoebus, he groans. Something went wrong. The figure on the golem concludes, anyways, this is good. The only chance to finish this easily is now. When a spirit is summoned from a vector, you can just destroy the vector. But when the summoner personally summons it, you need to capture the summoner. Eyes are to capture Esmeralda. I need to get closer so I can get a clean shot. Devian Boratag stands before a towering, fiery entity. A sudden burst of energy erupts. The air crackles with unseen force. Devian Boratag is surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy. An ambush. What? Devian Boratag exclaims, his voice laced with surprise. His eyes widen, a flicker of realization dawning within them. No, it didn't believe me from the start. A being of fire and jagged edges looms, its form a terrifying spectacle of raw power. A small figure scratches its head, pondering. Something seems to be missing. The forest is eerily silent. Ludger thought. He had wanted to look around, but people kept talking to him. He tilted his head, a question forming in his mind. A group of cloaked figures stood in the distance. Ludger realized, there are people here too. He muttered, Black Dawn. Ludger thought, circle-shaped glasses and black hair. He thought, probably Joanna. Someone said, they're on the move. Let's go now. Ludger thought, Dawn? Don't tell me it's the Black Dawn. I need to follow them right now. First, shall I quietly follow them? A dark and ominous atmosphere hangs heavy in the air, the silence broken only by the crackling of unseen energy. A fiery explosion erupts, consuming the surroundings in a blaze of orange and red. The crystalline entity, radiating golden light, expresses its frustration. A shame. The entity clenches its fist, magical energy crackling around it. I could've. The crystalline entity's voice booms with lethal intent. Killed you. Dodging a barrage of attacks, the figure in the dark suit moves with impossible speed. The crystalline entity's voice drips with annoyance. Tisk, did it block Esmeralda from my view? The entity continues, explaining its limitations. This is why I can't use specifically targeted magic. The figure in the dark suit observes, a hint of surprise in their voice. To think it's able to act this well on its own without orders from its summoner. The figure acknowledges the power at play. This is the power of a Black Dawn First Order. The crystalline entity prepares another attack, its form radiating intense magical energy. The entity focuses its power, the air shimmering with heat and energy. A surge of energy erupts, the force of it palpable. A figure with fiery orange hair stands defiant, wreathed in arcane power. The air crackles with the incantation, Aether Nocturnus. Dark energy coalesces, forming a swirling vortex of shadows and light. Engulfed in a maelstrom of flames, a figure struggles against the inferno. A counterspell flares, a wave of azure energy pushing back against the encroaching fire. The man in the dark suit watches intently, his expression unreadable as the battle unfolds. The figure trapped in the flame seethes. I don't have time to use magic. This, annoying fly. The orange-haired figure unleashes a torrent of fire, the flames licking at the edges of reality. A voice cries out in desperation. Cook, this isn't the time to be thinking. The inferno intensifies, the heat distorting the air around the fiery figure. A deafening roar echoes as the magical energies collide. A blinding explosion of energy tears through the air, the shockwave rippling outwards. Arms raised, the figure braces against the onslaught, a desperate defense against the overwhelming power. With a guttural cry, the figure deflects the incoming assault, redirecting the energy with a desperate parry. The armored figure looms, its massive form radiating an oppressive aura. This matchup isn't good. Do I have no other choice but to borrow God's power again? No, the risk isn't worth it right now. DT 3000, defense mode. Block the attack. Another blast of energy hurtles towards the armored figure, threatening to overwhelm its defenses. High-risk temperatures have been detected. Switching to maximum strength defense. I wonder how long you'll be able to last. Like it said, this is just a temporary measure. He is surrounded by a swirling vortex of orange energy. When the golem's defense gets broken through, he knows he'll have no other way to fight head-on. The poisonous byproduct from the medicine he made is ready. It's good that he kept it on him. Since things have come to this, Ludger is going to go all out. The mana that's inside the byproduct has surpassed the norm. After consuming, if you don't use the mana that comes out, then your mana circuit will be damaged. Don't. Ludger is with another character. The other character says that the poison inside the byproduct is strong, so it might be too dangerous to use. Ludger replies that it's fine too, and that he can handle that much. My resistance to poison has already been developed. Do you want a battle of strength? Quasimodo. Rank 5. Quasimodo transforms. The air around him has changed. Caught in the throes of transformation, a monstrous figure emerges. The transformation is complete. It is Quasimodo. From the forest, a voice demands, "Who are you?" The question echoes as two figures stand silhouetted in the moonlight. One of the figures exclaims, "We heard everything you said. You said you were going to harm people. What?" Another voice adds, "Although we don't know the details, you shouldn't do that." Ludger Cherish, looking distraught, exclaims, "Huh? And on a happy festival day? I was wondering what you were going to say when you appeared all of a sudden." A disembodied voice questions, "What? A happy festival day?" The speaker's face is shadowed, but his expression is clearly one of intense anger. The voice, laced with disbelief, asks, "Is it really?" A voice declares, "For one's own happiness, they use others like tools." Ludger Cherish shouts, "No, that's not true." Another voice, filled with rage, retorts, "Shut up. How dare you talk when you don't know anything?" The green-haired man, consumed by fury, declares, "Whatever. I'm going to kill everyone anyway." The green-haired man continues, his hand glowing with emerald energy. "I'll kill you all first then." Emerald energy streaks through the forest, targeting the cloaked figures. The green-haired man unleashes a wave of energy, his face contorted in rage. Ludger Cherish, caught off guard, thinks, "Shoo quick. I don't have time to react." A group of individuals stand together, surrounded by a swirling blue aura. A voice mused, stating that they were only going to watch and see how the situation went. The speaker declared that they couldn't leave people who are in danger alone. Someone exclaimed, surprised to see the famous Kaisi Selmoy, and wondered what a Celadon mage was doing here. The individual stated that they also had business with those guys. The figure asked if they were members of the Black Dawn. A figure stands amidst flames, seemingly protected by a barrier. A voice wondered if they only got one arm, with rank 5 magic. A figure with piercing blue eyes stated that, as expected, they needed to use higher-ranking magic. The massive golem throws a devastating punch, the force of the blow shaking the very ground. The golem's thoughts echo with a primal rage, its target identified, humans. The golem's intent is clear, a promise of death hanging in the air. "I'm definitely going to kill you." A voice cries out in alarm, noting the golem's unnerving ability to regenerate its arm almost instantly. Shit, it regenerated its arm in an instant. Ludger considers his options, knowing he can only use high-ranking magic a couple more times with the mana he has available. He realizes he needs time to complete his magic, but the golem's current condition won't allow for much delay. Ludger steels himself, a hint of regret in his voice as he apologizes to his teacher. "I'm sorry, teacher." A grim assessment echoes. The golem won't be able to last long against Master's mana. The figure pushes back, the force of the attack enough to repel Quasimodo's assault. A close-up reveals a complex clockwork mechanism, its purpose yet unknown. The golem's single eye glows with an ominous light, a harbinger of destruction. The golem attacks once more, its massive fist crashing down with terrifying force. The golem's metallic body gleams with an inner fire, its movements heavy and deliberate. The nearly broken golem is pushing back with pure strength. The nearly broken golem is pushing me back with pure strength, it wonders. The golem bellows, its voice a grinding rasp of stone and metal. "What did you do, human? You can't block me with mere tricks." The golem's fist slams into an unseen barrier, the impact sending tremors through the air. The golem pauses, its red eyes scanning the surroundings. The human disappeared? The golem's voice echoes through the ruined landscape, laced with frustration. "Where are you?" The golem repeats its question, its massive form radiating heat. Human, where did you go?" A voice, calm and clear, cuts through the golem's rage. "I'm right here." Blue energy crackles in the air, a sign of the human's presence. The human figure stands amidst the flames, his hand outstretched as he prepares a spell. The air shimmers with arcane power, the energy coalescing into a complex structure. The human stands atop a ship made of pure blue energy, his expression serene as he prepares for the next phase of the battle. The figure declares to try withstanding this. A rumble echoes as the chibi character wonders if it will be hit too, missing its daddy. The cloaked figure grunts. One of the figures says, "Cook." The figure states that the cloaked figure is the only one left and asks if they will surrender obediently. One of the figures tells everyone to look over there. The figures see a boat. A figure wonders who casted such magic. A figure yells that the direction is wrong. A figure yells for someone to stop. A figure wonders if she is running to the location where it will descend and why. The remnants of the Black Dawn are over there. A figure states that it doesn't matter because if the magic is going towards Thorn, it'll be dangerous. If they're right, then that spell is the one they read about in the book. Magic invented by Lexler, a mage adventurer, begins to take form. A magic circle appears, identified as rank 6. An eye glows with intense power. Energy channels through an outstretched hand. The spell is named Oceanic Icebreaker. The magic coalesces into the shape of a ship. The ship-shaped magic hurtles towards its target. The spell is about to strike. A fiery explosion erupts. A voice roars, "You bastard! How dare you!" The target of the attack is revealed to be Rudiger. Rudiger is engulfed in blue energy. He cradles Esmeralda in his arms, her body limp and unmoving. A tranquilizer ensures she remains in a deep slumber. Spirits are connected to the summoner's mind, so Quasimodo will soon be recalled. However, once Esmeralda wakes up, Quasimodo will regain its power and appear again. If he wants to get rid of it completely, he needs to seal it. I need the soul of a living being for a sealing ritual. The only chance I have with Quasimodo and Esmeralda is now. Ludger holds Esmeralda in his arms, his expression grim. A disembodied voice wonders if the tranquilizer has not worked completely yet. Esmeralda thinks to herself that she must run away if she loses consciousness. The monster declares that it can't control it anymore. Ludger, still holding Esmeralda, asks what is happening. Quasimodo lunges forward, claws extended. A blue aura flares around Ludger as he prepares to defend himself and Esmeralda. Quasimodo laughs, boasting that the attack was really close. The monster attacks again, its massive fist glowing with orange energy. A voice notes that he was hit by rank 6 magic head-on, but he's already recovered from it. More importantly, the summoner has lost consciousness, so how is it moving around like that? Ludger looks up, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He notices a red string. A connection is forming, binding Esmeralda and Quasimodo together. Memories surge, flooding into an unknown figure from the red string. This is... The man's eyes widen, a silent scream building in his throat as the memories crash against his mind. A memory storming? Surprising. A spirit absorbs magic, exponentially increasing its contractor's hatred and feelings of revenge. No, a cryptid with a spirit's properties fits her better. The hooded figure's eyes gleam in the darkness. It doesn't matter to me what it is, though. What do you think? Will you join us? If you do, I'll help you get what you want. I get it now. The reason why one can still move without their summoner is revealed. Esmeralda, it turns out, was just a host whose magic power and mind were leached off of. The one who was controlling her was revealed to be you. So Esmeralda was just a puppet in the end, right? A sharp intake of breath. A voice admits, "You caught me." However, it's already too late. All suppressed power can now be used because Esmeralda was knocked out. Now this is the end. The figure is engulfed in flames. Damn it, she must have gone this way. What's with the fire? Beyond the encroaching fire, she could sense the oceanic icebreaker's magic resonating. The fire was blocking it. Elisa wondered what could be happening. Elisa gasped, "Oh no." The fire was gradually getting larger, threatening to consume everything. Channeling her power, Elisa shouted, "Take this." Elisa called out, "Miss Kaisi." She yelled, "Don't come closer. Hurry and get someone here." Matthew, his face etched with worry, exclaimed, "Okay, I can't hold this back for long, so please hurry." Cook. The magical barrier shuddered under immense pressure. Magic clashed against magic, creating a blinding explosion of energy. The figure wondered if he would not be able to protect anything again. A voice assures someone, "It's all right." A sudden realization dawns. Matthew Summeret asks, his blue eyes intense, "You're hesitating because of me, right?" A voice pleads, "I'm really okay, so please do what you're thinking of doing." Matthew Summeret stands beside Elisa Willow, both bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. Elisa Willow reflects, "I wanted to believe all of this was a nightmare because I'm so happy right now." A voice admits, "But I've enjoyed myself plenty until now." Matthew Summeret's expression hardens with resolve. A gloved hand rests on Elisa Willow's face as a voice promises, "Everything will be finished when you wake up, Professor Rue Dash." Elisa Willow's eyes are closed, a faint glow emanating from the touch. A voice declares, "It was something I couldn't decide to do easily, but thanks to you, Professor, I'm now able." A swirling vortex of energy fills the space. A voice echoes, urging someone to awaken from what may be a nightmare. Two figures are enveloped in swirling darkness. A blinding explosion erupts. A voice demands to know where someone is hiding. A figure stands before a massive, armored creature, energy swirling around them. A voice calls out to others. A man with glasses asks if they came because they sensed their summoner was in danger. Several spectral creatures materialize, their forms glowing with green and orange light. One of the creatures speaks, requesting help to protect someone and asking for a distraction. The spectral creatures charge forward, their forms blurring with speed. The armored creature scoffs, unimpressed. It seems to think its opponent is out of plans. Energy crackles in the air, a prelude to the next clash. A figure with glowing green energy. A voice booms, demanding an end to the delay. Stop wasting time and come out in Feeney. A swirling vortex of yellow energy. A burst of green energy. A figure stands silhouetted against a backdrop of golden light and intricate symbols. The ninth path is pure devotion, a balanced but raised floor. A release of purification, the last living omnipotence. A monstrous figure, wreathed in green energy, cries out in desperation. No, I need to escape. Don't get in my way, you small fry. Sephiroth, tree's ninth Sapphira. Yes it. Intricate patterns of light. A beam of golden light pierces the darkness. The golden light intensifies. A hand, wreathed in golden light, extends its clawed fingers. The golden light intensifies, engulfing a figure in its radiant glow. A lone figure stands in the center of a vast, desolate arena. Had it died? As expected, using extreme magic is a little exhausting. If he wasn't careful, then he might not have been able to hold back. Why did you save me? Esmeralda's back. I don't care what happens to you. I just didn't like how it looked down on me since the beginning. Huh, you're so bad at lying. For the mighty John Doe to do something as bothersome as saving me. A figure kneels before a massive, golden entity. Esmeralda? A towering entity of molten rock and fire looms, its form shifting with intense heat. The fiery giant stands, radiating a palpable sense of destructive power. A man's voice echoes, laced with frustration. You still have strength to regenerate yourself even after getting hit by that. There's a limit to how tenacious one can be to live. A dark voice booms, filled with malice. At the very least, I'm going to bring you with me. The fiery entity looms over Esmeralda, who is kneeling on the ground. It roars, "Gee, give me more power, Esmeralda." Ack. The narration reveals, it's forcibly taking her magic power through their connection. Ludger Cherish points his weapon, his expression hardening. Let go of her right now. A blast of blue energy slams into the fiery entity. The fiery entity stands before Ludger Cherish and Esmeralda. The narration reveals, can you no longer use powerful attacks like the one before? A dark voice snarls. Then why don't you just die? The fiery entity looms, its power seemingly diminished. It thinks, shit, there must be something I can do. Ludger Cherish's eyes widen. Ugh, this voice. Kralophobius lies prone on the ground. He thinks to himself that someone else is present. A voice declares that they can perform the sealing ceremony with him. A figure with long hair unleashes a fiery attack. A voice declares that they are not going to miss this time. Another figure launches an attack. Someone cries out in pain. A voice demands that someone be handed over immediately. A figure is surrounded by swirling green energy. A character with a damaged arm is observed. They think that it can't regenerate right away and that now is their chance. Someone yells to shut up, questioning why they are interfering and claiming to be the one carrying out revenge. A figure with glasses is shown, with someone saying that for someone who couldn't save anyone, not even their own family, they are. The word "no" is displayed. A voice echoes, recalling the statement that Miss Joanna was unable to save anyone. Sir Rudiger and Miss Joanna arrive on the scene. A voice declares, I think I've arrived right in time. A voice states, I've finally come to know the name of the one who saved me. Miss Joanna appears surprised. Sir Rudiger admits, I was worried that I might lose. A spirit is thanked for preventing someone from getting lost. A fiery blast erupts, engulfing an unseen target. A voice shouts, don't. The attack connects, the impact echoing with a guttural groan. He is surrounded by a swirling vortex of green energy. I don't think now is the time to be having a conversation. Even though he's lacking, he can at least blind it. Looking down from above, the hulking figure declares, I know I'm being bold here, but I'll leave the rest to all of you. A torrent of fire streaks across the sky. The fiery attack intensifies, engulfing everything in its path. A figure surrounded by flames vows, I'll burn you all. The fiery chains crackle with intense heat. The hulking figure seems surprised. Huh. A speech bubble reads, thanks, Pierre. Fiery energy crackles in the air. One figure falls as another kneels. The kneeling figure states, the one moment you created for me completely changed. A figure with gold trim on their black outfit declares, let's finish this now, Quasimodo. Golden chains erupt, ensnaring an unseen figure. A strangled scream echoes as the chains tighten. The captive gasps, why you forcibly linked me to another person? Impossible. The voice rises in desperation. I already have a contract with Esmeralda. It's impossible for me to have another contract with someone else. A disembodied voice taunts. You know one thing, but you don't know the other. A standard contract will be overwritten by a greater one. The disembodied voice continues. There's no way you can resist it when you're getting weaker. Another scream tears through the air. The bound figure cries out, Esmeralda, you need me to be stable. Desperation bleeds into the plea. So I can't disappear like this. Hurry up and save me. A figure lies prone, seemingly drained of energy. Geez. Esmeralda races forward, her expression a mask of urgency. Esmeralda. Another figure, weakened and prone, whispers, if you really want me that much? She is surrounded by swirling red and blue energy, her expression strained as the binding takes hold. A dark figure looms above, declaring, "Take everything." The figure's face is obscured, but their golden eyes gleam with malevolent intent. A man with glasses watches in horror, his mouth agape at the unfolding events. Another figure lies prone, seemingly defeated by the binding. A golden figure struggles against unseen forces, crying out, "No, no, I'm getting dragged back." Heavy chains lash out, binding the golden figure as a voice booms. "What are you doing? Do you want to die together?" Her eyes glowing crimson, Esmeralda shouts, "Yeah, let's die together, Quasimodo." A figure declares, "Let's end your meaningless slaughter here." A figure cries out in desperation, "No, Esmeralda." Someone grabs another, desperate to prevent further action. "No, if you get any closer, you're going to be swept up along." The energy intensifies, a sign of the power about to be unleashed. Them. Engulfed in searing flames, the figure cries out in disbelief. The fire's intensity is overwhelming. This is the fire that burns the soul. The burning figure, surrounded by a crowd of faces, resigns to their fate. It's an ending that suits them. If they could atone for their sins against the villagers in this way, even by a little. A figure with green hair smiles serenely, a strange glint in their eyes. "Why are you smiling?" The smile remains, enigmatic and unsettling. A surge of energy gathers, a blinding light forming in the darkness. The blue-haired man appears, his expression unreadable. The green-haired man utters a soft, "Do you think you'll feel better dying like this?" The blue-haired man scoffs, his eyes narrowed. "Stop kidding yourself." A surge of energy crackles through the air. He is engulfed in a torrent of blue energy, chains binding his form as he cries out in pain. A tortured scream rips through the air, the sound echoing with raw agony. Tendrils of blue energy writhe and dissipate. The blue-haired man, standing beside the green-haired man, wonders what is happening. He recognizes the energy as the souls of the Latin villagers. A desperate cry, as the character's power is stolen. Bound by golden chains, the figure is completely restrained. A declaration of intent, the figure vows to burn the world down. Golden energy pulses intensely. The energy vanishes, leaving only a dark void in its wake. From off-panel, a voice questions if Quasimodo's energy has completely disappeared. The woman states that the souls of the villagers have all been safely released. He watches as her body begins to dissipate, turning into a spirit. He thinks to himself that he has been tied to Quasimodo for a long time. Esmeralda says it's all right, knowing this was going to happen since the beginning. Ludger lets out a soft, The sister calls out to Esmeralda. She apologizes, saying she was weak, stupid, and killed everyone. A voice responds that it's okay and not her fault. Esmeralda says it was really hard, wasn't it? The sister struggles to speak, saying I am. She says she's so sorry she wasn't able to be with Esmeralda. Esmeralda looks down, a deep sorrow etched on her face. The sister says yes, embracing Esmeralda. A surge of energy erupts. The energy ascends into the sky. A question hangs in the air. Did a corrupted soul turn back to normal? Salvation, it is said, is the end for a soul that's been wandering for a long time. It's still far away, but one day, bathed in the ethereal glow, Ludger cherished gazes upwards, towards the heavens. The end of my journey will be. A cartoonish figure wonders if they weren't alive until just now, a question mark hovering above their head. Everyone has left, but everything has come. To an end? Not yet, Joanna. Leave Thorn right now. The Black Dawn's second order, Joanna, died here today. Leave and never come back to Thorn. Why? Pierre, can you escape from here? With Joanna quietly with your magic? Yes, please leave it to me. Then I will. It seems like Sir Rudiger still has things to take care of, so let's go back first. Leave and never come back to Thorn. Why? Go back to where? What do you mean? To our hometown, of course. A figure in a long coat stands silhouetted against the night sky, watching a distant man approach. Elsewhere, Ludger knelt beside Joanna, his expression grim as he checked for any sign of life. He thought it might have been possible, but to think she's actually still breathing. A voice echoed, questioning if they shared a soul, not just a body. Joanna murmured, barely audible, before a voice asked if she was awake. Flashing back, Ludger and Joanna stared at each other, a silent question hanging in the air between them. Joanna's expression softened as she heard that people would come to help soon, if she just held on a little more. Again, in the past, Joanna asked Ludger why he saved her. Back in the present, Ludger admitted he did something bad, even if he was a different alter ego, so she remembered. A voice echoed, asking if he didn't promise her, before she asked pardon. In a memory, fireworks exploded in the sky, illuminating a promise of next year. Ludger and Joanna watched the fireworks together, remembering their promise to enjoy the festival together. Now, Joanna realized that was why. She looks on with a gentle smile. Fireworks explode over the city, a vibrant display of light and color. A voice echoes through the dark forest. There's someone here. Bring something we can use to carry her. Someone asks, Professor Selena, are you all right? Professor Elisa Willow lies on a stretcher, being carried by others. She says, I'm fine. Don't worry. Someone calls out, Professor Rudiger. A woman in uniform scolds. I told you to not overdo it and move around. The scene reveals that, including him, 2 professors were found on the scene. The Black Dawn, who disappeared. Professor Rudiger looks on with concern. Rank 6 magic that I felt within the fire. He thought back to the Thorn professor that left a deep impression. Was this all a coincidence? A voice crackled over the comms. Team leader, please send over firefighters here. A figure spoke. Brother, I got the mice to get rid of the evidence on the scene. Thanks, Hans. I'll see you later at the hideout. Ludger confirmed. All right, Hans and Sheridan have evacuated. After giving the Chancellor a somewhat made-up report, he was finally done. But since they were done with the more urgent things, a voice echoed. Good work, John Doe. He thought. I didn't sense his presence at all. And A familiar echo resonates, a voice stirring dormant memories. A sinister smile curls on a shadowed face. He realizes that the man who spoke with Quasimodo during the memory storming is addressing him as John Doe, as someone below him. The words Black Dawn's Zero Order flash ominously. A figure admits, in thought, that they came to observe the festival. Something interesting has occurred. A man in a hat demands an explanation of recent events. Ludger wonders if he came here knowing that he killed Quasimodo, and that no one mentioned that the Zero Order would visit the festival. He reasons that if he did know, he wouldn't ask about the situation. The man in the hat doesn't know how it all ended. He reminds himself not to feel flustered and to reply to him calmly. He apologizes to the Zero Order, asking for their understanding. The man's understanding of the sudden meeting has left him speechless. The man in the hat states that he came without contacting Ludger and tells him not to be too concerned about it, addressing him as John Doe. Ludger states that first Esmeralda, then the First Order, and now Quasimodo has died. He adds that he found something. The man in the hat explains that Quasimodo was a different species from them, so he needed to be secretly hosted by someone. He then asks how Quasimodo died. Ludger thinks to himself that he can't tell the man the truth. The man in the hat reveals that the outcome is that Quasimodo was sealed by Phoebus. The man in the hat states that it was a spirit, so the spirit sealing ritual would have worked. Ludger thinks that something's a little strange and wonders what Esmeralda was doing while Quasimodo was being attacked. Ludger thinks that Phoebus didn't seem like he possessed such a skill and wonders if he received someone's help. The man in the hat knew he wouldn't overlook this. Ludger says that he, too, doesn't know the precise details. Elsewhere, being a professor, Ludger was patrolling the outskirts of Thorn when he coincidentally saw Phoebus, and it seemed like he was being chased by something. Thinking about it more, the one who was chasing after him. It was Esmeralda and her spirit, Quasimodo, the First Order. Before the banquet hall incident occurred, Esmeralda personally requested my help. And I saw Quasimodo then, so I was able to identify him right away. He knew about Esmeralda's revenge. Was that today? What happened next? I knew the Black Dawn would be exposed due to Esmeralda's recklessness. And Phoebus, who was cornered, made a last-ditch effort. I can't die alone like this. Using his soul as the price, he performed the sealing ritual. As I didn't predict this happening, Quasimodo couldn't retaliate and got attacked, and Esmeralda, whose soul was linked. So I followed them, thinking something like what happened before would happen again. With Quasimodo, met her end as her soul was also sucked into the sealing ritual. If Phoebus failed the sealing ritual, there was a danger that my identity could have been exposed, so I couldn't stop him. I was incompetent. I'm sorry. The cornered mouse attacked the cat, huh? Then how did you escape the scene? The sleeve of a dark blue coat hangs beside a stone pillar. After that, he went to take care of Esmeralda's body, but she was still alive. In due time, she woke up as Selena. Thanks to that, he escaped, saying he saved her from the fire. Oh, so her soul was separated from them. That's a first. When he checked, it seemed like she didn't know why she was in the storeroom. The man with dark blue hair glances to the side, a slight frown creasing his brow. Even if she does remember, she can't prove it, so she won't be able to do anything. There's no need to worry, since they used that power enough already. Anyway, since the First Order position is now available, he will open an executive meeting soon. An executive meeting. This is his chance to see the other First Orders. But he doesn't know where the meeting will be held. It's been a while since they've had a meeting. He still has the thing he gave him last time, right? The man's eyes widen in surprise. From the context of this conversation, he knows it's the key to the meeting. He didn't want to use it since it's a gamble, but he would first like to apologize. Are you aware that he was caught up in a terrorist attack on the train on his way to Thorn? He lost a portion of his luggage then. He's deeply ashamed. Then there's no helping it. Here, take this. I'll see you again at the meeting. This time too, in an instant. I think I overcame the situation. Oh, Professor Rudiger? Ah, Chancellor. Why is someone who should be in emergency care here? On my way, I got dizzy, so I was having a little rest. Oh my, if you're feeling very unwell, you should have requested help. Hans offers his support, suggesting they leave together. He assures someone that he can manage on his own. A woman with white hair looks up, a confused expression on her face. Someone exclaims in shock, recognizing the approaching figure. Professor Rudiger? The principal was shocked when he collapsed. She asked if he is okay now. Elisa Willow still can't believe that Professor Krallo planned all of this. The principal mentions that several students got involved too. Elisa Willow confirms that the previous banquet incident was also caused by Phoebus and Joanna Lovett. Ludger Cherish asks if Elisa Willow remembers the all-powerful stone incident. She confirms that she does. A cloaked figure holds a glowing stone, wondering what the other person means. Ludger Cherish asks what Professor Krallo said when he set Thorn on fire. A voice declares that everything is for the Black Dawn. The principal thinks that they're very deep within Thorn. Elisa Willow suggests that they should do what they can to capture and interrogate them. She adds that since both of them are safe, that's enough. The principal is very glad that besides the criminals, there were no other casualties. She tells him that she'll get going now and to take care of himself. He replies, asking her to take care as well. It didn't seem like she completely believed him, but the two of them are the only leads she has, so even though she's doubtful, she won't be able to look into this further right now. Professor Selena is on the same page as him. He should also check if the items he kept safe are still with him. The item that the Zero Order gave him. And the red jewel that was created when Quasimodo died. The jewel is safe. A ring? There's a magic seal carved onto the inside. It's structured so that the ring will activate when worn, its power tied to the seal etched into its surface. It's dream magic, which transports the user's consciousness into the dream realm. Ludger muses that using dreams as a meeting place is a smart move. With Quasimodo's death, a total of 6 people became the First Order. Excluding me, there are 5 others, with Victor Dreadpool being one of them. If things go well, he can find out about the others through this meeting. A voice greets. Nice to meet you, Miss Kaisi Selmoy. A woman with white hair sits in a chair. The voice continues. Not only did you help contain the scene, but to think you also provided the locations of the other suspicious people. The reason I called you here is to thank you and to also listen to what. Something happened yesterday at the incident. It'd be best to do a cross-check. The white-haired woman takes a sip of tea. A voice responds. I'll do my best to cooperate with you, but in return. A man sits in a chair. He states, I would like to make a request, Chancellor. She asks if Ludger Cherish knows anything about the fire. Elisa Willow thinks that her statement doesn't seem suspicious. Someone chased after a member of a secret organization who was headed to the scene. After the wall of fire subsided, there were only 2 professors present. The one who was running towards the scene was impersonating one of Professor Rudiger's students. There are inconsistencies with Professor Rudiger's statement. However, it actually has connections to his statement. Ludger Cherish feels like he's missing something. He recalls the one called Professor Rudiger. Who is he? Elisa Willow thinks he's one of Thorn's outstanding. Ludger Cherish knew she wouldn't reply easily. He thinks that he's not so certain himself, so he can't just say that he's suspicious out of the blue. He sits on the red couch, his expression thoughtful. He says he is just a little interested in him. The man named Ludger Cherish chuckles, finding the situation intriguing. He thinks he is interesting, that's for sure. A hand carefully places a teacup on its saucer, the delicate clink echoing in the room. A voice says that they have no other choice but to rely on Professor Rudiger's statement, as he was the only one present on the scene. The voice agrees. Miss Kaisi Selmoy smiles, thanking someone for their cooperation. A voice booms, asking what is your request? Ludger Cherish states that he would like to personally interrogate the ones related to the organization that's planted within Thorn. Ludger Cherish adds that there's also someone he's after. The sounds of hushed whispers fill the air. Matthew Summerit stands by the curtains, listening intently. Matthew Summerit says to you guys, it's great that you've come to visit. A pink-haired woman apologizes, saying they'll be leaving now, as they disturb the other patients and interfere with their sleep. Miss Kaisi Selmoy says that Professor Selena, there's no need for you to listen to all of your students' requests. The pink-haired woman apologizes, saying it seems she's troubled Professor Rudiger, and if you think about it, you're here because of her. A pair of polished shoes step into the room. Principal Elisa Willow, accompanied by another woman, says, I heard you were injured, Professor Rudiger. Elisa Willow exclaims, Professor Rudiger, are you all right? A close-up shows a badge with intricate details. Aiden shouts, Hey Aiden, you can't scream in here. Another person responds, That's right. I'm sorry. Elisa Willow asks, Who are they? Renee says, Oh, it looks like there were others here already. Oh, Renee, did you also come here to visit someone? The woman accompanying Elisa Willow asks, Yes. Are you both all right? A chibi character says, I'm okay. There are a lot of people here, so please come in. The scene shows a group of people inside a room. Ludger Cherish looks surprised. The text reads, That's Proyden Woolberg. Proyden Woolberg stands in the room, thinking, Why is he here? Ludger observes that Proyden really does stand out. Ludger recalls that he said he wanted to come with them, noting that it's been a while. Proyden sits, seemingly unaware of the conversation around him. Elisa Willow and Ludger exchange confused glances. Ludger expresses relief that both of them are okay. A group of students walk together, their footsteps echoing on the stone path. Elisa agrees with an unheard sentiment. Ludger wonders where Senior Proyden is, sighing as he speaks. Proyden says not to worry about him, since Ludger reflects that it's the first time they've actually conversed with each other, adding, I see. Ludger thinks to himself that it seems like he's made a mistake. Elisa states that she really doesn't know what he's thinking, adding that he piques people's curiosity and then says it was a mistake. She wonders how she would know that Aloof Wolf's thoughts. Ludger is surprised to learn that someone is in the same class as him. Aiden greets someone with enthusiasm, stating his name. He then mentions wanting to talk to the senior, but found it difficult to approach them. Aiden is shocked that another junior besides Renee called him senior. Aiden is told that he is very polite and can call the speaker sister instead of using formal language. Aiden seems surprised by the suggestion, while the red-haired character tells him not to get too close. Aiden's name is called out. A flashback shows Ludger thinking that he wasn't able to talk because of that dense student, and after that, they all came to the room at once. Ludger wonders why Proyden is acting like that recently. He recalls Proyden asking about Professor Rudiger and saying it's been a while since he's talked to a professor he's never talked to before. It's mentioned that Proyden is someone who doesn't do hospital visits to people he's close with. Someone says, "So this is where you were." They ask if the person following them still has some business left with them. The character states that he doesn't have it. Someone is told to go back if they have nothing to say. The person thinks it was just their imagination when they first saw the other person. The character is talking about the time someone gave Renee the non-attributed mana book. It stated that there's only one person who possesses non-attributed mana and a book like that. After that person died, there was only one person who had that book. To arrogantly show yourself here, what are you scheming? He mused, regretting his decision to not cover his face back then. He admitted it was his mistake, adding that it had been a while since he'd seen Woolberg's puppy. He remarked that the other person used to be just a child, but now seemed to look like a noble. Proyden Woolberg's gaze hardened, a storm brewing in his gray eyes. Proyden Woolberg demanded that he stop with the useless flattery. His eyes narrowed. Proyden Woolberg pressed. "Tell me why you're here." The man in the vest asked if there was a reason why he shouldn't be in Thorn. The man in the vest questioned if Proyden Woolberg really didn't know why he was asking that. Proyden Woolberg snapped, "You're really thick-headed." The man in the vest began to reveal Proyden Woolberg's true identity. The woman with the light gray hair smiled, revealing that Proyden Woolberg was the murderer who killed Renee's mother. A chibi figure munched on snacks, seemingly enjoying the drama. The man in the vest asks, "Are you trying to play dumb now?" He asks why he needs to do something. He states that it's already in the past. The long-haired man says that he thinks there's a misunderstanding. He says he didn't come because of what happened 12 years ago. The man in the vest asks why he is here then, stating that there's no need for him to know. The long-haired man wonders if he has the right to question him. The man in the vest asks if he also stayed silent after knowing what happened that day, stating that he is different from him. The long-haired man says that they're different, calling it a nice excuse. The long-haired man states that whether he reveals the truth or not, he can do whatever he wants. From above, a voice declares that they already know what he can't. Proyden Woolberg stands in the courtyard. A hand clenches. The sky is filled with clouds. Proyden continues to walk. Renee calls out to Proyden, surprised to see him still there. She asks, "Senior Proyden, you're still here?" Renee continues, "I was just about to leave. Why are you here?" Proyden turns to face Renee, stating, "I left something." Proyden thinks to himself that the timing is nice. He says, "I have to tell you something." Renee looks surprised and confused. Renee asks, "Yeah, do you?" Someone is watching from the shadows. Renee's expression is unreadable. A figure stands over a fallen body in the forest. Ludger Cherish's mouth is set in a grim line. Ludger Cherish thinks, "I'm sorry for wasting your time." He wonders, what am I going to tell her? That the professor you trust and rely on was actually the one who killed your mother and erased your memory. Ludger Cherish thinks, there's no actual evidence left anyway. He thinks, I'll only hurt her if I tell her an ambiguous truth. Renee thinks, I don't want you to get hurt. That's it, senior. A shadowy figure asks, what's so different between you and me? Ludger Cherish looks up, his expression unreadable. He thinks, he knew I wouldn't be able to tell her from the beginning. I'll admit it. I can't destroy you now. Ludger Cherish thinks, but you better keep your guard up. A voice echoes, declaring that a Woolberg's wolf never loses a chance to kill its prey. Ludger Cherish's expression hardens, his gloved hand rising to his forehead. He thinks of that kid. A voice wonders about someone's voice. Someone dismisses the concern, saying it's nothing to worry about. A man sitting on a bench asks if anything was found about what he asked. He thinks they're trying to cover up the fire incidents with firework malfunctions. Someone thinks they're trying to cover it up, and if it's Chancellor Elisa, then it's possible. A man says he heard they captured a few Black Dawn members at the site, asking if the other person knows anything about it. Two rats discuss the situation. One believes the lady with the blue hair will be the one to interrogate them. The other rat questions if it's Kaisi Selmoy. The rats saw them walking into the interrogation room together. Matthew Summerit sits on a bench, thinking. He wonders if he's going to be okay, and if they're going to find out about him anytime soon. He realizes he can't hide it from her forever. Whatever happens, he'll think about it when the time comes. It seems like this incident is getting resolved from the inside. Matthew Summerit sits at a table. He got rid of the First Order as well, which is pretty good. He's right. He still can't let his guard down, but it is good. Matthew Summerit sits on a bench. Matthew Summerit is on the phone. He asks his brother if he can come out for a little. He can, but wonders if something happened. He thinks it'll be a long conversation. A man falls. One of the men asks if they, the Silver Sun, are not scary to the others. He says they couldn't take care of some back alley hobos, so they had to ask for his help. A figure stands over someone seated on a couch. Carlone, the head of Silver Sun, sits in a chair, contemplating the kind of person he is. A man states that it's about the guy named Owner. The man continues, saying he's heard about the guy who destroyed the enemy organization. Carlone holds a gun, asking if he is being asked to take care of him. Someone asks what is known about him, referring to Owner. The response is that they all call him Owner, and not much more is known. A man nervously agrees. The man is told good boy, and that the day they disbanded, they heard them yelling, James Moriarty. A man is shot at point-blank range. A man congratulates someone, laughing. He demands to know the man's name again, his voice laced with menace. You will now replace Temelin. The man, trembling, answers, K. Calton. A subordinate assures Carlon, I'll make my move as soon as possible. Of course, it'll cost a lot. He confirms his understanding. The order is given. Okay then, you can go, and take the body with you. A man lies dead on the floor. A man scoffs, huh? James Moriarty? What nonsense. He died in the Delica. Wine is poured as a voice muses. It seems like he was using that name to do some underground business. I guess he's got some skill seeing that these guys came asking for help. The man with gray hair orders, we'll clean up the slumdogs. Kill a few of them for show. Then leave some alive so the business goes on. I'll make the preparations. The man smiles, holding a glass of wine. A voice declares, let's see how long they survive. Two men meet outdoors. One says, brother, over here. You're early. Carlon sits on a park bench next to Calton. He asks if there's a problem with the business. Calton responds that things are actually going well, but the existing merchants are suspicious. Carlon tells him to tell him the details, adding that their business was about to boom. Calton questions if Carlon is making assumptions. The narration explains that the nearby merchants would always report them and complain, but they must have stopped all of a sudden. Calton says that as expected, they annoyed them for so long. Then suddenly they're all quiet, and something feels off. Carlon asks if Calton found anything, stating that they're planning something. Calton responds that he doesn't know much, but Calton repeats his question, asking if Carlon is making assumptions. The narration asks if the listener has heard of the Silver Sun. The narration explains that the Silver Sun, also known as SS, used to be a gang that conducted business in the dark, but they grew and established themselves to build a mafia corporation. The narration continues, stating that they get money from intervening in the trade union. The narration concludes by saying that they are actively doing illegal business, and since they're gangsters, they also do foul jobs for money. The rats observed a group of merchants entering the SS building. A sense of unease permeated the air. Calton remarked, I see. It's too suspicious to just ignore it. Carlon responded, all right, I'll be careful too. The two men sat in silence, contemplating the situation. Carlon asked, brother, are you sure you're okay? Calton, visibly agitated, was shaking his leg. You're shaking your leg so much. You've never done that before. You're breaking out in a cold sweat too. Calton's hands clenched tightly. Calton thought, to be honest, I've been extremely busy since yesterday, so I forgot about a very important thing. He continued to think, the fact that there's a chance that my master found out where I am. A Gothic mansion loomed in the distance, shrouded in darkness. A figure lay in a coffin, bathed in an eerie blue light. A voice echoed, this is the smell of my blood. A voice echoes, filled with a possessive edge. My fucking disciple. You extracted my blood without my knowledge when you ran away, and now you've finally used it. Another voice, laced with a hint of disappointment, murmurs, I thought he wouldn't have to use it since I taught him. A third voice, tinged with intrigue, speaks. A situation must have occurred where he had to use it, knowing I would find him. How interesting. I have a reason to go outside now. A disembodied voice commands, its tone demanding, you better entertain me. The first voice repeats, the words echoing with a strange mix of pride and frustration. My disciple. A voice chides, questioning if the other is being too much of a crybaby. The speaker continues, suggesting people would think that their teacher is the god of death. The voice agrees, stating that the teacher is that type of person. One of the figures on the bench remarks that the other's jokes are too much. A speech bubble asks who the other thought he learned all his magic and techniques from. A voice responds, saying that they have only seen the other as a genius, so they thought he learned them by himself. A voice states that they only apply what someone else creates to their techniques. A voice says that, of course, they are self-aware too, and that the things they create don't look ordinary to others. A man with dark hair responds, saying, I see. A voice explains that the reason they don't make it apparent is because most of the things they've composed. A figure sits in a chair, papers scattered around them. A voice states that they haven't satisfied the teacher. A voice says that there are so many people who want their magic. A man with brown hair says, just how amazing is this person? Ludger thinks to himself that he almost died several times because of her. Chris wonders if he should call his teacher a monster. Chris thinks that whoever his teacher is, she must be a bitch for him to have almost died. He reminds himself that she's still his teacher and he shouldn't. Someone thinks that she's a monster and that they should say bad things about her. They apologize, their social life having failed. A few days later, the scene shifts to Royal Street. Ludger thinks to himself that he hasn't been here in a while since he was busy with the Esmeralda incident. Ludger wonders if he has some time before he meets with Hans. Ludger notices a symbol and wonders if they are the Breedis Holy Nation's priests. Ludger assumed that the fight for the right of succession must have ended. Ludger thinks that things have progressed a lot faster than he predicted. Ludger thinks that's not good and that he needs to move quickly. The exterior of Violetta's clothing store, also known as the House of Verdi, stands tall. Sir Hans is greeted. You're early, owner. The woman replies, has yet to arrive. I came early to check out the changes in the streets. Even though it's still early, there are already lots of people and it's overflowing with energy. It's all thanks to you, owner, Hans says. Anyway, I was surprised when you called saying you were going to visit. The woman stands in a room filled with mannequins, holding a glowing orb. She wonders, is there a new job for me to do? Hans crosses his arms, stating, I heard that the hecklers are more active recently, and there are bad people among them too. The woman, as expected, replies, as expected of you, owner. She continues, I was planning to resolve it myself, but you came here already knowing about it. Hans and the woman sit at a table. He says, called the Silver Sun and the local merchant association are planning something. She replies, I noticed because suspicious people were snooping around the shop a while ago. Hans leans forward, his expression serious. I want to know more. Tell me as much information as you can about them. Miss Violetta. Something bad has happened. Hans asks, what is it? The woman with purple hair looks shocked. The printing factory has been ambushed. Coughing, a man yells for water to be brought over quickly. A woman states that she can't go inside because of the smoke. A group of people stand amidst the chaos. One asks what happened. Matthew Summerett declares that putting out the fire is the top priority, stating he'll put it out right away with magic. Matthew Summerett prepares to use magic, an orange glow emanating from his hands. A feeling is sensed. The spirit stone that Quasimodo left behind is reacting to the fire. The flames roared, a destructive force consuming everything in its path. The inferno raged, engulfing the factory as figures stood silhouetted against the intense heat. He stared at the orange glow emanating from his hands. Matthew Summerett wondered if it had absorbed the fire. A voice boomed, cutting through the chaos. Now is not the time to worry about that, they urged. Everyone needed to save the people inside. Two men stood on the street, their expressions grim as they discussed the situation. The search continued, but no matter how hard they looked, they couldn't find Dion and Mistella. Matthew Summerett considered the situation. It would be good if the fire was contained, but he had a bad feeling about this. What if the purpose of this ambush was to target those two in the first place? Violetta wondered if she knew of a location where Dion and Mistella could be. There were two people living in that building over there, they said. They might be there right now. Someone offered to check it out, leaving this place to the others. A sense of dread filled the air. The room was a scene of carnage, bodies strewn across the floor in pools of blood. You've arrived, a voice stated. A voice expresses regret, lamenting that they should have been there to greet someone. The voice wonders what happened. Strange men suddenly charged in, and to protect him, grandfather Dion is injured. Dion, his face etched with pain, questions why this is happening to them, realizing he has finally started something. A woman cries, lamenting that they simply wanted to live as ordinary people, becoming hopeful. Mistella is instructed to wait outside the building for a moment. Tears welling in her eyes, she vows to do whatever she can. And no matter what happens. A figure with long blue hair looks on with a confident smirk. A stern warning echoes, don't come in here until I come out. Her expression hardening, she steels herself for what's to come. A figure walks away, their purpose unknown. A voice declares that they will release the seal and command someone to come out. A vortex of dark energy swirls, crackling with unseen power. The air vibrates with an unnatural hum, promising something ominous. Below, a figure stands over a prone body, the scene illuminated by the eerie glow of the vortex above. The air smells of ozone and blood. A desperate plea echoes from the fallen figure. I need your help. Another voice cuts through the tension, filled with concern. I want to treat this person. Ludger's cherished expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. If you don't want to, I'll summon someone else. He continues, his voice laced with a hint of promise. But if you help me, I'll give you a little reward. What do you think? The vortex intensifies, its dark tendrils reaching out like grasping claws. The air crackles with anticipation. A woman's scream pierces the air, a sound of pure terror. The cobblestone streets reflect the harsh sunlight. A young man supports an elderly figure, blood staining his white shirt. Grandfather, he cries out, his voice filled with panic. The grandfather, though visibly injured, manages a weak smile. Yes, I'm all right now. Devian Boratag apologizes for being late. Ludger Cherish dismisses the apology, saying he resolved the issue quickly. Violetta holds up a circular object, stating she found it where Dion and Mistella were, and asks if the other person knows what it is. A woman recognizes the symbol as that of the Silver Sun, recalling that the people snooping around her shop wore that symbol. Ludger Cherish states that since things have come to this, he is not going to go easy on them. Devian Boratag declares that going by himself is enough and tells Ludger Cherish not to follow him. Devian Boratag walks away. The outskirts of the Royal Street, Carlone's estate. Bottom text present. One guard wonders how much time is left until the next shift and questions if they really need to keep guard here. Bottom text present. Another guard asks which bar the first guard wants to go to after they get off work. A voice muses about having a place in mind, hinting that something lies at the end of the path. The figure walks down a long, dark road lined with streetlights. It doesn't appear to be an animal. The figure continues down the road. It looks like a person. The figure moves with unnatural speed. The figure attacks a man on the ground, his face contorted in pain. The man's face is covered in blood as he reacts to the sudden assault. The man on the ground, struggling to speak, demands to know who his attacker is. The attacker crouches, his features obscured by the shadows of his hood. A close-up reveals the attacker's glowing blue eyes, filled with an unsettling intensity. The attacker's name is revealed, Jack. A figure moves with lethal intent, a sword blurring through the air. A man's face contorts in disbelief and terror. I am possible. We, against one guy. Blood drips from the edge of a gleaming blade. The man's eyes widen in shock. Wait. A gloved hand grips the hilt of the sword, ready for another strike. A hooded figure remains shrouded in shadow, their purpose unknown. The sword gleams, reflecting the light of the corridor. A surge of energy erupts, signaling a powerful attack. In a distant room, a figure sits calmly, observing the events unfolding. Oh, a figure wonders, did all the guys in the corridor get killed? A body lies sprawled on the floor, a testament to recent violence. What a shame. They were quite useful, an unknown voice muses. The alley owner, a glass of wine in hand, awaits his guest. I've been waiting for you, alley owner, he says, addressing himself. Why don't you come and sit over here? The hooded figure stands silently, his expression hidden behind a mask. The alley owner raises an eyebrow, observing the hooded figure. You're obliging without any fuss? I thought you would attack me as soon. The hooded figure and the alley owner sit across from each other at a table. The hooded figure speaks, his voice low. Knew I was behind what happened in the morning, right? So, did you like the gift I gave you? The alley owner smiles, a hint of cruelty in his eyes. After hearing what my guys said, the screams of the ones in the printing factory were particularly. I sat down because I was curious. The hooded figure's eyes narrow. But you're saying things that are infuriating. The hooded figure's expression hardens, his gaze intense. Haha, of course. You came here because you mean more. The alley owner's eye twitches, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. What's with this pressure? I thought he was just a villain in name. The alley owner smirks, attempting to regain his composure. What do you mean, excuse? Your bluffs are too much. He acknowledges that the unknown hooded figure came all the way there on his own accord, but questions if he will be able to hold up that front. The alley owner admits he doesn't know how the unknown hooded figure rose to power, but finds his strategies filled with foolish methods. The alley owner laughs, stating he'll take that as a compliment. The alley owner explains that the ones outside were small fries, but these guys are all-night rank. The unknown hooded figure tells the alley owner to stop being so relaxed and just surrender, musing that he might be merciful and get the guys he's sent to the back alley to retreat. A close-up shows a blade being drawn. The unknown hooded figure states that first, he'll correct two things the alley owner said. The alley owner sits, a stern expression on his face. The unknown hooded figure states that one, he's not relaxed, but he's surprised at the alley owner's horrible standard. The unknown hooded figure states, and two, the unknown hooded figure declares that violence is something they're confident in. A fist clenches, ready to strike. A surge of blue energy erupts, the force of it shaking the very air. The blue light intensifies, bathing the room in an eerie glow. The blonde-haired man exhales, a visible cloud of condensation forming in the cold air. Principal Elisa Willow asks, we just need to beat them all up, right? Someone in the group declares, that's easy. Let's get started. The green-haired man says, all right then. A character holding a sword wonders, I guess you can say this is all the fighting power Silver Sun has, right? An intense gaze pierces the darkness, the character's expression a mix of fury and determination. You're still bluffing. Kill them all. The group is now completely surrounded by the blue energy, the air crackling with power. A voice cries out, what's this? When did he do this? A close-up reveals a character's shocked expression, their eyes wide with disbelief. What did he do? A figure shrouded in shadow declares, I didn't do anything. The scene warps and distorts, the perspective shifting to an unsettling angle. Well, I didn't. Strange, dark tendrils writhe within the building's interior. A voice shouts, demanding that someone be killed. A figure stands, drawing a sword, the steel glinting in the dim light. A dark tendril lashes out, a blur of motion and menace. A man charges forward, knife in hand, screaming a vow to kill. A close-up reveals a widened eye, reflecting shock and confusion. The dark tendril writhes, a sinister presence in the chaos. A face contorted in rage and pain fills the frame. A man questions the unfolding events, his expression a mix of concern and bewilderment. Someone is reminded that they were already told. He states that he didn't do anything. A voice echoes, questioning his actions. A disembodied voice asks, believe in God, Carlone? The being with the black tentacles is the one called God. The owner of those tentacles is a goddess who lost her name after being betrayed a long time ago. Being condemned as an evil god, she lost what she symbolized, and humans no longer remembered her. However, she still loved the humans so much that she formed her physical body from humans. After, the figure stands amidst the black tentacles. Her form might be shocking to them. She loved humans, but as long as the human is still alive, she'll help and heal any injury. But she's not a completely devoted god. So he made a deal with her when she saved someone who was dying this morning. A voice booms, accusing someone of turning him into that. A figure stares intensely, their eyes glowing with an eerie light. The voice continues, declaring they would offer all of them to her. A voice filled with disbelief exclaims that it's impossible for her to be a god. A man's face contorts in terror, his eyes wide with fear. A commanding voice orders someone to get rid of her, followed by a reassuring voice that says, "Don't worry." A voice explains that she treasures humans a lot, so she won't kill them. A close-up of a bloodshot eye reveals intense emotion. The man screams, "No, not that." Desperation floods his voice as he begs, "Just kill me now." A hand reaches out, fingers trembling. The plea echoes, "Kill me right now." A red haze fills the air. A green haze fills the air. Ludger Cherish thinks to himself, this was barely a warm-up. A figure lies on the ground, defeated. Ludger thinks, "Good job. I don't see anyone else." Ludger Cherish says, "Anyways, I was surprised to think Violetta would call us. Did she figure out they would attack her?" Ludger Cherish says, "Well, their methods are quite predictable." A character says, "In any case, this is a complete mess. We really didn't care about our surroundings." A character says, "Well, those houses were going to be redeveloped anyways. Should we just use this chance to completely demolish them?" Ludger Cherish thinks, "What is this kid saying?" Ludger Cherish exclaims, "Kid?" Says the one who went out to do recon because he was scared. "And how dare you keep calling me a kid when I'm older than you?" Ludger Cherish thinks, "My role isn't to fight like you guys." He asks, "Is everything done here?" Violetta says, "Oh, leader, you went to go fight alone, yet it seems like you're fine. Violetta, how's Dion's condition?" A character says, "He's fine. It even seems like he's healthier." She states that it is good everyone is here, and that they should debrief, as the Silver Sun has been annihilated. Pinion, with a look of shock, declares that she killed them all. She continues, saying that there won't be anyone who will bother them for a while. For now, she will leave Ludger to take over the businesses affiliated with the Silver Sun. An unseen person shouts, demanding that someone leave her right now. Ludger asks, "Huh?" A group of people are shocked by the news. One of the men says that they came running to join the fight, but it's already finished. Another man says that he told them not to get involved since it was dangerous. Pinion sighs, thinking that it's fine, and wonders if they didn't gather up the courage to come here. She thinks that although Ludger acts disinterested, he is always thinking about them. Ludger thanks her for everything. Ludger thinks that it's nothing. The next day, the story moves to the outskirts of Royal Street. In the span of a single day, a car travels down a tree-lined road. All the members of Silver Sun, including Carlone, have gone missing. Something serious must have happened in the time he's been away. A gloved hand taps impatiently on a wooden surface. Inya, reading a newspaper, is asked to share the information she has gathered. According to this morning's report, the region that's most likely connected to this case is the Leatherbelk slums. A building stands tall against a bright blue sky. The scene was pristine, devoid of any signs of a struggle. There was no blood, as if nothing had happened. A voice inquired about the artifact. It was recently developed, analyzing the surrounding mana and reading the memories stored within. The speaker exclaimed that all the incidents related to mana could now be solved. Elisa Willow stood near the blue artifact, listening as another voice explained that the remaining mana only lasted for a limited time. 36 hours, Inya added, stating that it was a great item. It would take some time before the result came out, so she urged them to finish what they were saying before. A question hung in the air. "Owner?" The response confirmed that was what they all said. "Called him." After the enemy society disappeared, he suddenly appeared in Leatherbelk and completely took over the underground world. He united the organizations in the slums and is suspected to be the leader of the business. Inya voiced her suspicion. Did they have more detailed information? She reflects that she wasn't able to find a name, let alone any traces of his past. It might be a reckless decision, but as of right now, he's the prime suspect. Elisa Willow decides she has no choice but to meet him and check for herself. Inya is surprised when the artifact suddenly stops. In cases where it can't detect the mana within the time frame, it stops working. Then, that means this case doesn't involve mana. Inya finds that impossible. According to the investigation, there were over 100 security guards at the Silver Sun's base, but there were still traces of activity until yesterday. That's only possible with magic, for it not to detect the only evidence. Investigating any further is meaningless. First, she needs to meet with that person called the owner. Elisa Willow has a gut feeling that he's not your ordinary guy. One man instructs another to collect the artifact and leave the restricted entry tape, so the reporters don't storm the scene. The other confirms that he understands. A close-up reveals a sharp, intense gaze. A woman with long white hair stands with a sword, accompanied by another woman with braided brown hair. Elisa Willow demands that someone reveal themselves immediately. Elisa Willow orders someone to stop hiding away like a rat. Tarina's senses are complimented as being very sensitive. Someone begins to speak, starting with your. One of the figures states that they would not know if reporters secretly came in, but they can't fool Elisa Willow. Someone claims they tried to stop her, and it's all Kaisi's fault. One of the figures asks about team leader Kaisi, noting it's been a long time since they've seen her. Tarina is greeted, and she responds that it's great to see the other person too, Miss Reporter, noting it's their first time seeing each other after the Construction House event. The two figures agree that it's been a while. The words hang in the air. Yeah, you're happy to see us. You came into a scene where civilians are restricted from entering. Tarina retorts, a playful glint in her eyes. Haha. I'm the nation's official detective, so I'm not a civilian. A dry chuckle escapes Elisa Willow. Ha, you do. Elisa's expression hardens, her voice laced with annoyance. This every time. Please get official permission before you come in. If it's you, it won't be a problem, so why do you always hide and sneak your way in? Tarina waves dismissively. So long. She leans in, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. I'm on top of that. This case is so fascinating, so I couldn't just not do anything. It seems like you haven't gotten a lead on this case. Shall I help you? Elisa's gaze is unwavering. No, I decline. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that I can't. Tarina sighs dramatically, but receive private help on official cases. She feigns disappointment. What a shame. Tarina continues, her tone shifting to a more earnest one. To be honest, I was going to ask you a favor after helping you out. It's nothing big. She clasps her hands together, her eyes wide with anticipation. Please let me borrow that very useful thing just once. I knew it was just pure fascination. A man standing beside Elisa speaks, his expression thoughtful. Well, if it's you, I think it's fine. Captain. Still. Elisa relents, a hint of resignation in her voice. To give it to an outsider. It's okay. I'll take full responsibility. She stated that hiding from the two of them meant nothing to her. Instead of being robbed at point blank, it's better to just let her borrow it. She laughed, adding that she would use it well. One of the men exclaimed, questioning just how much trouble she had caused. The blonde-haired man asked where she was going to use it. Elisa responded that it was a secret and she would tell him if things got resolved. Elisa chuckled, stating that since she said that, she wouldn't ask any further. The camera focused on Elisa's chest. Tarina thanked them, stating that she was really busy, so she would get going now. She added that she would see them next time. Tarina arrived. She stated that they should head to the slums. She exclaimed that she would get things ready. The rats scurried. The voice acknowledged Hansa's good work, a hint of relief coloring the tone. The order came down, begin the recon. The man considered the situation. They were likely heading to the slums. He wondered if they should get other people to stand in. It was Tarina. She would catch on quickly. The speaker decided to meet her. He had prepared for this day, knowing it would come. The order was given to tell Violetta to make preparations, and he would believe it. The speaker noted that this place had changed a lot. You could tell it was different. The looks he was getting around were quite harsh. He knew the people in the alleys didn't like the knights. But this was entirely different. The Nightcrawler knights are greeted. Violetta introduces herself, stating she is their escort for the day. Violetta explains that the owner has ordered her to escort them all. One of the Nightcrawler knights wonders if they knew they were coming, questioning if it's all right to just follow her. Another responds that it's okay, as they would have been ambushed if something was planned. The Nightcrawler knights observe Violetta. The decision is made. It's fine, let's go. The owner states it's an honor to meet the noble Nightcrawler knights. Although it's an overstatement, she is the one called owner. The owner explains she is wearing a mask because she has severe burns, asking for their understanding. One of the Nightcrawler knights asks the owner to reveal their real name. The owner thinks to herself that it seems like they're suspicious of her. The owner responds that's fine, revealing her real name is Oliver, and she was born and raised in these lands. She hears the alley owner state that they hide their birth and name for the sake of their business. Violetta questions if the alley owner hid their identity because of that. The alley owner asks if Violetta thinks they are lying. Violetta thinks to herself that something doesn't add up, considering the alley owner is a great businessman who's from the alley to come back at the perfect time. She considers that a suspicious person who established the slums in order to use it after getting rid of the enemy society is more credible. The alley owner says that's very scary, adding that they also hid from them and came out of hiding after hearing that they disappeared. Violetta gets the feeling that he's reading out a prepared script. Violetta states that she has a lot of questions, but she'll get straight to the point, mentioning that the Silver Sun disappeared yesterday night. She asks if the alley owner knows anything about the people living in the slums and the Silver Sun recently fought. The alley owner asks if Violetta isn't being too suspicious of them right now. The alley owner says that's what Violetta believes, adding that they are sure she knows how many enemies the Silver Sun has. The alley owner comments that since the group is made up of guys who have had bad pasts, isn't it great that they disappeared? Why do the noble Nightcrawler knights? It seems they're suspecting an irrelevant person and protecting the others? The white-haired figure acknowledges, understanding that it can be viewed that way. He requests that the clumsy threats cease. If they really found him suspicious, his blood would have already stained the sword. The masked figure stands in a dimly lit room. He thanks them for their consideration and states he'll take note of that. The red-haired man thinks that he isn't scared of the captain's murderous aura either. The red-haired man states that he knew he wasn't an ordinary guy. A figure with a ponytail stands silently. The reason they were all looking at them like that was because they were worried about the owner. It's obvious since he's their hero, who revived the alleys when the nation neglected them. If they go against the alleys, then it'll only be a fight filled with casualties. The figure with white hair states that they need to avoid something and head back for now. Another figure thanks Enya for her cooperation and tells her to leave. Enya responds with a firm yes. The white-haired figure states that they won't be seeing someone out. A voice says they were going to say that Enya didn't need to cooperate. Enya questions why she was sent away so far after finishing recon. A blonde-haired figure expresses confusion. The scene shows Enya and the blonde-haired figure in a room. A voice questions Alex. Close-up of Inya's face, showing a concerned expression. Close-up of the blonde-haired figure's face, showing a concerned expression. The blue-haired figure expresses surprise that someone came back so quickly. A figure emerges from behind a door, prompting another to ask, "Why are you coming out from there?" The first figure thinks, "I'm screwed." An angry voice booms out, demanding, "Don't run away. Let's talk." Ludger, Cherish, and Inya walk down the street, the sound of their footsteps echoing. A voice declares, "Since there's nothing between us." Pinyon asks, her expression unreadable, "If you're done, can you go now?" Ludger observes, his gaze intense, "You haven't changed at all." Inya apologizes, "Yeah, I'm sorry for meddling. See you." Ludger watches as Inya walks away, his expression thoughtful. A voice says, "Oh, you were here." Ludger, confronted by Devian Boratag and others, exclaims, "You saw that? Just how many of you followed me? The whole neighborhood's going to hear about this." A voice explains, "I was going to come alone, but things just came to this." Ludger says, "And I apologize. I didn't tell you out of courtesy. It's fine. I'm the one who opened the door without asking." Since things have come to this, someone declares they will tell everything from the start. The story begins with the detail that someone attended the Noble Knights, the best knight training school, and that knight was their colleague. Someone else heard that Sir Alex was dishonorably discharged and wonders what on earth happened. The story continues, revealing that a few days before the inaugural ceremony, someone hit an instructor with a fellow cadet. Someone asks why. The story continues, explaining that they kept bothering him because they couldn't stand that a commoner was better than a noble. No matter what he did, they complained and punished him. How could he not be angry and look away after they did that to him for 3 years? Someone reacts with surprise, exclaiming, "Oh my, for that long." The story continues, revealing that someone exploded after holding back. Judging from that knight's reaction, it seems like she wasn't angry simply because he was expelled. Someone asks if there is another reason. The storyteller chuckles, remarking that Phantos would ask the right question, and confirms that's right. The story continues, stating that of course, it wasn't like that from the start. The story concludes by explaining that since they were rivals as prospective cadets, they were always together due to sparring. He had a thought one day, a desire to protect her instead of defeating her. Inya, he knew, thought something similar. It was a fresh period, a time when they promised to become each other's future, a hopeful smile gracing his lips as he remembered. But unlike him, a commoner, Inya was a noble. The closer they got, the worse it became. The bullying became relentless. Did Inya not know about that? He kept all the bullying a secret. He wanted to protect Inya. He also agreed with what those noble bastards said too. Even if he became a knight with the best grades, he, a commoner, would only be a hindrance to her. So he purposefully pretended to cheat on her with someone else and broke up with her. He thought he was prepared, but after they broke up, it was really tough. And after seeing the bastards who bullied him get excited after hearing that he broke up with her, he felt like an idiot for enduring all those things for 3 years. No way. Well, he was too arrogant. For a commoner, he was a bit too ambitious. Inya observes the situation with a hint of disappointment. "I see. How unfortunate." The other woman responds, trying to reassure her. For someone so talented to become someone who just wandered the alleys. She pauses. "It's all right." The woman with white hair looks away, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Meanwhile, rain falls as Matthew Summerit stands in the alley, looking dejected. A flashback shows a younger version of someone, their face contorted in anger and frustration. Inya states, "Since he and I no longer have anything to do with each other." The rain continues to fall. Matthew Summerit reflects on the situation. "I saw everything. They were people you could have easily won against, but you just took all their hits obediently." Someone asks him, "Is getting beaten up one of your hobbies?" The figure continues, "Don't worry about it and get lost." The person questions Matthew Summerit, "Or are you satisfied with living like this?" Tears stream down his face. A figure with long, dark hair proposes an alternative to being beaten up. He asks why the other person doesn't join him. The same figure offers to provide everything needed, but as a condition. He warns against doing things that will lead to injury. Rain falls on a city street. A figure stands with an umbrella over another who is slumped against a wall, asking if it is tormenting. A blonde-haired man recalls being taken in by the leader when he was wandering around like a hobo. A green-haired man states that the leader is like a light to them. Someone says that someone is exaggerating. One man laughs, suggesting they should come to think about it. He notes that it is a first. Someone mentions that they haven't heard anything about the boss. A group of people stand together, the black-haired man in the front looking off into the distance. A small, white-haired figure agrees that it's all right for Sin to tell them something. Someone says that they were planning to tell them all someday, but now it is okay. The question hangs in the air as the group surrounds Sin. One of them asks if he's really going to tell them. Before he answers, Sin pauses, gathering his thoughts. He states that he will tell them why he told them all to gather the relics. Sin asks if they have ever felt like this world was a huge birdcage, if they have ever felt suffocated before. Someone asks if he is telling them to solve a riddle. Sin replies that it's as he just said. He explains that he is gathering these relics in order for them to destroy the oppressing birdcage. Sin states that this relic is a tool to destroy the world. He assures them that won't be happening, since the ones who created the relics didn't want that. He then reveals that the reason why he kept changing his name was because of the relic. The image shifts to a stylized depiction of Lupin and Van Helsing. The scene continues with more abstract imagery. The text emphasizes that it was because of the relic. Sin concludes that that's not all, and that he will reintroduce himself. A voice declares, ready to reveal their identity. A young woman with short, gray hair blinks, her expression thoughtful. Sitting in a chair, she muses that she came here sensing a strange energy, but finds the situation amusing. A voice questions if she is Julia Plumhart. The introduction box confirms her identity. Julia Plumhart, top first-year applicant. Julia Plumhart, now in a bedroom, asks how someone got in here, to which a voice replies that they were lured in by her dream. Julia wonders if they are part of the dream school, and the voice responds that her senses are good, acknowledging that she knows about them. The text explains dream magic, magic where you either enter into other people's dreams or dream unique dreams. Figures in white robes stand in a dreamscape, one of them explaining that it's easier to learn compared to other specialized types of magic, so there's a separate school for it. Julia Plumhart states it's her first time seeing one of them, and she only knows a little because she read it in books or from rumors. In a chibi style, Julia is told that she seems like a dream fairy, and the voice says they'll take it as she's still sleepy. Julia wonders if that means she's still dreaming, and questions how they entered her dream since they don't really know each other. The woman's voice echoed, stating that it was the stage between dreams and reality. The woman continued, asking if Julia was dreaming about something strange before she arrived. Julia admitted it wasn't very vivid, thinking she dreamt about the days when she was young. The woman declared herself as a dreamwalker. The woman stated that it was highly likely that it wasn't a dream. Julia asked what she meant. The woman explained that it was a projection of reality, a glimpse of Julia's past through dreams. The woman offered to take a look and talk about it, placing a glowing hand on Julia's head. Julia exclaimed that she couldn't see anything, then noticed something faint, her eyes glowing. Julia recalled being with someone in her dream, but couldn't remember who it was. The woman clarified that it was either Julia's dream or her memory, to be precise. The woman revealed that it was forcibly sealed by someone. She asks, her voice laced with concern, by who? The woman responds, inquiring if Julia has done anything that was linked to her memories. Julia wonders if it's because of the memory storming she did with Senior Arender. The woman states that she can't, that's not what she can do. She suggests that in Julia's dreams, she can find the key that's linked to her seal, asking her to think about anything she can clearly remember in her dream. Julia realizes she doesn't recall the face, but she does remember a name. She asks what it is. The woman hesitates, saying, The name Heathcliff is revealed. The woman reveals her name, Heathcliff Van Breedis. Heathcliff states that he is part of the royal family of the Breedis Holy Nation and the son of the previous king. Ludger Cherish sits on the bed, asking if the name Heathcliff sounds familiar. Julia Plumhart muses that it's not the first time she's heard it. She continues, stating it's a rare name, and she can't confirm who it is. Julia Plumhart closes her eyes, stating that it's a faded memory and she needs more information. Julia Plumhart thanks Ludger Cherish for helping her, but then wonders about his body. Julia Plumhart says it's because she's waking up. Julia Plumhart excuses herself, stating she should get going and that this was an interesting conversation. Ludger Cherish asks if they can talk again later. Julia Plumhart bluntly refuses, telling him he doesn't have to be so frank. Julia Plumhart states that what they talked about today was a spur of the moment for her, and she doesn't really have any intention of becoming friendly. She concludes that if he really wants to talk again, he should try piquing her interest once more. A voice calls out, "See you later, Renee." Lying in bed, neutral Heathcliff thinks, she was interesting. Neutral Heathcliff whispers, "Heathcliff." A voice echoes, "Where on earth am I meant to find him?" A voice says, "My head's spinning." A man wonders, "You're the son of the previous emperor. Just what the hell happened?" "Well, if it's you, I can accept it." One asks, "Then, are your outstanding abilities from the bloodline of the previous emperor?" Another replies, "It's unrelated. However, thanks to the previous emperor, I have an unnecessary." A figure states, "I have a disposition that makes my body easy to possess. But that didn't happen to the others in my." A voice declares, "Bloodline. The Breedis kingdom doesn't follow a god." A voice states, "Then, your disposition should be an ability that's similar to a blessing?" One says, "Who knows? From my point of view, it's more like a curse." A figure says, "In the fight for the succession to the throne, my disposition isn't threatening. Then there's another reason why you're wandering around." The words echo with a desperate resolve. It's to get away from my bloodline and survive. Heathcliff Van Breedis gazes downward, a storm of thoughts brewing behind his eyes. A voice muses on the past, revealing, "My biological father, the previous emperor, wasn't in great health." The voice continues, "As soon as the topic of who was next to succeed the throne was brought up, those who were after the throne made me the number one person to kill." One of the figures asks, "Then, the reason why you're tolerant and knowledgeable about drugs?" The voice reveals, "It's all thanks to the countless times I was poisoned. Not long ago, the Breedis kingdom resumed their activities after 20 years. Heathcliff states, "That means they've decided on who the interim emperor is." The voice continues, "So if the interim emperor finds out that I'm alive, they'll use any means to kill me." A voice whines, "Kaisi, please clean your room. It's like a pigsty." Another voice responds, "Okay, I told you I would. You always say that, but you don't." Ludger, While cleaning, asks that others stay outside. A voice declares that someone should be grateful towards them, as no one else would take them as a partner, and they are already the best. Someone sums it all up, standing before a board covered in notes and documents. The werewolf incident and the abandoned factory incident are highlighted on the investigation board. The Kunst auction house attack and the resurrection of the Beast of Gavaden are also noted. The Black Dawn, who appeared in Thorn, is another point of interest. The missing persons case at the Silver Sun is also under investigation. Many big incidents happened this year in Leatherbelk. The slums, which have recently developed quickly, are also suspicious. He leaves that to Tarina. Ludger thinks to himself that they should just focus on chasing the Black Dawn for now. The only clue he currently has is the information he got from the guys at Thorn's underground newspaper office. Of course, they didn't tell him the location of their head office. He is also suspicious of the slums, which have recently developed quickly. After asking some questions, there was an area that caught his attention. He is certain there's something there, in Valtanum. He stood before a wall of pinned photographs and documents, a web of red string connecting them all. A voice echoed, "Wait for me there, James Moriarty." A few days later, at Thorn Academy, Ludger stood, clad in his academy uniform. One figure stated, "I'm sure I told you to pass on everything else besides what's important in the letter." Another replied, "A lot. Yes, this is what's left after doing that." Ludger remarked, "Ah, and I've also set aside this fancy letter." The blue envelope, sealed with a golden emblem, seemed important. The gloved hand held an invitation. It was an invitation to the Mystical Night. If it's the Mystical Night, isn't that the annual event where mages from various regions gather? A figure exclaimed, "Professor's true worth has finally been recognized. We should celebrate." Ludger replied, "No, I'm not interested. Instead of the event, this has caught my attention more. The Old and New Magic Tower and Scholars Association. To think all of them invited me at the same time. The current magic world is split into 3 large organizations. The Old Magic Tower. All 3 organizations have sent a gift. Pinion suggests that if it's hard to choose between them, Ludger should take a look at the gifts and then make a decision. He had been wondering what all those boxes were, and now he knows. They were gifts. Ludger decides that it's good he's not going to choose any and will just accept all the gifts. He asks for a pardon. They sent him gifts even though sending an invitation is enough. That means the power to initiate anything is with him. That's right. As expected of Professor Rudiger, reaping all the benefits. That wasn't really his intention, Pinion says, gasping. She apologizes. Ludger is used to her reactions now. More importantly, the loyalty that she shows him is very deep. But does her loyalty lie with him, or the first? He wonders where the source of her loyalty comes from. Knocking echoes through the room. A voice calls out, "Please come in." "Sorry for interrupting, Professor." Professor Rudiger asks, "Professor Viorano? What brings you here?" Viorano replies, "Ah, I came here because I wanted to meet your assistant, Cienida." Rudiger presses, "Miss Cienida, do you still not have an answer to what I asked before?" Cienida remains silent. Viorano stammers, "I am sorry. I'm fine with the way things are right now." "I see. It seems I've troubled you." Cienida thinks, "I still have a class, so I'll be leaving now." Rudiger observes, "Oh no. I think she doesn't like me." "I don't." Viorano thinks, "But more importantly, this is unexpected. I didn't know you knew her." Rudiger responds, "Ah." An unseen speaker confessed to being worried about Cienida because they are related to her. The speaker continued, surprised that Rudiger didn't know Cienida listened to him well. The unseen speaker hesitated, unsure if they should reveal more since Cienida hadn't done so herself. The speaker rationalized that it was all right to tell Rudiger since he was someone Cienida trusted and followed. The speaker then asked if Rudiger had ever thought Cienida was a little strange, prompting him to wonder if there was something amiss. The speaker posed a broad question, stating they would answer frankly, before asking if Rudiger had ever noticed Cienida's ears. Rudiger remained seated at his desk, listening intently to the unseen speaker near the window. Rudiger's eyes widened in shock at the revelation, muttering, "No way." Cienida confirmed the information with a simple, "Yes." The unseen speaker revealed that Cienida had half-elven blood in her veins. A half-elf. A voice called from beyond the door, asking, "Cienida, can I come in for a moment?" A voice calls out, asking for a moment, followed by an invitation to enter. Cienida stands near the doorway, a concerned expression on her face. Rudiger asks if she was growing plants as a hobby. He confirms that he has had them since he was young. The professor apologizes for forcing the truth about her origins from Professor Viorano, if she wanted to keep it a secret. Rudiger assures her that it's all right, and offers the option of going to the elven village that Professor Viorano offered. He suggests that she can leave the family that's neglecting her and live peacefully. Rudiger apologizes for hiding his identity from her, despite her kindness. Cienida looks up, her expression a mix of surprise and determination. Cienida declares that she wants to follow Professor Rudiger, since he has acknowledged her. Rudiger listens intently, his gaze steady. Rudiger reveals that he, too, is hiding something from Cienida. A voice echoes from below, laced with surprise. "Pardon." Rudiger stands beneath the chandelier, his expression serious. "To be honest." Another character, dressed in a dark green suit, declares, "I'm not the First Order." A chibi figure exclaims, "Cienida is the daughter of an elf." A half-elf. Ludger thinks to himself, I honestly didn't expect this. I'm quite shocked. The narration explains that during the war between species, there was a rumor that the Losen family bought elven slaves. The narration continues, stating that if the rumors are true, Sienna's birth probably wasn't very positive, as half is human. Ludger asks, so, what did you offer Assistant Sienna, Professor? The narration explains that Sienna has the Losen surname, so her father is a nobleman and her mother is an elf. It continues, stating that he is thinking of rescuing her from that family and taking her to the place where the elves live. The narration concludes that she's being looked down upon because of being a half-elf. The narration states that it'll be more comfortable for her to live with the elves. It continues, stating that he is not sure, as she's got half elven blood and the other half is human. The narration explains that in the past, humans forcibly used elves as slaves. The narration states that it's obvious that the elves will ostracize Assistant Sienna because she has half human blood. The narration states that as the elder of the forest, it'll be hard for him to protect Sienna. Sienna says, yes, so you're Dash. He considered the implications. An elder of the forest really existed. The head of the Denny's family declared, I am one of the 7 roots of the world tree. The head of the Denny's family continued, since before, our role was to protect the border of the elven forest, besides protecting the forest from the outside world. A silhouette stood within a bubble, surrounded by lush greenery. Ludger thought, my family also protects those who live away from us, like Sienna. Ludger sat at his desk, listening to the head of the Denny's family. The head of the Denny's family asked, agitatedly, why? Don't you want her to be happy? Please calm down. It's not like I don't understand your intentions. Ludger thought, it's because Assistant Sienna needs to choose her own happiness. Ludger continued to think, I will guarantee Sienna's happiness and safety, so please persuade her. The moment I persuade her, her happiness won't be completely hers. The head of the Denny's family said, if that's how you think, then I understand. The head of the Denny's family asked, well, can you at least listen to my request? Ludger stated, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can. He recalled, when I first offered it to her, Sienna said. Sienna had said this, I need Professor Rudiger's opinion. It seemed like she relied on Professor Rudiger. In other words, he thought he was the only person she could tell how she truly feels. So, the head of the Denny's family would like it if he could ask her what her heart truly feels, Professor. The head of the Denny's family looked at Ludger expectantly. The professor thought to himself, you're not the First Order? That's not funny, he thought. He understood that it's hard to accept. But Ludger thought to himself that he was really not the First Order. John Doe, the First Order, who he was supposed to meet at first, was already dead due to the terrorist attack on the train. Ludger just happened to use his identity. 3 figures stood in a dimly lit room. This whole time, the person he followed wasn't the First Order or John Doe. His expression hardened. Ludger demanded, did you fool me this whole time? A gloved hand gently rested on Sienna's head as Ludger spoke. Calm down, Sienna. Ludger's hand moved to stop Sienna from touching him, declaring, don't touch. Ludger turned away, thinking, I knew it. She reacted the way I thought she would. Ludger's expression was unreadable. Sienna asked, why did you fool me and deceive me? Ludger questioned, his voice laced with anger. Who did I do all those things for? Sienna apologized. I'm sorry for deceiving you this whole time, but please answer me one thing. Ludger stood before Sienna, who was bowing her head. She asked, did you follow the First Order with your whole heart, or did you follow me, the person behind this identity? Sienna thought, of course, it's the Black Dawns. Sienna's hand gripped the doorknob. She wondered, then why are you hesitating and not leaving? Ludger stated, I could have hidden the truth from you and used you until the end. She states that she chose to tell the truth and listen to what Ludger has to say, wanting to follow Professor Rudiger, who has acknowledged her until the end. Now it's Sienna's turn to choose. Sienna thinks that if she wants to follow the Black Dawn, she can open that door and leave. Sienna reflects that she prepared herself the moment she decided to tell the truth, and she'll respect Ludger's decision. Sienna recalls that Ludger helped her a lot up until now. A voice reminds her that she also worked very hard in order to increase her abilities. A man tells Sienna, good job. You did well. Someone places a hand on Sienna's shoulder. A close-up of Sienna's eye reveals her inner turmoil. A voice asks if she came here because she wants to take revenge for her family, noting that the Losen family is well known, but questions what the problem is. Sienna is warned to be careful, as she might be a spy who secretly came in here, one of those damned higher-ups. Sienna knew it even though they didn't say it. The reason why the Black Dawn accepted her was so that they could easily use the Losen name. She personally approached the First Order in the beginning because she was being pushed aside. She didn't have any respect or awe for the organization, but this person was different. He saw her for her, and he listened to her opinions. Good job, Sienna. For the first time, someone complimented her. Hyuk, hyuk, hyuk. Have you calmed down now? Yes. Then who are you? The question hangs in the air. Who are you, Professor? The answer, however, will have to wait. She decides to reintroduce herself. Her real name, she reveals, is Sienna Flanty. The woman with short brown hair asks if Flanty is her mother's name. Sienna confirms that it is indeed her late mother's surname. Sienna sits on the couch. The man with dark gray hair asks what he should do now. The woman with short brown hair tells him not to worry about it and to act like he has this whole time, since they are still affiliated with the Black Dawn. The man demands that Cienita bring him more information about them from now on. He is thinking of eradicating the Black Dawn. The woman with short brown hair asks him to pardon her, since they've revealed their secrets to each other. He says it's okay to tell her. He asks her to stand up, as there's someone he wants to introduce to her. Cienita smiles. The professor said he would talk to her, but the green-haired figure doesn't think the result he's looking for will unfold. Even still, the green-haired figure can't let her be. To think he would find the Flanty bloodline here in Thorn. The Losen family secretly bought her as a slave, and after that, Cienita was born. Anyway, the green-haired figure would like it if Cienita wasn't very cautious around him. Maybe it's inevitable since she endured discrimination and persecution from her family. The green-haired figure should trust Professor Rudiger first. Maybe he should gift him special tea leaves from the Elven Forest next time. So, this is Cienita Losen, who'll be our new member from today onwards. This child is a member? Familiar. Ah, she's a half-elf. It seems like elves can recognize other members of their kind. Cienita is a great mage and an amazing informant. She helped me acquire information about the Black Dawn this whole time. Cienita wonders if her role overlaps with someone else's. She seems surprised by this revelation. The head of the Denny's family explains that the reason he came to the hideout was to introduce Cienita. He also inquires about the progress of the task he assigned. Since he came personally, the head of the Denny's family assumes they're talking about the relic. He confirms that the results have come out. Cienita hesitates, wondering if she can say it in front of her. The head of the Denny's family assures her that it's okay, as she's their comrade now. Cienita asks how many fragments they need to find altogether. The head of the Denny's family says that since they found one at the Kunst auction house, there are still 3 left. The head of the Denny's family explains that he was on his way there, but because of a terrorist attack on the train, he ended up coming here. He asks if they found out the location of the fragment in the capital. The head of the Denny's family confirms that using the process of elimination, he's narrowed it down. The Exilian Empire's Debach Castle. The head of the Denny's family states that it's the only location he couldn't investigate in the capital. The head of the Denny's family says that if it's the castle, then it won't be easy. He instructs them to try to find a way for them to get past the guards and get inside. Cienita states that the others should be able to accomplish their goal with her help. More importantly, since they have a reliable assistant inside Thorn, they should get ready. Someone asks what they should get ready for. The response comes, they're going to get rid of the Black Dawn. He is planning on going to Voltanung soon. A few days later, in Voltanung, they arrived at Area B13. Ludger ventured into the abandoned factory, the air thick with the scent of decay. He mused that it was a good place for suspicious people to hide. The professor thought to himself that it was good that he knew the area well. The sheer number of buildings made it difficult for Ludger to pinpoint the Black Dawn's branch. A strange smell permeated the air. Climbing a ladder, Ludger noted the chemical-like odor. He wondered if they had put their lab in an underground waterway. A voice cut through the silence. What are you doing here? The speaker was Professor Rudiger Chelsea. It was Kaisi Selmoy. She stands with a sword drawn, the steel glinting in the dim light. Kaisi asks, why are you here, detective? Ludger retorts, his voice low. Why don't you answer my question first? Kaisi explains, I'm currently investigating the person behind the fire during the festival. I obtained some information. That's why I'm here. Her expression hardens, a glint of suspicion in her eyes. Ludger states, I came here because I felt a familiar mana while looking around. It seems like you still have my card. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he thinks, asterisk damn it. Who would have thought carrying around the card would backfire? Asterisk. Kaisi challenges him, why don't you quit the act? She continues, her voice laced with certainty. I was certain that you would come here if you were him. Kaisi's gaze intensifies. For a new professor to investigate the person behind that incident all by yourself. If you're going to lie, you should do it properly. Do you think I'm an idiot? Ludger's expression darkens. In any case, turn around slowly. I can't. He takes a step forward, his intent clear. Hide it any longer. A palpable tension hangs in the air, the threat of violence simmering beneath the surface. The figure stood poised, the edge of a dark cloak swirling around their legs. Fingers tightened around an unseen object. You can fool others, but you can't fool me. Blue energy crackled around James Moriarty, his expression a mask of fury. A sphere of pure energy pulsed with contained power. Oh no, she's attacking me right away, James Moriarty exclaimed, as a wave of energy hurtled towards him. A hand moved with unnatural speed, weaving a complex pattern in the air. Arcing with power, a surge of blue energy erupted from the unseen caster. A foot stomped down, the impact resonating through the air. His eyes burning with an eerie blue light, James Moriarty prepared to retaliate. He's quick. The realization dawned on James Moriarty as the attack landed. The air crackles with unseen energy. A voice threatens, promising a swift and deadly end. Stay still. If you don't, I'm going to put a hole in your neck. The figure in dark armor stands over his fallen opponent, a clear victor in this brutal exchange. A multitude of ethereal blades materialize, swirling around the combatants like deadly guardians. The armored figure speaks, a hint of amusement in his tone. You prepare to counterattack? You've improved. His opponent retorts, a defiant smirk playing on his lips. Ah, You're quite presumptuous if you think I'd let you attack me. Shall we see who's faster? The armored figure responds, his voice laced with anticipation. If that's what you wish, then I'll. A sudden shift in the atmosphere, a palpable sense of disbelief. What? The armored figure watches, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Her magic is dispersing all of a sudden. A moment of stunned silence. Fear grips his face, sweat beading on his brow as his eyes widen in terror. The armored figure's expression hardens, his gaze intense and unwavering. The blue-haired figure recoils, eyes wide with shock. Huh? What? Scared of mice? I have no. The dark-haired figure's teal eyes narrow, a silent judgment passing between them. Idea what you're saying. A sharp strike lands, the blue-haired figure crying out as they are hit. The dark-haired figure holds out a gloved hand, a small mouse squeaking in their grasp. Geez. The blue-haired figure, recovering, faces the other. That's why I don't want to fight you. The dark-haired figure's expression hardens. What did you just say? The blue-haired figure retorts. Arrogant? If you let me live, I'm going to tell the police about. The blue-haired figure trembles, remembering something. Isn't that the same reason why you've chased me for 3 years by yourself? The dark-haired figure's face is partially obscured, but their grimace is evident. I don't have time to play detective with you. The dark-haired figure continues. Is now the time for you to be this? I need to ambush their hideout, so stop interfering and get lost. What? What are you talking about? Aren't you? The blue-haired figure stands their ground. On the same side as them, the dark-haired figure replies. You're as talkative as ever. Go home, set up your mouse traps, and sleep. A surge of energy erupts from below. He stops short, finding his path blocked. Hey, you blocked the entrance with magic. Frustration mounting, he roars in anger. He grits his teeth. This doesn't change anything. He clenches his fist, a determined glint in his eyes. All right, I get it, if that's how you want it to be. He raises a glowing card, energy swirling around it. I'm going to use memory storming and go rampant in your past. Meanwhile, a figure lies injured amidst scattered equipment in a research lab. Blood splatters across the floor. A hulking silhouette stands over the injured figure. Shit. Malrock, the Night Slayer. Malrock adjusts his mask, the smell of chemicals stinging his nose. Phew, the smell of chemicals is stinging my nose. Did they create drugs out of the Pelima plant? Anyway, what's important is their research data. Where is it? Come to think of it, I didn't look inside that safe over there. I should go check it. Oh my, what's... With all this mess, I personally visited to check on how things were going. But to my surprise, an uninvited guest was already here. The hooded figure's eyes narrowed. To Voltanung? Yes, I need to tend to something urgent. Then, before you go, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? According to the investigation, Voltanung is an area that one First Order personally manages. Are you perhaps heading to Voltanung? Unlike the other First Orders, he doesn't hide himself. He's a middle-aged man who dresses like a scientist. He is the First Order Victor Dreadpool. James Moriarty fires a beam of energy. Malrock finds it annoying. The beam of energy hits a golden wall. James Moriarty wonders what is happening as a golden-colored wall suddenly came up from the ground. Malrock says, Oh ho geez, what an aggressive guest. Are you a contract killer? The figure says, don't need to worry. James Moriarty says, since I'll take care of everything. Liquid Golem. James Moriarty declares that his products are grafted from all sorts of magic, alchemy, and metal transformation. He orders the Liquid Golem to clean up the intruder. The Liquid Golem unleashes a burst of energy. The Liquid Golem continues its assault. A voice wonders if this is a golem. The Liquid Golem's attack is described as over-technology. But James Moriarty believes that since he is the focus, there is nothing around him. The Liquid Golem continues its attack. James Moriarty is surprised. The Liquid Golem continues its attack. A voice wonders where the target went, saying that they shouldn't have had time to dodge. The Liquid Golem continues its attack. The Liquid Golem continues its attack. It's the end. The Liquid Golem continues its attack. He looks up, a flicker of surprise in his electric blue eyes. The space teleportation got him. A surge of red energy crackles in the air. What are you looking at? Dr. Dreadpool, can a First Order be attacked like this? A figure clad in crimson armor stands tall, a single red eye gleaming from within the helmet. What are you looking at? Dr. Dreadpool, can a First Order be attacked like this? A knight's helmet gleams ominously. A red energy attack explodes. An arm is shown. Oh ho, you saved me. Thank you, Night Baron. Night Baron barks, be quiet. You're pissing me off. Why the hell do I need to clean up after you? Someone observes, he's quite skilled. Is he a First Order too? I didn't think that 2 of them would come here. Someone wonders, but how did you dodge that? Someone thinks, negating physical attacks? I don't think that's it. He demanded, voice tight with disbelief. Don't tell me. Did you skip through space? A voice echoed, laced with disbelief. That much just by seeing it once. The voice continued, laced with desperation. How? How did you do that? Please tell me. Please. Night Baron's eyes narrowed. Red energy flared as Night Baron launched a sudden attack. The attack exploded in a burst of destructive force. The red energy continued to surge. Night Baron questioned. Night Baron, why did you suddenly attack? He hasn't even replied yet. Night Baron barely dodged another attack, thinking, I almost got my head chopped off. He wondered, would that guy really reply to you? The red energy intensified, asking, that easily? Knight Verum was told, before you get too excited, please don't forget that he's an intruder, doctor. A voice echoes, resigned to the situation. There's no helping it. Professor Moriarty snaps his fingers, a gesture that seems to trigger something in the environment. A figure stands silhouetted in a doorway, the air thick with anticipation. Professor Moriarty observes, a predatory glint in his eyes. It feels like a rare specimen has walked in. Mannequins, armed with blades, lunge into action, their movements unsettlingly swift. Professor Moriarty commands, his voice echoing through the room. All right, bring that specimen in front of me. The hallway stretches out, a path of impending danger. The mannequins continue their relentless assault, blades flashing in the dim light. The target is forced to the ground, the mannequins closing in for the kill. A close-up reveals the target's determined gaze, a flicker of defiance in their eyes. A surge of energy erupts, a desperate attempt to turn the tide. The figure manages to create some distance, a momentary reprieve in the deadly dance. He's created some distance. He decides to use a new ability, a surge of red energy crackling around him. Ludger focuses, his eyes glowing with crimson light as he prepares to unleash the power. The mannequins advance, but Ludger is already moving too fast. Shit, I don't have time to get closer. Realizing he has no other option, he prepares to retreat. I have no other choice. I'll retreat first. Blue energy begins to coalesce around him. Meanwhile, Professor Moriarty watches with keen interest. Oh, I wonder what kind of ability he'll show us this time around. Ludger grits his teeth, focusing on defense. Doctor, something doesn't feel right. We need to get into our defense quickly. A sphere of pure blue energy erupts from him, crackling with immense power. The air shimmers as the ability is named, 8th Sapphira, Horde. The space around him warps and distorts as the ability takes effect. The blue energy expands, consuming everything in its path. The aftermath is a scene of devastation, smoke and debris filling the air. The last vestiges of the ability fade away, leaving behind an altered landscape. A burst of displaced energy fills the room. Knight Verum catches his breath, the weight of the situation settling upon him. If I hesitated, that would have been really bad. He cries out in frustration. Another knight addresses him sternly. That's not the problem right now, Knight Verum. The room where the experimental data was stored is now empty, and the safe are gone. A scientist clutches his head in disbelief. All my experimental data was in here. Knight Verum laments his failure. I was supposed to protect the data with my life. How could this happen? He wonders, did that intruder do that? When did he take them? Elsewhere, the night sky stretches out above a sprawling city. James Moriarty stands overlooking the cityscape, his thoughts drifting. It would have been great if both of them died just then, but that's being too greedy. He reflects on his actions. I executed that attack with weakened magic, so its lethality wasn't even half of what it should originally be. Well, still. Moriarty reads a document, a satisfied expression on his face. I used the opportunity when they were blinded and obtained the information I was after, so I achieved my goal. A gloved hand turns the page of a report, revealing the contents within. These are the reports on the experiments conducted by the Black Dawn up until now. The report details the development of special gunpowder that doesn't ignite with fire. Another experiment involved using a human to attempt replicating the strength of a beast. This has even more variety than initially thought. 3 years ago, in the Delica Kingdom, a report on the automaton experiment. A lone figure sits on a rooftop under the night sky, lost in thought. The next day, at Thorn Academy, a figure sits at a large desk, papers spread before them. To think those Black Dawn bastards were involved in that too. Thank you for helping us. If you don't have a place to stay, would it be all right for me to escort you? One man tells another that he'll leave it to him, thanking him in the process. If it's all right with him, the boy will look after his homework while staying there. He expresses his gratitude. An invitation letter has arrived from the kingdom's most prestigious academy, Ordo University. The boy thinks this is such an amazing opportunity. He asks if he's going to go. Professor Rudiger is excused. Wolfert is asked what brings him here. He replies that it's nothing of importance, but the Chancellor wants to see him. Someone asks about the Chancellor. He says he'll be right. He is asked if he wants to be recommended for the position of head of planning at the academy. A woman replies that the position has long been vacant. Wolfert sits across from someone, considering the offer. From what he's heard, it's a position that holds a lot of authority. He wonders why he is being offered the position. Elisa Willow asks if he hasn't done many things for Thorn. Wolfert is told that she just wants to reward him in some way, acknowledging the abilities he's demonstrated so far. He thinks to himself that he really doesn't know what she's thinking. She doesn't completely trust him, but she's offering him such a position. Elisa Willow wonders if it is an appeasement, or does she want him by her side so she can observe him. Wolfert thinks that it doesn't matter what it is. He thanks her for the offer, but doesn't think it's a position that he can be appointed to with just her recommendation. Elisa Willow states that's right, and to be honest, the only thing she can do is recommend him. It's him who needs to prove that he's qualified. She tells him that she'll give him plenty of time to prepare, and if he starts preparing now, in about 6 months, 1 week should be enough. Wolfert asks her to pardon. He thinks to himself that he's currently in the midst of researching something important and he'll finish it. A voice declares that they will return after they finish. The sound of a bell rings. The professor announces that the lesson is over for the day, reminding the students to hand in their reports next week after cleaning them up. A student calls out, excusing herself. Renee calls out to the professor. Renee states that she has a question, admitting that she doesn't understand the formula. Professor Rudiger observes that the formula used here, which forms the backbone, is completely twisted. Renee thinks that just looking at it, it doesn't seem like a big deal, but if you leave it like this, then the magic flow. Every time she sees Professor Rudiger, he always seems familiar. Recently, he feels more familiar too, like a passing. Heathcliff? The magic flows. The scene has been paused, leaving the question of how Rudiger will reply hanging in the air. A preview of the next chapter shows a man with long black hair, declaring, "I'll accept your invitation, Black Dawn." The word Heathcliff hangs in the air. Renee stands before Ludger. Ludger's eyes widen slightly. He asked what she just said. Renee exclaims, apologizing profusely for blurting it out, explaining that she hasn't been sleeping well recently. Ludger reminds her that students need plenty of sleep and shouldn't push themselves too hard. Renee says she understands. Ludger thinks to himself that he's glad she overlooked it, wondering if she'd scold him if he told her he blurted out a name from his dream. Renee wonders why. She thinks she feels so stuffy. Renee notices something, realizing that Professor Rudiger's assistant just put it up. A poster advertises the recruitment of participants for a clinical study. Professor Rudiger is conducting something. It's about. The document speaks of artificially increasing the amount of magic being released. If he succeeds, there will be no problem with him taking the position of the head of planning. Not only that, the whole magical world will be in an uproar as well. When did he start researching this? Just who is he? Who would have thought I would hear that name from Renee? Judging from her reaction, it seems like Renee doesn't recall her memories completely. Renee apologizes, but even so, she needs to be careful. Renee should not remember all her memories. Someone reports to the professor that they've put up the notice. A voice from off-screen remarks that something was quick and expresses satisfaction. Professor Rudiger is asked if he has already eaten lunch. Rudiger replies that he hasn't, and intends to eat a magic meal later, prompting a surprised reaction. Renee is shocked by the idea of a magic meal, questioning if it's something light. Renee warns that making a habit of eating light meals will damage his body. She insists that no matter how convenient it is, he must not skip meals. Renee offers to take care of the remaining miscellaneous work so Rudiger can go and find something to eat. It's been a while since they've all gathered for a meal like this. Someone asks if something happened to the two of them, commenting on their complexion. The response is that it's nothing. Someone remarks that Professor Brino has lost a lot of weight since the last time they saw him. Brino replies that it's about that. On the last day of the festival, someone stole his golem masterpiece, and he hasn't been able to recover from it. Professor Brino looks distraught as he thinks about his stolen golem masterpiece. A voice expresses sorrow to Professor Brino. Professor Rudiger notes that it seems he started some clinical research. Someone remarks that the research is about increasing the amount of magic being released. They add that Rudiger is conducting something amazing and ask if a lot of students applied. Ludger states that he just put up the notice, so he still needs to wait. A voice expresses worry that no one will apply because people are showing considerable resistance to clinical trials. Someone says not to worry too much, as it's Rudiger's research, so they're sure everyone will apply. Another voice says that would be great and thanks them. 3 days later, it's the last day of recruitment for the clinical trial. There are a total of 6 applicants. Ludger thinks that honestly, it would have been great if a lot more people applied. Ludger states that this number is fine and they should proceed. Someone asks the people to write their names on the non-disclosure agreements in front of them, adding that they'll explain the details after they've signed them. Someone has applied. Ludger says that you feel more at ease when you do something with people whom you know. He warns that if you do something to harm Renee, he won't let it slide. He states that he knows what the other person is thinking, addressing them as child. The woman with white hair remains silent, her expression unreadable. Cienida is remembered as his childhood friend, the one to whom he first opened his heart. But one day, she began pushing him away, creating distance between them. He reflects on his ability to see the state of other people's dreams by color. Most people's emotions and surroundings don't change easily, and that applies to the color of dreams. When he met her again at Thorn, her dream was the worst. The bright color from the past was gone, and everything was pitch black. The color surrounding her is clear enough for it to be noticeable. Dreams represent desires and ideals. In other words, a person's essence. The woman with white hair thinks that, from what she knows, the only person that Cienida's become close with is Professor Rudiger. But Professor Rudiger is someone who doesn't dream, a dreamless. Just how was he able to affect Cienida? The woman with white hair resolves to use this chance to keep a close eye on him. And as for Cienida, Ludger remains silent, his expression unreadable as Renee stands beside him. Ludger states that he is going to reset their relationship too. Renee thinks to herself that there are no peculiarities with his signatures. James Moriarty declares that since everyone has seen the notice, they must know what research he is conducting. The small child exclaims that James Moriarty mentioned that he'll be increasing the amount of magic that they can release. He adds that it would be great if he could reply a little quietly. Elisa Willow states that although the effect is minimal, there are existing methods that already increase one's magic release. She asks if his research is different, which is why they got them to sign the agreements. Elisa Willow states that, of course, the results will prove the effectiveness of his method. After getting your magic evaluated, James Moriarty says that from tomorrow onward, they must take this drug once a day for a week. Elisa Willow wonders if that is really a drug, noting that it's labeled as a. James Moriarty explains that it's more like a beverage made by grinding various medicinal herbs. Renee thinks that it just looks kinda weird and asks if drinking that will permanently increase their magic release. James Moriarty replies that no. Instead, they'll feel great resistance when using magic, and they won't be able to use more than 3% of their total strength. Principal Elisa Willow stands with Renee. James Moriarty states that they will be training in that state, referring to the drug-induced state. He adds that the training will cover the basics, like magic control, release, and materialization. Moriarty declares that training starts tomorrow. He advises them to come fully prepared. The next night, the scene shifts to Rudiger's office. James Moriarty notes that it's already dark and that time went by quickly as he was checking some things. A voice exclaims, "What?" The ring that was obtained from the Zero Order is emitting energy. The voice wonders if the executive meeting is happening right now. A voice thinks that they've already prepared themselves and that it's a good opportunity to extract information. James Moriarty declares that he'll accept the invitation from Black Dawn. A hand places the ring on a finger, causing it to glow with purple energy. Purple energy swirls around the character, indicating a transformation. A strange power emanates from him, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Why is the Breedis Kingdom making its move at this time? Isn't it because the cryptids are appearing more frequently recently? I heard about that too. I wanted to perform an autopsy on one, but they were all subdued. All of these people are the First Order. He stands, his gaze intense. It seems like everyone besides the Zero Order Esmeralda, whose seat is now vacant, is all present. On the left are the guys I've met before. Their silhouettes are familiar. On the right are people I've never seen before. Seeing as how he's approaching us quietly, it's John Doe. Quickly take your seat, so Knight Verum, and I can talk to you. Stop pretending to be close, you crazy psychopath. Please call me doctor like you did before. Shut up. If it weren't for this cursed armor, I would have beaten you up already. Curse. Come to think of it, his tone of voice is more harsh than before. Is this his real personality? Personality? Nothing's changed. The talkative ones talk, and the quiet ones stay quiet. More importantly, when's Esmeralda coming? Oh, you haven't heard, Miss Vintman? This crazy scientist. I told you not to call me by my name. He states that Esmeralda is gone and won't be coming back anymore. Nikolai is asked what he is talking about. The shadowed figure responds that he doesn't know, but John Doe would know more about it than he does. One of the figures mentions that they've also infiltrated Thorn and asks what happened. Another figure thinks it'll be better to keep their words short. A figure states that the Zero Order will explain, and they should just hear it from him. It's as Nikolai said. Zero Order has arrived. He acknowledges Leslie, stating it's been a while. Nikolai thanks everyone for coming to this irregular meeting. Nikolai says, now then. Nikolai asks if they shall start the executive meeting. The voice relayed how Esmeralda and Quasimodo both died. The voice continued, stating that everything heard came from John Doe. Leslie stated that he heard it from Nikolai, but it's the first time he's heard the details. The fact that he heard about Esmeralda before this. It meant that the Nikolai guy is in charge of information. Nikolai was a First Order. Vintman asked if Esmeralda would be replaced with someone new. Citadel said that he's got his eye on someone, and asked if anyone had someone they would like to recommend. Zero Order. A voice asked Zero Order to personally choose them, stating that all of them will respect his decision. Nikolai was told not to get involved. Someone remarks on how everyone else doesn't have an opinion. Nikolai thinks to himself that this is his chance to get information. A figure states that the old mage is almost done, but they'll destroy themselves unbeknownst to their own. The figure continues, musing about the old mage and self-destruction being near, and that it's likely related to the old magic tower. Nikolai wonders if something that will happen soon is related to the mystical night. Another figure states that people are becoming anxious and instigating things behind the liberators, adding me too. The figure continues, saying they're also slowly going to join up, but still haven't found it, so it'll take some time. A character laughs, stating that they already know what's going on. Someone mentions that the research lab was attacked twice. The character retorts that it's unfair and not their fault. The character exclaims that the underlings didn't do their jobs properly, which is why that happened, demanding that Knight Verum say something, since he was with them. Knight Verum replies, annoyed, asking why they are dragging him into this. The armored figure demands an explanation. The man in the hood explains that when he arrived, the Voltanung branch had already been raided. He continues, stating that the head manager was already dead, and he saved a crazy bastard from being killed. The hooded figure continues, stating that surprisingly, the enemy was alone and on another level. He adds that he is sure the enemy was no ordinary guy. The armored figure asks if there was anything memorable about him. The hooded figure explains that the attacker covered himself up very well, so he didn't see him. The hooded figure states that the attacker was able to burn down the whole factory in one go. The hooded figure recalls that the Leatherbelt branch was also completely burnt. The armored figure, Knight Verum, asks John Doe if he knows anything. John Doe states that he knows the attacker used shadows to teleport and powerful magic. He adds that he is also involved with the Leatherbelt branch. John Doe wonders if he needs to concern himself with that too, stating that he only lets them borrow his name and take care of the annoying things. Knight Verum replies that they indeed are very busy in Thorn. John Doe states that it was too much for him to think Knight Verum would have any helpful information, but he does have an assumption on who it might be. John Doe suspects Kaisi Selmoy. A sudden realization dawns. It seems like she has been investigating our organization as of late. There was a member of Thorn who was interrogated recently. Oh, that wasn't in the information that Nikolai provided me. Cook, come to think of it, the day of the ambush, there was a witness who saw her in Voltanum. But the intruder used shadows and fire. I know that Kaisi Selmoy uses water. Well, you can't negate the possibility that she might be working with someone. It's not an ordinary person, but a colorless mage, so we can't ignore this. Then, how should we get rid of her? Of course, we should kill her. Like we've always done, we eliminated those who interfered with the Black Dawn. John Doe, don't get involved. You're a well-known professor, so you won't be able to do anything. Watch us do our job well from Thorn. Do whatever you want. I only follow Zero Order. He considered the other's explicit hostility. Could it be rooted in a past conflict with John Doe? He thought to himself, they wouldn't suspect him now. He replayed the moment in his mind, that he had said her name. He should be careful for a while. A voice declared, all right, that's the end of our talk. I'm glad that everyone is doing their jobs well. Ludger considered that the information he'd conveyed should be enough. Of course, there are times when things don't go the way you want, but don't let that get to you. The voice continued, then, let's end the meeting here. Good job, everyone. Citadel, leave us for a bit. Ah, John Doe, remain behind. An unknown figure watched. Ludger replied, yes, I understand. The room emptied. A voice asked, okay, how was today's meeting? He responded, it was fine. Not bad. Do you have something you want me to do? The voice chuckled, haha, you're as stiff as ever. He thinks he won't be able to pay a lot of attention to Thorn anymore. So he would like someone to find the person in Thorn, the one blessed with fate. He repeats, the one blessed with fate. He considers that he's not simply being told to find that person and wonders if that person has any special traits. He says he can't say for sure. He asks if anyone comes to mind. The other person responds that she's a woman and is able to see what others can't. She tells him not to tell her. She says no, she doesn't. He says he sees, and if she does find her, please let him know. He says he's held her back for too long, and she may leave now. She understands, and says she'll be leaving. A magical energy crackles in the air. Citadel is summoned. A voice from the shadows issues a command. Zero Order has a task. There's a place he needs Citadel to go. At his command, Citadel asks where he needs to go. The voice replies that the place is a little rough. Citadel is ordered to go to the Aerate mountain range. The voice acknowledges that Citadel is a colorless mage, a difficult opponent, and expresses belief in his skills after thorough preparations. Meanwhile, in his office, Nikolai lets out a sigh of relief. Nikolai slams his fist on the desk, cursing that damned John Doe. He fumes, wondering how John Doe dares to think that receiving favor from Zero Order is a given, especially when he had important information that Nikolai didn't. Nikolai wonders if John Doe is better than him in information gathering too. He thinks to himself that John Doe is coming back fine after the train attack, and wonders if he is perhaps hiding his true skills from them. Nikolai admits that he underestimated John Doe too much. A voice echoes, admitting a reliance on the Liberators was a mistake. The voice vows to not make the same mistake again. The voice declares that thorough preparations will be made to kill John Doe. Elsewhere, the wind howls through the Aerate mountain range. The snow swirls around, obscuring the path. A figure plummets from a cliff, disappearing into the snowy depths below. Crawling through the snow, the figure struggles to move forward. The figure wonders if it is over there. Crawling all the way here after falling from a cliff, it seems he didn't last long after that. What a pitiful last moment of life. The figure encounters a skeleton in the snow. He is identified as John Doe. A cloaked figure stands over a prone body, a golden bell clutched in their hand. The figure remarks on what a pitiful final moment this is. The text commands John Doe to open his eyes, dormant soul. The bell rings out, its golden surface gleaming. The text demands that he lift his head up and speak. A blue, spectral figure flickers into existence. The blue figure stands silently. The cloaked figure asks John Doe if he recognizes them. The cloaked figure, Citadel, identifies himself as Zero Order's subordinate. The blue figure wonders where he is and what's wrong with his body, questioning what was done to him. Citadel states that he'll get straight to the point. John Doe is dead. The blue figure questions what he is. The text reveals that he doesn't remember, given that he has just arisen. A skeletal figure looms, its hollow eyes fixed on an unseen subject. Back when you were alive, what was your... It intones, the question hanging in the air. The man, recalling the past, states, in order to do that, I disguised myself as a person called Rudiger Chelsea. Rudiger continues, good, it seems you remember now. After boarding the train, I was talking to another passenger. His eyes widen in shock. Yeah, the terror attack. There was a terrorist attack on the train. One of the passengers was arrested. A blinding explosion rips through the scene, and the moment they tried to get information from him, he self-destructed. He continues, after easing the shock with magic, I escaped to a nearby cave, and due to the after effect of the explosion, I sustained a severe injury, and without any food, I couldn't endure for long. A hooded figure emerges from the shadows. Wait, something strange. A disembodied voice asks, you talked to a passenger on the train? A glowing blue figure materializes, its form indistinct. If it was John Doe on an average day, he wouldn't have done that. Because he wasn't a normal passenger. What do you mean? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. The one who changes his mask and influences the whole continent. Even after investigating him for a long time, I could only uncover 3 of his identities. The list of aliases included mysterious thief Arsène Lupin, well-known detective Eugene-François Vidocq, and Machiavelli. He was also hiding his identity. Then, after one of his identities was mentioned, he seemed fine, but a minute reaction was observed. Was Machiavelli the person behind the Yuta Kingdom's victory? But what's that got to do with anything? There's no reason for you to talk to someone like that. That's. As long as you've accepted my summon, you cannot go against my orders. Answer. I was his fan. I did it because I respected him. Oh, let's stop talking about that. More importantly, if I'm dead, then how's the mission going? A backup handled the mission, so don't worry. If the person John Doe is talking about is the Rudiger Chelsea right now, then his eloquent use of words in the meeting makes sense. A hand holds a bell. A voice says, ah yeah, good job, John Doe. The bell rings. A figure is encased in blue energy. A voice cries out, Citadel, what are you doing all of a sudden? Zero Order's command was just to find you. A hand holds a bell. A voice says, he didn't tell me what to do after. The bell rings. Blue energy surges. The blue energy intensifies. A cloaked figure stands in a cavern, holding a bell. A figure in a robe stands in the cavern. A voice says, Rudiger Chelsea, I don't care who you are. The cloaked figure stands in the cavern. Thorn Academy student dormitories. He groans, feeling more tired than usual. He wonders if it's because of the mana suppressants he ingested during the day. He reflects that it was said it wouldn't be easy, but he didn't expect it to be this tiring. Mana path. Every mage has a hidden path that allows them to control the maximum amount of mana they can use. But even if one doesn't have a mana path, one can still use magic. However, it's difficult. Once you drink this mana suppressant, to recognize it. You'll be able to perceive the hidden path and bring it forth to use. If you use the mana path, the amount of magic power you can use will increase. I'll give you all 1 week. In that time, identify your mana path and try to continuously use your mana. He found it difficult listening to the explanation, and when he tried it, it wasn't that easy. It might just be him who's lacking, since 3 people already succeeded. Ludger tells himself that it's okay, he still has time, and he'll just try harder. A few days later, the results have come out. The average mana output that they all displayed 1 week ago was 12%. Approximately 36% of them increased their mana output 3-fold. One of the students exclaims that they thought they'd been feeling more energetic lately, but to think it was that much. Another student states that it was worth drinking that horribly bitter medicine and training every day. One of the students wonders if it's just them or did the bitterness gradually increase. One of the students asks if they are glaring at him, stating that they did pay more attention to their medicine than the rest, but this ended successfully. Then what's left is to finish the conference that's going to be held in a few days successfully. A few days later, Arcane Chamber. The Arcane Chamber bustles with activity, screens displaying complex data and diagrams. Ludger, seated among the attendees, appears thoughtful. A voice wonders why they bothered to come all the way here, but since Moriarty is presenting his research, it cannot be ignored. A hand holds up a document, the text blurred but undeniably important. Someone observes that the person who destroyed one of the Black Dawn's branches is likely not affiliated with them. Ludger's expression is intense as he wonders which form is genuinely him. A hand holds a blue card, ready to find out with the paper extracted from Moriarty's mana and mana storming. A voice declares that if it differs from the truth they believe. Someone announces that the next person may now come up, and it's Ludger. Ludger walks towards the podium, his aura appearing different. A speech bubble introduces Rudiger Cheslia from Thorn Academy. Rudiger Cheslia, standing tall in a sharp suit, declares that he'll start his presentation right away. The results of Rudiger Cheslia's research through 6 students have demonstrated that their mana output has increased by 3-fold. Through additional testing, Rudiger succeeded in proving that it's not a temporary effect. Rudiger holds up a vial. The key to this research, is this mana? A man in the audience raises his hand. He asks, it's his first time hearing about a mana suppressant. Did Rudiger personally make that? Rudiger states that he did create it. However, the method he used is not his. He restored an ancient recipe that had disappeared. Rudiger explains that what he's showing now is the material on the ancient recipe he referenced. The screen displays text in an unfamiliar language. Someone wonders what language that is, noting it looks really familiar. The audience murmurs in confusion, expressing disbelief. Rudiger states that the language they're seeing written there is called the Larsal language. A text bubble states that someone transcribed it and found a way to increase one's mana output. Another man exclaims that's Larsal, a language that can't currently be transcribed. Someone shouts, how dare he lie in the divine arcane chamber. Rudiger Cheslia stands at a desk illuminated by a holographic display. He firmly states, no. A voice echoes from a distant past, a long time ago. The scene fades into darkness. A voice booms from the warmth of a fireplace, calling out, Master. Rudiger, standing before the fireplace, asks, I have a question. The unseen master responds, what is it? Rudiger states his purpose. I want to transcribe this language. Holding up a document, Rudiger continues, but I need your help. The master recognizes the script. This is Larsel. The master, seated in a lavish chair, asks, why? Rudiger explains, it's a language that no one knows about since it's been forgotten. It'd be impossible for you to interpret it without me. Rudiger suggests, you can just teach me. The master refuses, me? Why would I do something so troublesome? Forget it. Rudiger thinks to himself, stingy, old woman. Rudiger, standing before the fireplace once more, resolves, I understand. I'll try to do it myself. A figure holds a letter, a sinister chuckle escaping their lips. Ha ha, try your best. A man glances back, a hint of condescension in his gaze. Well, as your master, I'll be merciful just this once. A disembodied voice echoes, stating, that language is composed of 3 languages. A hand flashes a peace sign, a silent command accompanying it. Remember that. A cartoon depicts a humorous exchange about death and reincarnation. The chandelier hangs silently in the room. She thought he'd give up right away, but this time he seems really determined. She knew it, but he did last a long time. It was an impossible task, so don't be discouraged. She is done. She has finished the interpretation. It's all thanks to your guidance. The Lazel language is a mixture of 3 others, and within the first interpretation, the real meaning is hidden. For example, if you interpret the sentence on the screen once, although he gave me the blessing of light, I wasn't able to completely take it in, is the meaning. However, one must remember that people in ancient times were not direct with their words. If you're careful of that, and interpret the sentence again while finding the hidden meaning. It was late morning. I woke up quickly and the meal I had wasn't great. The words hang in the air, a silent plea for validation. He hopes this is proof enough. Whispers ripple through the crowd. If his interpretation was wrong, his experiment would have failed. But research is research, and this is a great achievement. A blue-haired observer wonders when he learned that ancient language. The more he sees him, the less he understands. With an extraordinary discovery like this, he can be acknowledged anywhere. Why is he doing something as dangerous as changing his identities? There's a reason for that. He can't delay the memory storming any longer. He needs to find out the truth about that person as soon as possible. That was a great presentation. Professor Rudiger, you too impulsively disclosed that. You revealed the recipe for the suppressants at the end of your presentation. It's all right. He was planning to reveal it from the start anyways. Just because one knows the recipe, it doesn't mean they can make it easily. A voice notes that someone is quite mischievous. Another voice responds that they will be in their care, as the head of the planning department. The first voice agrees to be in their care. 3 figures walk away down a hallway. Rudiger Chelsea calls out, asking someone to wait. Caroline Monarch is asked what a barbarian like her is doing here. Caroline tells Rudiger to shut up, stating she is not there to see him. She continues, saying she has come to apologize to Rudiger Chelsea. Rudiger asks if she means him. Rudiger remarks that he thought Caroline was leaving the hall without revealing her research material. Caroline is visibly upset. Rudiger states that he started screaming at someone. Caroline thinks to herself that Rudiger should have said he was retrieving the materials on her recipe. Rudiger says it's his fault for leaving the hall without saying anything, so Caroline doesn't need to apologize. Caroline realizes that Rudiger is a nice guy. Someone says they like the other person and offers them something, saying here, take this. Someone asks what that is. Another voice explains that it's a business card given to the Monarch Mercenary Group's special VIPs, and that they'll carry out any request, so call anytime. Caroline Monarch states that she understands. Elisa Willow says that she will meet them again at a later date, thinking to herself that Caroline hasn't changed one bit. Elisa reflects on how she seems to be acquainted with Caroline, recalling that she once called her a barbarian. She admits that Caroline was her rival during her school days. Elisa states that Caroline is spontaneous and impulsive, so they are not compatible at all. Caroline acknowledges Elisa's skills, recognizing that they are both 6th Circle mages. She notes that even though Elisa is a commoner, she was granted a noble surname due to her great skills. Elisa thinks about how Caroline gave Professor Rudiger the VIP card, which even Emperor Exilian hasn't received. It seems like she really liked Rudiger. Elisa suggests having a small party since the presentation was a success, if Rudiger is free. That night at Kaisis Lodge. Meanwhile, someone wonders if they should get started, thinking about placing the paper infused with mana just like how Tarina told them. The mana-infused paper glows with a bright blue light. The figure prepares to see what will happen. The figure looks on with wide eyes, a mix of anticipation and concern etched on their face. 3 years prior, in the Dalika Kingdom, a memory unfolds. A voice echoes, wondering where he is, since this is his memory. He shouldn't be too far, Ludger Cherish thinks, finally catching up to the thief. The thief shouts to let go, claiming he gave the money back. He insists he wasn't selling it, so he paid for it and took it. A man in a top hat scoffs, accusing him of stealing that money too. He questions why he should accept suspicious money. A bystander tells the man to stop, saying it doesn't look good when a grown adult is picking a fight with a child. He wonders who he is. The man in the top hat thinks about paying for that child's book. The man in the suit declares that he is there. A man asks if this is perhaps his first visit here. If he doesn't have a place to stay, He offers to escort him, then says he'll leave it to him. A man in a top hat asks, "Is Fate, what's your name?" A boy replies, I'm called Arte." Arte looks up, smiling. A voice booms, "Welcome, guest. There's no place as comfortable as this." Laughter echoes through the building. A man with a beard instructs, "Arte, take him to the second floor." Arte responds, "Yes, sir, please follow." Inside, a girl wonders, "Brother, are you home?" "Who's that?" "A guest." The girl stammers, "Hello. Hello, it's nice to meet you." Arte leads the man in the top hat to a room, saying, "This is the room that you'll be staying in." A voice adds, "It's quite cozy and inexpensive." Arte offers, I'll help you with your luggage." The girl says, "Yeah, and he's also my savior." The recent book of academic papers lay open in front of Ludger, its pages filled with complex equations and diagrams. He noted that it contained the question from the Ordo Academy in the appendix. Ludger explained that the Academy invites those who solve the problem in the appendix, adding that he wondered who would be invited, betraying a hint of jealousy. Arte's eyes widened, a gasp escaping his lips. He realized Ludger knew about the Academy's invitation. Judging from what happened before, Arte remarked that Ludger seemed very interested in academics. He chuckled, a soft, "Haha, yes," escaping his lips. Ludger offered to help Arte with his studies while he stayed there. Arte stammered, surprised by the offer. He then exclaimed that he wanted to be taught by Ludger, thanking him profusely. He asked if he could call him teacher. Ludger smiled faintly, agreeing that Arte could call him whatever he liked, adding that they should be sincere. A voice, laced with shock, echoed from the shadows. "Who the hell is this gentleman?" The blue-haired figure, eyes wide with disbelief, questioned if Ludger was really the person they knew. Ludger and Arte remained oblivious to the newcomer's turmoil, their conversation continuing uninterrupted. The blue-haired figure muttered, confused as to why their view was like this when the emotions they felt were properly being conveyed. The figure's anger flared, fueled by the realization that it was him. They muttered that anyway, that boy. He stands with Arte, a strange feeling washing over him. It felt strangely familiar. Arte rushes towards Ludger, calling out, "Teacher." Arte asks if something is wrong, presenting an invitation. An invitation from the kingdom's most prestigious academy, Ordo University, has arrived. The invitation reads, "This is such a great opportunity." Arte asks, is it about the question in the book's appendix that I gave you?" Ludger confirms that it seems so. Arte exclaims that it's like they saw his answer. He then asks if Ludger is going to accept since the headmaster personally invited him. Ludger thinks to himself, there's no reason for me. He reflects that his research progress was slowing down. Ludger decides, "I'll go." The next day, Arte exclaims, "Wow, teacher, you're so cool." He is standing next to a blue-haired figure, thinking about his appearance. A man in a top hat and cloak is revealed to be James Moriarty. That afternoon, the story unfolds at Ordo University. The explanation concludes. Chalk scratches against the board as the professor finishes writing. Gord Himble, the headmaster, is amazed by the flawless explanation. A man introduces himself as James Moriarty. The headmaster states that for someone so talented, a fitting reward is needed, and offers James Moriarty to inform him if he desires anything else besides the prize money. James Moriarty muses that he desires something. He thinks about being a professor at Ordo University, but realizes it would be difficult to give him a permanent position right now. The headmaster asks if a temporary position would be all right. James Moriarty confirms that it is enough. James Moriarty thinks that even as a temporary professor, he should still be able to access the university's central library. James Moriarty thinks that while he's here, he'll look for materials that can help his research. The headmaster says that he'll be in Professor Moriarty's care, and James Moriarty says the same goes. That's how the life story of James Moriarty began. A holographic image flickers into existence, depicting a figure seated in a chair, its features shimmering with blue light. The holographic projection clarifies, revealing a young man with light blue hair, clad in a school uniform, his gaze sharp and calculating. The scene shifts to a figure with long, dark hair, their expression unreadable. The light-haired youth's face is shown in close-up, his expression thoughtful. Elsewhere, the dark-haired man sits at his desk as the light-haired youth leans against it. "Hey, do you spend all your time just sitting here and reading books? How boring." The dark-haired man looks up at the youth. "Your personality is completely different, but this part is the same." A voice booms from off-panel. "Yes, please come in." "Excuse me, is this Professor Moriarty's research room?" The light-haired youth strikes a pose, grinning widely. That's me." The youth continues, addressing the dark-haired man. "That's right, but who are you? As far as I know, you're not a student of mine." The dark-haired man is surprised. "What? You really don't know who I am? How interesting, but I'm sure you've heard about me." With a flourish, Kaisi Seymour, the genius detective, introduces himself. Ludger acknowledges, stating he has seen Kaisi's name in the paper before. The detective asks why such a renowned detective is here. The detective notes that Ordo University is quite famous. Kaisi thanks him for the exaggerated compliment. The detective states he wanted to see just how amazing Kaisi was. The newly appointed professor prides himself in capturing the detective's attention. Ludger internally questions why he was so arrogant 3 years ago, noting Kaisi's pathetic expression. Kaisi, holding out a book, admits he also wanted to get Ludger's autograph. Kaisi states that it's the book he wrote and asks Ludger to give it to him. Kaisi remarks that Ludger's writing is so stiff that it looks like a typewriter wrote it. According to graphology, Ludger is a person who's highly likely to be a perfectionist or someone who's hiding their identity. Ludger wonders what it is that Kaisi wants to say as he writes in the book. Kaisi states that it's exactly as he said. Ludger suggests there's a possibility that he's hiding his real identity, Professor. Ludger's face is shown in a close-up, his expression unreadable. Ludger remarks that graphology isn't a very reliable study and suggests Kaisi should read. Kaisi, looking surprised, asks Ludger to read the book until the end, then says, "Pardon?" Ludger states that the book is made out of paper that's easily creased. Ludger, holding the book, says that seeing as how it's untouched past the halfway point, he can tell how far Kaisi has read. Kaisi says that even if you're a genius, you'll realize how quickly you can become stupid if you neglect your reading. He then thanks Ludger for his concern, "Professor." Kaisi says that since he's already gotten Ludger's autograph, he'll be taking his leave now, as he's been busy lately due to the surge in the number of cases. He then says, "All right, take care." An explosion of text shows Kaisi's internal scream. Kaisi internally exclaims that Ludger is so rude. Kaisi thinks that he now understands just how annoying Ludger really is. He thinks to himself that he doesn't even want to be nice to him. Well, that's how it was back then. Then, Kaisi reflects on how he became overconfident because of the admiration that came with being labeled as a genius. But that didn't last very long. Among the ordinary, he felt lonely being idolized alone. That's the reason why Kaisi took an interest in Ludger, to see if he was the same as him. Looking at him now, Kaisi knows that he's not a bad person. But why did he turn into a villain? Let's watch a little more. Kaisi sits at his desk, the ticking of the clock filling the silence. Kaisi walks, lost in thought. A few weeks later, Kaisi looks at Ludger, looking at him for him to be so serious. Lately, the cases of disappearing children haven't ceased. It's getting suspicious, so he's investigating it through Hans, but it doesn't feel right. Besides the reporters not writing about this information, there are so many disappearances, but the police don't want to investigate them. He wonders if it's really possible that children from the lower class are being targeted. The principal thinks that someone with power must be involved. Ludger holds up an article about the frequent cases of missing persons. Ludger wonders what Kaisi was looking at, noting that he didn't even hear him walk in. Kaisi remarks that Ludger is coming in without knocking now, and it's such a late time too. Ludger retorts that he's the one who didn't say he was investigating this case. Kaisi expresses his worry that his students might become victims. He says he sees since. Kaisi states that the police aren't investigating it properly. Ludger remarks that he's very well versed in this. Kaisi confidently declares that he is a detective. Kaisi asks if it isn't his job to solve these suspicious cases. Ludger thinks that if Kaisi asks nicely, he can share information about the case too. He also thinks that from what he's observed until now, the possibility of her being the person behind this case is very small, but he shouldn't be so quick to trust him. Ludger says he's not really curious about anything, and that he's sure Kaisi has it under control. Kaisi replies that he's. Detective Kaisi was told that he would be here. Kaisi tells Ludger to get going now, and says see you. Since the detective works closely with the police, he shouldn't trust her quickly in this situation, Ludger thought. First, he should tell Arte and Selly to be careful. Ludger stood in his office, a growing unease settling in his stomach. His personal crystal was glowing. Arte, why was he calling so late? Selly went on an errand a while ago and hasn't returned yet. A wave of concern washed over Ludger. What should he do? What if something happened to her? Calm down, Arte. They don't know what exactly has happened. Ludger stared intently at the glowing crystal. Elsewhere, Arte held a similar glowing crystal, his expression troubled. Something felt off. Ludger was certain this was connected to the missing persons case. A man with slicked-back black hair and red eyes speaks into a glowing orb. He asks Hans to find a child for him, a girl who's around 10. A voice responds, stating that they'll send the mice right away. Hans, still holding the glowing orb, wonders if it's possible for them to meet right now. A man in a hat declares that he's found a clue for the missing persons case. A close-up shows the glowing orb in Hans's hand. A man holding a covered dish worries about Selly, hoping Arte will feel better after eating. The man enters a room, calling out to Arte. Someone in a room wonders where he went. Someone is upset that he couldn't wait and went to personally find her. A visual effect is shown. Someone tells others to slow down so no one gets hurt. Two people discuss the smell, realizing they've found the kidnapper's hideout. They put the children in sacks and placed them on the truck. He secretly held onto it and followed them. If he was a little slower in getting off the truck, he would have been in big trouble. What should he do now? Should he follow them? He thought to himself that he should go in there and try to find Selly. He decided he should go back and ask the adults for help. Ludger's eyes widened. That's. The guards breathed a sigh of relief, deciding to ask for help. Ludger ran towards them, shouting, "Yes, sir. Please help. The kidnappers are over there." A voice boomed. "What are the guys doing over there?" One of them escaped. Ludger's expression shifted to one of shock and horror. The figure strides away, his long coat billowing behind him. "Did you find the child?" The man pauses, glancing down at his hand. "Not yet, and I haven't received any news." "Brother." The other man stands in the distance, listening intently. The first man continues, "The mice I sent to the slums haven't returned, so let's wait here for now. Huh, isn't he the person who was with Moriarty at the festival? James Moriarty adjusts his glasses, his expression unreadable. So, what did you want to talk to me about? Moriarty's gaze hardens. Ah yes, about that. The professor's expression darkens. The missing persons case is strange. What makes you say that? Recently, I've heard reports of numerous disappearances in various cities. Moriarty sits on a bench, his brow furrowed in thought. What's notable is that the victims are all commoners' children. Something felt off. A flashback shows a smoky industrial landscape. So I investigated more. On the day the children began disappearing, Voltanung started to buy all the iron they could, and all the factories that weren't operating started operating again. The professor's eyes narrow, a glint of suspicion in them. So you're saying that this case is connected to the Duramang kingdom? Moriarty looks up, his expression serious. Given the circumstances and the simultaneous occurrence of these suspicious incidents, it's certainly suspicious overall. He considered the progress of the police investigation, finding it lacking. What could be their motive for kidnapping children who aren't suitable for labor? It was time to think about this, but finding Selly was his top priority. A squeak echoed as someone found the child. The report stated that they didn't find the girl they were looking for, but they saw the children being kidnapped. And there was a boy who was holding onto their carriage. A sharp intake of breath. A boy? Don't tell me. Hans exclaimed that they needed to chase after them quickly. The response was a frantic, why yes. Someone didn't want to use this, but since things had come to this, they didn't have a choice. What's happening? He suddenly took off his clothes and pierced his arm with a tooth, and he changed into a werewolf. A monstrous werewolf looms, its claws extended. Someone races forward, determined to catch up. I need to hurry after them. A figure lies prone, disoriented. Where am I? I can't move. Someone thinks, I'm sure. I went to find Selly. Another voice says, hey, be gentle with them. What if they die before we even get a chance to use them for our experiments? A young man is bound, his arms stretched above him. One figure says, Teach, that's right. I went to ask the police for help, but they hit my head, and I fainted. Another responds, but who would have thought the police were on their side? The prone figure's eyes widen in alarm. A baton slams down on someone's head. Someone shouts, you kidnappers. Give me my sister back right now. A figure sneers, this dirty homeless brat. An enraged voice booms, demanding to know why someone doesn't know their place. Blood splatters across the cold, stone floor. Two guards stand watch. One wonders if the victim is dead, but the other dismisses the concern, stating they're all going to be thrown away after the experiment anyway. One of the guards curses, annoyed that his uniform got dirty. A voice calls out, questioning if it's Arte. The guards stand over several bodies. A voice, filled with shock, identifies the figure as Professor Moriarty. One of the guards demands to know how they were found. A commanding voice orders Arte to open his eyes. Arte weakly apologizes to the professor, saying he came and that he's sorry. Professor Moriarty coldly tells Arte not to speak. Arte whimpers, admitting he didn't listen and that he's a bad child. The professor repeats his command, his voice laced with fury. Professor Moriarty looms over the injured Arte. He must stay conscious, for his sister. He'll leave his sister to someone. A bloodied hand lies limp on the ground. He kneels over Arte, his expression unreadable. One man asks what they should do, as things will get out of hand if they kill a professor. The other thinks they should silence him with money. One of the men scoffs, asking what the other is talking about. Since he found out about this place, they need to kill him. The word die explodes across the panel. A close-up of a face contorted in rage. A figure plummets downwards. Figures fall, one exclaiming in shock, what the hell is this? The word these hangs in the air. The word bastards is screamed. More figures fall into the abyss. A dark omen hangs in the air, the kanji for evil glowing ominously. Ludger Cherish's eyes widen in horror, blood splattering across his face. James Moriarty stands amidst a scene of carnage, tendrils of darkness rising around him. What's going on? A narration box reveals, this is how it happened? Moriarty. Ludger Cherish stands in a sterile environment, the metallic walls reflecting the harsh light. Ludger Cherish asks, why are you here? What's with? A voice echoes, filled with disbelief. All these corpses as well. It's not right. It's not what I think, right? The narration reveals the name of the character, Kaisi Selmoy. Ludger Cherish stands with a high-ranking officer, the officer's face grim. With high-ranking officers and policemen, but I had my doubts about them being involved. A close-up of James Moriarty's eye, framed by his glasses and hat. But you're trying to trust me in this situation? How? The narration states, pathetic. Ludger Cherish thinks, if I tell her the truth, I can clear the misunderstanding. Kaisi Selmoy reflects, thanks to my fame, I met up with high-ranking. It's late, but I can collaborate with her and solve this case. But is that the best choice I have? A body lies motionless on the cold stone floor, a pool of crimson spreading beneath it. No matter how hard he tries to expose the truth, it remains elusive. Those behind this incident will use their money and power to cut loose ends and get away. They killed an innocent child, and they won't take responsibility for it. He can't forgive them. He must make sure they go through the same thing. Answer him right now. He thought you would understand. Since you were living among the ordinary folk, it seems like you thought you were one of them. How can we, people like us, lower ourselves to their level and live like they do? He can feel his emotions too. He can't breathe. His chest. The world is too boring and tedious. And the people living in this world are pathetic. He can't breathe. He clutches at his chest, gasping for air. The weight of something unseen presses down on him. And it's so suffocating that I'm going to go crazy. A scene of carnage unfolds. Bodies litter the floor, stained with blood. James Moriarty stands amidst the devastation. So you killed a child? The camera focuses on a single body lying prone, blood pooling around it. Moriarty's voice echoes, laced with disdain. To merely excite yourself? Ludger's cherished expression hardens, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. Is that so wrong? I'm sure you know it's not. You have the same voice talking to you from somewhere deep down. He lowers his head, a shadow falling across his face. You know, I hoped you weren't a bad person. Moriarty stands silhouetted against a dark backdrop, his words laced with regret. I hope that this situation was a simple misunderstanding, that we could clear up with a mere conversation. But I was wrong. Ludger's cherished gaze intensifies, his voice firm. If this is the path you chose. The detective's words are a challenge. I'll have to arrest you here and now. A voice from the shadows responds, dripping with dark amusement. Bring it on. Moriarty's face is partially obscured, but his eyes gleam with a chilling resolve. Do it. A desperate plea echoes in the darkness. Wait for me, Arte. The name of the antagonist is revealed. James Moriarty. Energy crackles around Moriarty, his expression grim. No matter what, I'll put an end to all those involved. Moriarty's face is shadowed, his voice a low growl. Even if it means my own downfall. James Moriarty screams, his face contorted in rage. A sphere of crackling blue energy forms before him. The air explodes with searing heat. The blast continues to erupt. Darkness descends. James Moriarty thinks, I shouldn't let my guard down. He's not someone who'd be defeated with just that. A figure plummets through the air. An unseen combatant prepares to strike. A spear of light hurtles forward. James Moriarty shouts, not a chance. Another orb of blue energy explodes. A burst of magical energy illuminates the scene, the air crackling with unseen forces. Moriarty observes, realizing she already lost her wand, but to think she's still able to control the water in the air like this. The mage exclaims, I knew you were strong, but you're really good, Moriarty. Moriarty retorts, however, you can't win. Hans thinks, I was planning to leave while subduing you. He continues, knew I couldn't hold back against a solo attribute mage. Hans cries out as he is struck by an unseen force. A voice booms, brother, please get out of here now. Moriarty's eyes widen. But Hans. He had a comrade with him. Hans shouts, I won't let you. The roof is caving in because the pipe burst. Hans realizes, this won't do. I need to get out of here. A voice booms with a promise. I'm going to get you next time, Moriarty. In a dimly lit room, Moriarty stands with another figure, both seemingly catching their breath. More importantly, who was that child? Hans wonders, remembering when he saw him. He looked. Moriarty is seen with another person. But I didn't want to leave him there, a voice says. If that's what you want. Anyway, where's this place? This isn't the way About that. You told me to look around the other side when I got here. When he saw him, he looked. While I was doing that, I found this hallway and walked through it. And then I stumbled into a huge research facility. It was a room filled with automatons that looked like dolls. And when I walked deeper into the room, a voice echoes, revealing a grim discovery. Children found within glass tubes, submerged in a viscous green liquid. The same voice expresses a horrified realization, fearing that human experiments were conducted on the children. Hans is instructed to look after Arte for a while, with a reminder not to fall behind. Arte responds with an oh okay. A sense of urgency permeates the air as someone declares the need to hurry. Another voice expresses concern, hoping that Shelley is at least okay. A sudden, violent tremor shakes the area. A desperate plea for mercy echoes amidst a scene of carnage. A stern figure demands answers, promising survival only to those who comply. The man is pressed about the location of the kidnapped children, stammering in response. The man reveals a horrifying truth. All of the children are dead. A chilling explanation is given. As soon as they arrive at the lab, their souls are extracted, and the process begins. A moment of stunned silence hangs in the air. A figure stands cloaked in shadow, the details of his face obscured by the brim of his hat. A man with long, dark hair and a monocle observes something with a calculating gaze. Someone has located the research materials. A glowing figure, labeled Youth of Steel, emanates an eerie purple light. The text describes a project where human souls are infused into automatons for use as soldiers in war. After countless trials, the first success came with a young child's soul, codenamed Beta. One man speaks to his brother, the two seemingly discussing the research. The man with the monocle contemplates, thinking this might be a solution. The text reveals that the goal is to find a way to bring Arte back. 30 minutes later, Arte lies in a tank, as someone declares they won't alter the soul like the others. The plan is to transplant the soul into the empty prototype, Alpha, as is. He reflects that if he knew things would come to this, he would have left some prototypes. Still, the materials are enough. During the time it takes for the soul to completely transfer, he plans to ruin this project. Ludger Cherish vows to ruin everyone who's involved in it. He sighs, knowing this was how it would go. Then, he wonders where they should start. Ludger Cherish states that first, they need to stop the supply of rare metal that the automatons are made out of. Since this is a top-secret project, he believes it's highly likely that the mine is disguised as an abandoned one. Ludger Cherish says he'll take a look if there are any other exits. He'll also see if there are any clues in the notes. Footsteps echo as Ludger Cherish walks. He apologizes to Arte. Ludger Cherish laments that he wasn't able to fulfill Arte's last request. The next night, at the abandoned rare metal mine. The entrance to the abandoned rare metal mine is overgrown with vegetation. A voice booms, commanding everyone to move quickly. Military personnel and mages are present. The overseer barks that their pacing is too slow. One of the miners says it's as the other said, "Brother, they're using the subspecies as slaves." A military officer stands next to a cloaked figure. The officer notes that there are many inspectors, not only military. Someone thinks to themselves that this is quite tricky. Another person thinks that if they can get help, it won't be too difficult. Someone asks, "Pardon?" Someone states that they found someone who's quite agile. A voice suggests approaching her when everyone's asleep. The miners sleep soundly. A figure says to just wait, all of them, because they're going to blow this whole mine up. Someone thinks that they don't know what the other is up to. Two figures confront the white-haired character. One states that it would be best for them to stop. The other demands to know how they arrived. Surrounded, Sheridan Ironfid curses, realizing the situation has escalated. One of the figures insists they came to free them. Sheridan Ironfid asks if they are there to free them. After coming here, they've observed that you're quite skilled with your hands. It's amazing that you created that many explosives with the materials you've stolen. Sheridan Ironfid states that they will get rid of the rest of the explosives and asks if they can help them with those. Sheridan Ironfid asks if they just need to blow up all of those bastards. After coming here, we've observed that you're quite skilled with your hands. A handshake seals the agreement. Sheridan Ironfid says that they will call them sir and introduces themselves, stating that they will be in their care. The freed prisoners exclaim their joy at being outside. The prisoners celebrate their newfound freedom. One of the prisoners remarks that the situation is amazing. Another prisoner agrees, stating that they are free. Hans states that they should take the people to a safe place. Another man replies, asking what about him. A voice declares that they are going to finish what they need to do in this city. Meanwhile, at Ordo University's headmaster room, a man reads a newspaper, thinking to himself. The newspaper article is about the wicked criminal, James Moriarty's hidden side. The man at the desk laments that it is a shame that James Moriarty was a talented person and wonders how he became a criminal overnight. The man states that their university is going to be chaotic for a while and that he should head back. Now that it's getting late, the man holds a vial. A figure in a mask and hat apologizes for coming at such a late time. It is Headmaster Gord Himble. A voice echoes. The man questions if it is Professor Moriarty. The man states he heard about him and asks if he knows how chaotic the school was. The figure in the large hat states that he knows, and thanks to the headmaster, he was able to complete his private research. The figure in the large hat offers the headmaster an opportunity. The man asks what opportunity he is talking about. Professor Moriarty tells him to please not worry, and if he tells the truth, nothing will happen. He asks why he participated. The figure in the large hat asks if he is in the Ode of Steel research project. The man asks what they are talking about. Professor Moriarty grabs the man. Professor Moriarty states he is sure he knows exactly what he is talking about, and that he already knows everything, so don't even think about getting out of this. If it's difficult for him to answer, then he'll change the question. He demands to know about everyone involved in this project. He grips the headmaster, demanding answers. The headmaster, strained, insists he doesn't know and can't say. A voice booms, declaring that in that case, he'll have to compel him to speak. The speaker curses. A guard rushes forward, determined to intervene. The guard shouts at James Moriarty to get away from the headmaster. Kaisi Selmoy thinks to herself, realizing that they knew he would come here, and urges someone to hurry and save her. James Moriarty regretfully states that he's given the headmaster many opportunities, and the headmaster cries out for him to wait. A crimson energy flares. James Moriarty is struck, blood splattering. James Moriarty's name is shouted. The guard steps onto a magical circle. The guard continues to step onto the magical circle. James Moriarty curses, realizing he missed this time too. Your instincts are sharp, but they always lag behind by one step. An unseen figure calls out, Moriarty? Where are you? A voice continues, taunting. Guess, like the detective you are. But I recommend you no longer chase after me. Professor Moriarty strides away, his wide-brimmed hat casting a shadow over his face. Ludger retorts, You should know I'm not one to give up easily. A voice continues, That's true. Then do your best to chase after me. Moriarty's voice echoes, If I was to give you a hint, my next destination is the grand capital, D'Artangs. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Ludger shouts, Fine. I'll accept your provocation. The professor calls out, Stay there and wait for me. The next morning, a newspaper headline reads, D'Artangs abandoned factories. The recent university headmaster's murder and the press conference about subhuman slaves have created a chaotic situation. James Moriarty asks if they will get captured again. Ludger replies, stating that now that the public knows, they won't be able to act as they please. Moriarty gestures, drawing Ludger's attention. Sir. Look at this. A character presents a device. Tada. As you requested, I've invented the wire launcher. If I make it. Ludger is impressed. Amazing, to think you made this in only a few hours. The inventor replies, like this, you won't need to take out the wire. The inventor continues, hee. Your praise means a lot to me. I'm exhausted, so I'm going to take a break now. A chibi-style character expresses annoyance. Ugh, to think that brat followed us in the end. Another chibi-style character speaks. Well, she did say she. Moriarty states. Anyways, as you said, we've come to D'Artagne's. What's our goal for coming here? Ludger says, when I read the materials of the Ode of Steel, I had a suspicion. The automaton squadron is dangerous, but it's not capable of changing the situation on its own. A panel shows automatons. A narration states, even if they keep creating as many special automaton as they can't defeat half of the world's mages so easily. A panel shows gears and text. Especially with the fire silence in play, mages wield formidable power in battles today. The activation of that would render all weapons useless. A project to counteract it was in progress together. As he suspected, information about gunpowder resistant to the effects of fire silence was discovered. That could be effective against the mages. Since this city has many factories, it's highly likely that they're making them here. If it's Headmaster Himble, he should have an idea, but he hasn't said a word. So they need to find the gunpowder factory. He sighs, realizing it's going to take a long time to search one by one. What did you find special gunpowder? She appears when they talk about gunpowder. Go and do whatever you need to do. Scent of gunpowder very well. Shall I help you? Later that evening, they arrive at D'Artagne's factory district. It's over there. I smell the scent of white gunpowder which isn't used often very strongly. I can smell It's not a factory for military supplies, but it's suspicious that soldiers are protecting it. Wait, someone's coming out of the factory. Ah, I think I know him. Lieutenant General Ghetto Divino. He's a man of war. The memory surfaced. The papers always talked about severe things regarding him. For the Lieutenant General to personally come here, Ludger was more certain now. Hans was instructed to hide a mice behind that truck and find out where it goes. An unnamed character exclaimed, What? Let's just blow this place up right now. The unnamed character asked, Where did you get those? It seems they're not stupid, so they've likely cast the fire silence around the factory. A view of the factory is shown. Then what should they do? It'll be difficult to get through that level of security. Ludger stated, I have a plan. First, we need to find out where they're storing the gunpowder. Hans replied, Okay, back. Squeaks echoed through the air. Hans reported, I found it. There's a storeroom at the center of this factory, but it's heavily guarded by mages. Knowing the location is enough. Distance 300, coordinates set. Magic manifested at the designated coordinates. Red magical energy streaks towards the factory. The factory exploded in a burst of fire and debris. The factory erupts in a cataclysmic explosion, sending debris flying in all directions. The force of the blast sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The factory suddenly blew up. The man with slicked-back brown hair exclaims. His companion asks what's going on. A hand points to a document, detailing the coordinates of the gunpowder storage and the placement of fireworks around the area. The document describes the method as a form of applied magic perfected at Ordo University. A figure in a top hat orders a retreat, admitting he burned all the gunpowder there. The air shimmers with the fading heat of the explosion. A few hours later, the factory lies in ruins, a scene of utter devastation. The blue-haired investigator reports that he couldn't find anything suspicious, concluding the fire was caused by carelessness. The investigator reflects that after Moriarty told him to come to D'Artagne's, this factory blew up. According to the documents, this is a factory for car parts. The lingering scent of strange gunpowder and the traces of a military truck are bothering the blue-haired investigator. The scale of the destruction is immense. He considered the scale of the fire, the destruction far too great to have been caused by a simple car part malfunction. Was this a military factory, secretly storing weapons? That would mean the military is involved, requiring further investigation. Ludger's gaze hardened. Moriarty, why did you come here? Meanwhile, in a basement, they had managed to create a gun unaffected by the fire's silence. Since they were already carrying it around, it must be complete. A man, bound tightly to a chair, strained against his restraints. He spat, demanding, Are you the one who blew up the factory today? Who are you? Are you from the Imperial Intelligence Agency? James Moriarty, holding a revolver, regarded the captive coolly. Instead, I want to ask you some questions. Using people you kidnap as specimen and slaves. What is the reason for creating secret weapons for war? The bound man roared. You bastard, don't tell me. You're the one who ruined our project. His face contorted with rage. Our kingdom of iron was prosperous because of war. We need to go back to that period. I can't stand it anymore because it's so disgusting. Moriarty leveled the revolver, the barrel glinting in the dim light. A voice echoes, filled with regret. It was a mistake to listen. The scene fades into a collage of newspaper clippings. One headline screams, Breaking news. 6 military hardliners murdered. Another clipping accuses Kaisi Selmoy of accusing Moriarty as the one behind the murders. More headlines report that Kaisi Selmoy has arrested one person from the scene. High-ranking police officers have been arrested due to secret research and suspicious activity. The clippings continue, asking if Moriarty is the one behind the kingdom's horrific secret experiment. The The authorities have declared to put everything into arresting Moriarty. The news spreads. Many have witnessed James Moriarty. The clippings fade away. A few days later, in a lobby of a banquet hall in D'Artangs, a figure muses, scoffing at the idea of accusing Moriarty of being the underworld's godfather and a criminal consultant to his face. The figure continues, not even considering the person who's pursuing him and writing such a report. A narration box states, I found out the motive behind the secret project and I've arrested most of the people involved. The figure's thoughts conclude, but I always missed catching Moriarty, the person behind all this. But that's going to come to an end now. According to the analysis, James Moriarty's next goal will be here. The character vows to catch him this time. The woman declares that she will put an end to all criminal activity. The maid screams. Next chapter preview. The Academy's undercover professor assures that there's no safer place in this country than this estate. The entrance to the Benkanto Duchy estate is grand, welcoming all to the estate's first-floor lobby. Duke Ludwig Benkanto addresses the crowd, announcing himself as the host of today's banquet. The Duke raises his glass, stating that they will not yield. He expresses his gratitude to everyone who has come while thinking about the wicked acts. The Duke encourages the victims to enjoy today's banquet to their heart's content. The sounds of polite clapping fill the hall. A woman with light blue hair sits alone, thinking that they say they're thinking about the victims, but they're having fun and drinking. She thinks they should have at least bowed their heads or something. A man and a woman are talking. The woman thinks it's like the incident happened in another world because they're all enjoying themselves. She wonders in what way this looks like they're thinking about the dead. Detective Kaisi Selmoy is recognized by someone. Someone apologizes, but wants to be alone. Kaisi Selmoy thinks to those who are useless to not approach her. This is why she didn't want to come, but because of the food. Moriarty, that bastard, Duke Ludwig Benkanto thought. I'm certain he's hiding and waiting for a chance. Instead of waiting around, I should approach the Duke first. Duke Ludwig Benkanto. Lady Selmoy, what an honor to have you. I am not here in my family's name, so please address me comfortably. She asked, could we perhaps speak in private? Haha, of course. Let's move to another location. All right, this drawing room should be enough for you to speak comfortably. What is it that you want? To tell me, Lady Selmoy. Your Grace, your life is under threat. James Moriarty, he is after you. How interesting for him to come after me when I have no enemies. I don't think he has any reason to do that. Duke Ludwig, you can't fool me. You were linked to the lieutenant and his unit, all victims of Moriarty. The Duke's eyes narrowed, a subtle warning flickering within their depths. People simply weren't discussing what everyone already knew. Kaisi Selmoy stood before him, her expression unwavering. He conceded that she might be correct, but asked what he needed to do, even as a disembodied voice urged him to flee to the safest place he could think of. Ludwig Benkanto threw his head back and laughed, assuring Kaisi that there was no place safer than where they stood, surrounded by his soldiers. Kaisi understood, but just in case, she would assign more escort guards, thanking him for his concern. The Duke dismissed her concern, muttering about what a nosy young lady she was. Ludwig revealed that he was related to the project, so of course he knew what was going on. He added that someone was killing those involved. Someone was actually waiting for him. The Duke turned away, stating that if preparations were made correctly, one mage was nothing. A disembodied voice questioned if he was that confident. The camera panned down to show several bodies lying on the floor. The voice declared that he should be shown. He peels away a mask, revealing his true face. The man in the green suit wonders when the bastard got in here, realizing he was in disguise. He thinks they would expose themselves, even though they knew. The voice declares that this was a trap, asking how it is. He asks if they are ready to enjoy the banquet he set up for them. Ludwig Benkanto smiles, confident in his preparations. The voice exclaims that this is a special magic barrier that can block up to 6th-class magic. The voice commands them to become the prey of his guards while being locked in there. They were all complacent, so they lost all focus. The voice wonders if this is everything they've prepared. The voice expresses that he is very disappointed. Casual clothing is the most comfortable, especially the skirt. He thought to himself that it was less when he was walking. Duke Ludwig was openly dismissing him. It seemed like he didn't want to cooperate with him, so he at least needed to act on his own. If his thoughts were correct, then Moriarty should attack the Duke. A scene of carnage. Blood splattered across the floor. A horrified scream echoes through the halls. Ludwig is on the ground, lamenting that those he selected died so helplessly. Ars Goetia. It's my real magic which none of you know about. The figure stammered, claiming he didn't know what they were talking about, but it was useless. Like he said before, as long as he had this barrier that can block up to 6th-class magic dash. A figure stands amidst the chaos, scissors in hand. Ludwig Benkanto cries out, his face contorted in fear. He shouts for someone to go away. A surge of energy crackles through the air. Elsewhere, a tea party is underway, with guests enjoying refreshments. A figure stands on a balcony, acknowledging that they were forced to use magic. A person demands that someone call the guards, promising the target time to say their last words. A figure chokes another, lamenting that they would have prepared more thoroughly had they known the other's strength. He vows not to let things go the way the other wants. The figure declares that while everything may have been destroyed, one thing was overlooked. He identifies the overlooked thing as the automaton manufacturing facility, the Ode of Steel. Ludwig Benkanto grins maniacally, revealing that he sent his cleaners before the other arrived. Energy surges. A close-up reveals the figure's intense gaze. Ludwig Benkanto is grabbed by the figure, who calls out for Kaisi Selmoy. A figure cries out, relieved to be saved. James Moriarty states that he was right about someone, vowing not to repeat the mistake he made with the headmaster. Moriarty has utilized all the water from the lake to encircle the estate. He declares that he won't miss someone again. The situation is perceived as incredibly dangerous. Moriarty thinks that someone is getting in his way now, after he's used a great amount of magic power and focus. He knows that the moment he kills someone, those tentacles of water will pierce him. Moriarty considers using someone as bait, which would give him a moment to escape, but he'd lose the moment to kill him. A figure remains still, eyes closed. Someone reacts with shock and horror. Another figure points, speaking with urgency. Someone calls out to your grace. The lingering essence of water magic hangs in the air, shimmering with an ethereal blue glow. The magical residue continues to swirl, a testament to the power that was just unleashed. The force of the water magic sends someone crashing to the ground, their body engulfed in the azure energy. The remnants of the spell continue to dissipate, leaving behind a faint, shimmering trail. Ludger Cherish, kneeling beside the fallen figure, asks, "You all right?" Night Baron, his face etched with frustration, exclaims, "Damn it, Moriarty." The scene shifts to a dark, swirling vortex, as a voice declares, "He vanished the moment I used the water." Night Baron, his eyes wide with urgency, urges, "G, go after him." Ludger Cherish, his expression determined, states, "You need to stop him before he gets there." Ludger Cherish continues, "Your Grace, it seems like you know where Moriarty is headed right now." Night Baron, leaning in, asks, "Can you tell me the details?" 2 hours later, the scene shifts to the Ode of Steel Research Facility's hallway. A cloaked figure wonders if anyone is around, stating that this is boring. The camera focuses on a trap. A cloaked figure raises a hand, telling the others to wait. A trap is triggered, and someone comments on how shabby it is. A voice explains that the trap is designed to collapse the ceiling upon touch, and it seems like they did this to buy themselves time. A man warns to be careful of the traps and to pick up the pace. Someone responds with a yes. A while later, inside the lab, a figure stands in a lab. A man exclaims, wondering why they're picking up speed while evading the traps. Another man explains that they were almost here, so they didn't have the time. He adds that as per brother's orders, they came to see the child's condition, so they didn't know there would be intruders. A woman wonders what they should do now. A man asks what she means, since they can't escape. The man in the brown suit, a sinister smile playing on his lips, clutches a knife. He declares they need to hold them back. A knife plunges into a hand, drawing blood. The words echo, until brother arrives. A figure in a dark coat sprints through a forest, the message crystal clear, "Please do your best until I get there." Hans clenches his fist, determination etched on his face. The cloaked figure declares that since all their subordinates have died, their opponents will not receive a merciful death. The wolf-like creature groans in pain. The wolf-like creature tells the smaller figure that they will meet up after buying some time, urging them to run away now. The cloaked figure declares that there has been too much talking and that they will kill both of them. A sword is swung with blue energy. The cloaked figure runs. The cloaked figure is shown with a sword. A speech bubble with the text URGH is shown. The wolf-like creature says, "Nice timing, Sin." The smaller figure says, "Oh, brother." Hans asks what happened to the experiment. The soul transfer has finished, but it needs more time to synchronize. A strange sound echoes through the chamber. The wolf creature warns that there are tremors above them. Hans tells them to get out of here. Hans declares that he will do what he can, so they shouldn't worry about him. The wolf creature urges Hans to be careful and to come back. A voice muses that she would follow him. A figure falls through a torrent of water. Is she breaking through from above? It's Kaisi Selmoy. Kaisi's expression is determined. The light above shimmers. Blue energy crackles around him. The man in the top hat stands tall. The man in the top hat remarks, "What a mess. Your knocks are quite chaotic." Blue energy swirls around the man in the top hat. The man in the top hat says, "You always get in my way." He continues, "Do you want to capture me that badly?" Of course, a detective needs to capture criminals. Renee asks, "Did you think I should just leave you alone?" The man in the top hat thinks, "To think the place where we fought had a lab. Geez, it's quite dark down here." Renee stands in the distance. Renee asks, "This time you didn't run away and waited for me. Just what are you planning? What do you?" The man in the top hat says, "Mean? Did it not cross your mind that maybe I want to turn myself in? Huh?" The man in the top hat asks, "You? Is that supposed to be a joke?" The man in the top hat says, "Well, I just wanted to say it. Anyways, how about you stop chasing?" Renee's eyes narrow, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. "What?" he asks. Moriarty's voice booms, echoing with an unshakable confidence. "No matter what you do, you won't be able to capture me." The man in the top hat stands tall, his expression unreadable beneath the brim. The delusion that you can do the impossible, as much as it infuriates you, it's just meaningless. Renee's lips curl into a sardonic smile, his eyes glinting with challenge. "You're the one that provoked me to chase after you by giving me a hint, but now you're changing your mind?" Moriarty's voice drips with disdain. "You usually turn tail?" It seems like you have something important that you need to protect. The corner of Moriarty's lip quirks upward, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Did she notice? He wonders. 2 vials glow with an eerie light, their contents bubbling ominously. A text box reveals, Hans and Seridan have escaped from here, but I don't know when Arte's synchronization will end, so I'll have to fight. Moriarty's expression darkens, a hint of vulnerability flickering across his face. Why are you here when I'm not in great condition right now? I used a lot of magic and stamina to come here. But René's brow furrows, his gaze hardening with determination. I couldn't sleep for the past several days because I was chasing after him. René's eyes narrow, his resolve hardening. I also used a lot of my magic power to bring over a large amount of water. But a split image shows René and Moriarty, both looking weary but determined. A text box declares, my opponent isn't in pristine condition either. René's eyes blaze with a fierce light, a surge of power coursing through him. I have a chance at winning. She unleashes a torrent of ice magic, the frigid energy swirling around her. The ice magic intensifies, forming sharp, crystalline structures that threaten to encase everything. A figure stands firm, their boot planted against the icy ground. James Moriarty begins to cast a spell, a complex geometric pattern glowing in his hands. René invokes Ice Queen's breath, the air growing colder as the spell takes form. Ice crystals spread rapidly, a testament to the raw power being unleashed. René stands amidst the swirling ice, determined to maintain control, even as the magic becomes harder to manage. She thinks to herself, but it doesn't matter. I still have a lot of water. René realizes, even if it's him, he can't freeze all this water. James Moriarty thinks, I can continue to freeze the water, but it's all pointless if the mage is fine. Moriarty decides, I have no choice but to target her. James Moriarty prepares to unleash Thunderbolt Ballista, a rank 5 lightning-type magic. The ice mage declares that her attack won't work. The ice magic swirls intensely. The ice magic continues to gather. The swirling ice intensifies. René unleashes her ice magic. Lightning strikes the lab with a deafening crack. The lab begins to crumble under the force of the lightning. A fiery explosion rips through the structure. Professor Moriarty's expression darkens with concern. James Moriarty realizes that Arte is in danger. Someone flees the scene amidst the chaos, as a voice cries out, What? You're running away again? I won't lose you this time. René grits her teeth, a fierce determination burning in her eyes. James Moriarty spat out a curse, his face contorted in frustration. The air crackled with residual energy. The synchronization had barely finished, the lab around Moriarty crumbling into ruin. Moriarty thought to himself that he needed to take him and get out of here quickly. The professor stood over Arte, the boy's fate hanging in the balance. Arte's face was pale, his eyes closed. In his mind, Arte thought, I'm sorry. He thought of everyone. Arte lay still within the tube, his life force fading. Debris rained down around them. Moriarty cursed, wondering where he went. Seeing how desperate he was sure he was hiding something. René thought that this wouldn't do. She needed to get out of here before this place collapsed. The professor pauses, his gaze drawn to a narrow gap. There's a space between the walls. He continues forward, the floorboards creaking beneath his feet. There's something so important that it's hidden behind the walls. Moriarty glances up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Who is this? His eyes fall upon a familiar figure suspended within a tube. It's Arte. A sudden wave of weakness washes over him, and Moriarty stumbles, falling to his knees. Ugh. He steadies himself, his brow furrowed with concern. Did I overdo it? He pushes himself up, resolve hardening his features. But now isn't the time to be like this. He reaches out towards the tube, his voice laced with urgency. Arte. His gloved hand rests on the device, his mind racing. As long as Kaisi Selmoy is chasing after me, time isn't in my favor. I want to check if. Standing tall, Moriarty declares, the synchronization was successful. But first, I need to flee to another location. He turns away, a promise echoing in the air. I'll be back, Arte. He dashed through the forest, the wind whipping at his coat as he fled. 15 minutes later. The man in the top hat stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing at a magnificent waterfall. Arte, standing nearby, watched as James Moriarty spoke. You don't have anywhere else to run to, Moriarty. James Moriarty turned his head slightly, his gaze still fixed on the cascading water. Isn't this a magnificent waterfall? The roar of the waterfall filled the air. It's the loudest sound that nature can make. Arte looked up at James Moriarty, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. Do you perhaps know the name of this waterfall? James Moriarty's eyes narrowed slightly as he considered the question. A nameless waterfall, then? I will call this waterfall Reichenbach. Let's end this here. Kaisi Selmoy. Ludger stands in the field, his expression unreadable. He asks why she isn't attacking him. A voice responds, noting that he seems to have no mana left. Ludger's eyes narrow, a hint of defiance flickering within them. He questions if that isn't the same for her. Kaisi retorts that he's not wrong, but it seems he's in a far more dangerous situation than she is. She asks if it's his first time experiencing mana exhaustion. Ludger stands firm, his gaze unwavering. He states that she can't continue fighting against him in that condition. Kaisi Selmoy declares that this is her win. Ludger's expression hardens, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. He tells her not to kid herself. Kaisi's silhouette looms, a sense of overwhelming power emanating from her. Ludger's voice rises, laced with defiance. He dares her not to think he'd just let her win. Kaisi's eyes gleam with an unsettling intensity, a silent promise of the brutality to come. She focuses her energy, blue light coalescing around her hands. A torrent of blue magic erupts from her, streaking forward with blinding speed. With a grunt of effort, she squeezes out more magic, her brow furrowed in concentration. She is able to squeeze out magic even in that condition. Another blast of blue energy hurtles forward, leaving trails of light in its wake. She grits her teeth, frustration etched on her face. Ugh, if only I had enough magic, I could easily block. Gathering what little power remains, she prepares another attack. The air crackles with magical energy as she focuses. She channels her remaining strength, determined to strike. A voice echoes through the cavern. Are you crazy, Kaisi Selmoy? Another blast of magic hurtles forward, fueled by desperation. You will be dying too. Kaisi's eyes burn with fierce resolve. Care, if I can't capture you here, I'm going. A voice declares an end to evil, vowing to sacrifice themselves. The speaker proposes they die together. Kaisi Selmoy screams the name James Moriarty. A close-up of a determined eye. She struggles against encroaching unconsciousness, refusing to give in. A weapon pierces the air. The weapon descends. The weapon is anchored into the cliffside. A sheer drop. Hanging from the weapon, Kaisi Selmoy breathes a sigh of relief. Silence. Kaisi Selmoy is embraced by James Moriarty. James Moriarty declares it is Kaisi Selmoy's victory. Justice has prevailed. The next morning, Kaisi Selmoy found herself in Dalika Kingdom's National Hospital. She wondered if she had truly defeated James Moriarty. The fact that she was alive after grabbing him and falling down the waterfall meant that Moriarty was still out there somewhere. A nurse smiled. Ah, detective, you're awake. The nurse approached the bed. The nurse beamed. Thank you so much, detective. Kaisi was taken aback. Pardon? Why all of a sudden? Villagers were all relieved. No, she thought. A faint murmur fills the air. What could the reason be? She turns, hearing the sound. People who read the article have come to see her, she realizes. The crowd cheers. It's the detective. The villagers express their gratitude. Thank you. We're safe now. Detective, you're our hero. Kaisi looks on, a slight smile gracing her lips. Elsewhere, a fist raps sharply on a door. Kaisi Selmoy is called. Again, Kaisi Selmoy's name is called. Kaisi, Kaisi. The scene shifts to Duke Ben Kanto's estate. Same day, noon. A figure apologizes for disturbing the detective's rest. James Moriarty, wrapped in a blanket, questions his own demise. Is he really dead? Detective Kaisi, lying down, states that he has been officially pronounced dead. She questions what officially means. Moriarty explains that after looking into it, there was no body found within the area of the waterfall he fell from. He can't be certain that he's dead. A figure with purple hair reacts with shock. Moriarty states that if Kaisi doesn't have anything else to say, he'll take his leave. Kaisi calls out for him to wait. Moriarty states that this is a critical situation, especially for Kaisi, since she's being renowned for defeating him. Kaisi states that she'll just catch him again when he appears again. Kaisi thinks that if he's alive, he'll start making moves soon. Moriarty tells Kaisi that he thinks she should be more careful than him, Your Grace. Someone calls out for Detective Kaisi. It's true that Moriarty has sinned, but Duke Ludwig isn't a righteous person either. If it's an automaton workshop of that size, then there's no way that rumors won't spread throughout the factory square. The Duke, it was said, was undoubtedly aware of an unknown location and somehow involved. She was certain he's involved with that project, but without any physical evidence, there's nothing she can do. As if it wasn't enough that she couldn't catch Moriarty, now she can't even catch the criminal that's right in front of her. It's so infuriating. A few hours later, in the forest around the lab, he hasn't collected this yet. Ludger Cherish stood in the forest, gazing at a large tube. Maybe with this automaton that was discovered in the lab, he might be able to secure some physical evidence. Elisa Willow looks at Ludger Cherish, who is thinking, Elisa thinks, I'm the person who found you? Meanwhile, at Moriarty's temporary residence, a voice echoes, questioning the decision. Wait, so you spared Ludwig? The speaker admits, at first, he was planning to kill him. But after seeing him trembling in fear, he thought it would be better for him to live like that. James Moriarty declares that they've completed their objective here in the Dalika Kingdom. The voice suggests letting James Moriarty die, so things don't get troublesome. A figure agrees, stating if that's what the speaker wants, then sure. One of the figures says that they will wait for the others at the next destination. Moriarty asks what happened to that automaton. A close-up reveals a look of concern. Someone realizes that seeing as how he's hesitating, he must have failed. A voice encourages someone to stay strong, stating they're hanging up now. Moriarty admits he was lost in thought for a moment, but it appears that he misunderstood. He trails off with a simple, well. He gestures, inviting Ludger to follow. Let's walk and talk. Follow me. Ludger agrees. Yes, master. Moriarty corrects him. You're not a consumable, so you don't need to call me master. You're no different than a clueless child, so you need to learn a lot about the world. Moriarty pauses, considering the weight of his words. Learn. It has a good nuance. Do you? Ludger tilts his head, unsure. Like it. I don't know what it means to like, but I think I'm happy. Moriarty instructs. Follow them and learn. Ludger seems concerned. Are you not going to come with me, teacher? Oh, did I say something wrong? If you didn't like the way I addressed you, I'll change it. Moriarty watches him, a thoughtful expression on his face. Ludger steels himself. I have already steeled myself, as I had expected this to happen. He continues his internal monologue. Even if his soul was transferred successfully, Moriarty reflects on the future. A possibility that he will become someone totally different to that child still exists. Moriarty trails off, and the figure stands with his back turned, a question hanging in the air. Who are you? Moriarty had really hoped for it to happen, to hear that child call him teacher. Again after he opens his eyes. However, now that he thinks about it, does he have any right to be? Moriarty says, yes, please call me something different. Moriarty thinks there is something he needs to do, so he cannot go with him right now. The child says, I don't mind the name codename Alpha though, or... Moriarty reflects, the soul within him is that child's, so he should at least not let that child's name be forgotten. Arfa. Moriarty declares, your name from now on is Arfa. Arfa says, Arfa, the name seems familiar. I like it. Moriarty says, I'm glad that you like it. Moriarty thinks, speaking of which, your appearance stands out more than he thought. He continues, it's possible for him to make minor changes. Is there anything else Arfa would like? Can Arfa try smiling? She looks up, a faint smile gracing her lips, if you like it. You don't need to if it's difficult for you. It's definitely not. All right then, let's go, Arfa. Moriarty and Arfa walk away, the setting sun casting long shadows behind them. Yes, leader. The principal sits alone in her office, the weight of her responsibilities pressing down on her. Lost in thought, she stares blankly ahead. A deep sadness settles over her features. Arte enters the room, concern etched on his young face. If you sleep late, it'll affect tomorrow's schedule. The boy asks, his voice laced with worry. Huh? Kaisi, are you crying? Tears stream down Kaisi's face, betraying her inner turmoil. Arte continues, are you injured? Did you get injured from the last ambush? Kaisi thinks to herself, I'm so pathetic. She questions her own abilities, wondering, am I still a genius detective or the hero who saved the nation, even if he fooled me? She thinks back to a time when a man saved the country, even while being ridiculed. Kaisi berates herself, feeling lacking and stupid for not knowing. Kaisi reflects on her past, lamenting that she couldn't save anyone and only got in the way. Arte looks thoughtfully at a book. Arte places a hand on Kaisi's head, offering comfort. Kaisi looks up at Arte, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She wonders why Arte is doing this. Arte explains that he suddenly thought he had to. Arte admits that it might seem a little strange, but he's being sincere. Arte tells Kaisi that even though she is exhausted, he likes the energetic Kaisi more. He reminds her that she saved him on the day they first met. Kaisi's eyes glisten with unshed tears as she listens to Arte. Kaisi realizes that there is someone. Kaisi thinks to herself that she saved someone. Kaisi thanks Arte, saying that her mind is clearer now because of him. A disembodied voice chuckles, stating a preference for the current situation. Several days later, in Thorn, a voice booms, questioning Professor Rudiger's sanity. One of the men present demands to know how he could initiate an inspection so soon after being appointed. A hand gestures, the speaker requesting to be addressed as the planning department director. The director explains that he is merely initiating processes that have been delayed due to the position's long vacancy, adding that the internal audit assessments and budget figures both have serious issues. Professor Rudiger sits at his desk, his expression unreadable. Rudiger states that he chose people who have the most severe situations and added them to the list, noting that they are all present. The men are shocked. One of the men curses under his breath, wondering if he is not being given any time to counterattack. Professor Rudiger declares that he is about to refer this to the disciplinary committee, advising them to prepare themselves. One of the men stammers, correcting himself to call him director. One of the men asks if he really needs to do this. Another man says that he is not saying what they did was good, but there's no need to go this far. As a professor, it also troubles him to punish others mercilessly. So, he will give Professor Hugo a chance. If there's a sun shower, it's inevitable that one's clothes will become wet. So, Professor, please point out the people who have been soaked by the rain. Don't tell him. He wants him to personally pick out the ones to be punished? Professor Hugo seems agitated. As long as he has proof, they all won't be able to avoid punishment. It's fine if he declines to. He can just go by the books. However, if he does point them out, the number of people who are to be punished can decrease. He hopes Professor Hugo chooses wisely to point out his close aides. But if he declines, he'll also be punished. This damned bastard. Professor Rudiger's face contorts in anger, his expression thunderous. A while later, Professor Hugo leans back in his chair, sighing. He admits that one annoying thing has been checked off. Renee asks if he is referring to Professor Hugo. Professor Rudiger declares that the president will like what's happened too. Professor Hugo notes that they still have a lot of work to do, so they'll be busy. Renee states that they also need to prepare for the upcoming field trip. A speech bubble simply reads, field trip? In collaboration with the Royal Magic Association. Professor Hugo mentions the schools that support Thorn. Professor Hugo explains that they'll introduce the students and converse with them while showing them around the capital. He thinks the purpose of it is good. Renee responds that if it's the capital, then. A voice says that, as said before, there's a relic in Lindenborough, the capital city. A voice says that they're also attending as a guidance professor, so they plan on deactivating the relic then. Professor Hugo states that, of course, to plan this out, they need to finish their work quickly. Renee replies that she sees, then. Professor Hugo says that thankfully, the field trip duties are shared and done by the volunteer mentors. He enters the room, announcing his presence. Long time no see. A woman asks Dina to go to the assistant's office for a while. Rudiger Chelsea laughs, admitting he's coming in without knocking. Ah yes. Hugo Bortag sits at his desk, looking at Rudiger Chelsea. He asks, who cares? We're close anyway. Rudiger Chelsea asks, so what brings you here today? Did you come to take me away? Rudiger Chelsea hesitates, saying there's something he wants to confirm. Are you really? The Black Dawn's enemy. Hugo Bortag says, I heard that their branch in Valtenung has disappeared. A door opens. Hugo Bortag offers a stack of documents. Enough, then take this. Rudiger Chelsea asks, what is it? Rudiger Chelsea takes the documents. Documents I took. It'll help you with your investigation. He replies, yes, thank you. Hugo Bortag looks on. A blue-haired individual thinks, that's not her usual reaction. The blue-haired individual continues, humph, don't think I'm indebted to you because of this. I'm merely making my move because I think those Black Dawn guys are dangerous. Hugo wonders, wait, was I just seeing things? The blue-haired individual asks, is that all? The blue-haired individual exclaims, oh yeah, I heard there was a field trip on my way here. I want to volunteer as a field trip mentor. Hugo asks, what? What the hell are you planning? Hugo declares, I don't care what the reason is. I decline. A text bubble reads, the mentor applications have already been received, and it's been a long time since they've been closed. A text bubble reads, the documents showing the final list of volunteers have already been created as well, so I just need to sign off. The blue-haired individual exclaims, oh, I mistakenly vaporized the ink. To think the paper ripped too. The individual expresses their disapproval, questioning if magic should be used in such a dirty manner and if the other party is really going to act this way. Principal Elisa Willow sits at her desk, listening to the person before her. A voice warns that there is one more thing to tell, that the Black Dawn are wary and have started going after the listener. The warning is directed to Kaisi Selmore. Be careful. Elisa Willow declares that they underestimate her, asking if they think she'll just stand by and let them do their thing. Okay, see ya, but thanks for the warning. The man sits at his desk, a thoughtful expression on his face. He thinks to himself, seriously, she's still the same as ever. Several weeks later. The field trip is happening soon. One of the students heard that the third test and the field trip will be happening at the same time. It's their first time going to the capital, and they're so curious. The student looks determined. The man thinks to himself, sorry, but he suddenly doesn't. He waves a hand dismissively. Rudiger states he's going to get some rest, excusing himself. One of the students suggests they should go to the library. Rudiger, walking away, says he has medicine and they should go on ahead. Inside his room, Rudiger says he'll get straight to the point, holding a glowing orb. He received news that Thorn is heading to the capital soon. Sitting on his bed, Rudiger thinks to himself that it's time for the revolution. Rudiger is told to find out where the Thorn students are going within the capital. He is then asked if he's planning on going after the students too. Rudiger, with a determined expression, thinks that it's for the sake of escaping the oppression of the nobles and making a fair world, and they should just accept it. Rudiger is told that there are many commoner Thorn students, and asked if he doesn't care about sacrificing them. He thinks that their sacrifice pains him too. Rudiger is reminded that these sacrifices will help accomplish the future of the Liberation Army, and to remember who's helping his family. Principal Elisa Willow, looking shocked, realizes what's happening and curses. A voice whispers, barely audible, okay. Rudiger clenches his fist, a silent declaration hanging in the air. A chibi figure trembles, muttering, she ruined my favorite one. I can use it again, right? A faint sound cuts through the silence. What could it be? He approaches the door, his footsteps muffled on the polished floor. He strains to listen, but the voices are too indistinct. A chilling thought crosses his mind. Could Leo be involved with the Liberation Army? That means Leo is part of the Libera. His eyes widen with a mix of fear and suspicion. The tension hangs heavy in the air. He steels himself, preparing to confront whatever lies beyond the door. Rudiger pushes the door open, peering cautiously into the room. Huh. He scans the empty space. I'm sure I heard something, but there's no one here. I guess I'm too on edge. He lets out a relieved sigh. He clenches his fist, a conflict raging within. Asterisk no, I don't have any proof, so I can't jump to conclusions. I can't suspect a friend with just this. Asterisk. Inside the Thorn lecture hall, the current rank being discussed is rank 8. Magic is divided into ranks. The higher the rank, the more complicated and difficult the technique, and the more mana it requires. On top of that, there is a name associated with rank 5 and above. The student wonders why. Is it that they call rank 5 magicians Amamnuki? Unfortunately, that's only half correct. That is because Amamnuki was not the first magician to reach rank 5. Instead, It is because Amamnuki was the first to re-establish rank 5 by thoroughly analyzing and categorizing it. Now, does anyone know who rank 7 is named after? Huh, isn't that the first magician to reach rank 7? It's different from what you told us earlier. That's correct. You've been paying attention. This is because no one has re-established rank 7. Rank 7 is on a different level, so the number of people who have even reached it is absurdly low. He is asked if rank 8 is also named after the first magician to reach it. The professor explains that there are no written records of what exactly the magician with that name did. The name is revealed to be Grander. However, to this day, there hasn't been a single magician to reach rank 8. As such, there are theories that Grander is a word that means impossible in an ancient language. If a new rank 8 magician were to appear, then it's possible that their name would be used instead. Renee sighs in relief. With this, all the urgent work is done. Rudiger says, "Good work, Professor." He adds that they'll be going on that field trip soon. With the remaining time, James Moriarty will have to flesh things out. There's no way the Black Dawn will just sit still, he thinks, considering the situations in which the students in Thorn go outside. He inquires, "Sidina, how are the Black Dawn's internal circumstances?" From his office, James Moriarty is told, "I don't know if you'll believe this, but the Black Dawn hasn't been showing any activity." The message continues, stating that there have only been orders from above to be on standby. Sidina wonders if they're just on standby. The unseen speaker continues, "Even though I'm from the First Order, I haven't been given any orders." Sidina is told that she may be somewhat aware of the Black Dawn's movements, but it's not as if she knows everything. She'll have to confirm and verify this. The speaker agrees, stating that's true, then asks under what circumstances Sidina is unable to acquire intelligence. The speaker explains that since most information passed down to the lower-ranked members goes through Nikolai of the First Order, there are cases where they choose not to pass along certain information. James Moriarty thinks that he thought it was possible, but Nikolai's name really did come up. If that's the case, there's a possibility that they're blocking off information coming to them. It is stated that given how hostile Nikolai was towards John Doe during the last meeting, it's not unlikely. James Moriarty will also have to take into account that Nikolai could be planning something on his own. He is told, "Well done. You can head back and get some rest." Moriarty thinks to himself that he'll head to the hideout and begin drafting plans. An hour later, at the UN Owen hideout, James Moriarty says, "If you're coming." Rudiger remarks that Moriarty seems quite busy, suggesting he should have come another time. Moriarty replies that it's fine. It's not as if he has that much work to do. Rudiger asks if Moriarty is taking care of a crow now. A crow sits perched inside a gilded cage. Rudiger explains that his ability has been getting stronger lately. He was only able to control rats, but recently he's been able to command crows too. Moriarty seems surprised, responding with, "Huh, really?" The crow in the cage seems to be listening intently. Rudiger thinks to himself that crows are quite intelligent animals, and that he doesn't understand how this happened out of the blue. Rudiger says he does have a guess as to how his ability got stronger, but the beast of Gavaden. That time you transformed into it is likely the cause, referring to Ludger Cherish. He sputters, explaining, "It's because." The explanation continues, illustrating that the beast of Gavaden, like him, can summon all kinds of beasts. Rudiger elaborates that this influence might have strengthened his ability, but that isn't necessarily a good thing. If the influence exerts itself too strongly, he could be swallowed up by his wild nature. Rudiger groans, seemingly in pain or discomfort. James Moriarty listens intently. He thinks that even so, there's no need to be so pessimistic about it. He adds that Rudiger's constitution is special enough that he doesn't know much about it, so he can't be sure of this. Rudiger continues, explaining that depending on how he uses it, there's also a possibility that an even better path will reveal itself before him. Moriarty replies that will likely depend on his will, Hans. He adds that it's not an immediate cause for concern, so try to make the most of his abilities. Moriarty suggests that Rudiger might be able to take a look inside the Imperial Palace with this guy. He remarks that they won't be guarding against flying birds, after all. Moriarty adds that if Rudiger cooperates well with Sidina, it'll be easier to locate relics. He asks with that brat. Understood. Moriarty then asks that after they locate the relics, how will he get his hands on them? Will he steal them? Given it's located on Imperial grounds, it's sure to have all kinds of magical protections on it. Moriarty looks on, considering the implications. He considered that, if possible, it would be best to think of a different method. However, he couldn't get any motivation, trying to think up plans right after finishing his work. Hugo Bortag sat across from Ludger. Hugo chuckled. So he wasn't just a workaholic, huh? Then how about they go shopping for a change of pace? Ludger considered it. It had been a while, so that didn't sound too bad. 30 minutes later, at the House of Verdi, Ludger thought only the nobility would come here, but there was more variety than he expected. Hugo explained that many famous fashion designers came here by word of mouth. He added that he had some business with Violetta, so he'd visit her quickly. Hugo stated that he would wait for Ludger here. Ludger wondered if he should pick out an outfit since he was already here. A woman thought to herself, "Oh my, Professor Rudiger?" Professor Selina approached. She asked what brought him here. Ludger replied that he heard rumors of this place. Selina thought that she came to the store to take a look, and it seemed that was the case for him too. She then remembered that there was something she wanted to. Selina asked Ludger to come with her for a moment. Selina had something to show him. She thought it should be fine if it was just for a moment. She presents a small, dark spirit, cradled in her hands, glowing with a faint light. The text bubble reads, "This is a spirit I formed a new contract with." Another bubble asks, "Is this, perhaps a darkness spirit?" Professor Selena stands beside Professor Rudiger, the spirit still glowing in her hands. She says that's right, she wanted to show him. A text bubble reads, "First, Professor Rudiger." The dark spirit floats in the air. The spirit startles Rudiger, who exclaims, "Oh my." Rudiger apologizes for jumping at her, but Selena assures him it's all right. Rudiger thinks to himself that although it's a spirit, rather than fearing him, it leapt right at him. Professor Rudiger asks what she named the newly contracted spirit. Selena answers, "Esmeralda." Selena smiles, holding Esmeralda. Rudiger repeats, "Esmeralda, you say?" He acknowledges that Esmeralda is a good name. A magical circle glows with a soft, ethereal light. Esmeralda exclaims in surprise, wondering why she suddenly returned. Professor Selena's expression darkens as she issues a warning. The professor commands that from now on, no matter what happens, he is not to speak a word. Esmeralda seems confused, questioning what is happening. The scene focuses on Ludger, his expression unreadable. Ludger and Professor Selena stand together, both looking surprised. It has been a while since Esmeralda has been in this place. A voice declares that Esmeralda is my disciple. A woman with piercing red eyes is revealed to be Grander, Rudiger's master. Meanwhile, a chibi character wonders where he went. A preview of the next chapter shows Ludger with a worried expression alongside a woman with pink hair, the title Academy's Undercover Professor displayed prominently. A voice echoes, declaring it has been a while, disciple. A woman with pink hair surveys the street. A gasp escapes Ludger Cherish. Ludger Cherish realizes he can't move his body. He reflects on his resilience, considering how he's still alive after falling so far, but resigns himself to dying there if nobody saves him. Ludger Cherish lies at the bottom of the well, thinking there's no way someone would come and save him. He muses that this is definitely one of the many assassination attempts he's faced over the past 7 years, and that he's managed to survive somehow until now. A woman in a dress looks down the well. Ludger Cherish's eyes widen. The woman peers down into the well. She voices her surprise at seeing someone there. "A long time, master." "That's right. How long has it been?" Esmeralda stands under the shade of her umbrella. "Huh, master? That child. If you only consider the time that's passed, it's been over 7 years. So 7 years have passed since I fell asleep. Rather than that, my disciple, it seems you've used my blood." The man with blue hair looks on. "Not only did you secretly draw my blood while I was asleep, but you also used it as you wished. It seems my disciple is quite bold. Are you angry because of that?" "Angry? Why would I be, given that my blood is the greatest?" The woman with crimson hair wonders why she would lose her temper with her disciple over such a thing. The woman states that there is something she would like to confirm. A tense silence hangs in the air. The woman with light pink hair observes that Professor Rudiger is getting incredibly tense, noting it's the first time she's seen him like this. The woman with crimson hair wonders what this is, referring to her disciple. The woman with light pink hair looks on with concern. A close-up reveals a dark, ominous presence. The woman with light pink hair is taken aback. The woman with crimson hair states that for a division of body and soul to be so natural, it could even be called the peak of craftsmanship. The woman with light pink hair asks what she is doing, and the woman with crimson hair realizes she wasn't aware of it. The woman with crimson hair's eyes glow with an ominous red light. The woman with crimson hair states that it's been a while since she's seen something this intriguing, so she'll explain as kindly as possible. She is gently held as Rudiger places his hands over Esmeralda's eyes, a soft blue light emanating from his palms. The energy pulses, a vibrant display of arcane power. Renee watches as Rudiger asks, "What are you doing, my disciple?" Renee thinks to herself, "It would be rather awkward for me if something were to happen to my colleague." Esmeralda lies still, seemingly unconscious. She was simply intrigued by how a similar spirit was taking on the form of a human, and this energy as well, a contract with a darkness spirit. Renee thinks, "It seems more real than the real thing." That was all. "It's difficult to change what's already complete. It would be difficult for me to take and raise it myself." Rudiger says, "Anyway, let us continue the conversation we were having earlier. If you used my blood, then you must have had a reason to do so, yes?" Rudiger looks down at Esmeralda with a concerned expression. A voice confirms, "Yes, that is the case." The voice continues, an evil spirit of flames, born of negative emotions, you say? Did you say its name was Quasimodo? It's a shame I wasn't able to see it for myself." Renee stands near the seemingly unconscious Esmeralda. A voice says, "Yes, it was quite strong." Renee thinks, "Well then, that means those negative emotions must have been just as strong." Esmeralda's eyes burn with crimson light as she questions, "Using my blood on such an insignificant being as that? Do you mean to insult me?" Holding her staff, Esmeralda asks, "Did I, as your master, raise you to be so weak?" Rudiger responds, "There is no way that would be the case." A voice states, "This came to be because of my insufficiency, as an incapable disciple." Esmeralda says, "If you're willing to go that far, then it'll be easier to make my calculations. I hope you're willing to pay the price for the weight of that blood." Esmeralda wonders, "What should I do?" Rudiger says, "If you at least beg, Then I'll forgive you as my heart is as vast as the open seas. I already know you have no intention of forgiving me. Esmeralda thinks, how impudent. Esmeralda states, it seems you've experienced much traveling across the world while I was asleep. Rudiger says, if so, then you must have learned much and polished your abilities as well. Rudiger states, I will be confirming my disciples' accomplishments in person. Rudiger thinks, I understand. He states that he will return after preparing himself, requesting a little bit of time. 30 minutes later, at the house of Verdi, someone asks where their brother went during that brief moment. A figure with pink hair rests on a couch, seemingly asleep. Esmeralda observes that he looks quite serious, wondering if something dangerous is going to happen. Hugo Bortag admits he can't tell at all. He reflects that there were plenty of dangerous things that happened in the past. Hugo Bortag thinks to himself that he managed to solve them all. A voice assures that they were like nothing and that he'll be fine this time too. The scene is outside Leatherbelk, nearby forest. A burst of fiery energy erupts, filling the air with heat and light. The explosion intensifies, casting long shadows and sending debris flying. Amidst the chaos, a figure stands protected by a shimmering shield, a beacon of defiance against the inferno. The fiery display begins to subside, leaving behind trails of smoke and lingering heat. A character with long dark hair and a determined gaze reacts with shock to the scene unfolding before them. A blinding burst of red and orange energy erupts, filling the air with raw power. The force of the blast sends tremors through the very ground. It can't be, a voice cries out in disbelief. Eyes wide with shock, the figure whispers, the fifth Sapphira of Sephiroth, Gavura. A figure stands amidst the swirling energy, bathed in its crimson glow. The air crackles with heat as the red energy intensifies, its power seemingly boundless. A woman with crimson eyes laughs, her voice echoing with manic glee. Ah, this is truly incredible. Magic without technique, or anything else. The figure watches with rapt attention. To think you'd bring forth a pure miracle lost to the ancient annals of time. A voice booms with pride. Well done, my disciple. Show me more. The man with the sword looks on, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. If it's master, I was sure she'd pierce right through it, but... The observer notes, confirming it directly like this is still shocking. Another surge of energy explodes outward, the force of it palpable even from a distance. The figure remarks, my, so it's the magic you showed me the designs for then. Though it may be fast, as it can't even scratch. Grander muses that the current spell is merely a distraction, masking a true, more dangerous aim. A blinding surge of golden energy erupts, scorching the earth. The golden energy intensifies, radiating outward with destructive force. The attack catches Grander off guard. She wonders if it's a magic adjustment that can cross space. Ludger Cherish prepares to counter, drawing his sword, which crackles with arcane power. He unleashes a torrent of energy from the blade, a searing beam aimed directly at his opponent. The beam strikes its target, a silhouette engulfed in blinding light. The force of the impact throws the figure backward, limbs flailing against the radiant backdrop. Ludger Cherish's expression hardens, a grim determination etched on his face. He thinks that this much isn't enough. Arcane energy gathers once more, coalescing into a sphere of raw power. The sphere detonates, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that rips through the landscape. Caught in the blast, Grander cries out in pain as the magical forces tear at her defenses. She continues to unleash her magic, but Ludger Cherish dodges the attack. A voice echoes, asking, are you trying to kill me? The sharp edge of a weapon glints menacingly. Grander blocks the attack flawlessly. She states, that was a nice attempt, my disciple. Grander continues, however, you remain lacking. A hand grips the handle of a black umbrella. Wings spread from Grander's back, radiating power. Ludger Cherish watches as a voice narrates, the magic my master is using is a special class of magic known as blood magic. Destructive power is extraordinary. Even using rank 4 magic would cause a normal human to die of blood loss. The voice continues, however, for a vampire like my master, such a restriction does not apply. And even then, she is of the highest class among vampires. The true blood vampire spreads her wings, a crimson aura intensifying around her. She unleashes a torrent of blood magic, the dark energy crackling as it hurtles towards its target. The air vibrates with raw power as the blood magic intensifies. Dodging this many of them is impossible, and I'm not capable of blocking them either. That leaves. The blood magic continues to surge, a relentless wave of crimson energy. Using the shadows as a medium to create a distortion to warp space. Though I'll need a huge amount of mana to do that. Wait. A vortex of red energy begins to form, a swirling portal to another place. Go. That's right. What you showed me just now was this, yes? Magic to cross space. Grander stares intensely, her gaze fixed on something unseen. A hand clamps down on a neck, cutting off the air supply. Gasping, the victim struggles to breathe. A voice echoes, wondering how they will escape this predicament. The blonde woman's expression hardens. Don't tell me that this is it. The grip tightens, the hand digging into the flesh. The blonde woman stands, her gaze fixed on something unseen. A confused expression spreads across the man's face. The man's eyes narrow, a sinister smile playing on his lips. A hand glows with golden energy, poised to strike. The blonde woman coughs, blood trickling from her lips. Irk dash. Renee finds herself unable to move, a suffocating pressure pinning her in place. The energy surrounding her feels similar to holy power, a power founded on faith. Rudiger prepares to unleash a surge of energy, a power also known as the Maravijaya attitude, an earth-touching gesture. Rudiger questions if this much power is enough. Renee wonders if it is enough. Rudiger asks if something so insignificant seems like enough to her. Renee's eyes glow red. A surge of energy explodes outward. Renee struggles against the binding force. Rudiger's expression hardens with determination. The energy intensifies, a blinding crimson wave. The force of the blast slams into Rudiger. Renee's voice echoes, declaring that something is lacking, very lacking. Her eyes glow with a sinister light, a cruel smile playing on her lips. She continues, her voice laced with faith, believing that her disciple possesses more than just these significant things. Don't hide, she urges. Renee's grin widens, a hint of madness in her eyes. Your strength, show me more. Show me everything you have, pierce through my heart dash. Her voice pleads, and please. Looking up at Rudiger, Renee begs him to kill her. Rudiger's expression hardens, a flicker of determination in his blue eyes. But a wave of pain washes over him, his brow furrowing in anguish. Renee continues to gaze up at him, her expression unreadable. Rudiger's face is contorted in pain, his eyes squeezed shut. Renee's gaze remains fixed on him, a strange anticipation in her eyes. The landscape stretches out before them. Renee calls him a wicked child. Rudiger asks if she only calls him that when she needs to. Rudiger states that if he doesn't do this, then she would never hear him out, master. A close-up shows the details of Rudiger's suit. Renee says that it's enough, and it won't matter what she says now. She believes she has demonstrated sufficient strength from what he has taught her, master. Rudiger asks if she thinks he wouldn't know if she were holding back. He retorts that he could say the same to her, master. He adds that she always ought to have the last word. Rudiger's expression is serious. He muses about the hair and the scent of blood. Renee is told that she must be from that accursed holy nation, and her ties to them are quite complex. Renee lies on the ground, seemingly abandoned. She states that she doesn't show any hostility or fear towards him. Rudiger responds that he will raise her himself, calling her a brat. He adds that he will feed her, put her to bed, and train her to become stronger. Rudiger asks what she wants from him. He thinks to himself that she has a sharp mind. Rudiger assures her that he won't ask her to compensate him for the cost of raising her. Renee says that once she has grown sufficiently strong, she tells him that she would like him to kill her. Rudiger laughs, remarking on her youth, and asks if she will promise him. Renee thinks that he is as cruel as ever, master. Rudiger says that they should return to the city, as he has some people he'd like to introduce her to. Rudiger observes, I see. Rudiger and Renee walk together in a field. A wide chasm splits the earth. The crater is a testament to the battle that took place. Several hours later, at the UN Owen hideout, the gray-haired man says that they will be staying here for the time being, and asks the blonde woman to not be nervous and look after her well. The man with blue eyes thinks that is what he'd like to say. A voice echoes, stating that it will happen before that, master. A blonde man is told not to pressure them with their aura when meeting them for the first time. The blonde woman says that she was just playing a mere jest. The white-haired man thinks that this is the master that their leader spoke of. The limits of her strength. Anyway, Hans, what happened to the person I entrusted to you earlier today? The man with blue eyes is surprised. If the professor is who they mean, she should still be at the House of Verdi. Got it. He'll see her off, then, asking that the children not be harassed while he is gone. Esmeralda is called a wicked thing, as she is asked where she plans on going while abandoning her duties. Another asks if there is any need for two to go. Esmeralda notes that now that she is taking a closer look, there seems to be a lot of rather interesting people here. While her disciple has yet to return, she suggests they take this time to get to know each other. Meanwhile, in the forest near Leatherbelk. My God, did a war break out here? It looks like there was a large-scale bombardment. What exactly was in the report that came in today? The sky outside the city turned red, and following that, an enormous sound that shook the heavens rang out. The man notes that the sky turned red, which is strange. Even with the report and this terrible scene, he can't even guess as to what happened here. Ludger Cherish wonders if powerful magicians fought here, noting the destruction is greater but similar to something he's seen before. Someone off-panel finds the situation entertaining. Ludger Cherish questions what kind of magicians would come here and secretly fight. He doubts that any magicians could cause this much destruction to begin with. Ludger Cherish hums, lost in thought. He considers that magicians above rank 6 are rare and wonders why they would fight here. Ludger Cherish finds it nigh impossible. A knight in full armor approaches, recognizing them as those guys. Ludger Cherish recognizes them as paladins of the Lemensis religious order, questioning why they are here. A figure says, pleased to meet you, believer. May the Father's grace be with you. The armored knight tells the figure to get to the point, adding that if their plan was to acquire information, they should give up, as they haven't a clue either. Another figure comments on the foul stench wafting from this place, guessing as to who could have done this. Ludger Cherish looks concerned. One of the servants of Lord Lemensis asks if what they are hearing is true. Another servant of Lord Lemensis confirms that they can tell with certainty. It is stated that there is only one vampire left in this world. A dark figure is shown. The sign reads Leatherbelk Alleyway. The pink-haired woman apologizes for fainting and says she will be heading back to school first, thanking her escort. The escort tells her to be careful on her way back. The escort walks away in the rain. The escort tells someone to stop following him. He demands that they show themselves. The figure stands in the rain. It was on purpose. Professor Rudiger Chelsea states that he wished to meet with him. Rain falls as Rudiger Chelsea stands under an umbrella, his expression unreadable. The Bishop of Lemensis is about to be revealed. The Bishop of Lemensis declares, I am a believer of Lord Lemensis, the young lamb Fredden. As lowly as I am a Bishop of Lemensis. The Bishop's faith is absolute, a believer of Lemensis. The Bishop of Lemensis requests, please quickly explain what business you have with me. Rudiger states, the reason I came to you is because I'd like to make an offer. Though others may not be able to sense it, I can. Rudiger continues, sacred power, definitive proof that one's been blessed by a god. It flows out of you, Mr. Rudiger. The bishop's words hang in the air. He asks, so are you suggesting that I convert to the Holy Order? The Bishop of Lemensis replies, it is not something I say lightly. I am thinking only of your best interests, Professor Rudiger dash. Rudiger's boots stand firm in the rain. Rudiger declares, then you should never have come. Rudiger's eyes narrow, his expression hardening as he rejects the bishop's offer. A figure under an umbrella declares, if you are thinking of me, then you should never have come. Rain streaks down the dark fabric of a tailored suit. The man's expression is unreadable. The hooded figure speaks, then allow me to tell you just one thing as someone that has received the grace of a god. The man under the umbrella continues, the king of monsters was revived, and today, a hideous red flower has bloomed in the city's outskirts. He adds, with so many abnormal incidents, I hope disaster will not befall you. Now then, I shall take my leave. The rain continues to fall. The hooded figure clasps their hands, praying, please grace the young lamb with your righteous light. The man under the umbrella observes, seeing as they're backing off, I guess they aren't completely sure yet. A figure is surrounded by light, a divine power emanating from within. If they came to me having felt divine power with certainty, they would have noticed my true identity as well. I haven't been found out once, but for a stranger to have felt the power flowing out of me. He concludes, I knew it. It's due to how often I've been using my divine power recently. It seems the time to use that sealing technique has come. James Moriarty remarks that someone has arrived, addressing them as Master. Ludger Cherish, in chibi form, wonders what Moriarty did to his comrades downstairs to leave them in such a state. Ludger Cherish questions why they would blame their exhaustion on Moriarty, suggesting they simply spent time getting to know one another. Renee states that someone is truly impressive, referring to them as my disciple. Someone wonders how Moriarty manages to rope in these kinds of folks. Moriarty replies that he just happened to meet them while traveling across the world, as Renee laughs, calling it humble of him. The brown-skinned man is described as quite proficient in swordsmanship despite being human. The beast man with a large build was obviously shaken, but despite that, he was overflowing with fighting spirit. Moriarty says that someone, Phantos, has always been that way, traveling the world searching for an opponent that he could put everything on the line to fight. Someone says that even when they first met him, he came in order to fight with Master. The lower half of a figure is shown. As she recalls, she happened to be out, so I ended up fighting him. James Moriarty sits on a stool, listening intently. He muses, is truly intriguing. He is human, yet he's a beast, but not. The scene shifts to a close-up of the floor, as James Moriarty continues his internal monologue. On top of that, quite the interesting thing lies dormant deep within him. Renee looks up at James Moriarty, a concerned expression on her face. Please don't say that to his face. It would hurt him. Renee's red eyes narrow as she asks, so, what are you trying to achieve by gathering such people here? James Moriarty looks at Renee, his expression serious. You must have a reason for leaving your master's side to traverse the world. James Moriarty continues, his gaze intense. Is it something you cannot tell even this master of yours? A close-up shows Renee's lower body, as she simply states, Master. James Moriarty looks down, a thoughtful expression on his face. If I ever get the chance to do so, I shall tell you then. Renee looks up, her expression serious. Technique a bit. Sealing technique. Renee continues, not too long ago, a bishop of Lemensis approached me after feeling the power flowing out of me. If I let things be, my true identity would be discovered by the Lemensis Holy Order. James Moriarty stands, his expression thoughtful. Could it be that it has weakened to the point that they would notice? He clicks his tongue, annoyed. Those imbeciles believe that he runs away from them out of fear. Renee asks if she just has to improve the sealing technique. She continues, stating that she can do something like this with just a bit of time. Renee thinks to herself that she can simply reinforce what already is, so it won't be difficult at all. James Moriarty states that he is aware of that. Renee retorts that he is not. She warns that once he reaches his limit, it won't end with just affecting him. James Moriarty reminds Renee not to forget the promise she made with him in that pit that day. He continues, saying that it is always ingrained in his heart. James Moriarty adds that she has quite the silver tongue. He recalls that just earlier today, she didn't face him with the resolve to kill, and that this is nothing more than a temporary measure. just as Master said. He thinks to himself that it will weaken as he continues to use divine power. However, if he thinks of the enemies he has yet to face, the figure states that they cannot completely exclude the use of divine power. The individual believes it is only a matter of time before the holy nation reaches out to them. The person expresses the need to hurry things along. The goal is clear: secure the relic fragments on the day of the field trip. A bustling city scene unfolds. 1 week later, at Lindenborough Station, a train arrives. The people that will be mentoring you today will be at the center plaza. While they guide you, make sure you don't end up wandering elsewhere. 2 individuals engage in conversation. This is the capital, Lindenborough. A picturesque view of Lindenborough, with its canals and bridges, is displayed. It's been a while since I was last here. Has it been 7 years now? It's much more developed than it was back then. He reflects that he was originally supposed to come here with the identity Gerard. The group marvels at the huge fountain. They speculate that the people in front of the fountain must be the field trip's mentors. Caroline Monarch, Wyron, and Royna Pavlini stand ready. Casey Selmore, magician of Celadon Green, thinks that the people coming are way better than she thought. Professor Rudiger Chelsea is greeted, and the greeter wonders who he is with. Miss Veronica confirms that they last met during the train accident. Veronica DeVille, vice captain of the Order of Cold Steel, smiles. The other person asks what brings Ludger here. It's revealed that today is the day of the field trip to the capital from Thorn, and because of that, the Imperial family dispatched their night order. The other person wonders if the whole night order being dispatched would leave a gap in the security of the northern mountain range. Ludger responds that they've formed an. It's explained that border security has been reinforced, so there have been fewer incidents. It's also revealed that it's not just their night order here, they're here right. He states that they are on time. Veronica DeVille remarks that Ludger Cherish surely knows the order of Nightcrawler as well. The name Tarina Lionhowl appears. A figure states that they will be off, adding that it was nice seeing him after so long, and he replies in kind. Ludger Cherish remains silent. A voice wonders why the Yuta Kingdom would abandon their border security to roam around the capital, even if they have stabilized. Veronica DeVille notes that they even called Nightcrawler here, adding that this is serious and wonders what could be happening in the capital. A character states that they have to tell Sidina, adding that there are many. A character thinks that there are many witnesses here, so they will use a whistle that only half-elves can hear. An exclamation point appears. Ludger Cherish thinks that the orders of Cold Steel and Nightcrawler are in the capital, and he should tell Hans as well. A character thinks, ah yes. He carefully folds a small piece of paper, sealing it with practiced ease. Footsteps echo through the hall. A paper airplane lands softly on the floor. Veronica DeVille asks, so, has your captain not come to the capital, Captain Tarina? Tarina replies, safe the north may be, the captain said that having even our strongest asset leave would be too much. Veronica remarks, still the same as ever, huh? Veronica continues, more importantly, seeing as you've come here, Captain Tarina, is something going on in the capital? Tarina responds, I haven't heard any specifics either. I've only received orders from the Grand Duchess to patrol the capital. Veronica asks, so even the Order of Nightcrawler, which possesses the most intel, doesn't know what's happening. A voice observes, the Liberation Army has been making some concerning moves recently. Just as they've stopped appearing in the north, it seems they've gathered around the capital. Another voice adds, it seems the reason we were dispatched is just in case something happens. Veronica sighs. However, what I don't like is that if we move about so conspicuously like this, they'll just go deeper into hiding. I'd like to just take them all out in one go. Well, regardless, it's at least a relief that nothing has happened. But is it all right not to alert Thorn of this? It's their long-awaited field trip, so let's not ruin the mood. Besides, they'll catch on to the fact that something's happening with us around. Professor Rudiger. Do you perhaps know why the knights are here? I don't know the specifics, but given what they said, they came here on orders from the Imperial family. They said they're here to escort the students, so there's nothing to worry about. Anyway, to think even Tarina Lionhowl would be here. In the past, when I acted as the Phantom Thief, Arsène Lupin, I struggled quite a lot with how persistently she chased after me. I managed to avoid confronting her with my bare face until today, but I don't have a choice now. Not that she could possibly recognize me, but... Wait. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. A thought bubble conveys the question, what could the reason be? Veronica DeVille and Caroline Monarch walk through the town square. Veronica and Caroline pause, their expressions thoughtful. Caroline asks if Veronica means Professor Rudiger Chelsea, mentioning they met once before during the incident, and that he'd be cautious of them. A train terrorist attack. So that man is Rudiger Chelsea, sitting in a chair. One of my subordinates had investigated him before, but this is my first time seeing him in person. Veronica wonders what this strange feeling is, remarking that it's as if they've met somewhere before. Caroline notes that it's quite rare for 2 night orders to come to the capital. Veronica closes her eyes, lost in thought. But just in case, I ought to look into him once this incident is over with. Caroline says she sees, and that they've left their post for too long, so she'll be heading back first. Veronica tells her that if she sees anything suspicious in the capital, please let her know immediately. She wonders why Caroline suddenly looked this way. Given how she's quietly walking away, it doesn't seem like she's realized who he is. Well, there's no need to worry about that right now. Ludger will continue as planned. What? You have to be kidding me. 2 of the top 3 knight orders in the Empire are here. Is something happening? Yeah, he knew it. There's no way things would go smoothly. Nothing is ever this easy. He can't even get mad over this. The man looks off to the side, sighing. What? Do I concern you? The man looks at the woman on the couch, surprised. He wonders why she came all the way here, trying to play it cool. Lady Grander retorts, questioning why it matters if she walks on her own 2 feet. He insists that it doesn't concern him at all. He received a letter from Hyungnim, and it seems something might happen in the capital. Lady Grander laughs, telling him to find out for himself if he's her disciple's subordinate. She thought if it was for his disciple, he'd at least provide that much help. Lady Grander asks if he believes she followed after her disciple because she was worried about him, then states that it's not at all how he could possibly dare to surmise her thoughts. He can't get a handle on her. Just having her around makes him uncomfortable. He wonders why she came here, deciding to find out on his own and ordering someone to check the underground waterways. His eyes narrow. He excuses himself. He thinks that if she's going to tell him, she should at least tell him properly, and asks if she's just going to tell him where, and then forget about it. A voice muses that there is nothing to lose, so perhaps a couple of mice should be sent in. A man stares intently at several white mice on a table. A sign indicates the location as Lindenborough downtown. A woman with fiery red hair announces that free time starts now and encourages everyone to explore the capital. A glimpse of legs in motion. One person remarks that Lady Caroline really is as energetic as they've heard, while another notes that she feels completely different from the Chancellor, despite being an alumni. Someone observes that Leo is alone even on the field trip, wondering if something has been going on with him lately. A person with glasses glances nervously to the side. A voice wonders if something is related to a conversation they overheard. A man looks at a closed door, hoping whatever it isn't that. A voice warns not to get too upset, because if they butt in, he'd just get mad. Someone notes that he seems uneasy too, so they should just believe in him and keep watch. Someone observes that they bicker and squabble normally, but it seems like they still care about Leo, huh, Tacy? Tacy exclaims that she is just annoyed that he's not acting like he usually does. Tacy then suggests that they buy some skewers that look tasty. Someone wonders if they should get skewers, while another says that it's not like anything has happened yet, and that they should believe in Leo. Someone exclaims that there's a lot of something. Someone asks a mister to give them 2 skewers. Someone thinks that a voice feels really familiar, almost like their master's. Someone says, huh, and then master? A close-up of a character's face shows a surprised expression. Someone asks Aiden. Mandelina, Aiden's master, is introduced. The group looks surprised. The question hangs in the air. Is that Mandelina's master? He wonders who she is, admitting he's never seen her before. A badge gleams on the uniform. He wonders if they know her. Ludger Cherish realizes that they're distracted, and he'll use this opportunity. Ludger Cherish walks away. A voice declares that someone is late. Ludger Cherish states that they will get down to business, and the plan will be carried out as is. James Moriarty asks what the route the Thorn students will be taking is. Silence. The person is told that they are late. He reflects on the person who taught him anti-magic. The man smiles, remembering the past. In a flashback, he recalls giving bread to his master, who was starving on the streets. In exchange, she taught him anti-magic. Renee questions whether constitution and aptitude are important for special class magic. Renee wonders what he would have done if Aiden didn't have the aptitude for it. He jokes that he would have just said it was a shame and eaten the bread. Someone is surprised that the man had potential that would rival theirs. The man thinks that this, too, was fate. He wonders if it's already time. He states that his master has gotten a job and has an important duty to fulfill. He declares that it's about time he gets back to work. Renee is relieved that he got a job and wonders what kind of disciple talks about their master like that. He offers some parting words. Before he leaves, Ludger says he'll give Renee some advice. Ludger advises Renee, if she can, to try not to leave her mentor's side. Ludger chuckles, preparing to leave. Ludger says that one never knows what could happen, and then states he'll be off. Renee wonders if they can see her from here. Renee's gloved hand holds a golden pocket watch. Renee glances at the pocket watch, her expression unreadable. Renee states that she'll return to the castle now, addressing someone as Your Grace the Grand Duchess. Elsewhere, someone exclaims how beautiful it is. Someone expresses surprise that the imperial family would prepare tour sites for them. Someone notes that it's because it's Thorn that they're giving them such special treatment, but wonders if it's okay to leave the students to the mentors. The man assures someone that there are many on the same level as the Chancellor this year, so they can rest at ease. The man reflects that he has seen many strange things during his travels around the continent in this castle. It's incredibly large, and very few people receive permission to look around here. The man muses, wondering if this is it. The castle's interior stretches into the distance, a testament to its grandeur. If he can just find out where they're stored, it wouldn't be hard to get them, he thinks. After that, escaping would be the biggest hurdle. Due to how large this place is, it's likely that there are many soldiers, so it would be easy to get surrounded, the man considers. Even if he uses teleportation, there's a risk, the man says. The pink-haired woman excuses herself. Fascio, a guardsman of the Imperial Guard, announces that it's a pleasure to meet everyone. Fascio, Imperial Guard. Could it be that Sir Fasio, the guardsman who takes care of the imperial family's important personal matters, is here? One of the characters wonders, why would the imperial guard be here? Among the people here, is there perhaps someone named Rudiger Chelsea? Ludger stands in what appears to be a castle. He responds, confirming his identity. He asks what he is being called for. Someone says that it's a pleasure to meet Sir Rudiger Chelsea. Ludger asks if it is all right with the other person if he could please make some time for him, wondering what this is about. Fasio apologizes, explaining that since they're moving as a group right now, for him alone to step away would be. That person would like to see you, Sir Rudiger. Rudiger and Fasio are seen together. A voice announced, that person would like to see you, Sir Rudiger. A figure with blonde hair tied back in a ponytail spoke to Rudiger. Ludger's expression remained unreadable. He stated simply, I understand. Ludger addressed the blonde figure. I deeply regret having to leave for a while. I'll be right back. A voice responded, ah yes. Please take your time. He wondered what had happened, as the professor was the only one who was summoned. It was Professor Rudiger Chelsea. A voice questioned, isn't it obvious for someone who's becoming a royal guard to attract attention? Ludger's blue eyes narrowed. Suspicious. He walked alongside Veronica and another student, the latter remarking on how strange their professor was. Ludger was glad he was doing well. Veronica wondered where Leo had gone, noting she didn't see him anywhere. Veronica looked around, her red hair bouncing with each turn of her head. The free period was ending soon. Ludger declared he would go find Leo, stating he couldn't have gone far. Veronica responded that it was just Leo and that he would come back on his own. Ludger stated that Leo didn't know this area well and that he would go get him. Ludger wondered where he went. He wondered if Leo went somewhere far to sightsee. It was an alley, the perfect place to meet up with someone secretly. The conversation from before kept bothering Ludger. He hoped it was only a misunderstanding. He is met with silence. The man in the brown coat and hat looms over him, awaiting a response. Ludger's cherished expression is one of concern, his brow furrowed as he considers the implications of the plan. The man in the brown coat and hat explains that they also want to go ahead with the plan right now, even with the knights all over the place. Now is the perfect opportunity for a liberation for the commoners. The man in the brown coat and hat continues, stating that their goal when fighting the mentors is. Ludger Cherish questions the plan, asking if it is to show everyone just how powerful they are. The man in the brown coat and hat reveals that this time, they have several rank 6 mages. The man in the brown coat and hat states that every one of them is extraordinary and equivalent to a weapon, so there's no need to go through with the plan. Ludger Cherish is shocked by this revelation. The man in the brown coat and hat explains that he understands what Ludger Cherish is saying, but this isn't something he can decide, as the higher-ups have already made their decision to follow through. Ludger Cherish kneels, frustrated that he's expected to just obediently follow orders. The man in the brown coat and hat threatens Ludger Cherish, suggesting he should think about his family. The voice echoes, contemplating whether others might succumb to hatred. He wonders if something has occurred without his knowledge. The name Leo hangs in the air. A close-up reveals a stern expression. The man's thoughts are interrupted by a sudden realization. He strides forward, determination etched on his face. His gaze is intense, focused on an unseen target. The details of his uniform are crisp and precise. Lindenborough Central Square bustles with activity. Renee wonders why she is being stared at. He realizes that at this rate, he won't be able to gather information with paper magic. He also recalls the child he saw in the staff room was that guy's assistant. It's a surprise that Moriarty has an assistant. Hugo Bortag warns that the Black Dawn has started going after someone, advising them to be careful. A flashback shows assassins ambushing someone, just as Hugo Bortag had warned. The figure was given a heads up and it was raining that day, so they weren't hard to defeat. A narration box states that since the speaker is certain they're being targeted by the Black Dawn, they need to be more careful from now on. Someone thinks that it's free period right now, so there's no problem. Someone realizes that there's a reason Renee is called the best detective. Renee is shocked, thinking that someone suspects she's a member of the Black Dawn. A text box indicates Lindenborough temporary base. Ludger Cherish wonders why. Someone states that she was supposed to periodically send them information she gathered. Ludger Cherish thinks that it might not be great to send it to them since the knights are around right now. Someone says that the information she sent before was probably due to luck. Ludger Cherish asks what, and why they're already back, questioning if they checked it already. A disembodied voice echoes a simple question. What? Hugo Bortag's brow furrows, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he contemplates the situation. The unseen speaker declares that no one can pass the underground. Rats scurry along the walls, their tiny claws scratching against the stone. Hugo wonders if they are too scared to go down further, questioning if they felt so much fear that they couldn't carry out his order. Hugo's power to control them is so strong that he could make them jump into a fire, but something down there is bad. Hugo sits at his desk, wondering if his brother's mentor already knows about this. Renee wants to ask her, but it seems like she doesn't want to talk. Seeing how disinterested she is, Renee thinks maybe it's something they don't need to worry about. Hugo clutches the desk, feeling it's getting to his head, and he doesn't want. Hugo decides to personally move around, but his brother's mentor told him about this, and it'll leave a bad taste in his mouth if he just ignores it. He needs to personally confirm whether it'll interfere with his brother's plans or not. A sudden noise echoed through the room. The figure jumped, startled by the sound. That scared me. To leave. Bella Luna Fitana wondered where they were going. We're going out? Where to? A voice declared that there was a location they needed to check right now, and to bring all the tools they needed to investigate. The Lindenborough underground waterways flowed with a strange, luminescent green liquid. The eerie green liquid continued to pour from the pipes, staining the ancient stone. The liquid cascaded down, creating an unsettling glow in the darkness. The scene faded into a blur of motion. A voice spoke, "I've heard a lot about you, Sir Rudiger." One of the men stated that Rudiger had caused an uproar in the magic world with the arcane. He dismisses the matter. The blond man questions what he means, emphasizing how few people can accomplish such a feat. Ludger Cherish states that he is unsure what others think, but that is the standard he sets for himself. The blond man replies that he seems pretty sincere. The blond man asks if this is when Ludger Cherish uses the saying, "Not everyone is cut from the same cloth." Ludger Cherish suggests that maybe that's why the princess wants to meet him. The scene shifts to a view of a grand building. A voice announces to the princess that the requested guest has arrived. Someone praises Sir Facio for a job well done, requesting to speak to the guest privately and asking Facio to have the guards stand further away. Facio confirms that he understands. The narration reflects on the first time coming to Lindenborough, the capital. Ludger Cherish recalls that it was 7 years ago when he first came to find a job. Coincidentally, he bumped into someone and worked with that person for a while. First in line to the throne, and was known as the interim emperor. Someone wanted to see Sir Rudiger Chelsea, or should address him by the name he gave back then. Jack the Ripper. The First Princess, Eileen von Exilian. Next chapter preview. Academy's undercover professor. Huh, what's that sound? 7 years ago. A sudden realization. A figure turns, startled. Renee thought, oh no, I didn't see the person coming around the corner. I even came here with an artifact that erases my presence. Ludger thought, what? I didn't feel her presence until I ran into her. I thought someone was following me, so I heightened my senses too. A voice echoes, who are you? A serene garden scene. Renee asked, did you already know who I was? Ludger asked, when did you do a background check on me? Renee thought, did you really think I wouldn't figure it out just because we hadn't met for the past 7 years? Especially when your name is well known in the magic world. A voice declared, not only that, but my knight in Leatherbelt can't move forward as well. From that moment on, Renee caught on a little. Renee held the teacup as Ludger stated. Tarina kept stating that you were a troublesome opponent, and that's when it came to mind. You're the only person who would call a National Guard a chess piece. Ludger asked, so what brings you to the royal palace? Ludger continued, I'm purely visiting as part of my duty as a Theorn professor. Did you think I would fall for your lies? Renee, holding her teacup, asked, what is it that you're trying to find within the royal palace? A close-up of Ludger's eyes reveals his intense gaze. Meanwhile, 30 minutes ago, in the underground waterways, an unseen figure says, all right. One figure instructs another, go and tell brother. A raven flies overhead as one figure asks, will it really reach the leaders safely? Another figure responds, of course, there shouldn't be any problems right now. One figure remarks, the empire is 1,000 years old, but I didn't know it would be so big and complicated down here. Another agrees, I agree, since one can keep excavating endlessly. She observes the surroundings, noting that it doesn't look managed and is likely abandoned. Ludger adds that judging from how the mice can't come down here, it doesn't seem to be a normal sewerage system. He asks if she can really not think of what it could possibly be. Renee admits that she doesn't know the names of such large trees. She clarifies that to be honest, it's not like she's completely clueless. Ludger wonders what the hell it really is, remembering the huge tree. They stand together, contemplating the strange environment. Suddenly, Renee asks what that sound was, noting that it sounded like a beast. A large, shadowy beast with glowing yellow eyes appears, snarling. Ludger's eyes widen in alarm. Renee gasps, fear etched on her face. A title card displays the chapter number and title, 101, a commission. A looming shadow of a monstrous creature stretches across the tunnel as the pair flees. What's that? A cryptid? Panting, she struggles to keep up. I can't run anymore. Ludger urges her forward. Don't give up, unless you want to be eaten. She grits her teeth, fear etched on her face. Shit, it'll only be a matter of time until it catches us. Ludger calls out, wait, stop. He thinks to himself, asterisk, do I need to transform right now? I'm really not confident going against a real monster. Asterisk. She questions his sudden change of plan. What? Why, all of a sudden? Ludger identifies the creature. Look at it closely. It's not a cryptid. It's just a chimera. Renee's expression shifts to one of recognition. A chimera? I've heard of it before. A narration box explains. It's created by a dark magician who gathers multiple living things in one place. Wait, who cares if it's a cryptid or a chimera? It's still running after us to kill us. Renee, wearing a hat and coat, looks determined. I don't know about cryptids, but I'm not scared of chimeras. A blinding flash of light erupts. The light intensifies. The chimera roars, its eyes glowing with predatory hunger. Its massive paws pound against the stone floor, each step a thunderous echo. Ludger observes, she's a lot more skilled than I thought. Is that why brother brought the elf here? Their feet pound against the ground as they flee. Renee smirks, asking, why aren't you scared of chimeras? This beast was merely created. I'm not scared of creations. Renee continues, I actually think they're adorable. Look at its beautiful coat, which has no trace of any ragged clothing. Ludger exclaims, hey, anyways, good work. Let's run before it gets out. Ludger asks, what? Why are we running? Well, it's dangerous. Renee replies, isn't this a good opportunity to see what it's made of? Ludger, exasperated, asks, what? A tiger-like creature, its eyes gleaming with predatory intent, speaks in a low growl. This lady will personally check out this cutie's body. The creature growls, the sound echoing through the dark space. A man's face appears, framed by a dark tunnel. He exclaims, from now on, I'm never going to get on that elf's bad side. Darkness descends, like a curtain falling. Two figures stand in front of a grand, domed building surrounded by lush gardens. One says, I'll say this again. I only came here because it's my duty. Another replies, oh, are you still using that excuse? A man with graying hair and a sharp gaze speaks intently. I'm sure you know about the incident at the Kunstauction house, right? Of course you do, since you were there that day. The man continues, his words laced with suspicion. I confirmed that the incident wasn't a coincidence. I gathered all the items at the auction from the underworld and bought them. A fragment glows with an inner light. The text reads, but on the item list, there was an unknown fragment with unknown uses that came from an unknown. A woman with blonde hair and a knowing smile says, I'm sure that's what you're looking for here. Hands manipulate strings, as if controlling puppets. The text reads, it has something to do with that fragment. The man from before thinks to himself, I thought I had taken care of it thoroughly, but it seems she managed to collect everything. If she's dug this deep into it, then making excuses is pointless. The blonde woman smiles, her eyes glinting with amusement. I'm just collecting them as a hobby. Ludger asks if she has finally given up on avoiding the matter, a hint of amusement in his tone. Veronica replies that she won't ask about the fragment's uses, adding that if the item he's after is here, it will be in the palace repository. Ludger wonders if she's planning to secretly steal it from the palace repository. He thinks it's better for him to confidently walk through the door and take it. Ludger states that he wants to commission her like he did 7 years ago. Veronica reveals that this is the real reason she called him here. Veronica says that as for compensation, she'll allow him to take 3 things inside the repository, asking what he thinks. Ludger is surprised by the offer. The palace repository is described as being clouded in mystery due to its restricted access. Ludger thinks that there's nothing better than that, referring to the offer. Ludger thinks that if he thinks about it from another perspective, it means her commission is that dangerous. He wants to hear more details before he makes a decision, wondering if it has something to do with the reason why both night orders are here in the capital. Veronica says that he would have seen them on the way here. 3 figures stand silhouetted against the city skyline. One remarks that they would have sensed it, but received a report that a suspicious group has infiltrated the capital. They tried to investigate beforehand, but the group left no traces behind. Veronica sits at a table, a teacup before her. She asks if there is a possibility that they've left the capital. The response comes that security was tightened on all the gateways as soon as the report was received. The speaker continues, stating that they have no choice but to assume that they're still inside the capital, and that the orders were summoned just in case. A close-up of a character's face reveals that they need help. The character states that they need skill in completing missions by infiltrating the enemy, no matter where they're hiding. It seems she did a lot of investigating to the point she needs my help. Even if I reject her, I'll be caught up in this no matter what. More importantly, with what's happening in the capital right now, Hugo Bortag stands among a group of individuals. The character declares that they have no reason to decline. The character states, I take it that. The character responds, of course, you will compensate me well. The man inquired, his tone suggesting this wasn't their first meeting. Do you have any other information? A polished boot, adorned with a golden gear-like ornament, stood firmly on the wooden floor. The man's voice echoed, laced with impatience. My subordinate will be bringing more soon, so just wait. James Moriarty smirked, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Ah, speak of the devil. A voice announced, I have arrived, princess. Mandelina stood, her expression unreadable as she clasped her hands together. The scene shifted to a table where James Moriarty sat, a teacup in hand, as Mandelina approached. A voice boomed, filled with shock and anger. Why are you here? James Moriarty's gaze intensified, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. Moriarty demanded, his voice laced with barely suppressed fury. Why the hell are you here, Mandelina? Mandelina's gloved hand fidgeted nervously. The location is the Crystal Palace Museum lobby. The Crystal Palace, where the history of magic comes alive, buzzes with activity, even without exhibitions. The light-haired man says that they already booked in advance, so they can go inside right away and explore freely. The red-haired woman and the light-haired man walk through the Crystal Palace. Rowena admits she is tired. Rowena wonders why the school federation chose her to be a mentor, as she is not confident when it comes to socializing with people. Rowena Pablini, rank 6, is affiliated with the school federation. The white-haired woman asks Rowena what's wrong. The white-haired woman asks what's wrong. The white-haired woman, the light-haired man, and the red-haired woman stand in the Crystal Palace. The light-haired man says that you can find most of them, as the Magic Tower and various school associations contribute their knowledge of magic to this place, then asks if he can perhaps. Rowena appears surprised. A speech bubble asks about finding things about magic with no attributes. The Crystal Palace's magic exhibition hall stretches into the distance. A voice explains that one should be able to look at materials on magic they haven't even heard of, although they won't uncover everything, especially the fundamental secrets of the applicable magic. Renee exclaims that she sees. A voice asks if Miss Renee is someone who possesses magic without an attribute. Renee listens intently. Renee admits that she finds it difficult to use elemental magic. The voice responds that then she must find her classes quite uncomfortable. Renee says that she does her best to follow the content. Renee adds that Professor Rudiger also looks after her well, and that she met him once at the arcane chambers. Rowena exclaims that they have arrived at the place that shows unique magic types. She gasps, realizing there are far more unique types of magic than she thought. Modern magic that cannot be defined is referred to as unique types. In terms of diversity, the unique types far surpass the remaining 4 types. A sign displays the words, Dream Magic, Dream Walk. Rowena notes that it was materialized by divine magic. That magic is the most versatile among the unique types. They don't call it magic, but miracles of God. However, according to modern theories, it's said to be half magic. There's something strangely captivating about it. Mandelina asks how the other person can stand there right now. The scene shifts to a flashback, showing a woman seated at a table. A man standing nearby tells her to stop, declaring she is his faithful subordinate now. The woman questions when he became so merciful. The narrative reveals that she is the descendant of Marquis Teperon, the leader of the military coup that took place 7 years ago, and a member of the Black Ops Alpha Team, a secret special task force. Mandelina looks shocked. The flashback continues, with the man explaining that he secretly went out on the day he met her because of her ambush, the Alpha. The narrative explains that the team was annihilated, and it was highly likely that she would be the only survivor. The man states that he still didn't plan on letting the rebels live, of course, within the Black Ops, the Alpha Team. The narrative reveals that the Black Ops Alpha Team consisted of the most dangerous members. The man continues, explaining that when they prepared to sacrifice themselves and join the coup, he personally went after her. The man says that as soon as she saw him, she immediately surrendered. He was so speechless that he felt like an idiot for being overprepared, so in the end, he just took her in. The descendant of Marquis Teperon surrenders. She remarks that the other person hasn't changed. The descendant of Marquis Teperon wonders if Mandelina missed her back then. A figure begs for mercy. The descendant of Marquis Teperon explains that after seeing her fight, the person begged until all her comrades fell. She begged so pathetically that she ended up letting her go. The descendant of Marquis Teperon declares that she is the princess's faithful dog now. Ludger states that he understands, princess, if that is her will. Mandelina asks what news the descendant of Marquis Teperon received. Someone has come to the conclusion that they are in the underground waterways after following their trail. Someone with that skill level would have no choice but to retreat. That means that place has become their hideout. Ludger says he'll be right back. How surprising. Ludger is asked if he knows how to use birds, too. He responds that it's not him, but his subordinate. It seems he's already investigated the waterways. Someone thinks he took a. It was a different route than Mandelina took, and he entered that way. He wrote that there's a huge animal down there. Ludger asked, "Can you think of anything, princess?" Aileen responded, "I don't know anything specific." Aileen stated, "I don't know anything specific." Ludger asked, "What are you trying to hide right now?" Ludger inquired, "Do you know how long this country's history dates back?" Aileen asked, "Doesn't it go back 1,000 years?" Aileen responded, "No, it doesn't even go back 500. I found out about it through the palace's ancient documents." Aileen asked, "What? That's double the length of time. Why does the world know of it differently?" Aileen asked, "Do you know about the kingdom that preceded the Exilian Empire?" Aileen stated, "It has no history, and we just simply know of its existence. The Exilian Empire succeeded that kingdom. It was as if a new painting had been layered on top of an existing one. Cards bearing a red cross flutter down. A woman's voice echoes, certain that someone is in mind, the group that had the biggest influence within the continent at that time. The Breedis Holy Nation. The outcome is that the underground waterways are relics older than the current empire's history. Can you accept that I really know nothing now? Of course, what we're talking about right now is highly confidential, so please speak nothing of it." The two continue their discussion. "Then can you at least tell me who the people in the underground waterways are?" "The liberators. They fuel the people's anxiety and loot behind the backs of the coast guards. Is Nikolai really planning something? Then we must hurry. The liberators will make their move either today or tomorrow." "What?" "Because Theorn's students and the important figures from the Magic Tower are here. From the liberators' point of view, there isn't a better target. Fazio, the princess's shadow weapon and royal guard, knew she would say that." Fazio greets Rudiger, saying, "Greet Jack the Ripper." Rudiger replies, "It's an honor to move with you, senior." Rudiger adds, "I'll be in your care." 30 minutes later, they arrive in Lindenborough City. Fazio asks, "What do you intend to do now?" Rudiger asks, "Are you planning to go underground?" He continues, "No, we cannot go down there carelessly since we don't know what's waiting." Rudiger explains, my subordinates are currently investigating the situation, so we'll just wait for their report. Facio replies, I know that not all of them are underground. Facio suggests, until we gather more information, let's walk around the city and scout for anyone suspicious. Rudiger agrees, stating, no, we'll move around ourselves first. Rudiger thinks to himself, if a famous detective were to make a move right now, that might provoke them. And if I'm away, the students will become anxious. Professor Rudiger. An urgent voice booms, declaring, this is where you were. I have something to tell you right now. A man rushes towards two figures, calling out, Aiden? Where's your mentor, and why are you guys alone? The question hangs in the air, you guys alone? A close-up reveals Ludger's eyes widening in surprise as he hears his alias called out. Huh? Leo. The man with teal hair looks concerned. The group stands together, the tension palpable as they discuss the situation. The teal-haired man looks down, a nervous sweat beading on his brow. Why yes? Ludger's expression hardens, his eyes shadowed. Is everything I just heard true? A close-up focuses on the details of Ludger's attire, the tension radiating from his posture. An hour ago, two figures stood in a narrow alleyway, the tall buildings casting long shadows. A voice wondered if he had heard them, and how much he had caught. The figure with aqua hair looked stricken. He thought he was finished. The other figure asked if Leo was okay. Leo responded with a questioning tone. Judging from his reaction, he had heard everything. The figure with aqua hair asked if he was really asking him if he was okay. The other figure stated that he had seen everything and was still asking that. He revealed that he was a member of the Liberation Army. Leo's eyes widened as he heard the revelation. The figure with brown hair snapped, demanding that his name not be said like that. A fist clenches, knuckles white with tension. A friend you trusted was a liar and a national terrorist this whole time. Ludger, eyes wide, declares, I fooled you. Tacy, Fona, and everyone else. Ludger's expression shifts, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. But why? He wonders. Leo's brow furrows, his voice laced with concern. Why are you worried about me? The camera focuses on a uniform, the emblem barely visible. Ludger stumbles, a gasp escaping his lips. Leo apologizes, his voice laced with regret. I'm sorry for eavesdropping, but you tried your best not to follow what the Liberation Army wanted. Leo continues, a sense of urgency in his tone. And the terror attack hasn't happened yet. I'm sure you can stop it right now. Ludger's expression hardens, his thoughts unreadable. Ludger's internal conflict rages. But if I betray them, I don't know what'll happen to me, but my family will be in danger. And who would believe what two mere students say? Leo suggests a course of action. Professor Rudiger. Let's go ask him. Leo presses the issue, his voice urgent. What? Don't you remember what happened during the werewolf incident? If he deems someone an enemy, even if they're a student, he won't go easy on them. The scene unfolds amidst a fiery backdrop, as Ludger is warned that their opponent won't go easy on them. It's suggested that he might be seen as an accomplice. Leo suggests that if it's the professor, then it's possible to convince him. Leo looks down, a thoughtful expression on his face. An unseen character declares someone to be the biggest idiot they know. Leo's name is called out. Ludger asks if everything he just heard is true. A close-up shows a hand, possibly in distress. The hand clenches into a fist. Someone realizes that the professor wouldn't help, lamenting that they've already told him so much information about the Liberation Army. Leo, looking up, urges that they should hurry to save their family, then asks for pardon. A stern-faced man says that since it has come to this, he'll need Sir Facio's help. Leo responds with a hesitant yuam. Another character states that this is related to his mission, and thanks to Leo, his work will become easier. Facio smirks, a hint of satisfaction in his expression. He tells Leo that there's no need to make that kind of face. Professor Rudiger states that it's a professor's job to help their students. Rudiger looks down, a shadow obscuring his eyes. Rudiger is thanked profusely, tears streaming down his face. Meanwhile, the sign reads, Lindenborough City Liberation Army's secret branch. The third branch has been discovered by the Knights. A figure stands before several cloaked individuals. The same thing happened with the 5th and 17th branch. They're quicker than I thought, those imperial bastards. Well, 2 night orders were dispatched, so it was bound to happen. Carl, the manager of all branches, stands in the shadows. It won't be long until they find the main branch. Each group will use the underground waterways and move to the designated location. If a problem arises, make sure you're prepared to take one more person. A sudden explosion rips through the area, catching several figures in its fiery embrace. A voice cries out in disbelief. WH what? A man with glasses looks around, his expression a mix of shock and concern. We got caught. Already? A disembodied voice echoes, laced with suspicion. Was it you? Ludger Cherish's eyes narrow with fury. The trash who threatened my student. A figure stands in the shadows, their expression unreadable. A figure lies on the ground, blood pooling around them. Uck, sh shit. A hooded figure declares, I knew that kid would betray us. Another figure reveals, that was a highly confidential secret we didn't even tell the kid about. A man shouts in alarm, Eek, you're in danger too, being this close. A voice roars with murderous intent, die. A blinding explosion erupts, consuming everything in its path with intense heat and force. Eyes widen in disbelief. What's going on? The explosion is being absorbed, the destructive energy vanishing into an unseen source. Quasimodo's spirit stone absorbs fire-related explosions and their shocks. How dare you threaten and use my student? His face contorted in rage, the man's eyes burned with fury. Ugh! A pained scream echoes through the room. The man's face is twisted in fury as he screams. How does it feel to have your body tremble so uncontrollably? Does it feel like your organs and blood are turning inside out? You guys don't say anything until you feel this much pain. Tell me everything you know. He doesn't think they have the time for this right now, having already sent agents to that kid's family. Even if they send someone over there, they'll also be chopped up like that kid's family. You don't need to worry. In the Lindenborough City backstreets, someone grunts in pain. Because he sent someone that he can trust. A figure strides forward, their destination unknown. Is everyone okay? Ah, yes. Not bad. It was an ambush, yet you pushed me back. It seems like you're also a knight, but that was your last chance to kill me. A guy without any swords can't defeat me. The knight stands ready, blades gleaming. The man smirks, stating he had a good chance, but he didn't take it. A voice declares that there is a reason not to kill, because he can kill. The voice repeats, emphasizing that he can kill. The voice responds with a confident, anytime. The scene blurs, suggesting a rapid shift in location or time. The background remains blurred, the transition continuing. 30 minutes later, a figure expresses gratitude, relieved that his family is safe, stating he only did what he had to do. Another figure asks someone to take his mother and younger sister to a safe place, suggesting they spend time together before returning to the academy. Two figures stand together, observing something with concern. One of the figures responds, saying okay and thanking Professor Rudiger again. The two figures are seen again, standing together. A voice questions whether someone is going to make that kid take responsibility. He walks alongside a man in a dark suit. The man asks if he is sure that assisting the Liberation Army will be okay. Rudiger responds that he could be acting. He adds that he didn't know the man trusted his students so much. Rudiger states that he doesn't trust his student, but he is trusting a person who has precious family members. A voice says that Fasio is the reason he was chosen as his shadow. The narration states that it was because he is able to pursue justice even when his hands are stained with blood. That contradictory side of his reminds him of his former shadow, Jack the Ripper. The narration states that he was rational and cold, but was also weak to love and thinks deeply about others. Rudiger smirks. Rudiger asks the man in the suit of things on his end. The man responds that after they told him the information he needed, he handed them over to the knights. He thinks a large-scale terrorist attack will occur soon. The man in the suit states that it will be in a place with lots of people, most likely the Crystal Palace or the Grand Plaza. A destroyed area is shown. The man in the suit thinks it already started. He thinks they should hurry. The man in the suit looks serious. Rudiger exclaims a resounding, yes. Professor Rudiger is the best, according to the chibi figures. The next chapter preview shows a character yelling, hey, buff pig, is that important right now? At the time of occurrence, Lindenborough City is under attack. Monsters rampage through the streets, their roars echoing off the buildings. Monsters, run! A man screams in terror as a monstrous wolf-like creature bares its fangs. Ah! The monstrous wolf towers over two men, its shadow looming large. An explosion erupts as a monster attacks a man in the street. A man shouts, looky here, young lass. If you carelessly blow them away, the streets are going to all be destroyed. Heron, affiliated with the Scholars Association, stands ready. Caroline Monique, a mercenary mage, shouts, questioning why they are not taking down the monsters all at once. The city lies in ruins. Someone shouts that they will leave the area and tells others to stop dawdling and evacuate the students. On the other hand, the Crystal Palace's main entrance. A monstrous beast lunges forward. The city lies in ruins. Someone shouts to keep shooting and not let the monsters get any closer. If they get past us, the people inside will be in danger. Caroline Monique prepares to attack, telling everyone to stand back. Someone shouts not to get swept away. Caroline Monique prepares to unleash a powerful attack. A massive hand descends, poised to crush a man and a woman beneath its weight. Aileen von Exilian stands tall, her voice ringing with determination. It's over for us if they break through the entrance. While we're weak, please let us help. Aileen von Exilian's expression hardens. Ugh, we don't have a choice. If the situation becomes dangerous, you must back off immediately. A soldier affirms, yes. The monstrous beasts are struck with a powerful blow. The attack continues, striking the monsters with unrelenting force. The onslaught intensifies, the monsters unable to withstand the assault. A monstrous tiger roars in defiance, its fangs bared in a savage display. A man cries out as he is struck, the force of the blow sending him reeling. Two figures sprint through the city streets, their movements blurred with speed. Aileen von Exilian instructs Rowena Pablini. We need to stop those thorns, Cheryl. I'll leave them to you. Rowena responds, okay. Caroline Monique prepares her attack, a swirling vortex of blue energy coalescing in her hands. She begins to unleash a wave of shimmering blue energy, the air crackling with power. The energy coalesces into searing projectiles, streaking towards their unseen targets. Aileen von Exilian summons a bolt of pure, crackling lightning from the heavens. Her eyes burn with focused intensity as she channels the immense power. The lightning intensifies, bathing the battlefield in an ominous purple glow. A dark-haired man watches the display, his expression a mixture of awe and concern. He mutters, "I know she's a genius, but to think she's that strong in a real battle." Aileen von Exilian glances back, her expression weary. "Thanks to you, we can take a breather." The lightning crashes down, striking shadowy figures with devastating force. Aileen von Exilian grits her teeth, pushing herself to the limit. More energy projectiles streak across the battlefield, seeking out their targets with deadly precision. She unleashes a final, blinding burst of energy, the air shimmering with heat. She asks, concern etched on her face, "Are you okay?" A blinding light fills the room, the force of the blast shaking the very foundations. Professor Rudiger is caught off guard by the sudden attack. Debris rains down from the ceiling, the air thick with dust and the smell of ozone. The structure groans under the strain, more fragments plummeting to the floor. Hugo Bortag, ever composed, asks, "Is everyone okay?" A student cries out, "P. Professor Rudiger." Another voice responds, "We're safe, thanks." Ludger Cherish grits his teeth, muttering, "To you." Aileen von Exilian's expression is one of deep concern as she looks at Rowena Pablini. Aileen von Exilian repeats her question, "Are you okay?" Renee, standing alone, says, "Ah. Yes, I'm fine." Ludger Cherish, his face partially obscured by shadow, confirms, "Ah yes, I'm fine." The camera looks down at a woman with dark hair. The woman is seen from the back. An hour later, at the Lindenborough Central Plaza temporary shelter. Two figures stand guard outside a large tent. A voice expresses gratitude for everyone's efforts, acknowledging that they were able to take control of the situation with minimal casualties. Aileen von Exilian, first princess of the Exilian Empire, sits in a chair. A voice states that they should begin the briefing on the situation. Someone agrees. It's revealed that at 2 p.m., chimeras appeared in the city through the sewers. Using that as a distraction, the Liberation Army tried to attack the Thorn students and mentors. Lloyd of the Nightcrawler Order is shown. The text thanks the princess for informing the knights and mentors about the gunpowder. The aftermath of battle is grim, a bloodied sword resting near a captured soldier of the Liberation Army. The victory came without much difficulty. Despite the victory, a high number of casualties were suffered. Aileen von Exilian states that they can discuss protocol later, after the matter at hand. Hugo Bortag reflects on how much worse the situation would have been without a certain man, and how indebted he is to him for saving Arinder. Aileen von Exilian urges everyone to prioritize bringing the situation to an end instead of being emotional. Hugo Bortag states that they will first establish a defense line and stop further damage, prioritizing the safety of the people. Another voice suggests that they should quickly go underground and annihilate those bastards, seeing this as the best chance since the enemy has lost a large amount of manpower due to their ambush. Aileen von Exilian is asked if they are telling them to just go in there blind, questioning if it's a trap. Hugo Bortag interjects, stating that he thinks the enemy's scheme has yet to end. Aileen von Exilian listens intently. Kaisi Selmore, the second daughter of the Selmore family, is asked to share what she thinks. Kaisi Selmore responds that she will first elaborate upon the chimeras, noting that they are exclusive products of black magicians, meaning the black magicians and the cloaked figures wondered if the black magicians, who possessed the knowledge to create chimeras, would create them just to fight against the empire. He was certain they had a scheme they were confident in succeeding in. The attack just now was to prepare, distract, and buy time to set that plan into motion. A hidden scheme. However, he had no idea as to what said scheme would be. After they find out what's going on, that's a valid opinion. Regardless, it's about time he arrived. Fazio had investigated the underground waterway, as per Her Highness's orders. Good work, Sir Fazio. However, he had no idea as to what said scheme would be. Although that information was obtained by Hans and Bellaluna, that's as much as we found out. Okay, get out of there safely. Sir Fazio, please report the information we just heard to the princess. Pardon? Why aren't you doing it? We have a meeting in the center tent that the others, including me, will be attending soon. This isn't information that I, a professor, can share. The Imperial Guard, Fazio, stands beside Professor Hugo Bortag as the professor states that he understands and will come and share at an appropriate time. Hugo Bortag thinks to himself that he doesn't need to be suspicious as they're all the princess's subordinates. Aileen von Exilian thinks it's fine since the princess accepted her too. Renee considers the order to create that many chimeras. Underground. Aileen von Exilian reads that they built a large facility underground. It's noted that in order to create chimeras, they would need an enormous supply of materials, not just a facility. Hugo Bortag reflects on the fact that they were able to channel those materials through the capital for a long time. Someone says not to worry, commander of the guards, and that they're sure there isn't anyone from his squad who's working with them. Fazio and another man hear that they wouldn't have channeled their materials externally to begin with. Aileen von Exilian wonders if that means that they were able to find that amount of materials underground, and asks what the hell it is. It's something buried deep underground, unknown to the world. A Dead World tree. More of the Dead World tree is revealed. Several hours ago, in the underground waterways. Inya muses, hee what a shame. I can't learn much about it from just one. Ludger Cherish states That's insane. I've seen my fair share of things. Can you tell me what you were going to say before? Ludger thinks. About that, I think I need to look into it more. Enya says, you don't need to be completely certain about it, so tell me what you think. Enya exclaims, it's the main source of the elves, the world tree. She then asks, what? Ludger asks, isn't the world tree huge? It grows above a canopy and the elves look after it, right? Why would that be here? Enya stammers, I don't know. I can find. Enya says, out if we go in deeper. But it's going to be dangerous if it's just the two of us. Enya declares, I have an idea. She stands among the others, the topic of discussion being a world tree. It is said to exist underneath the capital city. Fasio questions if it is not a mistake, stating that a world tree isn't something commonly found. Iron Mask Rotron, affiliated with the new Magic Tower Rank 6, stands silently. Even though the world tree was an ancient sapling that existed on this earth for a long time, in order for to grow, it needs the right environment with particular conditions. So would it have really been able to grow underground? Fasio insists that what he saw was definitely a world tree, although it was dried up with an ivory coloring. If it really is a world tree, then it's sufficient enough to use as material to create chimeras. Even though it's dead, it would still carry a large amount of life source. Aileen von Exilian declares that if that's true, they'll only create more chimeras and attack again. She has decided that they need to infiltrate as quickly as possible and stop their plans. And with that, they will discuss. Aileen von Exilian looks determined. Who will be going underground? They need people who are very skilled. The group considers their options. Everyone present is skilled, but with limited numbers, they should move in pairs or threes. Another suggests creating a group of analysts to study the world tree. Aileen von Exilian listens intently to the discussion. Aileen von Exilian declares that she is the perfect candidate for the role. Someone asks about Professor Benamor. The professor explains that in the past, his family acquired a specimen of the world tree and conducted research on it. Professor Benamor continues, stating that as a member of the Benamor family, who specialize in medicinal herbology, he is confident that he is competent. Iron Mask Rotron thinks to himself that he doesn't think Professor Benamor is lying. Someone warns that it will be dangerous to move alone, so in case of an emergency, they should take people who can fight. Another suggests that someone should go, stating that both of them started teaching at the same time, so they'll both be comfortable with each other. A red-haired woman states that they can't go down there to begin with. Someone laughs, stating that both of them are the type to compete with magic output, so they might not be able to control themselves and make the ground cave in. Iron Mask Rotron states that he doesn't mind going down there. He expresses a slight hesitation, noting that he has to work with someone he isn't close to. He also finds the person unusually receptive for someone who often opposes him. The plan for the analyst group is complete. Now, it's time to create the infiltration groups. 30 minutes later, at the Safe Zone's makeshift warehouse. Ludger Cherish apologizes for acting on his own accord, acknowledging his brother's presence. Iron Mask Rotron assures him that it's fine, stating that he made the right decision to investigate. Ludger Cherish mentions that his master told him to investigate. Iron Mask Rotron questions if his master instructed him to do so. A figure in bed thinks that if master said that, then she needs to be more on guard. The figure in bed thinks that since she hasn't interfered, it hasn't reached that level of danger yet. Ludger Cherish states that from the information he gave, it seems like he went in quite deep, questioning if it was dangerous for the two of them. Iron Mask Rotron responds, to be precise. The man with the hat recalls that they didn't personally go down there, but that a young lady found something inside a chimera. He continues, explaining that she made something on the spot and put it in a syringe. After that, the chimera she injected suddenly became obedient. The man with the hat elaborates that she said she changed a part of its brain and its recognition to commands or something. With its enhanced ability, the one that was injected was able to control the other chimeras. The man with the hat adds that she took several others with it to investigate. The man in the suit responds that since it was an animal of that size, he was able to see through its eyes. He adds that there's no need for it to report back to him. The man in the suit instructs them to keep investigating and to call him if they find anything urgent. The man with the hat responds, understood, brother. Oh, and a moment later, Lindaborough City. Ludger Cherish wonders if an elf who's come to help analyze the world tree is even trustworthy, aside from her skills. The man in the suit says that if it's the princess, then he guesses it's fine, as she vouched for her. Bella Luna asked a favor, and it's better if they have one more person. She was also the first person who discovered the world tree. Ludger states that they don't have much time, so they should go. He adds that they shouldn't do small talk. A moment later, they find themselves in the underground waterways. Ludger exclaims that it's been a long time since he's had such a great conversation with someone. He asks Miss Bella Luna if he can contact her personally after this. The woman with peach blonde hair asks if he's okay. Someone says that he might be uncomfortable. The woman with peach blonde hair laughs, saying that she doesn't mind, so he should speak comfortably. Someone notes that Ludger said no to small talk, but now they're full on talking, wondering if it's because they have the same interests. He adds that they still haven't seen a world tree root. The woman with peach blonde hair says that Sir Fasio said he saw one right away, but he entered through a different way. A glimpse of a chimera. A chimera? So they're over here too. Ludger notes that there's about 10 of them, and he'll take care of them. He declares that he can handle the situation. The man with black hair responds that if that's what he wants. A pack of creatures charges forward through the tunnel. The creatures continue their advance. A figure stands amidst a swirling energy. A pool of viscous, purple liquid spreads across the tunnel floor. The creatures snarl, their eyes glowing with a malevolent light. The creatures howl in pain and frustration. The man with black hair watches the scene unfold. Ludger Cherish and another figure discuss the effectiveness of the poison. The figure with the hat says that it's correct, as expected of an expert. The creatures lie dead, surrounded by the poisonous fog. One of the figures states that because of the poisonous fog, they can't go this way. He adds not to worry, and if they wait a little, the poison will disappear when it mixes with the atmosphere. They'll take a small break and move again. The poisonous fog lingers in the air. Meanwhile, in the underground waterways, through a different route, one of the figures says that he didn't think they would meet again like this, and that he had hoped they'd meet under better circumstances. He walks alongside the white-haired figure. I agree, it seems like life has been rough on you. The figure responds, I could say the same for you. No, I think you're different compared to before. Ludger Cherish asks, what happened since the last time I saw you? He replies, yeah. Ludger Cherish's expression is thoughtful. The white-haired figure says, what would you do if a certain someone hadn't done anything wrong, but they're being ridiculed as? But you didn't know and ridiculed that person as well, thinking they were bad. They didn't do anything wrong, but are being ridiculed. The white-haired figure's expression is serious. The figure says, I think we need to continue this talk later. A moment later, the roots of the world tree twist and writhe, filling the cavernous space. Enya exclaims, it really is here, the world tree's roots. The man with gray hair observes, this place is a lot more spacious than others. I don't know what type of facility it was, but now it just looks like some ruin. The gray-haired man continues, let's quickly analyze it before the enemy comes. Ludger Cherish responds, all right. The gray-haired man's expression hardens as he focuses his gaze. A beat of silence hangs in the air. The gray-haired man says, a moment. The gray-haired man asks, can you see what's above the roots? Ludger Cherish looks up, questioning, roots? What? A looming structure rises above, partially obscured by shadow. A voice echoes, the hell is that? A grotesque, bandaged figure reaches upward, its form emaciated and unnatural. The sign reads, Central Plaza Temporary Shelter, as people hurry inside. Move the injured to the tent over there. A figure sits silently beneath a large tree. A blonde woman approaches. Renee, are you okay? She asks. The blonde woman and Renee walk together. Ah, senior. Did you meet your the first princess? The blonde woman grimaces. She nagged. The blonde woman speaks to Renee. Huh, I think the first princess treasures you very much. Renee replies, no way. I swear she thinks I'm her toy. More importantly, it was reckless of you to go to the Crystal Palace, Renee. Do you know how shocked I was? Renee responds, I am sorry. My body reacted before I could even think. Lumos hasn't said a word of thanks. A woman with long, dark hair looks off into the distance. The blonde woman states that it would have been really bad if Professor Rudiger wasn't there. The other person agrees, saying that he was so cool. Her eyes widen as she feels something. Renee is confused. She says that it's nothing and that her head started spinning for a moment. What was that? A close-up of Renee's hair. She wonders what's with this strange feeling. The ground, no. Someone can feel it coming from under the ground. Someone thinks that it came out of the world tree's roots. Someone doesn't like it, saying that it looks like someone was struggling to escape from me. A voice wonders if the roots will move or jump them the moment they touch. Ludger is unsure. A voice suggests they should still be careful, and another voice says they'll leave Ludger to be on the. Someone says to look out and begin, Miss Bellaluna. A hand touches the roots, and a voice says, okay. Someone asks if it's analysis magic, saying it's their first time seeing it in real life. Ludger finds it tough, having discovered the general characteristics, but nothing concrete. A voice says that someone has also purposely blocked the information saved within the world tree, and it must have been the dark magician who created the chimeras. Someone asks if there is anything else they can do. A voice says that unfortunately, their powers can only do this much, and it's embarrassing, so they'll be returning with nothing. Someone says they discovered something. A voice asks, really? The roots are dead, but a huge amount of life force is contained inside. Green energy crackles around the roots of the world tree. The dark magicians are probably using it. Ludger Cherish strokes his chin thoughtfully. It's similar to the opinion raised during the meeting. Did you find out anything about that? The person who burst from the roots is an entity from a source entirely separate from the world tree. Yes, someone forcibly put that person inside the world tree, and they're still actively trying to escape. Because of that, they were captured in that position. Bellaluna Fitana adjusts her glasses, looking up at the roots. So you're saying that person might be able to move? No, they're just the remains of someone who was trying to escape. Their real body is probably still dormant inside the world tree's roots. Ludger Cherish glances at Bellaluna Fitana. I think the Liberation Army and dark magicians are trying to control what's inside the roots. Do you? Yes, if my thoughts are correct. That something is the power of a demon. Ludger Cherish appears surprised. Ludger Cherish narrows his eyes, a flicker of concern crossing his face. A massive tree dominates the landscape, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky. Two figures stand in the distance, dwarfed by its immense size. A demon. It's an entity that doesn't exist in literature. That's the common understanding. But there are people who. Bellaluna inquires. But Lady Bellaluna, the information from the World Tree is blocked. How did you figure that out? ELs can share their feelings with the World Tree, and we can. A character with pointed ears and a hat laughs. So even if the information is blocked, we can still read it. Ludger responds, different from what I heard from Professor Viorano. The World Tree can only be permitted to those who look after it. This might be offensive, but you're not deducing these things from personal experience, right? Ludger states, of course not. That's absurd. Really? Are you for real? It's okay. She's done this multiple times? I thought she was kicked out of the forest for her eccentric behavior. It's a miracle she's still alive. He is met with a glare. Ludger expresses his surprise, reminding the others that they have no right to pick apart the rules of elven society. The voice warns that making the wrong move could lead to fighting the elves. The figure insists that they hurry up and report it. The figure suggests they infiltrate the enemy as well, stating that if the dark magicians are scheming something with demonic power, they need to stop them. A voice questions whether reporting back their findings isn't their first priority, especially since they have people who can't fight. Bellaluna is mentioned as not being confident about her findings. The figure agrees, but notes that even if they follow what the other says, they don't know where they are. The voice suggests that if that's one of them, they'll be researching at the center of the roots, and that if they follow the roots, they'll be able to find their base. A voice adds that they can't say the path they took to get here is safe anymore. A figure stands with a sword. Someone says they'll leave Miss Bellaluna to Professor Chris. The figure thinks to himself that he was planning to protect her anyway, so not to worry. Meanwhile, a passage inside the underground waterways. The metallic footfalls echo through the underground waterway. Armored figures advance through the dimly lit passage. The armored figures continue their advance. One of the armored figures declares, "You've finally revealed yourselves, liberators." Veronica Deville observes, "There aren't that many of them. It seems they know they'll be at a disadvantage if they move in large numbers." Veronica Deville continues, "But there's a chance that they're seasoned troops. Please be careful." Ludger Cherish thinks to himself, "Something's different about them compared to the soldiers we met previously." A figure with a scarred face grunts. A voice asks, "What's the progress?" A voice states, "As of right now, it's possible to safely use the energy we extracted up until the second phase." One of the figures responds, "We're currently being careful with proceeding to the third phase, but if we pass this, it seems like the last phase will be possible." The scene opens in a dimly lit area, the air thick with anticipation. One of the figures, his face obscured by shadows, demands, "What? We haven't completed the third phase yet." Another figure, shrouded in a dark hood, replies, I understand. It's still within the expected range. What happened to the infiltrators?" The camera focuses on a sign that reads, Andre Semorf, Biotechnology Faculty, Dark Magician. Below, figures stand in a dimly lit hallway. One of them comments, "Judging from their low numbers, they may be quite skilled." Two figures stand in a hallway, discussing strategy. One says, "It seems like they send incomplete second orders into each passage." The other responds, "We need to buy as much time as possible. Get all these second orders." The figure from before adds, "Yes. It's not a power that we can easily control. Get the chimeras classified as first orders, too." The hooded figure exclaims, "Yes." The scene shifts to a large chamber with a glowing red core. Two figures stand before it. A voice asks, "How's the condition of the third?" The figures in the chamber continue their discussion. "We need to buy as much time as possible. Get all these second orders." Another voice adds, "At this rate, it'll wake up within the time we hypothesized." A muscular figure stands with arms crossed, bathed in red light. A voice says, "That's wishful thinking. For an executive member of the Liberation Army to participate in an exam in which they may lose their life. The power is so grand that it's certainly worth participating." The hooded figure states, "No matter what happens, we must complete the third phase." Another figure responds, "Yes, we were lucky. Our original plan was to only go after the World Tree. Who would have thought there would be demonic power inside of it?" A voice declares, "Of mankind." Another voice responds, "How foolish. There is no power greater than mankind's. Because of fear and ignorance, it's shunned and considered frightening." A crimson liquid swirls within a large, ornate basin, the light reflecting off its surface, casting an ominous glow on the surrounding structure. James Moriarty, cloaked in shadows, muses, "If you're aware of it, it's no longer a frightening power. If the third is complete and able to use that power, then the final." The air crackles with energy as Moriarty grits his teeth, a red aura flaring around him. Raw power explodes outward, the force rippling through the chamber. The energy intensifies, the air thick with the scent of ozone. A figure in a hood looks up at Moriarty, questioning, Master?" A disembodied voice declares, "There seems to be an expert on biology among the infiltrators." The voice continues, "It stole the hegemony of the first, we created and observed us. It seems like all our plans have been exposed. Impossible." A figure commands, "Look into the other chimeras for any abnormalities." Another voice responds, "Yes, sir." The figure is then ordered to accelerate the process. The words "progress of the third phase" appear, superimposed over a figure in a dark suit. A close-up of Moriarty's shadowed visage reveals a grim determination. We're fighting against time now. One figure asks how many deductions were made. Another wonders if it's okay to bring her around. The white tiger declared that it killed all the ones that seemed a little strange. A voice called out, stating that it was a good job and that they should go back to their position. The man wondered if they got caught, but he heard all the important things. The man told Sardinia to report what he was going to say to the boss right now, as he had to go somewhere. The woman responded to the man, saying, "Okay, senior." A voice groaned that they barely defeated them. One of the men stated that they were a lot stronger than the usual liberators. A voice asked if that was Professor Chris's magical beast, adding that it being able to grab enemies with its vines was quite useful. Professor Chris stated that it was true, but it consumed a lot of mana. He added that he didn't want to summon it because it didn't suit him. The woman exclaimed that the magical beast was so cool and that it suited Professor Chris so well. Chris asked if she really thought so. The man stated that he was used to it now. He wonders who Hans is. Professor Chris notes that the signal is really bad, possibly due to being underground. Someone mentions hearing the keywords and the need to hurry for a special test specimen. A close-up reveals a sharp, focused gaze. Someone shouts for Professor Chris. Professor Chris looks up, startled. An exclamation mark punctuates the sudden tension. A battle erupts, blood splattering against the stone. A figure stands silhouetted against a bright light. Captain Tarina Lionhowl is revealed. Tarina Lionhowl greets the analysts. Someone expresses their gratitude for being saved, while another wonders if they knew the enemy would move again. She states that they fought some of the enemies on the way here. The man named Ludger Cherish explains that they were surprised when the enemies they thought were dead mysteriously changed and attacked them. It's theorized that the black magicians used the same research they gained from the chimeras. A figure lies prone against a brick wall. Judging from the limited number of these phenomena, it's believed to be an incomplete entity. The small figure in the orange hat states that there were only 2 of them in this group. Ludger Cherish explains that she's an expert who has joined them to help with a more accurate analysis, as the first princess has vouched for her, which means she's trustworthy. It's noted that no one has ever seen her work for the princess before, but the princess has a lot of secrets, so that's not surprising. The woman with long white hair wonders who the person is behind them. Someone states that they understand and are grateful that he did the explaining. The man with dark hair thinks that if he were the one who explained things to her, she would have had some doubts. Ludger Cherish stands with another character as it stated that the princess has a lot of secrets, so that's not surprising. He thought to himself that now was not the time, and that he should ask him after this. Someone asks if they discovered something, and then asks about that. Then, Veronica DeVille thinks that demonic power does explain the monster-like appearance of the specimens. The group confirms that the Liberation Army and the Black Magicians are involved. They are using the powers of the demon and the world tree. A close-up of a man's intense blue eyes. We must make haste as well. On the other hand, the central cavity of the underground waterway. A figure stands in a glowing, cavernous space. A close-up of the man's face, with a determined expression. He stares intensely, his expression unreadable. A voice cries out, "Master!" The figure declares that they will buy as much time as they can. The third phase must be completed, no matter what. 2 figures stand before a large, glowing red container. It's freezing. Ludger wonders if it absorbed the attributes of the aura. Ludger manipulates a blue aura around his hand, but he's sure they won't be safe from the frost either. Someone says, "I see. Are they part of the Cold Steel Order, who have increased resistance to the cold as a result of living in the cold northern region? At this rate, it's going to get dangerous." A hand holds several vials. Someone kneels, seemingly in distress. A figure unleashes a powerful attack, a surge of blue energy crackling around their fist. The blow connects, sending a spray of blood into the air. The recipient of the attack coughs violently, blood splattering from their mouth. The fight intensifies, a blur of motion as the 2 figures clash. A voice booms out, "Incredible, Sir Facio. Please destroy the test specimen in the center." Another figure shouts, "Stop them with all your might." A close-up reveals the face of the injured fighter, contorted in pain. He grunts with the effort of enduring the assault. A strange energy permeates the air. A figure kneels, head bowed, as someone remarks, "You're very skilled." The injured fighter grits his teeth, declaring, "But you can't kill me with just that." A sinister voice proclaims, "My body has surpassed that of a human. Regeneration on top of those." The man with slick-back dark hair asks if the other thinks they are aliens. A voice declares that human behavior, which expresses those who differ from humans as monsters, is the reason why mankind's evolution is delayed. Facio stands with his back to the viewer. A blue aura surrounds the test specimen as it blocks an attack. The blue aura intensifies around the test specimen. The man with slick-back dark hair exclaims that the test specimen blocked his aura-filled attack with just its arm. The test specimen stands firm, having blocked the attack. A voice explains that these test specimens were created in order to withstand all attacks, and that this is an indication of evolution. The voice continues, stating that they are the pinnacle of living beings. The voice adds that they are also the road of evolution that mankind will follow. Facio states that they cannot be burned or get frostbite, and that they can regenerate any wound. He adds that in the future, they will not get sick either. The blonde man looks down at Fasio and asks, "What?" He collapsed, unable to regenerate. Iron Mask Rotron, surrounded by a purple aura, declared, "You talk too much." The figure was indeed Iron Mask Rotron. That's a special type of magic that borrows the power of a former great hero to fight. Mythological manifestation, origin magic. This won't do. The dark-haired man prepared a syringe, his expression grim. He thought, "I have no choice but to use everything I have." A bead of sweat trickled down his face, his eyes narrowed in determination. He was enveloped in a swirling vortex of yellow and purple energy. His hands clasped a glowing, geometric object, radiating intense heat. Raising his arms, he prepared to unleash the full extent of his power. Raw energy surged from him, crackling with destructive potential. A complex magic circle glows with golden energy, its intricate patterns pulsing with power. At its heart, the words Rank 6 are emblazoned. Golden light coalesces into a towering construct, its form vaguely humanoid, but composed entirely of shimmering energy. The construct solidifies, revealing the shape of a colossal whale made of stone and light. The air crackles with power as the words "astounding stone whale" manifest beside it. The stone whale descends, its massive form blotting out the light as it bears down on its target. A figure clad in dark robes braces for impact. A figure in the path of the attack cries out, bracing for the inevitable collision. The golden construct continues its descent, the air shimmering with displaced energy. The astounding stone whale slams into the ground, sending shockwaves rippling outwards and pulverizing the earth beneath it. Debris explodes outwards from the point of impact, tearing through the ruined landscape. He cries out as the debris strikes him, staggering backward from the force of the blast. A blonde-haired figure calls out, "Rotron, are you all right?" Rotron replies, "Ugh, I'm fine. I avoided taking a critical hit." Rotron looks up, his expression grim. "Oh so." A figure declares this is the power of a demon, standing before two hulking, bald figures. It had been diluted until it could be stabilized, but to think it's still this powerful. A figure reacts with surprise. "Sir Rotron, you were covering your face. I knew I could smell a beast." The figure remains silent. "From now on, let's stop sizing each other up and fight with everything we have." Silence. The grand hall echoes with an unsettling silence, the architecture hinting at a forgotten age. Muscles ripple beneath thick skin, a testament to raw power and brutal strength. A desperate cry pierces the air as a figure with crimson hair is caught in a flurry of attacks. A voice booms with arrogant confidence, acknowledging the skill of the opponents while dismissing any real threat. "Haha, I knew you were all skilled. I can't see an opening for an attack at all." The chamber is filled with watchful eyes, the air thick with anticipation as figures stand poised for battle. A flicker of frustration crosses his face, a silent admission of the challenge before him. Shit, if he only got stronger, I could actually do something. Sweat beads on his brow as he grits his teeth, acknowledging the difficulty of the situation. But it's difficult to approach him and fight because of the black waves around him that make me drowsy. The crimson-haired figure is sent flying, the impact echoing through the halls. A voice laments a tragic fall from grace, a talented individual succumbing to darkness. It's such a shame. To think such a talented person like him fell and became a black magician. A surge of purple energy crackles around a figure, a question hanging in the air. Why did he give up all his honor? Determination hardens his features as he declares his arrival. "I have no excuse. I've finally arrived. Let's do this." One of the figures announces, "Ah, Commander, you're just in time." A figure prepares for battle, surrounded by a faint, purple glow. The figure on the ground realizes, reinforcements? This is bad. He grits his teeth, declaring, "Fine, come at me. I'll do whatever I can until the specimen is complete." An explosion erupts, bathing the scene in orange light. The figure's eyes widen in shock. "What?" A new figure smirks, thinking, "Good. I successfully approached you just like I planned." The figure is surrounded by swirling blue energy. The figure declares, "Now let's destroy that specimen they're so desperately protecting." The blue-haired figure stands with a taller, dark-haired companion. The blue-haired figure states, "I'll take care of the specimen. You deal with the interference." The figure shouts, "Stop them at all costs." A voice echoes, resolute and clear, "Understood." A figure with vibrant blue hair reacts, a surge of energy building around them. The energy erupts in a blinding flash, a raw, untamed power unleashed. A desperate cry pierces the air, a plea to stop what is happening. A hand descends, reaching towards an unseen subject, as if offering aid or intervention. Another burst of light explodes outward, intricate patterns of energy swirling in its wake. A figure is suspended within a crimson container, a silhouette trapped within its depths. A voice cries out in anguish, a desperate denial of the unfolding events. Despair fills the air as a voice laments the loss of a life's work, now gone and destroyed in vain. The unseen figure's rage explodes, a furious declaration of vengeance echoing through the hall. "You bastards! How dare you?" The vow hangs heavy in the air, a promise of retribution. "I won't forgive you." The blue-haired figure's eyes widen in shock. "I woke up." A woman looks up at a towering, muscular figure, her expression a mix of confusion and apprehension. What? The crimson fabric shifts, a silent prelude to unseen action. The air crackles with unseen energy, a prelude to chaos. The muscular figure stands poised, muscles tense, ready to unleash his power. The world blurs, a symphony of motion and impending impact. The battle unfolds, a clash of wills and raw power. Ugh! The speaker marvels at the unexpected strength. It was just a simple mana release, but it's so strong. The man's eyes narrow, a realization dawning. It makes sense that Master was interested. The figure's voice drips with manic glee. Ha! Yes, there's no mistaking this power. My masterpieces. A voice, filled with disbelief, questions, Leopold, is that you? Two figures stand in what appears to be an ancient hall. A memory surfaces. Yes, we served time together in the military. After he deserted, I heard he became an executive in the Liberation Army. A muscular man stands, his expression unreadable. The man confirms, Leopold. Yes, that was my name. Confusion clouds his mind. No, is it? Who am I? These names keep popping up in my head. A jumble of names flashes before his eyes. Leopold? David? Jellywood? Child Gina? It seems like his memories are in disarray because of the bodies of the magicians that were implanted. A figure observes Leopold, thinking, this might be better. He might be better to control. The figure addresses Leopold as third, stating, your specimen third. Another voice declares, yes, and I'm your master, Andre. But who you are isn't important. You're hungry right now, aren't you? Andre thinks, yeah, it doesn't matter who I am. I need to do something about my empty stomach. He declares that this is it, the third time. Andre commands someone to go and eat their prey. Andre holds the other character. Andre states that someone looks the most delicious and should go first. Andre is not only absorbing the demonic energy, but his mana as well. Andre is surrounded by green energy. Andre asks if they think they are idiotic enough to wait for their enemy to become stronger. Andre points towards someone. Andre asks, Kaisi, are you ready? Kaisi responds, of course. Kaisi is holding a sword. Kaisi notes that there's a lot of groundwater. A surge of blue energy erupts, illuminating the underwater environment. A figure struggles to escape, thinking that they will get caught up in this too. A close-up reveals a man's concerned expression. A figure with light blue hair extends their hand, manipulating the blue energy. The blue energy converges, forming a concentrated blast. The energy blast intensifies, distorting the water around it. The energy blast strikes a figure, creating a red impact effect. The figure with light blue hair observes the scene, wondering how the other person is fine after being pushed down with so much water, and if they even need oxygen. Veronica's eyes widen as she calls out a name. A woman exclaims, ah yes. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, preparing to draw it. A figure with dark hair slashes through the water with a sword, creating a powerful current. One figure suggests restricting their opponent by freezing the water, but another doubts its strength. Veronica Deville declares, let's help the ones using ice magic. Veronica holds a vial of coolant. Veronica adds, I also brought coolant with me. Ludger Cherish wields a sword, emitting a powerful aura of ice magic. The ice magic combines with another's power, creating a swirling vortex of energy. The ice magic intensifies, forming crystalline structures. A massive ice prison takes shape, glowing with an eerie blue light. Ludger Cherish observes, it's an impressive ice prison. A voice notes that even with demonic energy, breaking through ice that thick would be impossible. The ice prison radiates an intense light. The completed ice prison stands as a formidable barrier. A disorienting sensation washes over the scene, the world tilting and blurring as if viewed through a fractured lens. Veronica's eyes widen in disbelief, a gasp escaping her lips as she registers the unfolding events. Ah! A strangled cry pierces the air, a desperate sound of someone caught off guard and overwhelmed. Fascio's grip tightens around Veronica, his expression unreadable as he murmurs, my lady. A pained grunt echoes, hinting at a struggle against an unseen force. A desperate shout of Moriarty rings out, a plea for help or a curse directed at an unseen enemy. Terror contorts a face, eyes wide with fear as the unseen threat closes in. A voice cries out in denial, a desperate refusal to accept the grim reality. A groan of pain escapes, a sign of physical or emotional distress. Tarina stumbles through the darkness, her voice laced with confusion and fear. Where am I? Panic rises in Tarina's voice as she realizes her sight is gone. I can't see anything. The scammer's over there. A voice drips with venom, fueled by betrayal and resentment. That liar. Genius detective, my ass. A chorus of voices condemned her actions. She was accused of framing innocent people, profiting from their suffering. The accusation cut deep. The real evil, they claimed, was the one she had accused. How dare she invoke justice as a justification? The words struck Tarina like a physical blow, leaving her reeling. A flicker of consciousness. A moment of clarity amidst the chaos. Wait. Weakly, she tried to deny the accusations, but the words caught in her throat. Her head began to clear, the fog lifting from her mind. A voice, laced with boredom, echoed in her mind. Was this all too predictable? Rotron mused. All he had done was poke at their consciousness, and they had all fallen so easily. A disembodied voice lamented the fate of such skilled, celebrated people. Tarina's voice dripped with contempt, declaring them all empty and pathetic on the inside. A whimsical thought bubble questioned the use of research, expressing surprise at the manifestation. The man marvels at the power of the demon. The fallen figure reflects on how, in the past, attacking would have cost him his life. The figure lying on the ground muses on how easily he was able to knock them all out. This is just the beginning. With a manic grin, the man declares that with this new power, he will create his own order in this world. The man, eyes glowing red, vows to absorb all their powers. The man wonders aloud. Someone cries out, begging Leopold to stop, not wanting to see this. It seems he didn't pass out due to the demonic power infused into his body. A voice declares that it's best to devour him first, since they have the same kind of power. Andre is asked what he is seeing that's tormenting him so much. Andre groans, seemingly in distress. A voice states that there's no need to tell him, he can feel it. It's the moment his beloved daughter died, right? He had a very young daughter who had an incurable disease. He didn't want to lose her. His wife had already passed away. So then, he became involved in a taboo human experiment and succeeded in creating a medicine. It's the moment your beloved daughter died, right? But he was too late, and all that was left was the fall of his reputation and his hatred toward the empire. It's sad and unfortunate, the feeling of a father who had to watch his beloved daughter die. Shut up. He knows his dead daughter won't come back, even if he wallows in sadness. He insisted that he didn't want anyone to suffer and wouldn't hesitate to walk the path that people fear, his voice cracking with desperation. A disembodied voice accused him of saying that, yet using countless people as test subjects. Andre Semorf looked up, his expression a mix of fear and confusion, at a towering, muscular figure. A voice questioned if he thought that was just, followed by a sinister promise to eat him and then the ones who passed out next. A looming hand reached out, a voice assuring that he wouldn't be going to the afterlife alone. A single eye, wide with terror, stared back. A voice declared that something wouldn't be happening, unfortunately. A voice questioned how the muscular man was conscious. A figure in a long coat asked if he was pretending earlier. A voice stated that he was asleep and just realized that it was all a lie. Ludger Cherish adjusts his gloves, his expression unreadable. A voice declares that he seriously showed some disgusting memories. The man named Ludger Cherish holds a pipe, his voice dripping with anger as he thanks the speaker for making him very pissed off. Another man remarks, with a sinister tone, that he is thankful for knocking everyone else out, since there are fewer witnesses now. A voice promises to pay the listener back for that. Ludger Cherish, eyes glowing with power, declares that he'll show the listener true magic. Meanwhile, at the temporary Lindenborough hideout, silence hangs in the air. A voice observes that it doesn't seem like the person has resolved everything and returned, then asks if there is something they want to ask. He appears troubled, his brow furrowed as he remains silent. Veronica Deville stands near a couch where a figure lies, stating that she discovered the black magicians were experimenting with demonic power. She adds that although she gave him a hint, he found out rather quickly, then asks, so what? A voice declares that someone's brother has gone down there to stop them right now. Another voice expresses concern, stating that even for him, it's too much to fight against the power of a demon. Veronica asks if someone is really not going to do anything. The scene focuses on an indiscernible object. Someone says they don't know how long someone has known their disciple, but it seems like they don't know him very well. Veronica states that the reason she's not doing anything about it is because there's no need for her to. A figure clad in blue focuses their energy, preparing a spell. A burst of energy crackles in the air. The figure unleashes the spell, a torrent of blue energy surging forth. The blue runes flared to life, crackling with arcane energy. The magical bindings tightened around him, dark patterns spreading across his skin like a creeping blight. More restraints materialized, beams of blue light pinning him in place. He remained standing, but the magic was clearly taking hold. His hand clenched into a fist, knuckles white with strain. Sweat beaded on his brow as the magical forces intensified. The restraints bit deeper, eliciting a pained grunt. A surge of multicolored energy erupted around him. Uck, this bastard. Just how many elements can you control? Purple energy swirled, a vortex of arcane power. The magical assault intensified, the air shimmering with distortion. He cried out, the pain unbearable. He struggles against unseen bonds, panic rising. What is this power that holds him so completely? Andre Semorf performs a precise hand seal, golden energy swirling around his outstretched hand. Such a simple movement has rendered his target entirely immobile. The restrained figure realizes who is responsible. Leopold can't do anything. Andre Semorf observes the scene from a distance, a calculating look in his eyes. Has he been hiding his skills this whole time? The restrained figure grits his teeth, fury building. He already has the power of the demon. What more does he need? The restrained figure struggles, his face contorted in rage. Pure talent. Is this as far as he can go because he doesn't have it? A close-up reveals Andre Semorf's eyes, glowing with an unnatural light. Yes, it's those eyes. Andre Semorf's gaze intensifies, a cruel smile playing on his lips. It's the look that geniuses have when they see someone struggling so much, yet still not being able to keep up with them. The restrained figure's rage boils over. He wants to kill them. A close-up on the restrained figure's eye reveals a burning desire for revenge. Yes, he's going to kill them. The restrained figure's thoughts turn darker. First, he's going to make them beg for him to kill them. A primal scream of rage echoes through the chamber. A distorted figure is seen through a haze, their form barely discernible. A figure plummets into a dark, swirling pit. What? A black substance is emanating from the world tree root. What the hell is going on? A shadowy figure moves erratically. What's that? Something is crawling on the root. A dark shape writhes in the gloom. I didn't see anything when I looked up. A sinister smirk seems to form in the shadows. The man's eyes widen in disbelief, or perhaps dawning horror. Something heavy plummets downwards. He stares intently, his expression unreadable as he assesses the situation. A figure lies prone, struggling to rise as dark energy emanates from their body. Does this mean he absorbed my power too? A voice echoes, inquiring. Hey, have you come to any conclusions? The individual's face is partially obscured, their expression hidden in shadow. The disembodied voice continues. Are you asking someone you just tried to kill? I think it's because he wasn't able to fully control the demonic power. The figure on the ground struggles, the black waves intensifying, reacts to people's negative emotions. He's no exception. So those black waves are the negative emotions of the two figures stand before a massive cylindrical structure, its purpose unknown. The power of the world tree combined with his power, which are incompatible, caused resistance. The third is what neutralized it. A voice muses. I thought he'd be able to control it, but I was wrong. The voice continues, revealing the intent. That means he's moving with the will of the demonic power in order to devour Leopold. A close-up reveals the intricate details of the uniform, hinting at the wearer's status and affiliation. A figure plummets downwards, uttering a pained cry. Leopold struggles, his stance broken. Damn, my stance has been broken. The shadows stretch long and distorted. A sound like cracking stone echoes through the chamber. He plummets downwards, a scream tearing from his throat. The darkness seems to swallow everything. The wind rushes past him as he falls. The ground rushes up to meet him. His scream continues, a desperate plea lost in the vastness. He is helpless, at the mercy of gravity. The air vibrates with an unseen energy. Streaks of light pierce the darkness. The world fades to white. He continues to fall, the end drawing near. The earth trembles as a colossal, shadowy form rises, dwarfing the ornate architecture around it. Ludger Cherish walks away, unfazed by the ominous presence behind him. A man with glasses stares in disbelief, his face etched with horror. That's Dash. Ludger glances back, his expression unreadable. Is that a demon? A close-up reveals the intricate details of Ludger's uniform, the gold trim glinting in the dim light. A massive, clawed foot slams onto the ground, its black surface etched with glowing red lines. The shadowy figure solidifies, revealing a towering demon wreathed in crimson energy. The demon's feet stand upon the patterned floor, the red markings on its skin pulsing with power. The demon's yellow eyes gleam with malevolent intent. At last, the demon's chest heaves, the red markings glowing brighter as it draws in a deep breath. The demon throws its head back and roars. I'm free. The demon stands in a grand hall, declaring that he is finally free of the annoying world tree. The demon expresses his gratitude to an unseen audience. Ludger looks distressed, thinking about having to fight a real demon after fighting a specimen who borrowed the demon's power. He thinks to himself that he is about to go insane. The demon states that there is no need to be on guard, and unlike the owner of this body, he has no plans on fighting. The demon continues, asking if Ludger used a human to resurrect himself. Ludger's expression is one of worry. Ludger kneels, thinking that the mess was not him, but the human who used his power. It is said that there is no malice nor hostility, and it's different from what's written in the records. Seeing how it was the Lamensis religious order who authored it, there's a chance it was distorted. Ludger stands in a large room, and someone asks what he is planning on doing now. The demon declares that he was given a mission and intends to complete it. He then asks if they own missions. The demon wonders what that even means. Ludger's eyes widen in surprise. The demon shifts his weight. The demon moves. The demon moves. The demon moves. The demon moves. Ludger thinks to himself that if he is even a second late, it'll spell big trouble. The demon states that Ludger said he wasn't going to fight. The demon continues, saying that Ludger tried to kill his ally. He tilts his head, a guttural sound escaping him. The demon's brow furrows, a flicker of uncertainty in his golden eyes. Did I do something wrong? Ludger's gaze sharpens, his electric blue eyes narrowed in thought. I see. He isn't lying. A disembodied voice echoes, explaining. It's because it is his mission. The demon stands in the center of a grand hall, his posture radiating an unsettling calm. The voice continues, revealing that he's killing people without any emotion or hostility. I get it now. Ludger's hand moves, reaching into his pocket with practiced ease. Principal Elisa Willow's expression is etched with worry. Byproduct. Even if our leader has resistance against poison, will he really be okay? She asks, her voice laced with concern. The voice concludes, stating, If he really is a demon as the records described, this is barely enough. The voice continues, the only thing that I can do right now is to fight him in pristine condition. Ludger's lips tighten, a grim determination hardening his features. I was stupid to think for a moment that I could talk to a demon. Ludger stands amidst swirling purple energy, his resolve unwavering. Consulting hours are over. A voice echoes, laced with disappointment. Kaisi, he says, he is really disappointed in her. Kaisi cries out to her G-grandfather, begging him to listen. The voice continues, reminding Kaisi that he has asked her to bring more justice into this world. Kaisi responds, but the voice questions if she really lived a just life. Kaisi's expression is unreadable. Her eyes are filled with an unknown emotion. Kaisi's face is shadowed, her expression hidden. The grandfather's face is obscured by shadow. Her hand clenches into a fist. Kaisi falls into the abyss. She thinks to herself that he's right. She has no right to make any excuses. The abyss stretches out below her. She continues to fall, the kingdom's conspiracies fading from her mind. She couldn't even. She reflects that she wanted to find out the truth behind a child's death, but she's not on the side of justice, nor is she a genius detective. She continues to fall, thinking that she's just a fake detective who gained. She thinks that she gained fame by capturing the wrong person, and that it would be better for someone like her to just disappear. A hand reaches out to her. She gasps in surprise. She continues to fall. A voice echoes, you win, Kaisi Selmore. She reaches out, declaring that justice wins. She recalls that she said this to her previously, even though she knew everything. She plummets into the abyss, a shadowy figure reaching out to grasp her hand. Debris rains down around them, echoing the chaos of her fall. Her eyes flutter, a flicker of consciousness in the darkness. Kaisi gasps, her breath catching in her throat. A voice echoes, laced with a chilling confidence. So you wish to fight me? I'm sure you know that such an idea isn't a good one. Iron Mask Rotron battles a demon amidst twisted trees and swirling purple energy. Kaisi lies prone, her mind racing. This situation is. She lies on the ground, disoriented, as Iron Mask Rotron watches over her. A voice cuts through the haze. Are you awake now? Kaisi struggles to rise, muttering, I'll fight as well, for justice. Rest. Kaisi's eyes snap open. Wait. He stands over a complex, glowing circle etched into the floor, dark energy swirling around its edges. The intricate patterns of the circle pulse with an ominous light, shadows gathering within its boundaries. A figure is engulfed by the shadows, vanishing from sight as the teleportation takes hold. A voice echoes, this era able to do that too? The voice continues, you talk too much. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Ludger Cherish, masked and cloaked, speaks with a chilling resolve. Come, demon. A sinister grin spreads across the demon's face, his yellow eyes gleaming with anticipation. This is going to be fun. The demon declares, very well. You'll eventually become an obstacle to my mission anyway. I'll use you to see how great my powers are. The air crackles with dark energy as the teleportation circle intensifies. Purple energy surges from the circle, illuminating the demon's form. The teleportation circle glows brighter, the energy reaching a fever pitch. The teleportation is complete, the circle now a conduit of raw power. The energy dissipates, leaving only the faint scent of ozone and the lingering feeling of otherworldly power. Tendrils of dark energy erupt from the demon, twisting and writhing as they lash out. The dark energy coalesces into a concentrated blast, a blinding flash of purple light illuminating the chamber. The demon continues to channel the dark energy, a crackling aura forming around him as the air grows heavy with its oppressive presence. The swirling darkness engulfs Ludger, the red veins on the demon's skin pulsing with power as the attack intensifies. The dark energy explodes outwards, sending debris flying as the chamber shakes with the force of the blast. Ludger thinks to himself, my God. To think a demon's strength would be so overwhelming, and he's on par with said demon. Ludger, kneeling on the ground, wonders, can a human really reach that level of power? The demon thinks to himself, he's a lot more annoying than I thought. The demon's eyes glow with malevolent intent. The demon prepares a destructive ice attack, the air chilling as blue energy swirls around his hands. The ice melts, transforming into a swirling vortex of melted water as the demon manipulates the elements. The demon unleashes fusion magic, flowing glacier. He unleashes a torrent of blue energy, the blast hurtling towards Ludger Cherish. The energy expands, a wave of destructive force. The blue blast closes in, threatening to engulf him. The energy fills the space, a blinding azure light. Ludger Cherish meets the onslaught head-on, his hand outstretched to block the attack. The demon's energy intensifies, the blue shifting to a searing gold. The golden energy swells, an inferno of power. The golden light reaches its zenith, a blinding radiance. Ludger Cherish prepares his counterattack, a golden aura flaring around him. The demon recoils, a flicker of shock crossing his face. Energy gathers around Ludger Cherish, coalescing into a potent force. Ludger Cherish's power manifests as a towering golden figure, radiating divine energy. He plummets toward the abyss below. The demon raises a hand, bracing for impact. A surge of golden energy erupts as Ludger Cherish unleashes the great sun Tathagata. The Vajrapalm descends. That's dangerous. The demon's instincts scream at him to avoid the blow. He steels himself, preparing to block the attack with everything he has. The golden palm slams into the demon's defenses. The force of the impact distorts the air around them. No way. He is being overpowered so easily. The restraining magic of the Vajrapalm intensifies. The demon cries out in pain. The golden energy of the Vajrapalm continues to surge, engulfing everything in its path. Cracks begin to spiderweb across the demon's face as the force of the Vajrapalm intensifies. His dark energy is disrupted, overwhelmed by the radiant power. The golden light expands further, pushing back the encroaching darkness. The force of the Vajrapalm continues to build, a relentless wave of divine energy. The golden energy slams into the demon, a blinding flash of power. His eye widens in disbelief and pain as the attack lands with devastating force. A serene Buddha statue glows with golden light, a symbol of the power at play. The golden energy begins to dissipate, its work seemingly done. The remnants of the Vajrapalm's power fade into the air. The last vestiges of golden light vanish, leaving silence in their wake. Meanwhile, in Lindenborough City, a growing unease settles over the city as an inexplicable noise begins to intensify. Is it just me, or is the noise gradually getting louder? What is going on down there? A voice calls out, urging everyone to move calmly and hurry to the royal palace, believing they will be safe there. Two women run, their faces etched with urgency. RNA winces, a sharp pain piercing her eyes. A hand clenches tightly. Kneeling beside her, the blonde woman asks, RNA, what's wrong? Are you okay? Renee replies, I suddenly felt pain in my eyes. The blonde woman gasps, her eyes widening in alarm. The blonde woman exclaims, your pupils. Renee, her eyes now glowing with an unnatural light, asks, pardon,